moved like a ghost, his figure erratic. In just 1 minute, Qiongqi was ambushed by Wenlan over 100 times. Qiongqi, infuriated, pounded his chest but never left Wang Beihai's side. Whenever he detected an attack from Wenlan, Qiongqi quickly shielded Wang Beihai. At that moment, a sudden whistling sound came from the sky. Yin Wushuang repeated his trick, using his binding technique to restrict Qiongqi. Die! Then, both Yin Wushuang and Wenlan launched a fatal attack towards Wang Beihai. Just as the attack was about to hit Wang Beihai, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Wang Beihai's blackened skin cracked, and then he mysteriously disappeared from their sight. Hashtag Chapter 465, Fury. Where did he go? After their attack missed, Yin Wushuang and Wenlan immediately began searching for Wang Beihai's whereabouts. There. At that moment, Wenlan suddenly shouted, and everyone looked up to the sky. Under the sun, Wang Beihai's black patches all fell off, revealing skin as white as jade. In the next second, Wang Beihai's eyes opened, and a brilliant light shot out from them. When their gazes met, everyone was momentarily stunned. In that instant, Wang Beihai seemed like a deity, even causing Yin Wushuang and Wenlan to feel an urge to kneel. He really broke through to the divine realm. Yin Wushuang frowned, and Wenlan's face turned even darker. Not long ago, this man in front of them was merely a half-step Emperor realm existence, but in the blink of an eye, he had reached the divine realm. His cultivation speed was monstrous. Thinking of this, Wenlan clenched his teeth and said to Yin Wushuang, "No matter what, this Wang Beihai must die here today. Otherwise, in the future, we will face endless troubles." As they spoke, Wang Beihai looked at his hands and felt the surging spiritual energy and warmth within his body. He was very pleased. "Brother Beihai, be careful." At that moment, Zhao Danyang on the ground shouted loudly. Wang Beihai snapped back to reality and heard a whooshing sound. Then, Yin Wushuang's figure appeared before him. Wang Beihai frowned, ready to dodge, but a black shadow had already appeared on the ground, binding him. "Hee, you stinky brat, die." Wenlan stood on the ground, revealing a triumphant smile, while Yin Wushuang seized the opportunity and threw a powerful punch at Wang Beihai. At that moment, Wang Beihai's lips curled up, and in the next second, his figure disappeared. Yin Wushuang's punch once again landed on empty air. How is that possible? Yin Wushuang and Wenlan widened their eyes almost simultaneously, questioning in unison. In an instant, Wang Beihai appeared beside Xiao Min's lifeless body. How could this happen? Seeing Xiao Min lying motionless on the ground, Wang Beihai was instantly stunned, then fell to his knees, cradling Xiao Min and shaking her desperately. "Min, wake up, please wake up. Don't scare me, Min." Wang Beihai's tears flowed uncontrollably. He took out a silver needle, ready to treat Xiao Min, but at that moment, the attacks from Yin Wushuang and Wenlan suddenly arrived. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and he instantly teleported with Xiao Min to another location. "Min, don't be afraid. I'll bring you back soon," Wang Beihai said, inserting the silver needle into Xiao Min's body, then took out a blood lotus essence from his spiritual ring and forcefully fed it to Xiao Min afterward. He wildly infused his own life force into Xiao Min's body. However, despite all these efforts, Xiao Min remained cold and lifeless in Wang Beihai's arms. Wang Beihai's eyes turned red, shaking his head repeatedly. "No, it's impossible. We promised to get married when we return to the human realm. You can't leave me, impossible." Wang Beihai's agony continued, his reason slipping away. "Hee, you stinky brat. Feeling the pain of losing your beloved, huh?" Not far away, Wenlan watched Wang Beihai's state with great satisfaction, bursting into laughter. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly turned around, his eyes now shrouded in a red mist. "Did you do this?" Wang Beihai coldly stared at Wenlan. Wenlan was momentarily startled by the gaze, but then felt a surge of humiliation. He snorted coldly. "Yes, I did it. Not only did I kill her, but I will also torture to death all your relatives, friends, and everyone from Green Mountain Sect who has any connection with you. I want you to experience what it means to have your heart torn apart." Wen Lan laughed maniacally, but in the next second, Wang Beihai waved his hand. The red cloud sword, knocked away by Yin Wushuang, flew back into his hand as a red light. Wang Beihai's eyes filled with murderous intent. Feeling the tangible killing intent, Wen Lan was shocked and immediately activated his shadow domain, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. You can't dodge this sword. Wang Beihai snorted coldly and swung his sword forcefully. The sword light disappeared instantly, and in the next second, a scream came from a dark corner. Wen Lan appeared from the darkness, his chest bearing a ghastly wound. Impossible in my shadow domain. You can't hurt me. Wen Lan clutched his wound, his expression terrified as he looked at Wang Beihai. Then take another sword. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and swung again. This time, Yin Wushuang finally saw the invisible sword aura. The sword aura created a black hole in front of Wang Beihai, which directly connected to Wen Lan's location. Therefore, no matter where Wen Lan appeared, as long as Wang Beihai could sense him, he couldn't escape the sword aura. Is this his domain? Yin Wushuang frowned. He had seen many domains, including his own spatial domain, but he had never seen one that could perform spatial jumps so freely. This thought made Yin Wushuang's desire to kill Wang Beihai even stronger. Hey, don't hold back. Use your trump card, or we might not be able to kill him today. Yin Wushuang shouted at Wen Lan. Filled with rage, Wen Lan roared upon hearing Yin Wushuang's call. Instantly, shadows around them gathered rapidly, forming a massive shadow giant in front of Wang Beihai. The shadow giant swung its arm forcefully, reducing trees to dust in its path. Wang Beihai remained unfazed, storing Xiaomin's body in his spiritual ring and disappearing once more. However, when Wang Beihai reappeared, Yin Wushuang was already waiting. Restrain! Yin Wushuang shouted, and Wang Beihai was immobilized like Jian Wuchen. This time, where can you run? Wen Lan laughed loudly, commanding the shadows to strike at Wang Beihai. But at that moment, Wang Beihai's lips curled into a cold smile. He whispered, "Break," and the restraining force instantly dissipated. Wang Beihai's figure vanished again. Dragon's heart. From the sky, Wang Beihai's shout echoed, causing the landscape to lose its color and lightning to flash. A black and white light pierced through the clouds, directly impaling Wen Lan's chest. Wen Lan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the spear in his chest, now evolved into a divine artifact. As the spear pierced through, it emitted a brilliant light, and a bolt of thunder surged into Wen Lan's body. In the next second, Wen Lan's eyes bulged, and his body exploded violently. Chapter 466, The Finale. Witnessing Wen Lan disintegrate into a rain of blood, those around were all greatly shocked, unable to believe their eyes as they turned to Wang Beihai. A divine realm expert, killed with a single strike. What kind of terrifying power is this? Zhao Danyang exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at Wang Beihai. The latter's eyes were bloodshot, and with a wave of his hand, a black and white spear materialized in his grasp. Wang Beihai swung the spear, exuding an aura akin to a demon from hell. Yin Wushuang's mood had sunk to the lowest point. His complex gaze fell upon Wang Beihai, his heart completely panicked at this moment. Just a day ago, this Beizi had been utterly insignificant in his eyes. But now, the once insignificant ant posed a threat, a mockery of his previous disdain. You're just a lowly creature from the mortal realm, Yin Wushuang sneered, his voice almost a roar. What right do you have to keep obstructing me? Wang Beihai merely scoffed in response. It seems to me that it's you who have been repeatedly obstructing me. If not for my current strength, I would surely have perished at your hands today. This world operates on the law of the jungle. Might makes right, an immutable principle. With a contemptuous smile, Wang Beihai made no further words and directly slashed at Yin Wushuang. Yin Wushuang's eyes widened as he used the technique of shrinking the earth to a footstep, instantly shifting 100 meters away. But as he stopped, a black hole appeared before him. Before he could react, a beam of light shot out from the black hole, causing a sharp pain in his chest and an inexplicable fear to grip his heart. Panicking, Yin Wushuang looked around. Wang Beihai, having mastered spatial laws, was terrifyingly powerful. Soon, another attack flew in from the sky, which Yin Wushuang managed to block. Realizing he was unharmed, he burst into laughter, looking disdainfully at Wang Beihai. Even if you've reached the divine realm, even if you've mastered advanced temporal laws, you still can't hurt me in the slightest. With that, Yin Wushuang transformed into a golden light and shot towards the sky. Upon Wan Lan's death, he had come to his senses. Wang Beihai was no longer someone he could defeat. His only option now was to regroup with the Yin family and eliminate Wang Beihai together. With this thought, Yin Wushuang sped up, soon encountering the Yin family forces in pursuit. Lord, what happened? The Yin family gods were shocked to see Yin Wushuang's disheveled state. Never mind that. Beizi's strength has exceeded my expectations. Form a formation and kill him, Yin Wushuang ordered. The warriors of the Yin family were astonished, then saw a black hole appear before Yin Wushuang. From it, Wang Beihai emerged, spear in hand. Yin Wushuang quickly moved to stand before the 5 Yin family elders. Suddenly, several whooshing sounds came from the sky. Jin Wuchen had broken free from his restraints and arrived, followed by the elders of the sword sect and the enraged Qiongqi. Seeing the lineup behind Wang Beihai, Yin Wushuang frowned and shouted, "Form the array." Instantly, the Yin family warriors found their positions according to a specific pattern. Yin Wushuang stood in the center, and with a roar, they unleashed their spiritual energies, all converging towards him. Soon, Yin Wushuang was bathed in golden light, his aura surging. Ha ha ha, is this the power of a supreme being? Feeling the abundant power within him, Yin Wushuang let out a maniacal laugh. He took a deep breath, causing those around to collapse from exhaustion, while he radiated an intimidating presence. Jin Wuchen frowned, turning to Wang Beihai. The latter stood motionless, his eyes calm. "Beihai, be careful," Jin Wuchen warned loudly, knowing that only Wang Beihai could stand against Yin Wushuang. Ignoring Jin Wuchen's warning, Wang Beihai stared coldly at Yin Wushuang, murmuring, "Whether you're a supreme being or an immortal, if you've harmed Minner, even if you become the heavens, I will pierce through them." With a wave of his hand, Wang Beihai transported Yin Wushuang into a star-filled void. "You can reverse the heavens and stars with a mere gesture. Wang Beihai, you are indeed formidable. But you are merely in the divine realm, while I am a supreme being. How can you fight me?" Yin Wushuang charged at Wang Beihai, his fist carrying devastating force. Wang Beihai stood his ground, activating the Azura golden body to withstand the blow. A crack echoed as his left arm was broken, even with the protection of the Azura golden body, showcasing Yin Wushuang's immense power. Seeing Wang Beihai's refusal to dodge, Yin Wushuang frowned. In the next instant, Wang Beihai grabbed him with his right hand and summoned a spear through sheer will. Yin Wushuang's eyes filled with fear. "Are you mad? You'll die like this." But Wang Beihai showed no intention of letting go. The void shattered, the spear arrived, piercing through Yin Wushuang's body before his horrified eyes. Just as the spear was about to hit Wang Beihai, a black hole appeared before his chest, swallowing the spear. How is this possible? Yin Wushuang's eyes widened. A surge of thunder erupted within him, causing his body to convulse, his vision darkening. Where did they go? In the spirit realm, Tianju mountain range, the Yin family and sword sect members looked around in confusion. Wang Beihai had merely waved his hand, and both he and Yin Wushuang had vanished. Just as they were bewildered, another black hole appeared in the sky, from which a figure fell heavily to the ground. "It's the Lord." Meng Luo weakly approached, shocked to find the cold body of Yin Wushuang. At that moment, Wang Beihai emerged from the black hole, standing proudly before them. Chapter 467. Who Dares to Compete? The crowd gazed at Yin Wushuang's lifeless body on the ground and then at Wang Beihai, who seemed like a deity. A tidal wave of shock surged through their hearts. Impossible. The head of our family is a supreme being. How could he be killed by that Beihai? A divine general from the Yin family lay on the ground, mumbling incessantly, Yet the reality was undeniable. Faced with Yin Wushuang's death, the Yin family members were filled with panic, their eyes darting nervously at Wang Beihai in the sky, fearing his impending retribution. In contrast, Jin Wuchen and the others were much more elated. The elders of the sword sect even showed smiles on their faces. Their initial confusion about Jin Wuchen's unconditional support for Wang Beihai had now turned into approval. Clearly, Jin Wuchen had bet right this time. However, in his heart, he didn't think so. The reason he protected Wang Beihai wasn't because of his potential, but due to a promise to someone. Senior, it seems your vision was indeed accurate, Jin Wuchen thought to himself, a smile curling his lips as he recalled Li Taibai's figure. Then, he refocused his gaze on Wang Beihai. The grand battle in the starry sky was unknown to Jin Wuchen, and he wasn't interested in how Yin Wushuang met his end at Wang Beihai's hands. What he wanted to see now was how Wang Beihai would handle the remaining Yin family members. With Yin Wushuang dead, I am willing to join the Green Mountain sect and pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Meng Luo's eyes lit up as she snapped out of her shock. Before Wang Beihai could speak, she knelt down on one knee and declared loudly. The Yin family members were stunned. Meng Luo, what are you doing? A burly man standing beside Meng Luo turned furiously towards her, reprimanding in a harsh tone, "You traitor! How dare you betray the Yin family? Don't you remember who saved us from the depths of despair?" The man ranted, but Meng Luo merely replied indifferently, "Tai Hu, I only know that Yin Wushuang is dead now. All I want is to live." Her words stunned the man, and soon, the rest of the Yin family warriors also knelt down, indicating their allegiance. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, looking meaningfully at Meng Luo. After a moment's silence, he smirked and took out a silver needle, stabbing it into his severed arm. A flash of green light enveloped him, and the broken bones within his arm rapidly healed. In no time, his hand had recovered significantly. Wang Beihai rotated his restored arm, and then appeared in front of Meng Luo with a flash. "You say you want to pledge loyalty to me. How do I know you won't betray me?" He lifted her chin with his hand, questioning coldly. "This world is ruled by the strong. As long as you are powerful enough, why fear betrayal?" Meng Luo stated her thoughts directly. In her eyes, Wang Beihai was never one to be swayed by flattery. It was better to speak the truth. Indeed, Wang Beihai burst into laughter upon hearing her. Then, he took out a crimson pill from his spatial ring. This pill is called the Blazing Fire Pill. It can forcibly enhance your cultivation upon consumption. The surrounding crowd was astonished, then immediately filled with excitement. However, Wang Beihai abruptly changed his tone. Once taken, it must be continued every month. If the pills are interrupted, you will explode and die. The crowd's faces paled with fear. Clearly, Wang Beihai had given them a ticking time bomb. "I am not a saint, but as long as you remain loyal, I won't mistreat you. The pills will be distributed by the sect leader monthly. Long-term consumption will benefit your cultivation. The choice is yours." With a wave of his hand, a row of jade bottles appeared before them. Meng Luo furrowed her brows, glanced at the bottles, and then without hesitation, picked one up, poured out the pill, and swallowed it. Soon, she felt a warmth in her abdomen, and her cultivation noticeably improved. Her eyes lit up with joy as she knelt before Wang Beihai. "Thank you for your grace, master. Meng Luo will be loyal and serve you faithfully." Seeing Meng Luo's actions, the Yin family warriors hesitated for a moment before also swallowing the pills. Their eyes filled with joy as they followed Meng Luo's example, pledging their loyalty to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Tai Hu and another divine general. They were the only ones from the Yin family who hadn't pledged. "What will you two choose?" Wang Beihai's gaze was sharp. "Will you challenge me here, or join me to reach the pinnacle together?" Tai Hu clenched his fists, hesitating. Meanwhile, the other divine general chose to submit. Facing Wang Beihai, who had single-handedly killed Yin Wushuang, he lacked the courage to challenge him. After swallowing the pill, the divine general fully submitted. "And you?" Wang Beihai coldly looked at Tai Hu. "Beihai, don't think this will make me submit to you. If one day my cultivation surpasses yours, I will still challenge you. Tai, who clenched his fists, snorted coldly, grabbed the pill, and swallowed it. Feeling the changes within him, he was momentarily shocked. Glancing at Wang Beihai, his eyes showed some submission, but he still snorted and turned away. Satisfied with the submission of the crowd, Wang Beihai smiled and waved his hand, creating a black hole in front of him. All right, figure out how to return to the sect on your own. Afterward, he looked at Jian Wuchen and the others, then waved his hand, sending several jade bottles flying towards them. Jian Wuchen raised an eyebrow, catching the bottles. Upon opening one, a powerful vitality surged forth. What is this? Jian Wuchen was startled, turning to look at Wang Beihai. Thanks for your help this time. Don't mind Beihai's gesture. With that, Wang Beihai stepped into the black hole and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This time, the spiritual realm is truly reshuffled, Jian Wuchen sighed, watching Wang Beihai's vanishing spot. With 3 divine generals from the Yin family, dozens of formidable Saint Realm experts, and the vast resources of the Yin family, it was clear that the Green Mountain sect would rise above all other sects and families in the spiritual realm, becoming its foremost great sect. And Wang Beihai would naturally become the indisputable #1 figure in the spiritual realm. With his spear, who could stand against him? And Wang Beihai would undoubtedly become the unrivaled #1 in the spiritual realm, his spear unchallenged. Chapter 468, The Girl's Heart. 3 days after the battle on the War God's platform, under Wang Beihai's leadership, the Green Mountain sect swiftly swept through the remaining forces of the Yin family. With Wang Beihai's formidable strength and enticing terms, none of the Yin family's forces dared to resist, all choosing to submit. In just 3 days, the news of Yin Wushuang's death and the rise of the Green Mountain sect spread throughout the entire Ling realm. Many sects and families came to pay their respects. Despite his injuries, Zhao Danyang, wrapped in bandages, received the visitors, his body in pain but his face beaming with joy. Such a grand event, all because of listening to Lin Xingyang's advice back then. I never imagined that our Green Mountain sect would have such a day, Zhao Danyang said, his eyes brimming with tears. Reflecting on just a few months ago when he was a small, insignificant force, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Meanwhile, in the midst of the Green Mountain sect's bustling activities, in the thatched hut where Lin Xingyang had once stayed, Wang Beihai sat blankly by the bed, where Xiao Min's body lay. 3 days prior, Wang Beihai had brought Xiao Min's body back in a daze, intending to bury her. But recalling the method mentioned by the Heavenly Book, he decided to give it a try. He placed a blood lotus seed, condensed from the essence of the blood lotus, on Xiao Min's chest, and used a special array to keep her body perpetually fresh, nourished by spiritual energy. Now, except for being unable to move, Xiao Min's body was indistinguishable from a living person. Don't worry, Min. Once I deal with things here, I'll go to the underworld. I'll find a way to bring you back, Wang Beihai said, gripping Xiao Min's hand tightly, his eyes filled with determination and guilt. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Lin Xiao stood at the entrance. What is it? Wang Beihai asked, narrowing his eyes. Junior brother, the Sunu sect has come, saying they want to see you. They claim to be an old acquaintance. Lin Xiao said timidly, aware that despite being his junior, Wang Beihai's status and power were far beyond his reach. An old acquaintance? Wang Beihai frowned, pondering for a moment before gently kissing Xiao Min on the lips. He then stood up, patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, and smiled. Don't be so tense. With your strength, you'll catch up soon. Keep it up, senior brother. With that, Wang Beihai walked towards the sect, leaving Lin Xiao standing there, watching his retreating figure with a determined glint in his eyes. Upon reaching the sect's main hall, Wang Beihai found it filled with guests, including the heads of major sects and families, with Jian Wuchen among them. You're here, Beihai. Zhao Danyang immediately stepped forward, pulling Wang Beihai to the front. Wang Beihai gave Zhao Danyang a surprised look before asking, that's odd. With the medicine I gave you, why are you still wrapped like a mummy? It shows my sense of responsibility as the sect leader. Zhao Danyang winked at Wang Beihai, who could only shake his head in exasperation. This must be Brother Wang Beihai. Indeed, heroes are born in youth. Yes, just looking at him, one can tell he's no ordinary person. A young hero, indeed. As Wang Beihai sat down, the influential figures around him began to shower him with compliments. Wang Beihai frowned. He really didn't like such occasions. Didn't you say someone from the Sunu sect was looking for me? Wang Beihai asked, looking at Zhao Danyang, who immediately froze and then slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I almost forgot. She's waiting for you outside the sect. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately stood up, said a few words to the crowd, and then stepped into a black hole. When he emerged again, he was outside the sect, by the riverbank, where a graceful figure stood silently. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling the silhouette was familiar. Approaching, he found it was Wenqing. Wenqing, how did you come to be here? When did you join the Sunu sect? Wang Beihai asked in surprise. I heard Xiaomin is dead, Wenqing replied, changing the subject. At this, Wang Beihai's eyes darkened. Wenqing turned around, her gaze complex. In the next moment, she hugged him tightly. Wenqing, what are you doing? Wang Beihai exclaimed, but Wenqing only hugged him tighter. You fool, can't you see? I like you. Wenqing shouted, and Wang Beihai was stunned. He looked down at Wenqing, momentarily lost for words. Because I like you, I chose to leave. I didn't want to disrupt your relationship with Xiaomin, but these days without you, I've thought of you every moment. I tried to forget, but your image haunts me. Every second I close my eyes, you appear in my mind. Wenqing spoke loudly, and Wang Beihai was completely stunned. He had never imagined that Wenqing would harbor feelings for him. After standing in a daze for a long time, Wang Beihai sighed deeply and gently pushed Wenqing away from his embrace. I'm sorry, Wenqing. I can't do this. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with guilt. He knew that emotional debts were the hardest to repay. Wenqing looked up, her eyes red with confusion and hurt. Why? She's already dead, gone. Why can't you accept my feelings? Her voice was filled with grievance and confusion. Wang Beihai felt a headache coming on, then thought for a moment and said, There's a way to bring her back. I'll find a way. At this, Wenqing was stunned, feeling as if her heart had shattered. I'm sorry, Wenqing. You'll find someone better than me. Wang Beihai said, forcing out the most helpless line from a TV drama. Wenqing's eyes flashed with disappointment, then she laughed bitterly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect in your heart. I'm not even worth a dead person. Wang Beihai, get out of here. Wenqing almost screamed, and after hesitating for a moment, Wang Beihai shook his head, sighed deeply, and disappeared from sight. Chapter 469. Farewell? Did he really leave? Seeing Wang Beihai depart, Wenqing's eyes filled with despair, and her body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Unable to hold back any longer, she burst into tears. AI, what is love in this world that it compels life and death? Perhaps this is fate. At that moment, a woman suddenly stepped out from the side, gently stroking Wenqing's head. Master, am I really that worthless? After crying for a while, Wenqing looked up at the woman. Silly child, emotions are inherently mysterious. Love cannot be forced. The woman looked at Wenqing with a complex gaze and said meaningfully, You joining the Sunu sect was a kind of fate. As the holy maiden of the Sunu sect, you must sever all worldly attachments. His rejection of you might not be a bad thing. She continued, Are you ready now? Wenqing pondered for a moment, then wiped away her tears. Her tear-streaked face gradually calmed. After a long while, Wenqing slowly stood up, her eyes becoming resolute. I agree, master. From now on, I am the holy maiden of the Sunu sect. All past grievances and attachments will no longer linger. With that, Wenqing took out a dagger from her waist, grabbed a lock of her hair, and cut it off with one swift motion. She then gently tossed the hair into the river, letting it drift away with the current. The woman nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. Wang Beihai, you will definitely regret this. When Qing's eyes flickered as she silently repeated in her heart before turning to leave with the woman. Returning to the thatched hut, Wang Beihai looked at Xiao Min's corpse on the bed, his heart a tumult of emotions. Many faces flashed through his mind. Yang Li, who had raised him since childhood. Xiao Min, who had given her body for him. Ling Ruiying, who had sacrificed her life for him. Each one was incredibly important to him. Now, when Qing, who had been torn apart by him, suddenly appeared, leaving Wang Beihai in a state of turmoil. What should I do? Wang Beihai shook his head, then sat beside Xiao Min's corpse, taking her hand and gazing at her with deep pain. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was observed by Xiao Min's soul in the underworld. Have you decided? Wu Xian stood beside Xiao Min and waved his hand, causing the scene before them to vanish. Beihai. Xiao Min reached out to grab him but grasped nothing. Xiao Min's soul had just entered the underworld when Wu Xian intercepted her. He then used magic to restore her memories. Now, Xiao Min faced a difficult choice. You can choose to cross the bridge of forgetfulness now and start a new life. Alternatively, I can help you hide in the underworld, waiting for your beloved to rescue you. However, I must warn you, the underworld is fraught with danger. If you rashly venture in, you may not return. Wu Xian spoke calmly, but Xiao Min covered her mouth in shock. She longed to be resurrected, but she didn't want to see Wang Beihai risk his life for her. After pondering, Xiao Min's eyes suddenly became resolute. She said, "Thank you, Elder. I was meant to die. Living on would only cause him more pain. I will enter the cycle of rebirth." After hesitating for a moment, she added, "Could you help me with one more thing, Elder?" After their conversation, Xiao Min thanked Wu Xian and turned her gaze towards the Yellow Springs. "Goodbye, Beihai. Meeting you was the happiest thing in my life. Forgive my selfishness. You will have to walk your own path from now on." Xiao Min silently thought before turning to Wu Xian. "Please, take me across." With that, Xiao Min boarded Wu Xian's boat, her back filled with determination and sorrow. Wu Xian's eyes flickered, wanting to say something but ultimately holding back his words. For him, hiding Xiao Min's soul without being discovered was too difficult. Throughout the journey to the Bridge of Forgetfulness, Xiao Min never looked back. When she finally drank the soup of forgetfulness, her eyes grew hazy. In the spiritual realm, Wang Beihai suddenly felt a pang and a void, as if something important had left him. "Was it you, Min?" Wang Beihai touched Xiao Min's face and worriedly said, "You will wait for me in the underworld, won't you?" Thus, Wang Beihai sat beside Xiao Min's corpse for 3 days, without eating or drinking. 3 days later, when Wang Beihai emerged from the hut disheveled, Zhao Danyang was already waiting outside. To his slight surprise, Lin Xingyang was also there. "Master!" Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes, confirming it wasn't a dream, then happily ran to Lin Xingyang, giving him a big hug. "You're all right, that's great." Wang Beihai laughed heartily, sensing that Lin Xingyang's injuries had healed considerably. "Thanks to you." Lin Xingyang laughed and patted Wang Beihai's back. "I've heard about your situation. The dead cannot be resurrected. You must move on." Though pained, Wang Beihai nodded and released Lin Xingyang, asking curiously, "By the way, Master, how did you escape from the Lin family? I heard you left home secretly to come to Green Mountain Sect." As he spoke, Wang Beihai glanced at Zhao Danyang, who blushed and quickly said, "I'm just stating the facts." "Ahem." Lin Xingyang coughed, then said, "This is thanks to you. I initially wanted to use you to strengthen Green Mountain Sect, but the results exceeded my expectations. Now, Green Mountain Sect is the most powerful force in the spiritual realm. My family is naturally happy to see me in such a powerful sect." "I see." Wang Beihai nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Zhao Danyang stepped forward and said to Wang Beihai, "Green Mountain Sect has reached this point because of you. I've decided to pass the position of sect leader to you. This is also the wish of the elders." Wang Beihai was taken aback and gratefully looked at Zhao Danyang before shaking his head. "The position of sect leader is unnecessary. I'm about to leave the spiritual realm." Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang and Lin Xingyang widened their eyes in surprise. Chapter 470. The End. Leave? Are you going away? Lin Qingyang furrowed his brows and then looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. Isn't this spiritual realm good? Why are you leaving so soon? Zhao Danyang followed up with a question. To this, Wang Beihai just shook his head with a smile and said, I really like it here. Whoever's fist is the strongest can dominate an area. It's not as complicated as the human world, with all its deceit and treachery. If you like it, why leave? Lin Qingyang asked, puzzled. Hearing this, Wang Beihai pondered for a moment, then his stomach let out a rumble. How about we talk while eating? That's a must. Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang immediately burst into laughter, about to instruct the disciples to prepare food when Wang Beihai suddenly said, Call everyone. Today, the sect will hold a grand banquet to see me off. With that, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and his disheveled appearance instantly transformed. Lin Qingyang and Zhao Danyang exchanged glances. Though puzzled, they followed suit. By evening, tables were set up all over the square of Green Mountain Sect. The disciples of Green Mountain Sect, seeing the delicious food, their eyes lit up. In the main hall, Wang Beihai, Lin Qingyang, and Zhao Danyang stood at the door, looking at the bustling scene outside, feeling very pleased. Beihai, all this is thanks to you. Zhao Danyang looked at Wang Beihai with excitement and said earnestly, If you leave, what will happen to Green Mountain Sect? It can't do without you. As he spoke, Zhao Danyang kept giving Lin Qingyang meaningful glances, who glared back at him and then patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Are you really determined to leave? Won't you stay a bit longer? I'm leaving. Wang Beihai looked nostalgically at the scene outside and sighed deeply. I need to send Minner back, and I have to go somewhere else. I don't have much time to waste now. Hearing Wang Beihai's profound words, Lin Qingyang nodded, while Zhao Danyang grew anxious. Now that Green Mountain Sect has developed to this scale, with my and my brother's strength, I'm afraid it will be hard to convince everyone. Hearing this, Wang Beihai smiled slightly and directly handed a manual of techniques and a recipe for a pill to Zhao Danyang. I know what you're worried about. This technique is the same as what Lin Xiao practiced. You and the master can both cultivate it. With this technique, you and the master can soon break through to the divine realm. This pill recipe is for the Blaze Pill, with simple materials and easy to refine. Although the Yin family has joined Green Mountain Sect, it's hard to say there won't be any issues. With this recipe, even if I'm not here, I believe the sect leader can handle it. As he spoke, Wang Beihai's thoughts stirred, and a flash of red light appeared. Immediately, a fiery armor materialized in front of the two. This is a divine artifact. Zhao Danyang and Lin Qingyang exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at Wang Beihai. Sect leader, this is the Flame Demon armor. Now that I've completed my golden body, it's of little use to me. Please take it as compensation for those two spiritual artifacts. Am I hearing this right? Hearing this, Zhao Danyang immediately patted his own cheek and looked at Wang Beihai in shock. You really plan to give this to me? It's just a mere divine artifact, not worth much, but at least it can withstand a fatal blow from a divine realm expert. Wang Beihai smiled, and Zhao Danyang rushed forward, giving Wang Beihai a tight hug. After all, a divine artifact and a spiritual artifact, though just a word apart, are on entirely different levels. Throughout the entire spiritual realm, there are fewer than 10 divine artifacts, yet Wang Beihai casually gifted one to him. Zhao Danyang burst into laughter, then ran to the Flame Demon armor, gently caressing it, saying, This deal is worth it. Wang Beihai and Lin Qingyang could only shake their heads in resignation. Then, Wang Beihai turned to look at Lin Qingyang, pondering for a moment before taking a book from his spatial ring and handing it to Lin Qingyang. What I gave you last time were just some simple formations. This book contains my understanding of formations. I believe with your intelligence, it should be easy for you to understand. Hearing this, Lin Qingyang was slightly stunned, then flipped through the book and immediately showed a shocked expression. Wonderful, wonderful. The value of this book is no less than that of a divine artifact. Lin Qingyang said excitedly. The book not only recorded the forms and uses of various formations, but also detailed the order and orientation of their placement. Some formations were even from ancient times, capable of killing supreme beings. In other words, with this book, even a fool could set up a formation to kill gods if they were willing to invest the time. With these things, I believe Green Mountain sect will remain prosperous for a long time. Wang Beihai smiled slightly. As they spoke, the banquet had begun, and Meng Luo and his group slowly entered the hall. From their surging auras, it was clear that the blaze pill had brought them great benefits. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, they were initially startled. Then Meng Luo led the group in bowing to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai nodded, then pointed to Tai Hu. Let's have a sparring match. How about it? This statement took everyone by surprise, but Tai Hu showed a fighting smile. Let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? Where should we do it? Right here. Wang Beihai smiled, and the next moment, he disappeared from his original spot. Tai Hu's eyes widened, ready to move, when a hand was already placed on his neck. The chilling touch sent a shock through Tai Hu's heart. Looking forward, he met Wang Beihai's cold gaze. In an instant, sweat broke out on Tai Hu's forehead. I lost. Tai Hu lowered his head, greatly surprised, and the surrounding crowd was similarly shaken to the core. Tai Hu's strength, among Divine Realm experts, was top tier, yet even he was effortlessly defeated by Wang Beihai. This time, those who still harbored any resentment in their hearts completely submitted. Satisfied, Wang Beihai nodded, then with a flash, he stood before the hall and slowly said, I will be leaving the spiritual realm tomorrow. I hope you all can support sect leader Zhao well and together restore the glory of Green Mountain sect. Of course, for those who perform well, I will not neglect their rewards. As he spoke, Wang Beihai took out a pill from his spatial ring and flicked it into Meng Luo's hand. This pill is called the Spirit Gathering Pill. After consuming it, it can help you increase your cultivation speed. Hearing this, Meng Luo's body trembled, and she immediately bowed deeply to Wang Beihai, expressing her gratitude loudly, causing everyone around to look at her with envy. Seeing this, Wang Beihai smiled, completely dispelling his worries. Then, he picked up a wine bowl and shouted to the crowd, Heaven and earth are eternal. Green Mountain never fades. The sound reverberated throughout the entire Green Mountain sect. Chapter 471. Return to the Human Realm. At the foot of Zhushan Peak, in the heart of the Divine Land, a city that encapsulates both the highest technology and the most ancient traditions lies. Surrounded by skyscrapers, the imperial capital exudes an unparalleled serenity and antiquity. In the most prestigious location near the center of the imperial capital stands a mansion, its gate adorned with the ancient characters Huangfu, evoking awe and reverence. The Huangfu family, having formed a partnership with Wang Beihai in the past, has seen both its strength and business flourish, now ranking among the top families in the capital. On this day, Huang Fuling was in his courtyard, bare-chested, relentlessly striking a black iron post with his fists. The solid iron post now bore numerous marks from his kicks and punches, some deep, some shallow. Yet, Huang Fuling showed no sign of relaxation, continuing to pound the post with various attacks. 997, 998, 999, 1000. As the 1000th strike landed, the iron post emitted a cracking sound, and with another forceful punch from Huang Fuling, it flew away. Huff! Huang Fuling exhaled deeply. At that moment, a round of applause suddenly came from behind. Huang Fuling's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to see a mysterious figure cloaked in black, clapping incessantly. Who are you? How did you get in here? Huang Fuling eyed the mysterious figure with caution, glancing around with his peripheral vision, greatly shocked. After all, with the current security system of the Huangfu family, even a saint-level expert would be easily detected without special means. At this thought, Huang Fuling narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, the mysterious figure suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of Huang Fuling. Huang Fuling's pupils contracted, and he immediately swung a powerful leg kick, the forceful attack landing on the mysterious figure, who remained unmoved. Huang Fuling frowned, using the recoil to retreat several meters, greatly shocked. His kick was not held back. Even an iron post would leave a mark, yet this person seemed unfazed, and the sensation was akin to kicking an indomitable diamond. "Who exactly are you?" Huang Fuling asked with a furrowed brow, his vigilance at its peak. Facing such a high-level expert, a misstep could mean life or death. However, the mysterious figure did not respond, only giving a cold snort before throwing a punch at Huang Fuling. The powerful fist wind brushed past his face, hitting another iron post nearby with pinpoint accuracy. With a dull thud, the iron post exploded into fragments. Seeing this terrifying scene, Huang Fuling was utterly dumbfounded. Even with his current saint-level cultivation, he could never have easily shattered an iron post. With a frown, Huang Fuling bowed to the mysterious figure, timidly saying, "I do not know who you are, senior. If my Huangfu family has offended you, please forgive us and spare our family. Whatever you need, please feel free to ask." Huang Fuling stealthily glanced at the mysterious figure, his heart filled with trepidation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Oh, then I'll take a grand feast from your Huangfu family's restaurant and a fine bottle of wine." After a long pause, the mysterious figure finally spoke. Hearing this, Huang Fuling was taken aback, then scratched his ear, feeling the voice somewhat familiar. "Can't recognize me after so long?" Just as Huang Fuling was uncertain, the mysterious figure slowly pulled down his hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Upon seeing the figure, Huang Fuling's face lit up with joy. The mysterious person was none other than Wang Beihai, returned from the spirit realm. "After so long, you haven't improved a bit." Wang Beihai laughed heartily and patted Huang Fuling on the shoulder. Hearing this, Huang Fuling snorted indignantly, then punched Wang Beihai's chest forcefully, causing him to cough. "You think everyone is as monstrously talented as you in cultivation? Tell me, what level have you reached now, Saint Peak or God Realm?" As he spoke, Huang Fuling wrapped his arm around Wang Beihai's neck, his mind racing with the thought of the terrifying scene earlier. "I think, probably God Realm." Wang Beihai scratched his head and said with a smile. Instantly, Huang Fuling froze. Though he had anticipated it, the reality still shocked him. After all, in the human realm, in the divine land, only Wang Beihai had reached the God Realm, and he was still so young. "Monster freak?" Huang Fuling shook his head in disbelief, then glared at Wang Beihai, dejectedly saying, "Guess I'll never catch up to you in this lifetime. Why is the difference between people so vast?" Seeing Huang Fuling's frustrated look, Wang Beihai smiled and patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Come on, you're already at the saint level. Why compare with me? Compared to others, you're a freak too." Hearing this, Huang Fuling's expression improved considerably, and he laughed heartily, patting Wang Beihai's shoulder. "You're right. By the way, what's the difference between the God Realm and the Saint Realm? How did you get here without being detected by my family's surveillance?" In his excitement, Huang Fuling voiced his doubts. "That's simple." Wang Beihai revealed a mysterious smile, snapped his fingers, and a black hole appeared in front of him. He dived into it and reappeared on the other side of the room. "My goodness, what is this? Can humans even do this?" This time, Huang Fuling's eyes widened to the extreme, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a light bulb. "This is the spatial domain I comprehended after breaking through to the God Realm. Anywhere I can see or sense, I can travel to through the black hole. Simply put, it's temporal leap." As he spoke, Wang Beihai deliberately glanced at Huang Fuling, then smiled and slowly spread his arms. A faint green light rose around him within a radius of several dozen meters. The moment the green light appeared, Huang Fuling felt a surge of vibrant life force, his wounds rapidly healing. "This is my domain, Wanxiang Sinluo. As long as the injuries aren't too severe, they can recover quickly within my domain." With these words, Huang Fuling completely lost his confidence, his gaze filled with envy. "Ah, forget it. Some are human, some really aren't." After a long while, Huang Fuling sighed deeply, then patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, smiling, "Never mind. Welcome back." Chapter 472, Huangquan Town. On that day, Wang Beihai and Huang Fuling chatted and laughed, getting thoroughly drunk. Around them, everyone was curious about Wang Beihai's identity and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who is that Beihai guy? Judging from his attire, he doesn't seem to be from around here. Yeah, I wonder why Ling Xiao is so familiar with him. If only I could be like that too. Save it. You should look in the mirror. But honestly, this guy doesn't seem to be anything special. While the crowd was speculating, someone with sharper eyes recognized Wang Beihai and immediately shot them a stern look, signaling them to be quiet. Shut up, you ignorant fools. The one sitting next to Ling Xiao is a real tough character. The man widened his eyes and asked gravely, "Do you all know about the Zhang family's massacre?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. How could we not know about the Zhang family's destruction? It's said to have been done by a young man. Realizing something, they all turned their gazes towards the drunken Wang Beihai. That man is the one sitting beside Ling Xiao. The person who spoke earlier proudly flicked his hair and whispered, and according to reliable information, that young man is now the leader of all major forces in Jiangnan and Jiangbei. Even most of the businesses in the capital are under his control. It's thanks to him that the Huangfu family has reached where it is today. As the man was spouting this information, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Wang Beihai and Huangfu Ling standing there. The man immediately begged for mercy. Ling Xiao, both of you, I was just talking casually. Please, be magnanimous and let me go. With that, his legs gave way, and he knelt down. Oh, this guy is quite something, kneeling before us. While the man was sweating profusely and at a loss, Wang Beihai burst into laughter, his drunken eyes glancing at Huangfu Ling. Huangfu Ling, also drunk, glanced at the man and then joined in the laughter. It's not fun here with so many people. Come, brother, let's go home and drink some more. Huangfu Ling put his arm around Wang Beihai's shoulder, and the two of them staggered away. After they left, the man breathed a sigh of relief, his body going limp, unable to stand. When he touched his clothes, he found his back soaked through. These are the young talents of our nation. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Watching their retreating figures, the onlookers couldn't help but express their admiration. The next day, Wang Beihai, still hungover, left the Huangfu residence and directly used spatial powers to traverse the sky. Along the way, he retraced his previous path along the Longmian River, resting when tired, drinking from mountain springs when thirsty, and hunting for food when hungry, living like a hermit. After this journey, Wang Beihai felt his mindset had greatly improved. Just as he was about to reach Maching, Wang Beihai called Zhong Liang. Upon hearing that Wang Beihai had returned, Zhong Liang was overjoyed. After some conversation, Wang Beihai soon hung up the phone. Not long after, Wang Beihai arrived at a small town near the southwest border of the nation. The town was surrounded by endless yellow desert, with scorching heat and fierce sandstorms making the already sparse population even more desolate. Upon arriving in the town, Wang Beihai sensed that there were fewer than 10 households. This is Huangquan Town. Wang Beihai curiously examined the surroundings. Most of the houses were made of earth and stones. The townspeople were hiding behind their doors, cautiously observing the stranger who had just walked in. This is it for sure. At that moment, the book of no words flew out of Wang Beihai's body, circled around, and confirmed its location. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked around, frowning. Since he had already arrived at Huangquan Town, how was he supposed to find the ghost gate leading to the underworld? Wang Beihai urgently looked at the book. A few days earlier, he had asked the book of no words to use the previous method to go to the underworld, but it had been firmly rejected. You are now a divine realm expert, and that method is no longer applicable. The only way to reach the underworld now is to find the ghost gate. Crossing it will lead you to the underworld. And this Huangquan Town was the key to finding the ghost gate. At that moment, a creaking sound was heard, and an old woman slowly approached Wang Beihai, carrying a bucket. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately stepped forward and asked politely, "Granny, do you know how to get to the ghost gate?" The old woman, however, remained silent, her back to Wang Beihai. "Granny?" Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, a hint of vigilance flashing in them. Suddenly, The old woman let out an eerie laugh. To go to the underworld, one must first pass through the ghost gate. Young friend, what do you want in the underworld? The old woman turned around with a smile, revealing a withered corpse. Wang Beihai was startled. At that moment, the old woman's expression turned ferocious, grabbing Wang Beihai's arm and letting out a long howl. Instantly, sand and wind swirled, and the houses around opened, revealing countless ghosts wailing at Wang Beihai. What piercing sounds! Wang Beihai frowned, the wailing affecting his mind, filling him with a strange sense of sorrow. These wails can influence my mind. Wang Beihai was shocked and immediately chanted the great Sun Buddha's words. The surrounding evil spirits let out cries of pain and fled. The old woman, being the closest, turned into a pile of yellow earth and was scattered by the wind. What exactly are these things? Watching the fleeing spirits, Wang Beihai frowned. They are spirits exiled from the underworld. Some committed grave sins, others have special reasons preventing them from entering the underworld. They wander around Huangquan town, becoming wandering ghosts. Fortunately, you have achieved mastery in the primordial chaos technique. Ordinary people encountering them would only end up dead, and these spirits would seize their bodies. Hearing this, Wang Beihai widened his eyes in shock. Big brother, save me. At that moment, a timid spirit approached Wang Beihai. Chapter 473, The Monster. The sudden voice startled Wang Beihai. Turning around, he saw a pure-looking little girl tugging at his clothes with her transparent arm. A vengeful spirit. Wang Beihai frowned, then looked at the little girl. Although she was a spirit, her arms and neck were covered with tiny scars. Spirits can be injured too? Curious, Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Just then, the Book of Heaven spoke. Spirits attacking spirits will naturally be injured. Moreover, I sensed a very powerful aura earlier. It seems all the surrounding spirits are under the control of this powerful presence. If you want to find the ghost gate, you might want to ask them. Hearing this, Wang Beihai nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the little girl. What's wrong, little sister? Upon hearing Wang Beihai's question, the girl immediately showed a surprised expression, then wiped away her tears and looked at him pitifully. Big brother Beihai, please save Aju. There's a big bad guy here. Ever since he arrived, he's been bullying my uncles and aunts, forcing them to find fresh essences. If they can't find any, he tortures them. I'm young, and I never meet the quota. If I can't find any today, I'll definitely be beaten to death when I go back. The girl spoke timidly, her voice full of grievance. Wang Beihai looked at the girl and narrowed his eyes. Then, he reached out to lovingly pat her forehead, but his hand passed through her spirit form. Big brother, please save Aju. The girl pleaded with Wang Beihai. After a moment of silence, Wang Beihai's lips curved into a smile. He looked at the girl and said, Aju, right? How about this? You quietly lead big brother to that wicked ghost, and I'll help you deal with him. What do you say? Really? Upon hearing this, Aju immediately showed a surprised expression and waved to Wang Beihai. Then follow me, big brother. It's very eerie there. Saying this, Aju floated forward. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a few seconds, then followed. Along the way, the surrounding spirits kept their distance, probably due to Wang Beihai's earlier use of the great Sun Buddha's mantra. They looked at him with fear in their eyes. Wang Beihai followed Aju, and soon they entered the depths of the village. The further they went, the colder Wang Beihai felt. Such heavy energy. Wang Beihai frowned. Just then, Aju suddenly stopped and gave Wang Beihai a cute smile. Hee, big brother, just ahead is the wicked guy's lair. He has a bad temper, so it's normal for the energy to be heavy here. We need to be careful. After saying this, Aju took another step, and at that moment, a red light flashed in her eyes. However, Wang Beihai didn't notice this subtle change. Seeing Aju continue forward, he followed. Soon, Aju led Wang Beihai to a dry well and pointed at it. The wicked guy is in the well. He's sleeping now. If I go over, he can sense me. Big brother, do you see the stone on the well? It has a Taoist prohibition. If you throw the stone into the well, he'll never be able to come out. Oh, is that so? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and slowly approached the well, unaware that Aju behind him was starting to show a sinister smile. Then, a wisp of black smoke emerged from the corner of Aju's eye, and in an instant, her innocent, cute face transformed into a hideous, dried-up corpse. At this moment, Wang Beihai was completely unaware. Just as Aju spread her arms and slowly approached him, Wang Beihai suddenly stopped and turned around sharply. Aju immediately turned back into the little girl's appearance, though due to the haste, some of the black smoke and claws didn't change back. You said you were afraid of being sensed? Why did you follow? Just as Aju thought she was exposed and prepared to fight Wang Beihai, he said with concern, clearly not noticing what had just happened. Oh, I was worried about Big Brother's safety, so I came to take a look. Seeing this, Aju quickly found an excuse. Wang Beihai frowned, then turned back and continued toward the well. Aju relaxed and looked at Wang Beihai with a venomous expression, secretly cursing. As long as you touch that stone with the Jinling talisman, I'll push you down. Then my true form will break free of the prohibition, and you'll be my first meal. Thinking this, Aju showed a greedy expression. Wang Beihai's body, even with his aura suppressed, was still a tempting delicacy for demons and monsters. Oh, by the way, just as Aju was lost in her thoughts, Wang Beihai stopped again and asked, You said that stone is really that powerful? Yes. That stone has a natural restraint against us spirits. If you throw it down, it will definitely subdue that guy. If I weren't a spirit, I would have done it already. At this point, Aju was getting impatient with Wang Beihai's questions, and her tone had become harsher. Wang Beihai smiled, took a few steps to the well, and reached out to the stone, much to Aju's eager anticipation. That's right, slowly reach out your hand. Aju watched Wang Beihai intently, her smile gradually becoming sinister. I'm curious. Just as his fingers were about to touch the stone, Wang Beihai stopped. What do you want to know? Just take the stone and throw it down. Aju almost screamed. But at that moment, Wang Beihai turned around and looked at her with a mocking expression. I just want to know how you, a hideous monster, have the heart to turn into such a cute little girl. Wang Beihai coldly smiled. Aju realized then that everything earlier was Wang Beihai's acting for her benefit. Anger surged, and Aju shouted, causing countless whirlwinds to rise around them. The whirlwinds stirred up a lot of sand, and in the blur, Aju's body rapidly expanded until it was the size of a truck. He, you ignorant human. You've been acting all along to deceive me. To mock a demon, you will pay a heavy price. The demon showed a hideous expression and lunged at Wang Beihai with bared claws. Chapter 474. The Light. Humph. After all that, it's just a slightly larger grasshopper. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes at the monstrous form of Azu in front of him, then smirked mockingly. You bastard, you must die here today. I'll tear you limb from limb and devour your corpse piece by piece. With that, the monster's front leg, sharp as a blade, slashed down towards Wang Beihai. Without even glancing, Wang Beihai activated his Azura golden body. Surprisingly, the usually infallible Azura golden body failed to protect him against this attack. The blade-like strike pierced through Wang Beihai's body and struck his soul forcefully. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a dizziness in his head, but he quickly recovered with the help of the Hunyuan technique. Shaking his head, he was deeply puzzled. You are truly arrogant, came the reprimanding voice of the Book of Heavenly Secrets in his mind. They are spirits. Their attacks wouldn't land on physical bodies. Fortunately, you've cultivated your soul. Otherwise, just that one strike would have severely injured your soul. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately understood and felt a surge of fear. If not for his strong soul, he might have already become the monster's puppet. This realization ignited a blaze of anger in Wang Beihai's eyes, which now also carried a cold glint. Unaware of this, the monster only saw Wang Beihai standing still and burst into laughter. Hee, you human brat, now you know my power, huh? Soon, I'll scatter your soul and control your body to open the seal. Once I absorb enough human essence, I'll break through to the Saint Realm and become the ruler of the three realms. Listening to the monster's laughter, a black line appeared on Wang Beihai's forehead, and he looked at the monster with pity. Brother, how long have you been trapped here? When did the Saint Realm become the ruler? The monster roared with laughter at this. How long I've been here is none of your business. You're quite arrogant, brat. If you want to know about the Saint Realm, go to the underworld and find out. With that, the monster attacked Wang Beihai again. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with coldness, and he immediately recited the great Sun Buddha scripture. The sound of sutras filled the air, and the previously smug monster now felt a splitting headache and shrank in size. Damn, this brat has a Buddhist aura. If not for my body being trapped, how could such a small fry be my match? The monster snorted unwillingly, and the sound reached Wang Beihai's ears. What did you say? Wang Beihai asked, his face darkening as he stopped chanting and stared coldly at the monster. I said, if you have the guts, release my real body and let's fight fairly. Don't be a coward. Bang! Before the monster finished, Wang Beihai had already smashed the stone engraved with talismans. Instantly, the ground shook, and a blinding red light emanated from the dry well. He, you arrogant brat. You actually dared to release me. Wait for your death. The monster's spirit laughed and turned into a wisp of smoke that flew into the well. The well then emitted a low hum, and then the wind stopped, the sand settled, and everything fell into a deathly silence. Has this guy run away? Waiting at the well's mouth for a long time without any movement, Wang Beihai frowned and approached the well, about to peek in. Suddenly, a huge shadow flew out from the well and unleashed a frenzied assault on Wang Beihai. Ignoring it, Wang Beihai activated his Azura golden body. Even a divine realm expert's attack could be withstood for a while, let alone this monster, who hadn't even reached the Saint Realm. Thus, Wang Beihai calmly let the monster's attacks land on him. After a while, the monster seemed to tire and kicked Wang Beihai away with a whip-like leg. Wang Beihai's body flew backward, crashing into many houses along the way. Then, with a sharp glare, he stopped abruptly. You overestimated yourself. Now you know my power, huh? The monster laughed triumphantly and took a deep breath, creating an exaggerated vortex around it. Spirits within a kilometer felt their feet lighten and gathered towards the monster. Hey, is this all your real body can do? Just as the surrounding spirits were about to be devoured, Wang Beihai emerged from the rubble, dusting off the dirt. Except for looking a bit disheveled, there wasn't a single scratch on him, and his aura remained steady. Impossible. My attacks clearly hit him. How can he still stand? The monster was shocked, stopping its action immediately. The surrounding spirits, relieved of the suction, fled to the side. Could he be a Saint Realm expert? The monster was startled, then shook its head violently. No, a Saint Realm expert wouldn't fail to dodge my attacks. He must be wearing a protective talisman, maybe even a divine artifact. Thinking this, the monster laughed triumphantly. Brat, you're quite generous to me. After killing you, I'll see what kind of treasure can withstand my attacks so many times. Without waiting for Wang Beihai to charge, the monster roared and lunged at him with its gaping maw. Wrong. You've been wrong all along. Facing the imminent attack, Wang Beihai chuckled softly, not avoiding it at all. Haha, brat, it's too late to admit your mistake now. The monster laughed and transformed its arm into a sharp steel blade, aiming straight for Wang Beihai's heart. Not me, it's you who's wrong. At that moment, Wang Beihai slowly raised his head, his eyes shooting a cold glare. The monster was stunned, its blade slowed, and Wang Beihai easily caught its arm. Impossible, could you really be a Saint Realm expert? The monster was shocked, trying to retreat, but unable to pull its arm back. The next second, Wang Beihai revealed a disdainful smile, and an awe-inspiring aura emerged. This is Divine Realm? The monster looked terrified at Wang Beihai, and was soon engulfed in the light emanating from him. Chapter 475. The Power of Faith. Impossible, this is impossible. The divine realm has long been lost in the annals of history. No matter how powerful or talented you are, it's impossible to break through to the divine realm in the human realm. The monster's body gradually dissipated in the light, and then, with an unwilling tone, it turned into dust and scattered into the world. Go! Wang Beihai retracted the light around him and glanced at the empty space in front of him, shaking his head. I forgot to tell you. I broke through to the divine realm in the spiritual realm, not the human realm. As soon as these words left his mouth, Wang Beihai immediately frowned, feeling a strange sensation rise in his heart. Previously, I broke through to the saint realm in the ancient divine domain, and this time to the divine realm in the spiritual realm. It seems that every breakthrough beyond nirvana is not in the human realm. It feels as if everything has been prearranged. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai suddenly felt as if an invisible hand was controlling him. Oh, stop overthinking. That guy was just pointing out that the spiritual energy in the human realm is sparse. To break through, you need a massive amount of spiritual energy. Do you think the spiritual energy in the human realm is enough for a few people to break through? The Book of No Words seemed to have noticed Wang Beihai's doubts and coldly snorted, impatiently explaining. What about those old Saint Realm experts in the capital? Wang Beihai nodded thoughtfully, but still had many unanswered questions. I'll ask you, how did Huangfu Ling break through to the Saint Realm? The ancient ruins on Zhufeng Peak? Wang Beihai seemed to recall something and widened his eyes in surprise. You could say that. At that moment, the book spoke again, but not entirely. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's confusion deepened. Do you think the capital is just the capital? The Book of No Words said mysteriously. In fact, a long time ago, the capital was always a passageway connecting the spiritual realm. Ordinary people from the spiritual realm would often come to the human realm through the capital. At that time, the capital could be considered truly prosperous. But later, people from the spiritual realm began to realize that the spiritual energy in the human realm was scarce and unsuitable for cultivation, but the resources were extremely rich. Then, relying on their powerful strength, they started to plunder the capital and the entire human realm. Just as the human realm's army was collapsing, a man named Ling Yuan saved everyone. Then, relying on his powerful strength, Ling Yuan broke all the mountains connected to Zhufeng Peak in the Divine Land, leaving only Zhufeng Peak as a bridge between the two realms. At the same time, Ling Yuan also left a restriction. Anyone with spiritual realm blood whose cultivation surpassed the saint realm could not set foot in the human realm. This is also the reason for the peace in the human realm for the past 1,000 years. However, over the years, the spiritual energy in the human realm has been almost completely devoured. Some large families in the capital still choose to contact the sects and families in the spiritual realm to break through the shackles of their realm. So, it's not an exaggeration to say that the Saint Realm experts you see in the human realm are basically those who have broken through in the spiritual realm and then returned. Understood? The Book of No Words glowed, and after a long speech, Wang Beihai felt his head was about to explode. Just as Wang Beihai felt his mind was about to give out, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the Book of No Words. The light exploded in the air, and then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The originally gloomy sky was suddenly brightened by a gust of wind, and the thick, dark clouds slowly dissipated without a trace. The previously howling wind instantly turned into a warm current that brushed past Wang Beihai's face. Was it originally like this? Wang Beihai was startled, looking at the changing scenery in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. Although the change was slight, it felt like a whole new world. As Wang Beihai was marveling, another beam of white light shot out from the Book of No Words. The light exploded in the sky and then turned into fine rain droplets falling down. In an instant, the surrounding spirits appeared, spreading their arms to enjoy the baptism of the rain. The previously ferocious spirits had now recovered. Although they still looked a bit frightening at first glance, they were much more pleasing to the eye than before. What kind of skill is this? Wang Beihai looked at the book in shock. Such an ability could be called a divine art. When did you learn such a powerful divine art? Wang Beihai widened his eyes and looked up at the rain in the sky. Hee, it's not over yet. The Book of No Words let out a smug laugh, and then signaled Wang Beihai to look at the ground. As the raindrops fell, the barren ground suddenly sprouted tender grass. Is this the power of life? The revival of withered trees? Wang Beihai's heart was beyond shock. Then, in Wang Beihai's extremely astonished gaze, the grass on the ground grew wildly, and the surrounding trees began to bloom and bear fruit. Even the dried-up river slowly showed a hint of water. This ability is so similar to the power in my body. Wang Beihai was so stunned that his words came out subconsciously. It's indeed the power of life in your body. At that moment, the Book of No Words casually said, and Wang Beihai's body stiffened. He looked down at his lower abdomen and indeed saw a transparent thread connected to his dantian. The dantian emitted a faint green light, which not only didn't make Wang Beihai feel uncomfortable, but instead made him feel unusually light. The influence of killing that had troubled him was slowly diminishing. This is the power I can use after you reach the divine realm. The difference in our levels is too great. If I had absorbed it rashly before, you would have quickly turned into a dried corpse. But now, it's different. Now that you've reached the divine realm, you don't need to absorb it deliberately and can replenish it on your own. So, I dared to use your ability. Although the explanation from the Book of No Words was quite fantastical, Wang Beihai believed it. But what about this light feeling in my body? The events happening now had exceeded Wang Beihai's imagination. Haha, that's easy to explain. Look over there. The Book of No Words laughed loudly, and Wang Beihai followed its direction and froze on the spot. The spirits that had been saved were now mostly recovered, and they were all kneeling on the ground, palms together, eyes slightly closed, obviously praying for something. What's going on now? Wang Beihai turned to look at the book. You saved them, and they are praying. This is normal and simple. Of course, if you like, we can call it the power of faith. As it spoke, the book's tone became serious. Chapter 476, The Book of Heaven. What is this power of faith? Wang Beihai furrowed his brow again. These concepts were as foreign to him as teaching a illiterate person to read. Let's talk about that later, the Book of Heaven suddenly interrupted, wanting to end the conversation. Wang Beihai was left speechless. All right, the power of faith is a good thing. Absorb it well, and I'll tell you more once you're done. The Book of Heaven chuckled, seemingly quite pleased. Wang Beihai's eyes lit up at this, and he followed the book's guidance, sitting cross-legged with his hands spread open, enjoying this rare comfort. Before long, the sun had set. Just as Wang Beihai was deeply immersed in a state of enlightenment, a small hand gently tugged at the corner of his robe. Wang Beihai's brow twitched, and he instantly opened his eyes to look behind him. There stood a girl identical to Azu, except for her eyes, which sparkled with innocence. Trying that trick again, huh? Demon, die. Seeing this, the surrounding spirits all showed expressions of shock, some even with red glints in their eyes. No. Azu covered her head and let out a terrified scream. In the next moment, Wang Beihai's hand stopped above her head, then he lovingly stroked her hair. Big brother, are you going to kill Azu? Azu looked up at Wang Beihai with a deeply weighty expression. Wang Beihai felt his heart soften, and he immediately gave in, then smiled warmly and stroked her forehead, saying, Azu, you misunderstood. How could I harm you? Really? Azu looked at Wang Beihai with a mix of belief and doubt. Really? Wang Beihai said softly, his heart racing with relief. I need to strengthen my perception. Wang Beihai scolded himself inwardly. If he hadn't seen the clarity in Azu's eyes, he might have sent her flying with a single slap. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, big brother. At that moment, Azu floated to Wang Beihai's forehead and gently kissed it. My parents taught me to be grateful. Today, you defeated the monster and saved us. Thank you, big brother. As Azu spoke, the surrounding spirits all knelt down. In their eyes, Wang Beihai was undoubtedly an angel who had saved the world. I just did what anyone would. I can't take such praise, Wang Beihai said, completely flustered by the gratitude of the crowd. After all, he had never experienced anything like being revered by thousands. Hee, young man, there's no need to be modest. An old voice came from the spirits. Then, an armored spirit slowly emerged. Seeing this spirit, the others all showed expressions of respect. I am an old soldier who fought alongside the emperor in ancient times, the oldest person in this Yellow Springs town. I have witnessed countless births and deaths. That monster, since he arrived here 100 years ago, has brought nothing but gales of pain and suffering to the spirits. Gradually, under his influence, we transformed from kind spirits into bloodthirsty demons. Once a spirit loses its heart, it falls into the demonic path, never crossing the ghost gate, never crossing the bridge of forgetfulness. Under the demon's tyranny, I thought we had no hope of reincarnation, but your arrival brought us light again. As the old soldier spoke, he straightened his posture and saluted Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was greatly shocked and waved his hands, stuttering for a long time without saying a word. Hee, you deserve this honor. Having broken through to the realm of gods, you will surely ascend to the immortal realm like the general. The old soldier floated to a spot not far away, then began to chant. Wang Beihai curiously looked over to see the stone in front of the soldier slowly move aside, revealing a narrow hidden compartment. What is this? Wang Beihai hurried over to take a closer look. The old soldier then showed a relieved smile. Young man, reach in and take out the item inside. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before deciding to trust the old soldier. He took a deep breath and reached into the hidden compartment. Soon, Wang Beihai felt a spatial force within the compartment, then clearly felt his hand had entered another space. Although surprised, Wang Beihai had seen enough to keep his composure. The suction force disappeared, replaced by a peculiar sensation. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and pulled it out. As the item was pulled out, colorful rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Wherever the light reached, all hatred dissipated. When the light subsided, Wang Beihai looked at what was in his hand. It was an old, tattered book, identical to the original Book of Heaven. Ha ha ha, it's indeed you, young man. The usually talkative Book of Heaven remained silent, while the old soldier beside him laughed heartily. Back then, I was ordered by the great general to come here at the risk of my life and hide the Book of Heaven. For 1,000 years, I have been waiting for the arrival of the destined one. Now that the Book of Heaven has been revealed, I have no more worries. As he spoke, the old soldier's spirit began to disperse into specks of light in the air. Young man, the Book of Heaven is in your hands now. You must never do evil. Do not disappoint the general. The old soldier's voice echoed in the sky, lingering in Wang Beihai's ears even after his spirit had completely dispersed. Ha ha ha, it really is the Book of Heaven. It really is the Book of Heaven. At that moment, the excited tone of the Book of Heaven broke Wang Beihai's reverie. Wang Beihai frowned, puzzled, and looked at the book. Isn't that the Book of Heaven? Why is there another one? Ha ha ha, the Book of Heaven didn't answer Wang Beihai's question. It laughed and then transformed into a golden light that flew into the tattered book in Wang Beihai's hand. Soon, the tattered book levitated, shedding its damaged parts, and returned to its original form as the Book of Heaven. Then, the book's light dimmed, and it quickly fell from the sky. Wang Beihai reacted quickly and caught it. The moment the Book of Heaven landed in Wang Beihai's hand, he felt a sudden jolt. This time, he had actually caught it. Chapter 477, The Dune. Caught it, the heavenly book. I can actually touch you now. Wang Beihai stared at the heavenly book in his hands, which emitted a faint glow before slowly floating up. He laughed heartily. That's right. My previous state was merely a spirit form. My true body was divided into 3 fragments and placed in different locations. I found one in the ancient ruins, and never expected to find another here in the Yellow Spring town. The heavenly book spoke excitedly. Wang Beihai noticed that although he could now touch the book, the sensation remained somewhat ethereal. Once we find the last fragment, I can regain my peak power. Then, we won't be so passive in the face of any future challenges. The heavenly book's eagerness for the remaining fragment was evident in its words. Don't worry, there will be such a day. After I handle the affairs of the underworld, I'll help you find it. Wang Beihai spoke with conviction, but the heavenly book laughed. No need. I know where the last fragment is, but it's a bit troublesome for you right now. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he asked, where? The last one is in the underworld. This revelation shocked Wang Beihai, and recalling the difficulty the heavenly book mentioned, his expression darkened. The last one isn't in the hands of that person, is it? Wang Beihai thought of a terrifying figure. The heavenly book nodded. You're right. The last fragment is in the hands of the king of the underworld. Upon confirmation from the heavenly book, Wang Beihai was dumbfounded. He felt like a deflated balloon. Last time he went to the underworld, he couldn't even defeat the black and white impermanents, let alone the king of the underworld, whose mere presence had already filled Wang Beihai with dread. I guess that's hopeless. Going there to snatch it would be jumping straight into a fire pit. Wang Beihai shrugged, indicating his helplessness. The heavenly book didn't blame him but pondered for a moment before saying, there's no rush. There's always a way. For now, let's focus on solving the current problem, like how to get to the underworld. The heavenly book guided Wang Beihai to look at a group of spirits nearby. Wang Beihai understood and turned to Azu with a smile. Azu, can you tell me how to get to the ghost gate? The surrounding spirits were taken aback and looked puzzled, including Azu, who thought for a while before her eyes lit up. Big brother, I don't know about the ghost gate, but there's a mysterious place near the dune not far from our town. I heard that those without any attachments go there. Many uncles and aunts have gone there, but I never saw them again. Wang Beihai stroked his chin. From Azu's description, that place was likely the ghost gate, and those who disappeared had probably been reincarnated in the underworld. He looked at the dozen or so spirits, including Azu, and frowned. Why are you still here? The spirits remained silent, except for Azu, who innocently said, I'm waiting for my mommy and daddy to come get me. Wang Beihai was taken aback and gently stroked Azu's head. Can you tell Big Brother where that place is? Of course. Azu smiled and pointed to a place not far from the town. Over there, Big Brother. Are you going too? Will you disappear? Azu looked disheartened, believing that those who went there never returned. Azu, Big Brother is just going to handle some business. Wang Beihai smiled, and Azu blinked her big eyes. Will you come back? The girl looked at Wang Beihai with hopeful eyes. Wang Beihai smiled and said, Absolutely. Yay. Azu happily jumped up and extended her little finger. Promise me, or else you're a puppy. Promise. Wang Beihai smiled wryly, but still hooked his little finger with Azu's. After some more conversation with the spirits, Wang Beihai bid them farewell and, with Azu leading the way, headed towards the dune. After the transformation of the yellow spring town, everything seemed clearer. Soon, with Azu's guidance, Wang Beihai reached another exit of the town. We're here, Big Brother. Azu stopped and pointed to the distance, showing a hint of reluctance. It's a pity I can't leave the town, or I'd go with you. Don't worry, Big Brother will definitely come back. Wang Beihai smiled and, thinking of something, took out the heavenly book. After flipping through it, his eyes lit up and he gently touched Azu's forehead. This is a technique called Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. It won't help with cultivation, but it's useful in danger. Teach it to the uncles and aunts in the town, okay? Okay. Azu nodded excitedly, about to thank him when Wang Beihai had already walked far away, his shadow stretching long under the sun. Take care, Big Brother, thank you. Azu disappeared into thin air as she finished speaking. Did she leave just like that? The heavenly book asked. Yes, too many attachments aren't a good thing. Wang Beihai paused, then smiled and continued walking. Following Azu's directions, Wang Beihai soon saw the dune in the distance. However, it was empty around it. After a thorough search, he found nothing. This isn't right. Wang Beihai frowned. At that moment, the heavenly book flew out and said with a smile, "You sometimes see things too superficially. Haven't you gained the primordial purple chi? Why not try using it?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai slapped his forehead and his eyes were soon covered with a layer of purple chi. He looked towards the dune and saw ancient architectural ruins beneath it. Chapter 478. The Ghost Gate. There really is something here. Wang Beihai's heart surged with joy, and he immediately waved his hand. Instantly, a violent gale arose from the previously calm ground. The gale swept up countless grains of sand, flattening the sand dunes in no time, and the ruins hidden beneath the dunes gradually emerged. It was a dilapidated ancient city wall, upon which stood a wobbly stone gate. The gate was inscribed with 3 large characters, Ghost Gate. Is this the Ghost Gate? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling a slight discrepancy with what he had imagined. No, this is just the original appearance of the Ghost Gate. At that moment, the heavenly book transmitted a leisurely voice. Ever since the heavenly book gained substance, it had been floating beside Wang Beihai, rarely returning to its body. The original appearance? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with doubt. Naturally, the heavenly book immediately flew forward, its light flashing, and a virtual image appeared before the structure. The image quickly pieced together the ruins, restoring their former appearance. What a magnificent wall! Wang Beihai couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The virtual image extended beyond his sight, and he roughly estimated that the wall was over a kilometer long, with a thickness that was astonishing. Such a feat of engineering in its time was undoubtedly a miracle of human history. It's hard to imagine how such a miracle was built in an era when manpower and resources were scarce. Wang Beihai marveled, his admiration boundless. This fortification was originally built to defend against foreign invasions. However, with the decrease in wars, such a miracle was gradually forgotten. Coupled with the fact that this place was sparsely populated, it was eventually buried under the sand. The Ghost Gate, in its heyday, played a significant role, with countless brave warriors dying here. The heavenly book sighed, and for a moment, Wang Beihai seemed to hear the neighing of warhorses and see scenes of war. Before the Ghost Gate, countless valiant soldiers fought valiantly, using their flesh and blood to resist foreign enemies in this desolate desert. After standing in contemplation for a long time, until the sunset gave way to the rising moon, Wang Beihai finally snapped out of his reverie. At that moment, the silvery moonlight fell directly onto the ruins of the Ghost Gate. Instantly, a white light shot out from the stone gate, and a spatial passage appeared before Wang Beihai. Is this the passage to the underworld? Wang Beihai's heart leaped with joy, and he was about to rush forward. Hold on. At that moment, the heavenly book let out a cold grunt and called out to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai cast an inquiring look at the heavenly book. Have you ever thought about why the Ghost Gate, which has not been opened by humans for so long, as the only path to the underworld, has no visitors? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned, suddenly waking up from his dream. The king of the underworld would never allow mortals to enter and exit the Ghost Gate so freely. The only explanation is that there must be guards here, and judging by my many years of experience, these guards must be extraordinary. As they spoke, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew, and a black cloud appeared in the sky, slowly covering the moonlight. Wang Beihai felt the ground tremble, and just as he was on high alert, his pupils constricted. A massive claw suddenly emerged from the teleportation channel, lunging straight at him. Seeing this, Wang Beihai quickly retreated, the claw narrowly missing him. His eyes widened in shock. The claw's path tore through the space, demonstrating its terrifying power. That was close. What on earth is that thing? If it had hit me, even with my azure golden body, I would have been torn to shreds. In that moment, Wang Beihai regretted giving away the flame demon armor. As he muttered, the creature moved incredibly fast, transforming into a black shadow that charged out of the channel and leaped over 100 meters high. Wang Beihai looked up to see a beast resembling a hellhound descending from the moonlit sky, lunging at him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and immediately opened a spatial channel, leaving his original position. The next second, the shadow crashed where Wang Beihai had been standing, while he appeared in the distance using a black hole. Looking at the spot where he had been, Wang Beihai swallowed hard. The ground was deeply gouged out. Under the moonlight, Wang Beihai finally saw the creature's form. It was enormous, its body like that of a giant hound, but with 3 gruesome dog heads on its neck. "This is the Cerberus of Hell," the heavenly book exclaimed, its voice filled with shock. "The Cerberus of Hell? Isn't that just a mythological creature?" Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was dumbfounded. Although he didn't know how strong this creature was, its reputation alone was enough to overshadow creatures like Qiongqi and Taotai. Who says it's just a myth? This is a formidable being in the underworld. I didn't expect the king of the underworld to place this creature at the Ghost Gate. No wonder no one has been able to enter the Ghost Gate for so many years. The Cerberus of Hell has the strength of a peak deity realm. The heavenly book sighed, while Wang Beihai's face grew grim. "What should we do now?" At that moment, the heavenly book shook and asked. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then smiled. "What does peak deity realm matter? I never said I had to defeat it." Hearing this, the heavenly book immediately understood and laughed loudly. "You're still as cunning as ever." With that, Wang Beihai whistled at the 3-headed hound, which immediately turned around, its 3 heads glaring viciously at him. Wang Beihai then split into 3 figures running in different directions. Seeing this, the 3-headed hound transformed into a black shadow and quickly caught up with one of the clones, biting it into dust. Then it turned and swiftly destroyed the other 2 clones. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai had already used a black hole to reach the entrance of the channel. Feeling Wang Beihai's presence, the 3-headed hound roared in anger and instantly appeared behind him, striking down with a massive paw. "Qiongqi." At that moment, Wang Beihai shouted, and a black shadow appeared behind him. Qiongqi instantly materialized, crossing his arms to block the attack. But the force of the 3-headed hound's attack was so powerful that it sent Qiongqi flying. While Wang Beihai used the momentum to enter the channel, and Qiongqi took the opportunity to transform into a beam of light and return to the Black Tower. Thus, Wang Beihai smoothly entered the channel, and the 3-headed hound, furious, followed and dove into the channel. Chapter 479. The True God. As soon as Wang Beihai stepped into the passage, he was assailed by a blinding white light. The intensity of the light forced him to squint his eyes, and a wisp of purple mist began to rise in his vision, reducing the glare considerably. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by intricate runes, and a mysterious spatial force constructed the entire passage. However, this spatial energy felt entirely different from what Wang Beihai had previously encountered. It seemed to belong to another world entirely. What an unusual spatial force. Wang Beihai squinted, wanting to investigate further, when suddenly a roar echoed from behind. His heart jolted, and he sensed the return of the 3-headed hound of hell. "Damn it, this guy just won't let go even after I've entered," Wang Beihai muttered, frowning as he glanced at the heavenly book beside him. What now? The heavenly book, however, remained unusually calm. Don't panic when faced with problems. You've already mastered spatial energy. Just release your black hole and throw him into another space. Hearing this, Wang Beihai stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Are you out of your mind? Don't you remember we're in a spatial passage? One wrong move and the passage could collapse. Let alone casually using spatial jumps. Aren't you afraid we'll end up as a part of the bridge of helplessness before even reaching the underworld? After saying this, Wang Beihai glanced at the approaching 3-headed hound and continued. Besides, look at that thing. My black hole wouldn't even fit its head. Seeing Wang Beihai's frantic state, the heavenly book remained composed, casually remarking, if he catches up, we're dead anyway. Why not give it a try? How would you know if it won't work? Wang Beihai stopped in his tracks, looking at the heavenly book with a mix of doubt and trust. In his heart, the heavenly book wouldn't deceive him. With that thought, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth. All right, I'll trust you this time. Let's go for it. With that, Wang Beihai extended his hands forward. To his astonishment, a massive black hole suddenly appeared before him, far larger than any he had previously created. How is this possible? Wang Beihai exclaimed, a smile creeping onto his face as he beheld the enormous black hole. The three-headed hound, charging forward, showed expressions of terror on all three faces upon seeing the black hole. It immediately tried to stop, but its previous speed was too great, causing it to slide right up to the edge of the black hole. The hound let out a sigh of relief and then, glaring at Wang Beihai beyond the black hole, bared its fangs in a bloodthirsty grin. Wang Beihai responded with a smile of his own, waving a goodbye gesture to the hound. In the next moment, Qiongqi appeared behind him, visibly furious, apparently seeking revenge for a previous blow. Its muscles bulged, and with a powerful kick, it sent the hound yelping into the black hole. Well done, Qiongqi, Wang Beihai said, closing the black hole and giving Qiongqi a thumbs up. Qiongqi winked proudly before transforming back into a beam of light and returning to the black pagoda. Pathetic, the heavenly book scoffed, but Wang Beihai paid no heed, instead proudly puffing out his chest. Enjoy your moment, the heavenly book said with a sneer, but remember, that three-headed hound is vengeful. You might meet him again. Don't worry, Wang Beihai replied. This teleportation is so random even I don't know where we'll end up. If I see him again, I'll let him kick my head like a ball. As he spoke, Wang Beihai thought about the recent black hole and felt a surge of curiosity. How did you know I could enlarge my black hole and use spatial energy without causing chaos in the passage? The heavenly book pondered for a moment before answering. It's simple. This spatial passage is different from others. It's a direct link to another world. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Another world? Does that mean the underworld is on the same level as the spirit realm? Not quite. The heavenly book shook, continuing, the underworld is not on the same level. Let me ask you, besides Li Bai, have you seen any other immortals? No, Wang Beihai thought and shook his head. And besides Wuxin, have you seen any underworld beings in the human or spirit realms? Not really, Wang Beihai replied, realizing something and turning to the heavenly book. You're right. The underworld and the immortal realm are entirely different worlds, or even different planes, compared to our human and spirit realms. Our realms were artificially divided. As a passage connecting different worlds, it's naturally not so fragile. After all, this passage was created by a true God, making it exceptionally sturdy and capable of enhancing effects, as you've seen. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was utterly stunned. In his understanding, different worlds were just different regions. But now, he was experiencing a plane jump, something he found hard to believe. What shocked him even more was the heavenly book's mention of the true God. He had thought that the supreme being was the peak of cultivation, but after witnessing Li Bai, his beliefs had wavered. Now, hearing about the true God, Wang Beihai's worldview was completely shattered. He stood there in a daze, murmuring, True God. What kind of existence is that? Is Li Bai one? Li Bai? Don't be ridiculous. The heavenly book laughed. Li Bai is talented, but with his current cultivation, he's at most a great Luo golden immortal. He's far from becoming a true god. Not even your predecessor, as powerful as the king, was only a demigod. Even the king was just a demigod. Wang Beihai exclaimed, collapsing inwardly. The king had always been the pinnacle of what he knew. Never had he imagined that even the true god level was beyond reach. No wonder this spatial passage is so special, Wang Beihai muttered, looking around with admiration. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something. The heavenly book's voice suddenly chimed in. What? Wang Beihai asked, feeling a sense of unease rising within him. While your ability was enhanced, the cost was your own strength. I bet you can't use your black hole anymore. Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he tried to summon the black hole, but to no avail. His face darkened, and just as he was about to turn and curse the heavenly book, it spoke again. There's one more thing. Spit it out, Wang Beihai said impatiently, fed up with the heavenly book's belated warnings. I forgot to mention, Even though you sent the three-headed hound into the black hole, due to the true God's rules, it's probably been teleported to the underworld. It's likely searching for you there right now. How's your head feeling? Wang Beihai. Chapter 480. Returning to the Netherworld. Upon hearing the words of the heavenly book, Wang Beihai was momentarily speechless. Then, recalling the venomous gaze of the three-headed dog as it fell into the black hole, Wang Beihai felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard and glared at the heavenly book. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Instead of answering Wang Beihai's accusation, the heavenly book chose to evade the question and instead let out a hearty laugh. It's fine. The Netherworld is actually quite vast. Perhaps the three-headed dog was banished far away. The Netherworld is vast? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. In his memory, the Netherworld was even smaller than Longquan County. How could it be considered vast? Thinking of this, Wang Beihai felt even more exasperated. The heavenly book seemed to find Wang Beihai's frustration amusing. The two continued walking, and soon, Wang Beihai could feel a gust of chilly wind blowing from ahead. We're almost there, the heavenly book said, confirming Wang Beihai's guess. Indeed, after walking a bit further, the glaring white light gradually disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black space. Let's go. Once we pass through this passage, we'll be in the Netherworld, the true Netherworld. The heavenly book said with an unprecedented solemn tone. What will the true Netherworld be like? Wang Beihai wondered, thinking, could it be that what I saw last time was only a part of the Netherworld? You're right. As a world, the Netherworld is much larger than you imagine. The heavenly book seemed to read Wang Beihai's thoughts and directly dispelled his doubts. Arriving at the exit, Wang Beihai looked outside but could only see darkness. Don't look, we won't see anything related to the Netherworld until we pass through this darkness, the heavenly book said, shooting out a thread of light from its body. The tiny thread of light stood out vividly in the darkness. Follow the thread of light, and we'll be in the Netherworld soon, the heavenly book instructed. Wang Beihai hesitated for a moment, then took a step back. You know, if I go out, will the three-headed dog be waiting for me at the exit? Seeing Wang Beihai's worried expression, the heavenly book let out a disdainful snort. Look at you, so cowardly. Where's the demeanor of a divine realm expert? With your timid and cautious nature, how could you surpass the king and achieve true divinity? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback and then shook his head. True divinity? That's impossible. I just want to live a peaceful life, take the one I love back to my village, Wulong village, and be a small village doctor. True divinity is not for me. The task of maintaining world peace is better left to superheroes and Ultraman. Wang Beihai pouted, saying this out loud, but secretly clenched his fists. After pondering for a moment, he stepped into the darkness. Following the thread of light provided by the heavenly book, Wang Beihai soon reached the exit. He took a deep breath and stepped out forcefully. In the next moment, Wang Beihai felt his vision blur, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a bustling marketplace. Where is this? Wang Beihai was astonished as he looked around, trying to find the exit he came from but found it nowhere. He looked around and saw that the place was brightly lit with people coming and going. What's going on here? Could this be the Netherworld? Wang Beihai wondered, calling out in his mind, Heavenly Book, where exactly is this? However, this time, the heavenly book did not respond to Wang Beihai. He called out a few more times, but still received no signal from the heavenly book. Could this guy have gotten lost with me? Wang Beihai felt a surge of unease. In fact, it was true. At this very moment, the heavenly book was in a very eerie space. It was a grand hall filled with agonizing screams and whipping sounds. The hall was lined with various torture instruments, the most terrifying of which were the two towering monsters standing in the center. One held a long sword and had a bull's head, while the other held a whip and had a horse's face. Between the bull head and horse face, on a stone-carved chair, sat a tall figure clad in official robes with a stern expression, the judge. Long time no see, King of the Netherworld, the heavenly book said nonchalantly upon seeing the judge. Hemph! the judge on the high platform glared fiercely at the heavenly book, causing the entire space to tremble as if it were one with him. The heavenly book, however, remained calm, not showing any fear. It even flew to the side of the Nether King, emitting a faint light from its pages and lazily said, "Little Nether King, this appearance doesn't suit you. In my memory, you were quite pretty. How did you end up like this?" Upon hearing this, the bullhead and horseface beside the Nether King shuddered, their eyes filled with fear. Then, they saw the Nether King's face turn dark, his body trembling. Oh no! In the next second, before the bullhead and horseface could react, the Nether King's large hand grabbed their heads, and with a forceful push, they flew like arrows far away, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact caused the entire hall to shake, and the sound of their landing made the underworld official shudder. Heavenly Book, you have a lot of nerve. After all, I am the Nether King. Do you not give me any face? The Nether King waved his hand and struck down towards the Heavenly Book, which did not dodge. Just as the Nether King's hand was about to hit the Heavenly Book, he suddenly stopped and frowned, asking with a raised brow, "Are you really not giving me any face?" "That's right, I'm not." The Heavenly Book snorted and then said, "If we're talking about seniority, I'm your grandfather's generation. How dare you disrespect your elders?" At this, the Nether King immediately panicked and gestured for the Heavenly Book to be quiet. "Hey, that's enough. I'm at least the Nether King here, with so many underlings watching. Don't make me lose face." Hearing this, the Heavenly Book immediately emitted a light barrier, isolating them from the outside world, and then said with a smile, "All right, I understand. You want face. Now, no one knows what's happening inside this light barrier." Only then did the Nether King breathe a sigh of relief. His enormous body then froze in place, and a shadow flew out from his head. The shadow spun in the air and landed steadily on the ground, then bowed deeply to the Heavenly Book, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Heavenly Book Elder. It's been a long time. How have you been? I trust you are well." Chapter 481, Ghost Market. "Haha, little girl, now you call me uncle? You were so fierce with me just now." The Heavenly Scripture laughed loudly and then immediately started to complain to the King of the Underworld. Unexpectedly, the King of the Underworld remained silent for a moment before smiling ingratiatingly. "After all, this is where the Underworld judges the souls of the dead and determines good and evil. If I had called you uncle in front of so many ghosts, how would I continue to be the King of the Underworld?" The King of the Underworld spread his hands helplessly. Under the dim light, he pouted his mouth, looking nothing like a king of the underworld, but rather like a little sister from some household who had been wronged. Hearing this, the Heavenly Scripture laughed again and continued, "All right, little king of the underworld, I understand your job requires such decorum, and I won't pursue this matter. Now, my scroll is only missing the part you have, and then it will be complete. That part was entrusted to the old king of the underworld by me. Have you kept it well? Have you found the others?" The king of the underworld widened his eyes and then bowed to the Heavenly Scripture, saying, "Then it seems that you will soon be able to restore your golden body and regain your former glory. Congratulations, uncle." Saying this, the king of the underworld stretched out his hand, and the book that had been in the previous shell instantly shrank and fell into his hand. The Heavenly Scripture took a closer look and saw that the book was indeed the missing scroll. The King of the Underworld presented the scroll with both hands and said respectfully, "I naturally dare not neglect the task Uncle entrusted to me. Over the years, I have always carried it with me, always hoping for your return. Well, little girl, you have a bit of your grandfather's character." The Heavenly Scripture nodded in satisfaction, but did not immediately take the scroll. After pondering for a while, he said, "The matter of the scroll can wait. Now, I have another task to entrust to you." Hearing this, the King of the Underworld narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, disappearing from the spot along with the Heavenly Scripture. Soon, the two appeared in a messy room. The Heavenly Scripture looked at the room and was stunned. "I say, little King of the Underworld, when your grandfather was here, the star observation tower was not like this." Hearing the Heavenly Scripture's words, The king of the underworld's face turned red instantly. He waved his hand, and the scattered items around him instantly flew up and returned to their proper places. In no time, the room became clean and tidy. Hee, since grandfather left, I've used this place as a recreational spot. Please forgive me, uncle. The king of the underworld said with an embarrassed smile and then waved his hand again, and a screen resembling a liquid crystal display appeared in front of him. Where is that Basie who came in with me? Seeing this, the heavenly scripture did not say more and directly asked, That Basie. The king of the underworld narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. A red dot slowly appeared on the originally black screen, and the location where the red dot was marked with two big words, Ghost Market? Come and take a look, see if there's anything you like. At the same time, Wang Beihai was curiously walking through the bustling market. The noisy hawking around him made him feel as if he had returned to the ancient markets. Where exactly is this place? Wang Beihai curiously looked around. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, and when he looked up, a woman dressed in revealing and flamboyant attire appeared in front of him. This brother, you look unfamiliar. Are you new here? How about coming to my place for some fun? The woman said, pointing directly to a nearby red light district. Wang Beihai followed her finger and saw that on the top of the building, women were dancing and waving silk scarves to attract customers, reminding him of the ancient brothels he had seen on TV. What kind of place is this? Wang Beihai frowned. While he was in a daze, the woman suddenly grabbed his hand and dragged him directly into the brothel without any explanation. Wang Beihai instinctively tried to resist but found that the woman's strength was surprisingly strong. Before he knew it, he was pulled into the brothel. As soon as he entered the brothel, a unique fragrance hit him, and Wang Beihai took a deep breath, feeling dizzy in his mind. This scent has a mesmerizing effect. Wang Beihai was startled and immediately broke free from the woman's hand. He closed his eyes slightly and activated the Hunyuan technique, which alleviated the dizziness in his mind. However, before the dizziness completely dissipated, a seductive melody rang out and a wisp of green smoke rose in the brothel. Several dancing girls descended from the sky, swaying their alluring bodies among the crowd. Wang Beihai felt lightheaded and recited the cleansing heart mantra in his mind, trying his best to stay awake. At that moment, the dancers retreated, and the light in the entire brothel suddenly dimmed, making the space quiet. Under the faint light, a crimson dress slowly descended, and a graceful figure appeared in front of Wang Beihai. The woman had skin as smooth as jade, long black hair hanging to her waist, and a unique cold aura between her eyebrows. Her dance, combined with her unique charm, gave an impression of purity and elegance, like a lotus flower emerging from the mud without being tainted. So beautiful. Even with Wang Beihai's composure, seeing such a woman, he couldn't help but exclaim. However, the woman seemed oblivious to Wang Beihai's praise. After finishing her dance, the surroundings once again became noisy. The woman waved her sleeve and deftly wove through the dirty hands of many men, quickly disappearing around the corner of the pavilion. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was greatly curious and immediately chased after the woman in the direction she disappeared. Until Wang Beihai also disappeared at the corner, the previously noisy brothel suddenly became quiet. Then, the brothel began to age and rot, and the guests and ladies inside slowly shed their glamorous attire, transforming into a group of decaying corpses. Kakaka, it's been so many years since anyone has come to the ghost market. I haven't enjoyed the taste of human flesh for a long time. The woman who had dragged Wang Beihai into the brothel had now turned into a terrifying corpse. Her eyes glowed red as she stared at the direction Wang Beihai had disappeared, sniffing hard. His flesh smells so good. Brothers, we can't let that wretched woman get him first. In this ghost market, this Basie must be ours. Maybe we can even get a good price for him. After saying this, the female ghost waved her hand, and everything around her returned to normal. At this moment, Wang Beihai chased the crimson-clad woman all the way to a slightly quieter alley beside the bustling market. "Hey miss, please wait." Seeing the woman walking further away, Wang Beihai hurriedly called out to her. "Is there something you need, sir?" The woman turned to look, and their eyes met, both surprised. Chapter 482, Xiaoqian. "It's you." The two of them looked at each other and said simultaneously, then furrowed their brows again, because for Wang Beihai, he didn't recognize the woman in front of him at all. Evidently, the woman also realized she didn't know Wang Beihai. How could this be? Wang Beihai and the woman asked in unison again. In an instant, Wang Beihai and the woman looked at each other once more, then both shyly lowered their heads. This is really strange. I clearly don't know her, but why do I always have a feeling that I've seen her somewhere before? Wang Beihai frowned and pondered for a moment, then was about to ask when the red-clad woman suddenly knitted her brows and directly covered Wang Beihai's mouth with her jade-like hand. The moment the woman's hand touched Wang Beihai, he was startled. The sensation was like having a smooth cloud cover his lips. Even someone as strong as Wang Beihai felt no discomfort and instead closed his eyes, quietly savoring this peculiar feeling. "Sure, they're coming," the woman whispered into Wang Beihai's ear, instantly pulling him out of his enjoyment. Wang Beihai's ears twitched, and he indeed heard a faint rustling of footsteps. What are those things? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. In his perception, these sounds were not typical of humans. However, the red-clad woman coldly glared at Wang Beihai and then covered them both with her red garment, causing their figures to vanish from the street. Does this thing have an invisibility function? Wang Beihai was secretly astonished. At that moment, several shadows drifted past him. Wang Beihai instinctively held his breath. The figures hurried by, and Wang Beihai could clearly see that they were not humans but walking corpses. Just as Wang Beihai was astonished, a terrifying ghost face suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, almost scaring him into action. The ghost face seemed to sense Wang Beihai and the woman's presence and lingered in place for a long time until it confirmed no one was there before reluctantly leaving. Seeing the creature leave, Wang Beihai let out a sigh of relief and softly said, "Damn, that scared the hell out of me. If it weren't for this special period and I didn't want to cause trouble, I would have jumped up and punched him already." As Wang Beihai muttered to himself, he looked up to see the red-clad woman curiously watching him. "By the way, who exactly are you, and what are those things? Where are we?" Wang Beihai looked at the woman and asked 3 questions in a row, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Forget it, let me ask the simplest one first. Where are we?" Seeing the woman not responding, Wang Beihai asked again. At that moment, the woman frowned, and the red garment covering them was suddenly lifted. "Kaka, I knew there was something unusual here. You really were hiding here." A very eerie voice came, and Wang Beihai looked up to see a grotesquely ugly walking corpse greedily staring at him. Instantly, a surge of anger ignited within him. "It's all your fault. Now we can't stay here anymore." The red-clad woman glared at Wang Beihai, the resentment in her eyes completely igniting his fury. "Bastard, you keep interrupting me. I think you're tired of living." Wang Beihai muttered lowly, and before the walking corpse could react, he delivered a heavy punch, causing the creature's entire face to cave in, its body instantly turning into a shadow and flying far away. Seems there's nothing to be afraid of after all. Wang Beihai rotated his fist, feeling proud, but then the walking corpse slowly got up from the ground, and behind it appeared a dense crowd of its kind. Seeing this, the red-clad woman immediately shouted and grabbed Wang Beihai, then turned into a red light and disappeared from the spot. "Kaka, that girl and the man can't have gone far. Find them for me, and bring them back." The beaten walking corpse roared, and in an instant, countless walking corpses went mad, searching for Wang Beihai and the woman. However, the people in the marketplace remained indifferent, as if such occurrences were commonplace. "Kaka, this guy's body is stronger than I imagined. If I really get it, why would I need to sell anything? With that body, I could even venture into the underworld." Thinking this, the walking corpse roared, and the entire ghost market became lively. "What exactly are those things, always haunting us? Wang Beihai followed the woman while dodging and asked in confusion. Suddenly, the woman stopped abruptly, and Wang Beihai, not reacting in time, collided full-on with her, the soft sensation instantly turning his face red. Smack! The next second, a crisp sound echoed, and the woman's palm landed mercilessly on Wang Beihai's face. Bastard, I saved you. And you take advantage of me. The woman coldly stared at Wang Beihai, who felt both helpless and wronged, having a taste of a bitter pill. At that moment, the footsteps behind them drew closer. In a panic, Wang Beihai tried to use spatial teleportation but found his spatial powers ineffective here. Seeing this, the woman disdainfully snorted and took out a purple talisman from her bosom. With a thought, the two of them instantly disappeared from the spot. After a moment of dizziness, Wang Beihai realized the surroundings had undergone a dramatic change. All around were overgrown with withered grass, and the stone statues seemed to be part of a temple, though the temple was now covered by towering trees. It was late at night, making the scene somewhat eerie. Where are we now? Wang Beihai curiously surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted the temple hall. The dilapidated signboard above it read, Lanrua Temple. Seeing the three characters, Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat, murmuring to himself, Lanrua Temple, Lanrua Temple. Why does this name sound so familiar? Thinking of this, Wang Beihai turned to look at the red-clad woman and tentatively asked, Miss, thank you for saving my life. But may I ask what your name is? The red-clad woman took out a wooden comb to tidy her hair, then glared at Wang Beihai with beautiful eyes. Almost got killed because of you. Remember, my name is Nie Xiaoqian. You can call me Xiaoqian. Chapter 483, The Puppet Master Behind the Scenes. Nie Xiaoqian. Hearing this name, Wang Beihai's eyes widened immediately. So there really is a Nie Xiaoqian in this world, and a ghost bride story. Ghost bride? What is that? Nie Xiaoqian looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. Wang Beihai glanced at the woman again, then frowned and continued, It's nothing, just a bit startled. The person I know is also named Nie Xiaoqian. While saying this, Wang Beihai felt a great sense of doubt in his heart. Why are the scenes and plots I saw on TV so similar to here? Even the appearance of this Xiaoqian is quite similar to the one on TV. Although the actors might look different, this woman in front of me, from her figure to her temperament, even her attire, is extremely similar to the Xiaoqian in the TV show. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would almost think I was filming Ghost Bride. Could it be that the director of Ghost Bride actually came here? Wang Beihai muttered to himself, forming a shocking idea. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept around the Lanrua Temple, and the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, rustling in the wind. This is bad. At that moment, Nie Xiaoqian's face showed a hint of panic, and she immediately pulled Wang Beihai into the temple. What's wrong? Could it be that the old granny is coming? Seeing Nie Xiaoqian's panicked appearance, Wang Beihai knew it couldn't be fake. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, Xiaoqian showed a shocked expression. How do you know it's the old granny? In response to Xiaoqian's question, Wang Beihai scratched his head, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Just then, the strong wind outside suddenly stopped, and a rustling sound came from outside. Xiaoqian signaled for Wang Beihai to be quiet, then whispered, Don't make a sound. In the next second, Nie Xiaoqian turned and flew out of the temple, closing the door behind her. Wang Beihai went to the door and peeked through the crack. He saw that the courtyard outside was now covered with vines, and at the edge of the forest stood a tall, androgynous old woman, motionless. Seeing Xiaoqian appear, the old woman snorted coldly, and the vines on the ground instantly wrapped around Xiaoqian's body. Xiaoqian did not resist but let out a soft cry and was pulled over. Xiaoqian, how was your harvest today? Granny usually dotes on you the most. Don't let Granny down. The old woman spoke in a strange tone, then opened her large mouth and bit into Xiaoqian's snow-white neck, causing Xiaoqian's face to show a painful expression. This bastard! Seeing this scene, Wang Beihai, though knowing Xiaoqian wouldn't be in danger, couldn't help but clench his fists. After a round of sucking, the old woman's face showed satisfaction. Then she flung Xiaoqian aside with a forceful throw. You never disappoint me. Your blood is always the most delicious, the old woman said, turning her gaze towards the direction where Wang Beihai was, scanning the area before asking, I just saw you come out of the temple. Are there any passing scholars inside? No, there aren't any. Hearing this, Xiao Qian's body stiffened. Then she shook her head, denying the old woman's idea. Oh, is that so? The old woman said, using the vines to lift Xiao Qian's chin and stared coldly at her. Xiao Qian's eyes flickered with fear, not daring to make a sound. Humph, you'd better not play any tricks. After staring for a while, the old woman snorted coldly, released Xiao Qian, and slowly retreated into the forest. Seeing the old woman completely leave, Xiao Qian collapsed to the ground instantly, her chest heaving violently, clearly having been greatly frightened. Looking at the helpless Nie Xiao Qian, Wang Beihai couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, such terror was something Xiao Qian experienced daily, perhaps even more frequently. Moreover, in this underworld, Nie Xiao Qian's plight was far darker than what was shown on TV. After all, in the TV show, Xiao Qian had Ning Kaichen, but here, she did not. As Wang Beihai was lamenting, Nie Xiao Qian pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as she entered the room, her face turned pale, her legs weakened, and she almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately stepped forward to support her. Are you all right? Wang Beihai asked with concern. Nie Xiao Qian was slightly stunned, then shook her head weakly and said, I'm fine. After some rest, Nie Xiao Qian's complexion improved a bit. Then she looked at Wang Beihai. You should leave. Otherwise, when the old granny comes next time, you won't be so lucky. Leave? Where to? What place is this exactly? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and directly asked. This is the underworld. There were already many spirits eyeing you at the ghost market. If you are targeted by the old granny again, you won't have much hope of getting out. You still have other things to do. How can you stay here? Nie Xiao Qian said word by word, and Wang Beihai frowned. So you've been helping me all along, and you even know my purpose here. Who exactly are you? Why are you helping me? Hearing this, Nie Xiao Qian was slightly stunned, then shook her head. Just leave quickly. Once they come, even if I want to help, I won't be able to. Seeing Nie Xiao Qian's appearance, Wang Beihai immediately realized that there were some things he hadn't understood, and he had no intention of leaving. No, I won't leave until you tell me. I'll stay here until I get everything clear. Saying this, Wang Beihai's face also showed a determined expression. How can you be so stubborn? I'm just here to wait for you on orders. I don't know what comes next. You just need to leave, and once I complete my task, I'll get what I want. Seeing Wang Beihai's stubborn demeanor, Nie Xiao Qian became anxious and accidentally let slip more information. Wang Beihai immediately seized on the flaw and looked at Xiao Qian. Task? Who gave you the task? Who is behind all this? As Wang Beihai questioned Xiao Qian, outside the house, countless vines crawled towards the two like tentacles. Meanwhile, in the observatory tower, the underworld king pouted, looking angrily at the scene before her. In the image, it was Wang Beihai and the two of them. This little girl, even lying is so poorly done. Now, I can only let the old granny out. Heavenly Book, this is what you wanted to play. If that Beihai boy dies, it's not my fault. The underworld king said, blinking her big eyes at the heavenly book beside her. To this, the heavenly book was indifferent. Don't worry, that Beihai boy won't die. Chapter 484. Exorcising Demons. All right, I'll let Granny take over then. With the permission of the heavenly scripture, the king of hell immediately showed an excited expression. He then looked at the screen in front of him, his eyes beginning to emit a green glow. At the same time, Wang Beihai was about to extract some information from Nie Xiao Qian when she suddenly became alert and looked towards the door. She was shocked and immediately pulled Wang Beihai into the room. This can't be happening. Could Granny have discovered us? As they ran, Nie Xiao Qian muttered to herself, and Wang Beihai seemed to notice the coincidence, frowning immediately. It seems there is someone behind all this. Thinking this, Wang Beihai quickly grabbed Nie Xiao Qian. Tell me quickly, who sent you to the ghost market to rescue me, and who sent you to escort me out? Seeing Wang Beihai's urgent expression, Nie Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "It was the ox head and horse face." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart immediately understood. He stood still and laughed loudly. Hee hee, so the King of Hell knew of our arrival all along. The reason he didn't appear was to use me as a tool for entertainment. As he said this, Wang Beihai looked upwards and then smirked coldly. Hee hee, King of Hell, despite being the ruler of a realm, you resort to such childish tactics against me. You want to see me make a fool of myself? Huh? Well, I won't follow your script. Today, I'll play the role of the great hero Yin, and put on a show of exorcising demons for you to see. After saying this, Wang Beihai pulled Nie Xiaoqian behind him. At that moment, countless vines surged into the room, shooting up from the ground towards the two of them at high speed. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a thought, a red glow immediately flashed in the room. He then grabbed the red light and swung it fiercely, instantly turning the vines into fragments. On the other side, seeing this scene, the King of Hell jumped up in anger. What's with this Beihai? Doesn't he know I'm helping him? Heavenly scripture, I must say, this Beihai is too reckless. He deserves a lesson. Seeing the King of Hell's furious appearance, the heavenly scripture couldn't help but laugh, its body glowing as it said, "Indeed, this Beihai is a bit arrogant. He needs to be disciplined." Hearing the heavenly scripture speak, the King of Hell immediately rubbed his little fists. Turning back, a violent wind suddenly swept through Wang Beihai's room. In the blink of an eye, a massive vine emerged from the ground, piercing through the room where Wang Beihai and Nie Xiaoqian were, turning it into fragments. Hold on to me. In the air, Wang Beihai stood on Qi Xiao, flying with the sword, and grabbed Nie Xiaoqian's hand. In her astonished gaze, the two transformed into a streak of light and shot out of the house. Landing on the empty ground of the temple, before they could steady themselves, a massive vine instantly swung towards them. Seeing this, Wang Beihai pushed Xiaoqian out of the way with a sudden burst of strength, then blocked the powerful strike with his hands. In an instant, Wang Beihai was sent flying by the vine, but fortunately, with the protection of the Azura golden body, his body was unharmed. What a strange feeling. At this moment, Wang Beihai frowned. In this underworld, my spiritual energy is draining very quickly, and the spiritual energy here exists in a unique form, impossible to absorb normally. I must finish this quickly. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. He felt his spiritual energy like flowing water, and since he couldn't absorb it directly, it meant losing the advantage of the divine realm. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Thinking this, Wang Beihai looked up and saw the old woman he had seen earlier had transformed into a massive tree demon. The tree sprouted countless vines from the ground, stabbing towards him. Be careful, the vines are poisonous. Seeing this, Nie Xiaoqian shouted worriedly from the side. Hemph, you little wretch, you dare to betray me. The tree demon roared angrily and then stretched out a vine to strike Nie Xiaoqian. Although Wang Beihai could easily deal with the tree demon's attacks, for Nie Xiaoqian, the attack was too terrifying. After a brief struggle, she was knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed, and he shot forward, cutting through many vines on the way, reaching Nie Xiaoqian's side and picking her up. Stay strong, you can't die. I still have many questions for you. Seeing the blood at the corner of Nie Xiaoqian's mouth, Wang Beihai's heart tightened. He then put her on his back, securing her with a cloth strip from his clothes to prevent her from falling. After these actions, Nie Xiaoqian, watching, her eyes sparkled with a peculiar emotion. However, Wang Beihai was oblivious to all this. His cold eyes now stared at the tree demon, filled with both anger and helplessness. Damn it! My strength is suppressed to less than half here. If this were outside, this kind of creature would be instantly killed. Now, it's so difficult to fight. Wang Beihai complained in his heart, clenching the sword in his hand tightly. Unknowingly, sweat had appeared on his forehead. It seems this trip to the underworld is not as simple as I imagined. Just as Wang Beihai was lamenting, the tree demon roared suddenly, and a flood of vines instantly appeared, pressing down directly on Wang Beihai and Ye Shaoqian. Capture the thief first. At this moment, Wang Beihai let out a cold snort and then leaped into the air, dodging the vines rising from below. I have a sword that can cut through heaven and earth. Wang Beihai took a deep breath and then swung the sword in his hand forcefully. Instantly, a massive sword shadow struck directly at the tree demon's body, turning all the vines into wood chips flying in the air. The next second, the huge sword light hit the tree demon's body, causing it to emit a piercing scream. Then, the tree demon's body shook violently, along with the ground of the Lanrua temple. In the next moment, an explosion occurred around them, and the tree demon's body shattered into pieces. Why is there so much dust? In the dust, Wang Beihai waved his hands continuously. After a while, the dust cleared, and Wang Beihai looked at the scattered fragments, his heart filled with joy. It seems the tree demon is dealt with. Just as Wang Beihai was about to relax, far away in the observation star tower, the king of hell revealed a sinister smile. Hee hee, Beihai, do you think it's over? If so, you underestimate me too much. The king of hell sneered, then gently tapped a finger. The next moment, the ground where Wang Beihai stood began to shake violently. Chapter 485. The Demon Lord of Black Mountain. What's going on now? In the midst of chaos, Wang Beihai quickly pulled Nye Shaoqian along, and they flew into the sky on their swords. Wang Beihai looked at Nye Shaoqian with confusion. Shaoqian shook her head. I don't know either. Could it be that the old tree demon is still alive? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and after sensing for a moment, he frowned deeply. In his perception, he indeed felt an extremely powerful aura of demonic energy, but this aura was significantly stronger than that of the previous tree demon. Wait. At that moment, Nye Shaoqian waved her hand, and then closed her eyes to sense something. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with fear. It's the demon lord of Black Mountain. He's here. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's expression turned to shock. The demon lord of Black Mountain, that old guy has appeared too? Wang Beihai inwardly groaned. At this moment, he had only one thought. The director who shot A Chinese Ghost Story must have been to the underworld. As he thought this, the ground suddenly cracked open and massive stones on the surface flew up towards Wang Beihai. With a light tap of his foot, Wang Beihai skillfully dodged the stones with Shaoqian in tow, almost escaping the forest. Suddenly, a giant pillar rose from the ground, moving incredibly fast and directly striking towards Wang Beihai and Shaoqian. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately waved his hand, and a long spear with black and white patterns instantly appeared in his grasp. Break for me. Holding the spear, Wang Beihai shouted and then thrust forward fiercely. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and in the next second, the seemingly indestructible giant pillar was pierced through by the spear. As the spear broke through a point, it flashed with lightning, and instantly, countless cracks appeared on the pillar. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai accelerated forward, shattering the pillar. Roar! As the pillar shattered, a painful roar came from deep underground, and the ground shook violently. Around them, stones flew high into the air and condensed into a massive stone giant. Seeing the stone giant appear, Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes. Judging from the pressure emanating from it, the giant's cultivation level had already reached the level of a saint. Wow! Is this really necessary? Wang Beihai frowned. When dealing with the tree demon earlier, he had already felt that his spiritual energy was suppressed in the underworld. Now facing an even stronger demon lord of Black Mountain, if he fought like before, he was sure to lose. Realizing this, Wang Beihai didn't dare to stay put. He quickly pulled Nye Shaoqian and started frantically searching for a way out. By the way, where is the Bridge of Forgetfulness? In a rush, Wang Beihai looked at Shaoqian and asked. The Bridge of Forgetfulness is in the underworld, far from here, Shaoqian said, and Wang Beihai felt a headache. He then looked at the rampaging demon lord of Black Mountain and gritted his teeth. Fine, far is far. I'll take you to reincarnate. With that, Wang Beihai pulled Nie Xiaoqian and flew quickly towards the edge of the forest. "Wanna run? Not a chance." At that moment, the demon lord of Black Mountain snorted coldly. The stone giant then lifted its hand, and instantly, the surrounding trees began to grow wildly, blocking Wang Beihai's path. Up! Wang Beihai's mind moved, and he immediately flew upwards. "Ah, be careful." At that moment, Xiaoqian suddenly shouted. A huge shadow flew over from the sky, and a massive stone fell directly above Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and thrust out his spear again. With a loud bang, the stone turned into countless fragments that fell into the forest. "Run!" Having made his move, Wang Beihai did not hesitate. He rushed out of the forest and ran wildly towards the outside. At that moment, a strong pull came from behind. Wang Beihai felt his hand tighten, and then Nie Xiaoqian, who had been firmly in his grasp, was suddenly pulled away and landed right in the hands of the demon lord of Black Mountain. "Kakaka!" The demon lord of Black Mountain laughed loudly, then glanced at Xiaoqian in his hand and glared fiercely at Wang Beihai. "You brat, you're lucky, but that underling of the old tree demon is quite handsome. I'll take you back to get married, Kakaka." After saying that, the giant opened its mouth and laughed loudly. Then, a red light flew out from its body, carrying Nie Xiaoqian away towards the distance. "Master, under the Bodhi tree, my ashes are buried. Take them, and you can take me away." From the forest, Nie Xiaoqian's voice floated out. When Wang Beihai looked up again, the stone giant had already shattered, and Nie Xiaoqian was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it!" Seeing the demon lord of Black Mountain disappear without a trace, Wang Beihai clenched his fists. "Wang Beihai, when did you become so cowardly?" Wang Beihai reproached himself while looking at his palm. At this moment, his spiritual energy was less than half, but more fatal was that he couldn't find a place to replenish it. At that moment, a noisy sound of footsteps came from behind. Wang Beihai turned around to see the large group of zombies chasing after him. "Kakaka, brat, your flesh belongs to me." The leader of the zombies shouted, intentionally speeding up. Wang Beihai was already in a bad mood, and suddenly seeing such a strange group also targeting him, he became furious. He then put away his sword and, holding his spear, stomped his foot and thrust fiercely at the leading zombie. The zombie didn't have time to react and was pierced through by the spear. Then, the power of lightning instantly erupted, and the leading zombie let out a scream before exploding into fragments. The other zombies stopped in their tracks, all looking at Wang Beihai with horrified expressions. "Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully, challenging my limits again and again?" Wang Beihai said through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with cold light. Seeing this, the zombies shivered and began to retreat slowly. However, Wang Beihai didn't give them a chance to escape. With a flash, Wang Beihai appeared in front of one of the zombies, thrusting his spear to send it to reincarnation. Then, Wang Beihai fought more fiercely, his spear moving like a dragon, killing in all directions. Soon, the once massive group of zombies that had come to attack Wang Beihai was reduced to just one. Chapter 486, A Different Kind of Spiritual Power. "Great-grandpa, spare my life, please. I was only lured here by them. I never intended to harm you," the last zombie pleaded, trembling as Wang Beihai's spear tip pressed against its neck. "I have elders to care for and children to raise. If you kill me, what will happen to my family?" Seeing that Wang Beihai remained unmoved, the zombie resorted to playing the victim, but this lame excuse only made Wang Beihai burst into laughter. "Hey, I'm asking you," Wang Beihai said, his eyes narrowing as he pushed the spear forward, causing the zombie to nearly collapse in fear. "Yes, Grandpa? How do you restore spiritual power in this world?" Hearing this, the zombie immediately looked surprised. "Grandpa, you don't even know that?" Wang Beihai's eyes shot a cold glare, and the zombie quickly replied, "In this world, unlike the human realm, spiritual power can't be directly absorbed. Here, the only way to restore spiritual power is to continuously hunt ghosts and spirits. After they die, they produce fragments of spiritual essence. Absorbing and refining these fragments will grant you spiritual power. Wang Beihai was taken aback and scanned the surroundings, but he couldn't see any fragments the zombie mentioned. Why can't I see them? Wang Beihai's cold spear tip pressed against the zombie's head, ready to strike at any moment. You're not from this world, so of course you can't see them, the zombie stammered, then spread its hands as if to say, I can't help it if you can't see them. Wang Beihai frowned, then closed and opened his eyes. A purple mist rose in his eyes, and suddenly, he saw fragments around the zombies he had killed. Some more, some less, each emitting a significant spiritual energy. So that's how it is, Wang Beihai smiled, then put away his spear. He glanced at the zombie and said with a smirk, I can't let you go just yet. You'll have to accompany me into the forest to find the Black Mountain Demon before I can let you go. The zombie shook its head vigorously. No way. Going into the forest and finding the Black Mountain Demon? That's suicide. Clang. At the moment the zombie refused, a loud sword chime rang out, and the zombie felt a chill at its neck. Either take me into the forest or die here and now, Wang Beihai said coldly. The zombie had no choice, glancing at the dark forest and reluctantly nodding. That's more like it, Wang Beihai smiled, then put away his sword. He sat cross-legged, clasped his hands together, and his body emitted a terrifying suction force. Under this force, the scattered energy fragments around him rushed towards Wang Beihai at high speed. Oh my, is this guy crazy? Seeing so many fragments rushing into Wang Beihai's body at once, the zombie was dumbfounded. At the same time, the king of the underworld, who was observing the situation, widened his eyes. Does this guy have any common sense? The energy fragments in the underworld are much more refined than external spiritual power. Even I couldn't digest so much at once. Heavenly Book Grandpa, aren't you going to save him? The king of the underworld turned to look at the Book of Heaven, but it was still leisurely floating in the air, seemingly unconcerned. I'm curious, don't you think he can refine this energy? The king of the underworld continued to ask, but the Book of Heaven just laughed. Watch. This guy always creates miracles. Just a few minutes ago, didn't you think he couldn't defeat the tree spirit? That was just luck. This time it's about absorbing energy. If he blows himself up, don't blame me. The king of the underworld snorted coldly and turned his gaze back to the screen. At this moment, the energy fragments around Wang Beihai were increasing. It seemed that the fragments from the ancient tree spirit in the forest, which had been scattered earlier, were also rapidly floating over. These fragments were much larger than those around Wang Beihai now. Oh my, such large fragments. Did he kill the ancient tree spirit? The zombie couldn't stay calm seeing this scene. Just then, Wang Beihai let out a low growl and absorbed all the fragments. He's gone mad, completely mad, the zombie exclaimed, grabbing its ears in disbelief, completely forgetting it was a captive. On Wang Beihai's side, as soon as he started refining, he realized something was wrong. Why is the energy in these fragments so powerful? Wang Beihai was shocked and frowned. As the fragments were continuously refined, the spiritual power he had lost was visibly recovering. At this rate, my Dantian will soon be saturated, but there's still so much spiritual power. What should I do? Wang Beihai realized the seriousness of the situation. Seeing the fragments still being refined inside him, he started to panic. Soon, his Dantian reached saturation, but, as Wang Beihai had feared, the spiritual power did not stop flowing in. Damn, I'm not going to be killed by spiritual power, am I? If that happens, people will laugh their heads off. Thinking this, Wang Beihai felt a dull pain in his Dantian. What should I do? In a moment of desperation, Wang Beihai tried to move but was shocked to find he couldn't. In the blink of an eye, his Dantian had expanded, but with the continued influx of energy, it was still expanding. I can't go on like this. My Dantian will really burst. Wang Beihai's forehead was now covered in fine sweat, and his face was flushed with pain. The zombie beside him wanted to approach Wang Beihai, but was repelled by a powerful force before it could even reach him. There's still half left, Wang Beihai lamented, looking at the vast energy in his body. The tearing pain surged into Wang Beihai's mind again and again. His body had already expanded by a full circle, looking like a balloon filled with air. No, compress it, Wang Beihai mentally roared, desperately compressing the incoming spiritual power and then unleashing it. Even so, he still felt the spiritual power flooding into his body like a burst dam. Chapter 487. The Creation of a World. Damn, this is a curse. It hurts so much. At this moment, Wang Beihai's consciousness was already growing hazy. The only thought left in his mind was pain. Hey, are you sure you're not going to intervene? Look at Beihai's state. He seems to be on the brink. If you don't act soon, he might just kick the bucket. The king of the underworld raised an eyebrow, his childish face showing a hint of anxiety. However, the Book of Heaven remained extremely calm. It's fine. I know he can do it. If he can't get through this, then what's the point of talking about becoming a god? The Book of Heaven said leisurely, while the king of the underworld widened his eyes. Becoming a god is incredibly difficult. If he perishes here, how can he ever become a god? This is an excessive influx of spiritual energy. It's not something that can be achieved through talent and hard work alone. Even with extraordinary talent, it's impossible to endure such pain. I think you genuinely want to take Beihai's life. The king of the underworld raised his eyebrows and looked at the Book of Heaven, who remained silent. Meanwhile, inside the screen, Wang Beihai had completely lost consciousness. His awareness was gradually dissipating. Just as Wang Beihai's consciousness was about to completely dissipate, suddenly, he felt a coolness in his dantian, and the previous swelling pain began to slowly disappear. What's happening? The coolness instantly cleared Wang Beihai's mind. Then, he felt his dantian expanding in an indescribable manner. Wang Beihai directed his consciousness towards that area. The next moment, he felt a tremendous suction pulling at his consciousness. In an instant, his vision flashed, and he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, Wang Beihai found himself standing on a vast, flat land. There were no mountains or rivers, only endless earth. What place is this? So strange. Wang Beihai squinted and scanned his surroundings. Accidentally, he waved his hand, and the ground beneath him shook. Suddenly, a narrow and long canyon appeared on the flat land. This left Wang Beihai completely dumbfounded. I didn't do anything. How did this canyon suddenly appear? It wasn't here before. Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes repeatedly, then stomped his foot. The ground shook again, and when he came to, he found himself standing atop a mountain. This is too amazing. Wang Beihai looked at his hands in disbelief. What he was doing now was undoubtedly creating a world. Thinking this, to verify his thoughts, Wang Beihai willed it, and suddenly, torrential rain began to fall. Then, with a wave of his hand, a river appeared before him. This is real. I'm really creating a world. Wang Beihai looked at his hands excitedly. Meanwhile, the Book of Heaven in front of the screen breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Beihai was still sitting there, but his body had completely recovered, and green light occasionally flickered in his dantian. This Beihai, he actually endured it. The king of the underworld exclaimed in surprise, and then squinted to examine Wang Beihai's dantian, taking a deep breath. This Beihai, I didn't expect life force to emerge in his dantian. No wonder the Book of Heaven seemed so confident. You already knew about this, didn't you? The Book of Heaven replied indifferently, not really. I was just gambling. The power contained in Beihai's body is so terrifying that even I don't know its extent. If we don't force it out now, it will forever be buried in his body. Hearing this, the king of the underworld frowned. Having life force is good, but using it excessively like this, once it's depleted, won't it be useless in the future? That's true, but if we can use the life force to create a world, that's a different story. Once successful, not only will the life force be replenished, but even spiritual energy will be inexhaustible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing the Book of Heaven's words, the king of the underworld jumped up, his expression serious. Book of Heaven, are you senile? The inner world can only be opened after reaching the rank of supremacy and comprehending the rules of the universe. Even among some immortals, many haven't opened their inner worlds. For Beihai to open his inner world at the God realm is absurd. The king of the underworld scrutinized Wang Beihai's appearance. Heh, opening an inner world only requires life force, Dantian space, and strong spiritual energy support. Now he has all of that. If he can't open it, it just means he has no fate with becoming a god. The Book of Heaven glowed faintly as it spoke. The king of the underworld narrowed his eyes, looking at Wang Beihai on the screen with astonishment. Wang Beihai, if you really can open an inner world at the god realm, your talent would truly be unprecedented. Wang Beihai, of course, couldn't hear their conversation, but his consciousness was fully immersed in the joy of creating a world. This side needs mountains, this side needs water, plant some trees here, and grass here. Wang Beihai was busy for a while. After an unknown amount of time, the previous flat land had transformed into a breathtaking landscape of mountains and rivers. Wang Beihai looked at his work with satisfaction, but soon frowned. I feel like something's still missing. Wang Beihai pondered for a while, then his eyes widened with realization. Life. This world lacks life. Wang Beihai slapped his head, but the next moment he was lost in thought again. How do I create life? Wang Beihai thought for a long time, but still had no clue. He tried the previous method again, but all he created were repetitive scenes. The entire space lacked any life, not even an ant. Feeling a headache, Wang Beihai was puzzled when suddenly his vision flashed, and he returned to his previous location. His eyes opened, and a golden light shot out from Wang Beihai's eyes, startling the nearby corpse. You're okay? The corpse timidly approached, examining Wang Beihai with its mismatched eyes. Go away. Wang Beihai, feeling frustrated, waved his hand to dismiss the corpse and then propped his chin in thought for a long time. After much pondering, he still couldn't figure it out. Wang Beihai sighed deeply, stood up, and felt his body had become lighter, and his spiritual energy had recovered. Feeling his body's changes, Wang Beihai's mood improved instantly. He looked at the forest and smiled. Let's go on our way. Chapter 488, Bodhi Tree. Go? Where to? The corpse looked puzzled at Wang Beihai, who suddenly dashed forward and stood before the corpse with a smile, revealing his white teeth. He glanced at the forest and said, What do you think? The corpse looked at the forest and recalled what Wang Beihai had said earlier, causing his hollow eyes to show a hint of fear. Big brother, Grandpa, could you go alone? That place we've never dared to approach, let alone take you there. The corpse pleaded, clearly showing his deep-seated fear of the eerie place. Is that so? Wang Beihai rubbed his chin, and in the next moment, his demeanor turned icy. Then I'm sorry, I have to keep my promise and send you off right here. At these words, the corpse shivered and, upon looking up to see Wang Beihai's fierce expression, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. All right, I'll go, the corpse said reluctantly, adding, You have to keep your word. Once I take you to the cave of the Black Mountain Demon, you let me go. Seeing the corpse's pitiful expression, Wang Beihai struggled to suppress his laughter and nodded. The corpse, despite his reluctance, began to walk towards the woods. How long was I in meditation? As they entered the forest, Wang Beihai suddenly remembered and asked hurriedly. According to the time in the underworld, about a day. A day? Hearing this, Wang Beihai widened his eyes and said anxiously, That's bad. Xiao Qian must have been defiled by the Black Mountain Demon. Don't worry, it won't happen. Just as Wang Beihai was worried, the corpse in front stopped and waved his hand. Oh? How do you know Xiao Qian is safe? Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows and looked curiously at the corpse. The Black Mountain Demon, whenever he marries a beast, he throws a grand banquet. For a beauty like Nie Xiaoqian, he needs more time to prepare. Without at least 3 days, he won't hold the wedding. As for Xiaoqian's safety, don't worry, the Black Mountain Demon won't touch her before the wedding. Are you sure? Wang Beihai felt relieved hearing the corpse's confident tone. Absolutely. So, let's hurry up. Once the wedding starts, the guards will be tight, and even if I want to leave, it might not be possible. The corpse continued to walk forward with a limp. Relieved, Wang Beihai remembered what Xiaoqian had mentioned about the urn of ashes under the Bodhi tree and narrowed his eyes. Wait. Just as the corpse was walking briskly, Wang Beihai called him to a stop. What now? The corpse immediately felt impatient, and if not for Wang Beihai's strength, he would have bitten him by now. Is there a Bodhi tree in this forest? Wang Beihai asked directly, ignoring the corpse's irritation. Bodhi tree? Why are you looking for it? The corpse's expression changed, urging, We're still far from the Black Mountain Demon's cave. We need to hurry. Seeing the corpse's anxiousness, Wang Beihai was certain that the Bodhi tree in this forest was no ordinary tree. In the next instant, a cold blade was pressed against the corpse's neck with a clang. Tell me, where is the Bodhi tree? Faced with this sudden threat, the corpse swallowed hard and reluctantly raised his hand, pointing in a direction. Wang Beihai immediately looked in the direction pointed by the corpse, where a thick fog shrouded the area, adding an air of mystery. Let's go find the Bodhi tree first. Wang Beihai glared at the corpse, who showed an expression of despair, but, under Wang Beihai's intimidation, walked towards the fog. Soon, the two entered the fog-covered area. Wang Beihai carefully spread out his spiritual sense and was surprised to find no signs of activity around. No wind, no other beings, just endless trees and fog. Hey, are we there yet? After walking for a while, Wang Beihai began to get impatient. Just a bit more, I told you. Finding the Bodhi tree is more troublesome than finding the Black Mountain Demon. The corpse said helplessly and stopped. Here, the Bodhi tree you're looking for is right in front. The corpse pointed ahead, and Wang Beihai, seeing the vast expanse of white, narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew, dispersing the fog. Wang Beihai looked ahead and was stunned. The entire area was filled with Bodhi trees, and each tree had urns of ashes of varying sizes placed beneath it. Seeing the countless urns, Wang Beihai felt a headache coming on. How am I supposed to find it? Not to mention the number of urns, there are over 100 Bodhi trees here. For a moment, Wang Beihai stood there, unsure of what to do. Haha, this fool. When I created this forest, I never thought any monsters would escape from here. Now he wants to save Xiaoqian. Not a chance. On the other side, the king of the underworld was very satisfied seeing Wang Beihai's helplessness, almost wanting to set off firecrackers to celebrate. After frowning and pondering for a while, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the plot here is similar to the movie, maybe the location of Xiaoqian's urn is also similar to the movie. With this thought, Wang Beihai closed his eyes and spread his spiritual sense, quickly scanning all the urns on the ground based on the features and plot he had seen on TV. Soon, he retracted his spiritual sense and jumped into the forest. After rummaging through, Wang Beihai picked out more than 20 urns from the thousands. Although he had eliminated many, he couldn't remember which one was the right one. Which one is it? Wang Beihai rubbed his chin and examined the 20 or so urns in front of him. Suddenly, one of the urns emitted a red glow, and a delicate silk scarf flew out from Wang Beihai's embrace, landing on the urn. When did this scarf appear? Wang Beihai frowned, unable to recall, and had to walk quickly to pick up the urn for a closer look. Hashtag chapter 489. Out of control. Could this urn be Xiaoqian's? Wang Beihai curiously examined the urn in his hands, full of doubts. If it really is, why did Xiaoqian place the scarf that could sense the urn in my embrace? Did she foresee that I would definitely find this Bodhi tree? Or was she just taking a gamble? In an instant, countless questions arose in Wang Beihai's mind. At that moment, the walking corpse grew impatient. Brother, you found the urn, so what's the problem? Who cares how it was found, as long as the goal is achieved? Does the process really matter? Hearing the walking corpse's words, a golden light immediately flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes. You're right. If all this was deliberately arranged to enhance my strength without my knowledge, then everything I've encountered since entering the underworld makes sense. Wang Beihai thought, his eyes revealing excitement. If that's the case, then the urn in my hands must definitely belong to Nie Xiaoqian. Wang Beihai's gaze hardened. Then he looked at the urn in his hands. After some pondering, he finally opened it. A flash of white light appeared, and Wang Beihai looked into the urn. Apart from the yellow ash, there was also a delicate comb lying on top of the ash. So it really is. The moment he saw the comb, Wang Beihai was certain that the urn definitely belonged to Nie Xiaoqian, as it was exactly like the urn he had seen in the movie. Hee, it seems the Lord of the Underworld is testing me in a roundabout way. This way, the separation of the heavenly book from me wasn't a coincidence. Wang Beihai's eyes darted, and he felt a surge of joy. Perhaps right now, the heavenly book is watching me with the Lord of the Underworld. Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly as he glanced around, then quickly retracted his gaze. However, Wang Beihai's subtle movements couldn't escape the Lord of the Underworld's notice. At this moment, the Lord of the Underworld was frowning, staring at Wang Beihai on the screen, unsure of what was going through his mind. What scared? At that moment, the heavenly book slowly flew to the Lord of the Underworld's side, letting out a faint laugh. Hee, scared? I, the Lord of the Underworld, have never been afraid when playing games. The Lord of the Underworld snorted coldly, his gaze never leaving Wang Beihai. It's just that this Beihai is quite interesting. Over the years, he's the first to realize so quickly that this is a game. It seems I need to raise the level of the Black Mountain Demon, the Lord of the Underworld said, revealing a nearly deranged smile. Then a blue light emerged from his hand, gently tapping the screen, causing the blue light to disappear into it. Hee, Elder Heavenly Book, you won't be angry with me for doing this, will you? The Lord of the Underworld turned around, playfully blinking his big eyes at the Heavenly Book. Hee, of course not. But I just feel that the monsters you've arranged are too low level. Even if you increase the Black Mountain Demon's cultivation now, in front of Beihai, the Black Mountain Demon is just a slightly harder wall, unable to stop Beihai at all. The Heavenly Book said leisurely, while the Lord of the Underworld indifferently turned his head away. Meanwhile, in the forest, Wang Beihai suddenly stiffened, a sense of unease surging within him. What's going on? Why do I have this feeling? Wang Beihai was startled, and then a scene of countless beasts attacking flashed through his mind. Although it was just a brief moment, Wang Beihai could feel the immense scale of the beasts. What kind of illusion is this? So real? Wang Beihai held his breath, and the images that flashed through his mind immediately appeared before him. In the illusion, Wang Beihai saw a group of beasts he had never seen before stealthily approaching him, and the surrounding scenery was exactly where he was. It seems I've discovered something quite significant. Coming to his senses, Wang Beihai immediately smiled. From this moment on, he fully understood that all of this was just a stage play by the Lord of the Underworld, and he was merely an actor in the Lord of the Underworld's movie. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai immediately revealed a smile. Hee, Lord of the Underworld, although I don't know why you're doing this, from this moment on, I am no longer your pawn, and my every move will no longer be controlled by you. Wang Beihai muttered softly, the sound like a mosquito buzzing, yet clearly heard by the Lord of the Underworld. Haha, Beihai, it seems you've met your match this time. Seeing the Lord of the Underworld's gloomy expression, the Heavenly Book immediately floated forward, mocking the Lord of the Underworld. Indeed, the Lord of the Underworld's expression changed instantly, and with a surge of anger, the entire space began to tremble. In an instant, the entire underworld was like a human hell, with both punished souls and ghost officers showing expressions of terror. Just as the Lord of the Underworld was enraged, two familiar figures appeared behind him, one black and one white, clearly the Black and White Impermanence. The Black and White Impermanence gently tapped the Lord of the Underworld's brow, and the previously enraged Lord of the Underworld instantly calmed down, his eyes dazed for a moment before he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, the Black and White Impermanence immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then waved their hands, summoning a delicate baby crib. They carefully used their spiritual power to lift the Lord of the Underworld and place him in the crib, finally letting out a long breath. Luckily, we arrived in time. If the Lord of the Underworld goes berserk, the consequences would be terrifying. The black impermanence wiped the sweat from his forehead, while the heavenly book floated beside them, a golden light flashing as it flew into the Lord of the Underworld's body. The black and white impermanence, seeing this, respectfully stepped aside. The heavenly book glanced at Wang Beihai on the screen, then murmured, "Beihai, the Lord of the Underworld is now asleep, and everything that happens next will no longer be under our control. Take care of yourself. I believe you can do it." At that moment, Wang Beihai in the forest suddenly stiffened, as if sensing the heavenly book's voice. Then his lips revealed a smile. "Don't worry, I want to see just how terrifying the demons in the underworld can be." With that, Wang Beihai poked the walking corpse in front of him, who was staring blankly into the distance, lost in thought. "What's wrong? Let's go. Find the Black Mountain Demon." Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, but the walking corpse remained motionless. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Beihai quickly approached the walking corpse. It was then that the walking corpse stammered, "No need to look. The Black Mountain Demon is already on his way." Chapter 490. A Fist That Shakes the Heavens. Has it already arrived? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned, then spread his spiritual senses to detect any anomalies, but found nothing unusual. Wang Beihai immediately frowned. "Why can't I sense it? We have a special sensing system that can feel the forest's repulsion towards us. Now, I can hear the forest's roar, and my goosebumps are telling me that a tremendously powerful presence is rapidly approaching us." As the walking corpse spoke, its body began to tremble uncontrollably. That energy is eerie and terrifying. In this forest, besides the Black Mountain Demon, there won't be anyone else. Hearing the walking corpse's words, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Why would the Black Mountain Demon come to us on its own? If designed according to the plot of the movie, this is too abrupt. Just as Wang Beihai was puzzled, the walking corpse suddenly let out a cry of extreme fear and then, with a speed much faster than before, plunged into the mist of the forest, covering its head. "Hey, why did you run?" Wang Beihai shouted, about to chase after it, when suddenly he felt a jolt and his spiritual senses finally detected a powerful energy rapidly approaching, accompanied by countless chilling auras. "It seems that the king of the underworld really wants my life this time." Wang Beihai sneered, then looked towards the forest's edge, and after a moment's thought, leapt onto a treetop. As soon as his feet landed, a dense rustling sound came from the distance, followed by the ground beginning to shake violently. Coming so fast, Wang Beihai looked down to see a swarm of black monsters racing across the ground, leaving nothing but barrenness in their wake. Seeing this, Wang Beihai swallowed hard, but before he could react, a colossal figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Its blood-red eyes made Wang Beihai freeze in shock. Those eyes, like those of a demon from hell, made Wang Beihai's scalp tingle with just one glance. What kind of monster is this? Wang Beihai's heart raced, and with a powerful leap, his body shot backward. The next moment, a giant hand appeared, slamming down where Wang Beihai had just stood, instantly turning the tall tree into splinters. What terrifying strength! Wang Beihai's mind raced, then glanced at the horrific giant worms on the ground, immediately summoning Qi Shao and hovering in the air atop it. Is this still the Black Mountain Demon from before? Wang Beihai looked at the colossal monster in front of him, his mind in utter shock. This creature was completely different from the Black Mountain Demon he had seen before. Unbeknownst to him, the king of the underworld had intentionally enhanced all aspects of the Black Mountain Demon's abilities during its cultivation, resulting in the monster Wang Beihai now faced. Roar. Seeing its attack miss, the Black Mountain Demon let out a furious roar that echoed through the entire forest, startling the crows. A gust of wind followed, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently, and Wang Beihai nearly lost his balance atop Qi Shao. "Save me." Just as Wang Beihai was pondering how to deal with the monster, a clear voice came from behind the Black Mountain Demon. Wang Beihai immediately frowned and looked in that direction to see Nie Shaoqian being carried by a few short demons, her limbs bound, How inconvenient at this moment. Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and in the moment of distraction, the black mountain demon struck again, this time with increased speed. In an instant, Wang Beihai felt as if he had been hit by a small mountain, his chest constricting, and he was sent flying along with Qi Xiao. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the giant worms below raised their heads, their sharp teeth gleaming with a cold light. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, activated the Azura golden body, and in the next second, a giant worm bit down, only to have its sharp teeth shattered by Wang Beihai's body with a crunch. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Feeling the hardness of Wang Beihai's body, the worm let out a painful howl and then frantically retreated. Too late to run. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a cold light, and an overwhelming killing intent burst forth from his body, instantly lowering the temperature of the entire forest. He grabbed the worm's 2 legs and swung it forcefully, using it as a weapon to knock down the surrounding worms. Not bad to use. Wang Beihai laughed, wielding the worm and causing a chorus of wails from the surrounding worms. Roar. Seeing this, the black mountain demon let out a furious roar and slammed a fist down at Wang Beihai. Although Wang Beihai had lost the ability to teleport, his speed was not slow. The black mountain demon's fist appeared like slow motion in his eyes. Wang Beihai smirked, dodging the attack with a quick sidestep. The black mountain demon's fist hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Wang Beihai steadied himself and looked down to see a massive crater where he had just stood. Bastard! Wang Beihai snorted coldly, then raised a fist and shouted, unleashing a shocking aura. His arm bulged with veins, and his fist grew visibly larger. Like using fists, huh? Try this, the upgraded fist that shakes the heavens. Wang Beihai sneered at the black mountain demon, whose fist had turned red and emitted a wisp of steam. As the steam spread, a giant fist shadow appeared in the sky above the forest. Though a shadow, its solidity was almost real. Boom! At that moment, a thunderbolt descended from the sky. Under the lightning, Wang Beihai threw a powerful punch, and a colossal fist descended from the heavens, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression. The black mountain demon's giant eyes flashed with ferocity as it stared at the descending fist, then opened its mouth and roared, slamming its fist against the fist shadow in the sky. The collision of the 2 fists caused the mountains and rivers to lose their color, the earth to shake, and the surrounding trees to creak and groan in the wind. At that moment, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, flashed to Nie Xiaoqian's side, smiled at her, and with a wave of his hand, the red light felled the small demons instantly. Wang Beihai wrapped an arm around Nie Xiaoqian's waist and leapt to distance themselves from the black mountain demon. Meanwhile, the black mountain demon was still struggling against Wang Beihai's punch. With a loud bang, its body was shattered by the punch and scattered into the air. Chapter 491, True Form. Is that it? So fragile? Wang Beihai looked at the towering figure slowly collapsing and felt a flicker of doubt, but it quickly passed. His gaze then shifted to Nie Xiaoqian in his arms. Hey Bei, how long do you plan to stay in my embrace? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoqian suddenly remembered and jumped out of his arms with a soft cry, tidying her appearance before casting a shy glance at Wang Beihai, her cheeks flushing red. All right, both Heishan Laoyao and your granny are gone. You are free now. Although you didn't meet Ning Kaichen, the outcome is still good. As he spoke, Wang Beihai took out an urn from his spiritual ring and tossed it to Nie Xiaoqian. Nie Xiaoqian received the urn, opened it to confirm, and immediately trembled with excitement, covering her face and quietly sobbing. Hey, you're free now. Why are you still crying? Seeing Nie Xiaoqian like this, Wang Beihai stepped forward, puzzled. Xiaoqian wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at Wang Beihai with her beautiful eyes, whispering, I'm just too excited. Thank you, my lord. Your life-saving grace, Xiaoqian will never forget. Saying this, Nie Xiaoqian was about to kneel to Wang Beihai, who quickly stepped forward to support her and waved his hand. No, I can't accept this. Since you've got the urn, hurry to the underworld for rebirth. By the way, where exactly is this underworld you speak of? If possible, take me with you. Really? My lord, you're also going to the underworld. Hearing that Wang Beihai was also going, Nye Xiaoqian's face instantly lit up with excitement. I have some business there. Wang Beihai scratched his head. Just then, a sudden premonition struck him, and before he could react, Xiaoqian pushed him aside. Watch out! Xiaoqian shouted, and the next moment, a sharp tentacle pierced through her body. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, his killing intent flaring again. He waved his hand, and a red light instantly appeared, slicing the tentacle in half. Thank goodness you're all right. Nye Xiaoqian smiled weakly, green blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The next second, her body weakened and fell backward. Wang Beihai caught her just in time, and upon touching her, he was startled by her icy coldness. It was clear she didn't have much time left. No, you can't die. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't know why, but his heart ached. He immediately sent his spiritual energy into Nye Xiaoqian's body, but due to the difference between human and ghost cultivation methods, the energy couldn't enter her body no matter what he tried. Feeling Nye Xiaoqian's weakening breath, Wang Beihai was frantic. What should I do? Just as Wang Beihai was thinking of a solution, a series of footsteps came from the mist. He turned to see a dark, indistinguishable figure emerging from the mist, holding the previously escaped corpse in his hand. You are the true form of Heishan Laoyao? Feeling the aura emanating from the shadow, Wang Beihai confirmed its identity. Hee. The shadow let out an eerie laugh, but didn't say a word. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, noticing the tentacles flailing behind the shadow. A Muaming anger surged in his heart. Was it you who ambushed us? Wang Beihai coldly stared at the shadow, squeezing out the words. Hee. The shadow laughed again, then swung his hand, throwing the corpse aside and pointing at Wang Beihai. With a series of swooshing sounds, the tentacles behind the shadow shot towards Wang Beihai like black blades. The tentacles were incredibly fast, reaching Wang Beihai in an instant. He narrowed his eyes, picked up Nye Xiaoqian, and jumped aside. However, the tentacles, as if alive, didn't stop their pursuit. Just as Wang Beihai steadied himself, several tentacles sprang up from the ground. He frowned, holding Nye Xiaoqian tightly, activating his golden body of the Azura. The tentacles struck him hard, causing him to grunt and be flung away. Rolling in the air, Wang Beihai quickly put Nye Xiaoqian into his spiritual ring, then narrowed his eyes and landed steadily on the ground with a powerful wave of his hand. At that moment, the tentacles, like sticky glue, charged at Wang Beihai again. Are you never ending? Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and thrust his palm forward, sending a giant handprint flying towards the tentacles, knocking them back. Hee. Seeing this, the shadow let out another ear-piercing laugh, then waved his hand to retract the tentacles and leapt towards Wang Beihai with a punch. Wang Beihai frowned, ready to counter, but a sharp pain in his waist made him look down. A bloody wound had appeared there, clearly from the previous tentacle attack. So sharp, damn it, you want to compete in physical prowess? Let's go. Wang Beihai glared at the approaching shadow, then roared, activating his golden body of the Azura again. At the same time, the shadow was already upon him. Their eyes met, both flashing a cold light, then their fists slammed together, causing the surrounding space to shake. The shockwave from the collision snapped nearby trees in half. For a moment, fists clashed, and the corpse lay dying on the ground, gaping at Wang Beihai, who seemed evenly matched with Heishan Laoyao. In the corpse's view, although Wang Beihai was strong, his chances of victory against Heishan Laoyao were slim, which was why he had fled earlier. But now, it seemed Wang Beihai was not only holding his ground but growing stronger. The entire forest was filled with the sounds of flesh colliding as their intense combat dispersed the thick fog. Good heavens, is this something a normal person can do? The corpse's eyes bulged, almost popping out of their sockets. Bang! At that moment, their fists met again, and with a loud crash, Wang Beihai was sent flying. As he flew, a cold light shot from his hand, aiming straight at Heishan Laoyao's head. ###Chapter 492. Decision. A cold light instantly pierced through the head of the Black Mountain Demon, and in the next second, the demon's body froze in place, motionless. Puffed! This physical strength is truly terrifying. Wang Beihai spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling greatly surprised. This was the first time since his return from the spirit realm that he had encountered someone whose physical body alone could rival his Azura golden body. Luckily, I held back a move, otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and rotated his shoulders, then waved his hand, causing a silver light to fly into his grasp from a distance. I didn't expect that after becoming a divine artifact, the dragon's gallbladder, both its flexibility and sharpness, far surpass ordinary spirit weapons. Especially after absorbing the ancient halberd of the wild dragon, its development has far exceeded my understanding. Satisfied with the dragon's gallbladder in his hand, Wang Beihai then summoned Qi Xiao, his eyes flashing with a peculiar emotion. In terms of time, Qi Xiao was the weapon that had accompanied Wang Beihai the longest, and was also the most adept weapon he had ever used. However, due to the lack of a suitable opportunity, Qi Xiao's grade had remained at the level of an advanced spirit weapon. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai felt a bit guilty. Don't worry, I will definitely make you a divine artifact. Wang Beihai gently stroked Qi Xiao, which seemed to sense something and emitted a soft hum. Crack! At that moment, the black shadow in front suddenly moved. Wang Beihai immediately became vigilant, fearing that the Black Mountain Demon would revive again. After carefully observing for a while, he confirmed there was no abnormality and cautiously approached, poking the Black Mountain Demon's body lightly with the dragon's gallbladder. Instantly, the body of the Black Mountain Demon emitted a series of crackling sounds, and visible cracks appeared on its pitch-black body. In the next second, Wang Beihai felt a gust of wind, and the corpse of the Black Mountain Demon in front of him crumbled into pieces. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his vision once again shrouded in a layer of purple mist. However, this time, he did not find any spiritual energy fragments, only a small bead resembling a pill among the ashes of the demon's body. What is this? Wang Beihai bent down to pick up the bead, his eyes immediately showing confusion. From the bead, he could clearly sense an extremely powerful aura. Oh my, this is a good thing. As Wang Beihai was at a loss, the walking corpse beside him limped over. Gazing at the bead in Wang Beihai's hand, his eyes immediately showed a hint of greed, which he quickly suppressed. Good thing? Do you know what it is? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, and indeed, there were too many things in the underworld that he could not understand. This is a demon core, an item that only forms when a demon reaches a certain level of cultivation in the underworld. This thing is far superior to spiritual energy fragments. The spiritual energy it contains can be directly absorbed and can even allow an ordinary spirit to reconstruct its body and become a ghost cultivator. As the walking corpse spoke, his mouth drooled profusely. The demon core in Wang Beihai's hand was like an elixir to him, and in terms of value, it even surpassed the elixir. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately became excited. He had never forgotten the purpose of his journey to the underworld, to rescue Xiaomin. The words of the walking corpse immediately gave him hope. Are you sure this thing can help reconstruct a body? Wang Beihai stared with eager eyes at the walking corpse. Absolutely, but the person must still have a physical body and be a ghost cultivator. The walking corpse looked at Wang Beihai blankly, unsure why he was so excited. In his joy, Wang Beihai suddenly remembered Nie Xiaoqian, who was still in his spiritual ring. He quickly waved his hand, releasing her. At this moment, Nie Xiaoqian's body was ice cold, and her skin had taken on a lifeless grayish hue. Is there any way to save her? Seeing Nie Xiaoqian's condition, Wang Beihai knew his methods would be useless, so he turned his gaze to the walking corpse. The walking corpse glanced at Nie Xiaoqian and immediately shook his head. She suffered a fatal blow from the Black Mountain Demon, and her spirit is extremely weak. It's fortunate that you found her bone ash jar, which strengthened her spirit. Otherwise, she would have already dissipated. Is there really no way to save her? Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a pang of shock and guilt as he looked at Nie Xiaoqian. Well, there is a way. The walking corpse rubbed his chin and then looked at the demon core in Wang Beihai's hand. What way? Hearing there was hope, Wang Beihai immediately stepped forward, eagerly looking at the walking corpse. Refine the demon core in your hand and inject its energy into her body. The souls in the underworld value their own cold energy the most. If they can obtain a large amount of spiritual energy, they can not only escape the danger of death, but also enhance their cultivation. If the situation is better, they might even reconstruct their body and return to the human world. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was torn. After a long period of contemplation, Wang Beihai's eyes fixed on the demon core in his hand, his mind wavering. The demon core was clearly an essential part of reviving Xiaomin, but seeing Nie Xiaoqian on the verge of death, he felt uneasy. In an instant, Wang Beihai was caught in a dilemma. What should I do? Wang Beihai furrowed his brow, his heart torn to the extreme. This was the first time he had encountered such a predicament. The walking corpse beside him seemed to have noticed Wang Beihai's hesitation and then glanced at Nie Xiaoqian, who was on the brink of death, reminding him, "You'd better make your choice quickly. Her time is running out. Once her last breath is gone, even a deity won't be able to save her." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was jolted, then clenched the demon core tightly. Just as he was indecisive, a gentle breeze passed by, and in that instant, he felt a peculiar sensation welling up from within, as if Xiaomin were standing beside him, speaking to him. Standing still for a long time, a tear suddenly rolled down the corner of Wang Beihai's eye. Is that true, Min? Wang Beihai stared blankly at the empty space in front of him, murmuring to himself. Then, Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, as if he had made a decision and directly placed the demon core into Nie Xiaoqian's mouth. Chapter 493, Rampage. Wow, that's the inner core of a demon king, tens of thousands of years of cultivation, and you actually gave it to her? The walking corpse widened his eyes upon seeing Wang Beihai's action. Previously, he had observed Wang Beihai's expression and was certain that Wang Beihai would never use such a priceless demon core for a woman he had just met. But now, Wang Beihai's actions left the walking corpse completely dumbfounded. Do you like her? The walking corpse stepped forward, confirmed that the demon core had been fed into Nie Xiaoqian's mouth, and then looked at Wang Beihai in astonishment. No, I've known her for less than 2 days. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. At the moment the demon core was fed, his heart trembled, but now, his heart was calm. I can feel that she is the one who truly needs this demon core right now, Wang Beihai said flatly, then turned around, his eyes flashing with regret. Oh my, boss, I need it too. Next time you find one, could you please give it to me? The walking corpse looked at Wang Beihai pitifully. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai widened his eyes and then looked at the walking corpse. Are you saying there are more demon cores like this in the underworld? Of course, except for the lack of living people, everything else in the underworld is abundant. As far as I know, the Black Mountain Demon is just a small fry. If you have the ability, once you reach the true center of the underworld, you'll see what real demons are like. The center? Wang Beihai listened intently to the walking corpse and rubbed his chin. Where is that? Hee. Upon hearing Wang Beihai's question, the walking corpse immediately revealed a mysterious smile and continued. The central location is the forbidden area of the entire underworld, which we call the Eye of Hell. Legend has it that the Eye of Hell is sealed with countless powerful beasts and ghosts, and the demon cores on their bodies are much stronger than the Black Mountain Demons. As he spoke, the walking corpse's face showed a look of reverence. But I advise you not to take the risk for a demon core. I don't know much, but some of my companions who thought they were very powerful went there, and they never came back. Hearing the walking corpse's serious words, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and murmured, The Eye of Hell. It sounds quite interesting. As he spoke, suddenly, Nie Xiaoqian's body emitted a red light. With the appearance of the light, Wang Beihai clearly felt Nie Xiaoqian's body slowly warming up from coldness. As her body temperature rose, soon, A hint of color returned to Nie Xiaoqian's pale face. She's reacting. The walking corpse beside him excitedly exclaimed upon seeing Nie Xiaoqian's condition. Wang Beihai looked down and saw Nie Xiaoqian's tightly closed eyes suddenly open, shooting out a golden light. Wang Beihai quickly turned his head to avoid the golden light from Nie Xiaoqian's eyes, and when he looked down again, Nie Xiaoqian had disappeared from his embrace. Where is she? Wang Beihai frowned, and at that moment, a gust of wind swept in, followed by a white, slender leg kicking towards him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and immediately blocked with both hands. In an instant, the heavy attack landed on Wang Beihai's arms, sending him flying dozens of meters and crashing heavily onto a thick tree trunk, leaving a long trail behind him. What terrifying strength! Wang Beihai was secretly shocked. When he looked up, Nie Xiaoqian was standing in front of him, but her eyes were blank, as if she didn't know what she was doing. What's going on? Wang Beihai frowned, and at that moment, the walking corpse seemed to remember something and shouted to Wang Beihai, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. The demon core contains the resentment of its original owner. If one's willpower is not strong enough, they can easily lose their sanity." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai glared at the walking corpse. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier?" As he spoke, Nie Xiaoqian's figure moved again and appeared in front of Wang Beihai. Then, with a flash of brutal killing intent in her eyes, Nie Xiaoqian threw a punch at Wang Beihai. This time, Wang Beihai didn't dare to be careless, immediately activating the golden body of Azura to withstand Nie Xiaoqian's attack. He then counterattacked, locking Nie Xiaoqian's movements. "Think of a way quickly." Wang Beihai tightly held Nie Xiaoqian from behind and shouted at the walking corpse. The walking corpse thought for a moment and said, "Either wait until her energy is exhausted, or enter her consciousness as a spirit to wake her up." Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai felt bitter inside. Looking at Nie Xiaoqian, who was still struggling, he shouted, "By the time her spiritual energy is exhausted, I'm afraid I'll already be dead." With that, Wang Beihai's expression hardened, and his consciousness immediately flew out of his body, turning into a blue light that entered Nie Xiaoqian's brow. What's going on here? As soon as Wang Beihai's consciousness entered Nie Xiaoqian's body, he was startled by the scene before him. Everywhere he looked, there were black inscriptions. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and continued to move forward, soon seeing a huge spider web-like structure in Nie Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness. Nie Xiaoqian's consciousness was trapped in the center of the spider web, struggling painfully. "Don't be afraid, I'll save you now." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, and his consciousness soared towards Nie Xiaoqian's consciousness. Just as his hands were about to touch Nie Xiaoqian's spirit, a huge shadow suddenly flew over his head, followed by several strands of spider silk shooting down towards him. "Who are you?" Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and dodged the mysterious object's attack, then looked forward to see a giant spider in the distance. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, the spider's eyes immediately showed hatred. "Kakaka, didn't expect me to be born in this way, did you?" The spider laughed, and the voice reminded Wang Beihai of the Black Mountain Demon. In an instant, Wang Beihai widened his eyes and looked at the spider. "You're the Black Mountain Demon, you were dead. When did you come back to life?" "Hee hee hee." At that moment, the Black Mountain Demon let out a strange laugh, followed by a very hoarse voice. "This is the underworld, mortal. You underestimate the power of the underworld spirits. Here, you can't kill me." Chapter 494, Spider. Impossible to kill? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, observing the transformed spider-like form of Heishan Laoyao. Instantly, he waved his hand, sending out a mental attack. At that moment, Heishan Laoyao burst into laughter, opening his mouth to spew out a massive spider web in front of him. The spider web seemed delicate and easily breakable, yet it was incredibly resilient. Wang Beihai's attack landed on the web, immediately being caught by it. The web then began to vibrate at a peculiar frequency, gradually dissipating Wang Beihai's attack. How can this be? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with caution as he gazed at the eerie spider web. Hee hee hee. At that moment, Heishan Laoyao emitted a chilling laugh, then swiftly appeared in front of Wang Beihai, his sharp legs instantly stabbing towards Wang Beihai's head. Wang Beihai leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding Heishan Laoyao's attack. However, before he could celebrate, a chill ran down his spine. Before he could react, he found himself stuck on the spider web. Damn it! When did that happen? Wang Beihai inwardly cursed, struggling fiercely, only to find the spider web far sturdier than he had imagined. Useless. Long before you arrived, I had already set up a trap of heaven and earth. My webs are everywhere here. Once you're stuck, there's no escaping. Heishan Laoyao spoke, slowly crawling towards Wang Beihai, transforming into a skeletal old man. Who would have thought? You filthy northern boy, you've cultivated a soul. Judging by its solidity, it's a great delicacy. Heishan Laoyao's eyes gleamed with greed as he extended his half-meter-long tongue to lick Wang Beihai's face, revealing a look of enjoyment. Filthy northern boy, your soul is truly delicious. You're quite skilled, able to destroy my physical form. But in this spiritual world, you're destined to be my prey, just like that girl. Heishan Laoyao retracted his tongue, his eyes flashing with malevolence. Once I devour your soul and take over your body, even the black and white impermanence, the oxhead and horse face of the underworld, won't be able to do anything to me. Heishan Laoyao laughed triumphantly, unaware that a faint glow had already enveloped Wang Beihai's skin, swiftly dissolving the webs behind him. Sorry, it seems you'll be disappointed today. Wang Beihai gave Heishan Laoyao a cold smile, then vanished from his spot in an instant. How is that possible? My webs should have trapped him. Seeing Wang Beihai disappear, Heishan Laoyao widened his eyes. The next moment, Wang Beihai suddenly appeared before him, letting out a thunderous roar. Moo! The great Sun Buddha's voice, the simplest yet most effective mental attack. The sound waves entered Heishan Laoyao's ears, causing excruciating pain. His spirit began to flicker, followed by a scream as he transformed back into a spider and quickly vanished into the darkness. He escaped pretty fast. Wang Beihai rotated his neck, then spread out his senses, cautiously feeling the surrounding fluctuations. This guy is quite good at hiding. After searching thoroughly, Wang Beihai frowned, finding no trace of Heishan Laoyao under his meticulous search. Never mind, saving people comes first. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, looking at Nie Xiaoqian, who was bound. He then leaped towards her. Don't worry, I'll get you out of there. Wang Beihai smiled, placing his hand on the webs enveloping Nie Xiaoqian, which began to emit a faint light. Under the light's effect, the webs slowly melted away. Soon, the webs disappeared, and Nie Xiaoqian's soul collapsed backward. Wang Beihai quickly stepped forward to support her. Suddenly, a massive spider web descended from above, but this time, Wang Beihai was prepared. Holding Nie Xiaoqian with one hand, he raised the other, emitting a strong white light that instantly illuminated the surroundings. Wherever the light touched, Heishan Laoyao's webs turned to nothingness. With the help of the light, Wang Beihai quickly spotted Heishan Laoyao hiding above. Heishan Laoyao let out a shrill scream under the light, hurriedly retreating into the darkness. Still trying to run? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, reaching out to grasp Heishan Laoyao. The fleeing spider's movements halted, feeling an invisible force pulling him back. In the next second, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with cold light, and with a firm pull, Heishan Laoyao was dragged back, crashing heavily to the ground. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How long have you been cultivating? Even with a soul, you couldn't possess such powerful spiritual energy. Heishan Laoyao looked incredulously at Wang Beihai. Clearly, the power Wang Beihai displayed had surpassed his understanding. To Heishan Laoyao's astonishment, Wang Beihai remained indifferent. He coldly gazed at the fallen Heishan Laoyao, saying, "Sorry, you've lost." With these words, Heishan Laoyao's face twisted in unwillingness, reverting to human form and shaking his head wildly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere human defeat me, a king of demons? This is the underworld. I can't possibly lose. Heishan Laoyao roared. his body rapidly growing monstrous. However, just as he reached his terrifying size, a flash of cold light sliced through the dark space. Time seemed to freeze, and all of Heishan Laoyao's movements were halted. Wang Beihai extended a finger, its tip glowing faintly. This time, he should be completely dead. Wang Beihai retracted his finger. The next moment, Heishan Laoyao's body began to expand violently, eventually exploding into specks of light that dispersed into the darkness. Seeing Heishan Laoyao disappear, Wang Beihai finally relaxed. He then glanced at Nie Xiaoqian's soul, checking it and finding no major issues. He infused his spiritual energy into her soul, and soon, Nie Xiaoqian's soul returned to its original form. With a sigh of relief, Wang Beihai turned into a stream of light, vanishing from Nie Xiaoqian's spiritual world. Hashtag Chapter 495, The Arhat Temple. The walking corpse stood beside Wang Beihai's motionless body, feeling extremely uneasy. Wang Beihai's physical form was incredibly strong, and to the walking corpse, it was an irresistibly tempting vessel. If it could possess it, not only could the walking corpse regain its human form, but its cultivation would also skyrocket. However, despite its desires, the walking corpse merely stared blankly. It was well aware of how terrifying Wang Beihai's abilities were from their journey so far. At this moment, all the walking corpse could hope for was that Wang Beihai's soul and the demon Lord Black Mountain's spirit would both be severely weakened, preferably annihilating each other. This way, the walking corpse might still have a chance. Just as the walking corpse was lost in its thoughts, a golden light shot out from Nie Xiaoqian's body. Before it could react, the light flew back into Wang Beihai's body. Alas, it seems there's no chance for me, the walking corpse sighed, realizing Wang Beihai's soul had returned to his body, meaning its opportunity was gone. As it lamented, Wang Beihai exhaled a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Awakened? The walking corpse asked, seeing the clear, mirror-like gaze in Wang Beihai's eyes, and quickly stepped forward. Yes, I'm back, Wang Beihai replied, glancing at the walking corpse and then examining his body before standing up and nodding. You did well. As a token of gratitude, take this, Wang Beihai said calmly, and with a flash from his spatial ring, a drop of scarlet lotus essence flew into the walking corpse's mouth. What is this? The walking corpse swallowed the essence and was about to ask when it suddenly felt a surge of powerful vitality erupting within it. Its decaying flesh was miraculously repairing itself at an incredible speed. Feeling the transformation in its body, the walking corpse was so moved it couldn't speak. Its gaze toward Wang Beihai now carried gratitude and reverence. You earned it! Wang Beihai waved it off and walked straight to Nie Xiaoqian, gently touching her forehead with a finger. Nie Xiaoqian let out a soft cry and slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? How did you get here? Nie Xiaoqian shook her head in disbelief, looking around in astonishment. I thought I was dead. How am I still here? Where's the demon Lord Black Mountain? Seeing Nie Xiaoqian's confusion, Wang Beihai smiled but said nothing, helping her to her feet. I've decided. You'll arrange our next destination. Ultimately, we're headed to the same place anyway, Wang Beihai said, clapping his hands and turning to leave the forest. Nie Xiaoqian puffed up her chest and retorted, Why should I guide you? In response, Wang Beihai merely waved his hand without speaking, while the walking corpse stepped beside Nie Xiaoqian. Come on, be grateful. That lord saved you and even gave you the demon Lord Black Mountain's demon core. Such a blessing doesn't come around often. I reckon he must have taken a liking to you. He didn't even flinch when giving you the demon core, the walking corpse said, glancing at Wang Beihai's retreating figure before turning back. Are you coming or not? I'm going after him. My gut tells me, following that lord means good eats. With that, the walking corpse abandoned its usual lethargy and hurried after Wang Beihai. He actually gave me the demon Lord Black Mountain's demon core, Nie Xiaoqian murmured, stunned by Wang Beihai's back. For a moment, she was dumbfounded, her mind a blank. Why did he save me, and with such a precious demon core? Nie Xiaoqian stood rooted, recalling the walking corpse's words, a blush slowly creeping onto her cheeks. Nie Xiaoqian, what are you thinking? She shook her head, trying to gather her thoughts, but still felt her face burning. So you just want me to guide you? Considering you saved me, I'll reluctantly be your guide once, Nie Xiaoqian muttered. Seeing Wang Beihai's figure almost disappearing, she pouted and quickly ran after him. Wow, this forest is huge. After an unknown period, the trio finally exited the forest. Ahead lay a dilapidated temple. That's the Arhat Temple. It was once a temple dedicated to Arhats, but it fell into disrepair. If you're tired, we can rest there, Nie Xiaoqian said, glancing at the temple. The Arhat Temple, interesting. Let's check it out. Wang Beihai smirked and headed towards the temple. Soon, they arrived at the temple gate. True to Nie Xiaoqian's words, it was long abandoned, with weeds growing all around and the gate leaning precariously against the threshold, on the verge of falling. The Arhat Temple, what bold characters! Wang Beihai looked up at the signboard and marveled at the powerful strokes. Let's go in. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The walking corpse stepped forward, and as soon as it touched the steps, the shaking caused the gate to crash down, raising a cloud of dust. Wang Beihai waved his hand, creating a gust that swept away the dust. In the entrance hall stood a lifelike Arhat statue, covered in dust but still exuding a spiritual pressure that made Wang Beihai feel an inexplicable foreboding. A remarkable Arhat temple. Wang Beihai shook his head, collecting his thoughts. Gazing at the Arhat statue, he sensed there were other hidden secrets within the temple. He released his spirit to sense the surroundings, confirming no danger, then stepped into the temple. As his foot touched the ground, a cacophony of chanting filled his ears, causing a momentary dizziness. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Chapter 496. The Demon Within. Beihai, what's wrong with you? Seeing Wang Beihai suddenly faint, Nie Xiaoqian and the corpse were indeed startled. They quickly stepped forward to support him. Nie Xiaoqian, in particular, scanned the surroundings vigilantly, confirming there were no abnormalities before she and the corpse carried Wang Beihai to the courtyard of the temple. As they brought Wang Beihai into the courtyard, the once pristine yard was now overgrown with weeds. Nie Xiaoqian immediately waved her hand, and in an instant, the weeds were cut off at the waist. However, she seemed to have lost control of her strength, and the residual force struck the nearby railing, shattering it to pieces. How did my strength become so powerful? Nie Xiaoqian looked incredulously at the broken railing, her heart filled with astonishment. The corpse, however, rolled its eyes at her and spoke with a hint of resentment. You consumed the demon core of the Black Mountain Demon. If you didn't have this kind of power, then the demon core would have been wasted. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoqian's face lit up with realization. She then glanced at Wang Beihai, gently placing his body on the ground. Concerned, she began to examine his body. After a thorough check, she frowned. Strange, all his bodily functions are intact. Why would he suddenly faint? The corpse merely shrugged, indicating it had no idea either. Just as they were puzzled, Wang Beihai's consciousness found itself in a sea of mist. Where am I? Wang Beihai looked around, seeing nothing but mist. Never mind, I'll leave first. After fruitless exploration, Wang Beihai shook his head and walked straight ahead. After an unknown amount of time, a colorful glow pierced through the mist, appearing before Wang Beihai's eyes. Immediately afterward, the chanting he had previously heard echoed once more. Wang Beihai squinted and hastened towards the source of the chanting. Soon, a grand temple came into view. Staring wide-eyed, he saw the temple was resplendent and majestic. On the main hall, a seven-colored pearl emitted a radiant glow. Numerous lifelike statues surrounded the temple. Wang Beihai ascended the stairs leading to the main hall. The closer he got, the clearer the chanting became. Initially, he moved with ease, but when he reached the 1,000th step, an invisible pressure suddenly emerged. Wang Beihai felt as if he were carrying 1,000 caddies, each step requiring immense effort. What does this mean? Wang Beihai looked up at the main hall of the temple, which seemed both close and impossibly distant. Step back, you're not capable. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Wang Beihai's ears. He looked up again to see another version of himself standing before him, the only difference being the malevolent glint in the other's eyes. The other Wang Beihai sneered, bringing his face close to Wang Beihai's and said disdainfully, "Give up. What's the point of all this effort? In the end, all your efforts will be in vain. Why live so arduously?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai clenched his teeth, his gaze resolute despite the pressure. "You're full of it. I, Wang Beihai, have never been a coward who retreats at the first sign of trouble. I tell you, even if I die here, I will never say the word, give up." Seeing Wang Beihai's determination, the other Wang Beihai sneered contemptuously. "Imph! You couldn't even protect the woman you love. How can you claim not to be a coward?" At this, Wang Beihai's eyes wavered slightly, but soon, he suppressed that wavering. He knew that if he gave in here, he would never reach the main hall. With this thought, Wang Beihai looked up at the sinister version of himself and clenched his teeth. "He must be my inner demon. Ignore him, ignore him." Wang Beihai repeated this in his mind, then looked towards the distant temple, gritting his teeth and moving forward with heavy steps. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's inner demon's eyes flashed with ferocity. It then closed the distance in 3 strides. "Are you stupid? Think about it. Every sincere effort you've made has been betrayed. The empire you built with so much toil now belongs to others. All the hardships you've endured in the underworld, were they really what you wanted? Don't end up with everything being in vain." The demon within continued to tempt Wang Beihai, but now he remained calm, ignoring the demon and focusing solely on his path. As the pressure on his body increased, Wang Beihai's forehead began to bead with sweat, his steps growing slower. "Are you all right?" At that moment, a familiar silk scarf was placed on Wang Beihai's face, and a familiar voice reached his ears. Wang Beihai was stunned. Looking up, he saw Xiao Min wiping his sweat with the scarf, her eyes filled with worry. "Min? Is this a dream?" Wang Beihai was immediately excited, but just as he reached out to embrace Xiao Min, she looked at him with concern. "Give up, Beihai. This isn't where we belong. Let's go home and find our own future." Hearing this, Wang Beihai jolted awake. "You're not Xiao Min." He pulled back his hand and glared angrily at the figure before him. "Ha ha ha, so your heart didn't waver after all. It's just as evil as mine." Seeing Wang Beihai's realization, Xiao Min burst into laughter, transforming back into the form of the inner demon. "You shouldn't have used someone close to me against me." Wang Beihai glared at the inner demon, his words icy. "Heh, you've harbored murderous intent. Your heart is impure. You shouldn't go to the Thunderclap Temple." At that moment, the inner demon sneered and disappeared. Simultaneously, the pressure on Wang Beihai intensified. He felt as if he were carrying a small mountain on his back. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he knelt down on the hard steps. Chapter 497, Thunder Temple. "What on earth is this thing? So heavy?" Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, feeling the weight on his body increasing continuously, yet beneath him, a pool of sweat had already formed. "What Thunder Temple? I don't believe I can't make it up there." Wang Beihai looked up at the temple that was almost within reach, and a flame began to burn in his eyes. His intuition told him that if he could climb this platform and enter the temple, it would have an endless impact on his future. With this thought in mind, Wang Beihai quickly took another step forward. The moment he did, he felt a sudden lightness, and all the previous pressure vanished. The unexpected relaxation made Wang Beihai pause, and as he immersed himself in this sense of ease, the temple ahead began to retreat on its own. Wang Beihai was startled and quickly ran towards the temple, but the distance between him and the temple grew ever wider. "Am I really not going to catch up?" Wang Beihai watched the temple shrink in size, a self-mocking thought surfacing in his heart. But soon, he dispelled this negative notion. Determined, Wang Beihai exerted force with his feet, transforming into a streak of light as he sprinted towards the temple. However, what Wang Beihai was experiencing now was unknown to Nye Shaoqian and the walking corpse in the Arhat Temple. At this moment, the Arhat Temple itself was undergoing changes. Nie Shaoqian and the walking corpse felt the ground tremble, and in their astonished gaze, the dilapidated temple began to repair itself. Witnessing the fragmented buildings float and then reconstruct, Nie Shaoqian and the walking corpse widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Just as they were stunned, a burst of golden light flashed within the temple hall, followed by a dragon's roar echoing through the sky. Then, a golden dragon flew out from the hall, and the two felt a momentary dizziness before finding themselves teleported to the foot of the mountain. What is that look? In their shock, Nie Shaoqian looked up towards the summit and exclaimed in surprise. The once dilapidated temple on the peak was now enveloped in a golden energy, which soon emitted a blinding light. Nie Shaoqian and the walking corpse had to close their eyes from the glare. When the light faded and they opened their eyes again, they were astonished to find the summit completely empty. The temple vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Where did the temple go? Nie Shaoqian widened her eyes, her hands tightly clenched. The walking corpse, seeming to understand Nie Shaoqian's concern, slowly approached and said, "Don't worry. I believe the celestial phenomenon we saw earlier indicates a great opportunity and legacy. If that person can have such an opportunity, we should be happy for him. Let's wait here for him. I believe he will return." With that, the walking corpse staggered to the side and found a spot to lie down. Nie Shaoqian felt relieved upon hearing this, but still looked worriedly at the summit, silently praying for Wang Beihai. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai in the illusionary world continued to run tirelessly. Gradually, he realized that the distance to the temple was slowly decreasing. Is it my illusion? Or does the temple seem to be moving slower? Wang Beihai wondered, unaware that his own speed was increasing. As Wang Beihai ran with all his might, the king of hell in his bed seemed to sense something, suddenly opened his eyes, leapt off the bed, and looked at the book of no words in shock. Is this real? The king of hell blinked his big eyes, his voice trembling slightly. It seems you've sensed it too. This Beihai really has great fortune. The book of no words let out a chuckle, clearly indicating that these events were beyond its expectations. Damn it! At that moment, the king of hell clenched his teeth, slammed a fist onto the table in front of him, shattering it into pieces, then revealed a smile. Who would have thought that the golden body left by the dragon-subduing Arhat after his demise in the underworld would now be obtained by a little ghost? It's fate playing tricks. Back then, countless deities and Buddhas fought for the legacy of the dragon-subduing Arhat, causing countless conflicts and the deaths of many great beings. Even my ancestor, who guarded this legacy for 10,000 years, was not recognized. Now, the dragon-subduing Arhat has left the opportunity for such a Beihai. The king of hell said, shaking his head helplessly, then turned and sat down dejectedly in a chair, his face showing a sense of relief. Hee, the ways of the world are hard to predict, but I know one thing. The faster Beihai grows, the better it is for us. King of hell, I believe you can feel it too. The dark forces hidden behind the calm are slowly awakening. Once they break through the seal, the only one who can stop them will be Beihai. The book of no words paused for a moment, then continued, although I hate to admit it, we can't withstand that level of disaster anymore. Hearing this, the king of hell's body stiffened. Then he glanced at the book of no words and let out a helpless sigh. It's still too early to say such things. As far as I know, the legacy left by the dragon-subduing Arhat is not so easily obtained. I hope that Beihai doesn't disappoint us. With a wave of his hand, the scene before the king of hell shifted to a strange space, where Wang Beihai was sitting cross-legged in the void, with two golden dragons circling around him. Meanwhile, in the illusory world, Wang Beihai let out a loud shout, then leapt with all his might, finally crossing the last stone step and landing steadily on the platform before the temple gate. Finally here, Wang Beihai let out a sigh of relief, looking back to see that the steps he had climbed had all disappeared. Moo! Just as Wang Beihai was reflecting, the temple doors suddenly opened, and an extremely distant sound echoed from within, causing Wang Beihai's soul to tremble. This is the true Great Sun Buddha sound. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes and looked into the hall, vaguely seeing an extremely tall statue. Upon closer inspection, the statue seemed to come to life, its eyes moving on their own. Wang Beihai was startled, then rubbed his eyes. Instantly, a huge suction force came, and the next second, he found himself inside the hall, where all the statues had come to life. Wang Beihai stepped forward to receive the decree. In a moment of bewilderment, a supremely authoritative voice sounded. Wang Beihai looked up to see someone sitting in the center of the hall, whose appearance resembled the Buddha from TV shows. Chapter 498. The Demon of Another Realm. The Buddha of Ultimate Reality? Wang Beihai exclaimed in shock, staring at the towering figure before him, benevolent and majestic. Unexpectedly, the figure not only remained calm but even smiled kindly. Hee, your temperament is quite similar to that of the dragon-subduing Arhat. Hearing these words from the Buddha, Wang Beihai was now fully convinced that this was indeed the Buddha of ultimate reality. Do you know why I have summoned you here? The Buddha narrowed his eyes, looking at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai shook his head. The events unfolding were somewhat beyond his comprehension, despite having experienced so many seemingly fantastical occurrences. Yet, standing before the Thunderclap Monastery and the Buddha, he still felt a sense of disorientation. Am I being manipulated by the Nether King again? Wang Beihai patted his cheeks, feeling a bit wary. At that moment, the Buddha seemed to read his thoughts and burst into laughter. The Nether King doesn't have the guts for such schemes. With a wave of his hand, a small golden dragon flew out and circled the hall before coming to rest in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai squinted, examining the golden dragon closely. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. This dragon is real. Stumbling back a few steps, Wang Beihai was steadied by the dragon, which then hovered before him once more. Ahem, this dragon is indeed real, the Buddha chuckled, amused by Wang Beihai's reaction. This is the life-bound dragon of the dragon-subduing Arhat. Only by gaining its recognition can you become the true successor of the dragon-subduing Arhat. Wang Beihai pointed at himself incredulously. Me? The dragon-subduing Arhat? Yes, the Buddha nodded, looking at Wang Beihai with kindness. You must be mistaken. What makes me worthy of such a title? Wang Beihai laughed self-deprecatingly, his doubts resurfacing. This must be a trap set by the Nether King, surely. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the Buddha waved his hand, and a formidable will instantly filled Wang Beihai's mind. In a daze, Wang Beihai vaguely saw a figure, indistinct yet radiating an extraordinary aura. Who are you? Curious, Wang Beihai stepped forward, but the figure's face remained obscured. You've finally come, Wang Beihai, the one I chose. At that moment, the figure extended a hand, its voice magnetic. Who exactly are you? Wang Beihai eyed the figure warily. Suddenly, a burst of golden light enveloped the figure, transforming it into a massive dragon before Wang Beihai. I am the dragon-subduing Arhat, and you are the one I have been waiting for. The current world is too chaotic. Only you are qualified to inherit my legacy and save the world. The task of maintaining peace falls to you, my good brother. Keep up the good work. The dragon's words left Wang Beihai astonished. He had never imagined that someone as powerful as the dragon-subduing Arhat could be such a joker. As the dragon finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through, and Wang Beihai blinked, finding himself back in the hall. Hee, the dragon-subduing Arhat's temperament is quite similar to yours, the Buddha remarked with a smile. Before Wang Beihai could respond, the Buddha continued, whether you believe it or not, for now, just observe the scene below. With another wave of his hand, Wang Beihai's ears were filled with the sound of explosions. Before he could react, shadowy figures flew past him. Focusing his gaze, Wang Beihai found himself in an ancient battlefield, surrounded by powerful beings. Who are these people? Wang Beihai marveled at the scene, where even the weakest could summon clouds and rain with a flick of their hand, causing earthquakes with a mere gesture. Yet, these formidable beings were all being suppressed by creatures of a sinister, pitch-black appearance. Wang Beihai frowned, sensing an extremely malevolent aura from these creatures, an aura not of this world. Just as he was lost in thought, a burly creature charged at him. Wang Beihai instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, but the scene around him shifted once more. When he came to, he was back in the hall. Where is that place? And what are those evil things? This time, Wang Beihai's gaze was unusually calm, and the Buddha nodded in approval. That is the legendary ancient battlefield, also known as the divine ruins in your world. We call it the Tomb of Gods. This revelation left Wang Beihai astonished. He had been to the divine ruins before and heard tales of what transpired there, but he had never imagined the battle to be so intense. And what are those things? After composing himself, Wang Beihai continued his inquiry. Those evil beings are called the demons of another realm. They come from another dimension, where only desire, slaughter, and evil exist. They possess a special power that, once touched, plunges one into the abyss. Listening to the Buddha's words, Wang Beihai fell into deep thought. He had heard of the demons of another realm before, but had always doubted their existence. Observing Wang Beihai's expression, the Buddha spoke earnestly. To combat the demons of another realm, not only the human realm but also the spirit, nether, and celestial realms dispatched their supreme beings. We paid a heavy price to suppress them. The dragon-subduing Arhat was gravely injured in that battle, leaving behind his legacy before passing away. Therefore, Wang Beihai, the fact that the dragon-subduing Arhat chose you as his successor is no accident or deliberate arrangement. The Buddha looked at Wang Beihai. You are the key to defeating the demons of another realm. Chapter 499. Negotiating Terms. Me. Wang Beihai pointed at himself in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could I be the key to defeating the demonic beings? Wang Beihai chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although his cultivation had reached the divine realm, standing in the ancient battlefield and witnessing the ancient powerhouses battling the demonic beings, he realized how insignificant he was. Without exaggeration, any single strike from the demonic beings could obliterate him. Buddha seemed to have anticipated Wang Beihai's thoughts and smiled, saying, You suffered a great calamity in your childhood. Have you ever wondered why when Lan targeted your Wang family? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback and looked at Buddha, replying, When Lan said it's because I bear the surname Wang, a descendant of the king. At this, Buddha shook his head with a smile. That is one reason. The king indeed was a being that the demonic beings feared, but more importantly, there is a power within you that poses a threat to the demonic beings. This power will grow stronger as you do, and one day, when facing the demonic beings, it will become crucial in the battle. A special energy? What is it? Wang Beihai looked puzzled at Buddha. That energy, it cannot be spoken of. Buddha shook his head and continued. Your Azura golden body is now fully developed, capable of bearing the entire inheritance of the Arhat dragon subduer. With the demonic being's aura reappearing, it seems their arrival is not far off. The aura of the demonic beings? How can that be? Weren't they all driven back? Wang Beihai widened his eyes, confused. That was only temporary, Buddha said with narrowed eyes, his tone grave. We exhausted all our strength to merely drive them back to their dimension and sealed the temporal rift, thus gaining this 10,000 years of peace. However, there are always some who are greedy and selfish, driven by interests to commit acts against the will of heaven. With a wave of Buddha's hand, a massive sphere appeared before Wang Beihai. This is the human realm's layout, with the red dots indicating the seals. Buddha spoke casually, but Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, looking at Buddha. Such a secret. You tell me so easily? You will know sooner or later. Knowing now is of no harm. Hearing this, Wang Beihai shrugged and said nothing more, instead scrutinizing the world before him. After a careful observation, he gasped in astonishment. So many exits in the human realm, almost 20 of them. In the face of Wang Beihai's surprise, Buddha remained composed. What you see now is merely a small part of this world. In the spiritual, underworld, and celestial realms, there are similar seals. Recently, I can clearly feel the seal's power weakening, indicating the demonic beings are stirring. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned and looked again at the sphere, his gaze eventually settling on a particular spot. Seeing this, Buddha waved his hand, and the red dot instantly enlarged. Wang Beihai looked at the familiar mountain range and swallowed hard. This isn't the Sleeping Dragon Mountain, is it? In shock, Wang Beihai realized that after living in Sleeping Dragon Village for so long, he was seeing for the first time that a seal existed right in the mountain near his home. Thinking of the villagers and his loved ones in Sleeping Dragon Village, Wang Beihai's heart tightened. Rest assured, although the seal is stirring, it won't break for at least 3 years. During that time, if you can ascend to godhood, dealing with these demonic beings will be a breeze. Ascend to godhood in 3 years? Are you joking? Hearing this, Wang Beihai nearly fell to the ground. He knew well how stringent the conditions for achieving godhood were. Currently, he was merely at the divine realm, not even reaching the supreme realm, so how could he possibly ascend to godhood in 3 years? I know, Buddha replied calmly to Wang Beihai's almost skeptical rejection. Although your cultivation is still shallow, with your talent, achieving godhood within 3 years is not impossible. Now that you have earned the recognition of the Arhat Dragon Subduer, once you inherit his legacy, you will become a member of our Arhat Hall. Not to mention how much the inheritance can boost your cultivation. Just the Buddha's light alone can elevate your strength. As he spoke, a halo suddenly appeared behind Buddha. With the light emanating from the halo, Wang Beihai felt both his mind and body become at ease, and the turbulent energy within him began to calm. Just as Wang Beihai was enjoying the Buddha's light, Buddha withdrew it. Only those who can reach the Thunder Sound Temple are eligible for this Buddha's light. Once you take on the identity of the Arhat Dragon Subduer, the doors of the Thunder Sound Temple will be open to you at any time. With a mere thought, you can return here. That's wonderful. Wang Beihai glanced at Buddha, his eyes flashing with determination. At this moment, his heart wavered. He wasn't inherently averse to the identity of the Arhat Dragon Subduer. For Wang Beihai, becoming one would only bring benefits, no drawbacks. The reason Wang Beihai hesitated was his concern that once he became the Arhat Dragon Subduer, he would lose his freedom. After all, being surrounded by a bunch of monks day in and out was something he found unbearable to even think about. Rest assured, the former Dragon Subduer was like you, unable to stay in the Thunder Sound Temple. Therefore, I granted him permission to roam the mortal world, saving the afflicted. I see you are similar. Once you inherit his legacy, you will take on the responsibility of roaming the mortal world. Buddha smiled, dispelling Wang Beihai's concerns with these words. We have a deal then. Wang Beihai smiled at Buddha. Over the years, he was the only one who could negotiate with Buddha like this. Agreed, Buddha nodded with a smile. Then, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows again and asked, What should I do now? Simple. The golden dragon enters the body, transforming you, making you the true golden body of the dragon subduer. Buddha smiled with narrowed eyes. Wang Beihai was puzzled, scratching his head. What is the golden dragon entering the body, and what is transforming? Buddha did not answer. Instead, with a wave of his hand, the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple was bathed in Buddha's light. In the next moment, the previous golden cliff suddenly entered Wang Beihai's body. Chapter 500. Rebirth. Wang Beihai watched in astonishment as the golden Shaoya burrowed into his body. He shuddered and hastily lifted his shirt, only to see Shaoya swimming beneath his skin. What's happening? Wang Beihai looked up at the Buddha before him, who smiled but remained silent. In the next instant, much to Wang Beihai's shock, Shaoya darted straight towards his dantian. Instantly, his dantian turned golden, and a blinding light radiated from his body. Accompanying the golden glow was an overwhelming pain. Wang Beihai felt his meridians expand abruptly, the sudden swelling sensation overwhelming his nerves. His eyes widened, bloodshot from the intense pain. Just as he was about to acclimate to the agony, his meridians suddenly ceased expanding. A crisp, cracking sound echoed, followed by an even more intense pain that surged through him. Ah! Wang Beihai let out a pained cry. He felt as if every bone in his body was being forcibly torn from him. Despite his strong will, He couldn't bear it and collapsed to the ground, convulsing, his face drained of color. This is the pain of bone stripping. It's unbearable for ordinary people. Is it too cruel for a child so young? Buddha said softly, narrowing his eyes. The surrounding deities exchanged glances, but remained silent. Ahem, the path to divinity is far more arduous than this. If one can't endure such minor difficulties, what right do they have to become a god? A voice suddenly echoed in Buddha's ears, and a white light appeared beside him. Buddha nodded and said, "Perhaps. The world doesn't have much time left. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. No one is born to enjoy success without effort." Amitabha. With that, Buddha closed his eyes, and the white light flickered before disappearing. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai's body was drenched in sweat, and a faint blood mist mingled with the perspiration, quickly staining his clothes red. Lying on the ground, he was on the verge of collapse, his strength completely drained. The only thing keeping him breathing was his willpower. "I can't give up, I can't die." Wang Beihai's mind was fixated on one thought. "I haven't rescued Minner yet, and I haven't brought Ruoying back. The world is so beautiful. I want to see more, much more." Wang Beihai kept shouting in his heart. Gradually, the pain subsided, and a green light began to seep from his dantian. With the light's aid, Wang Beihai quickly regained consciousness from the pain. "What is this?" Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he stared at the floating skeleton before him, astonished. "This is your mortal bone. Congratulations, you've endured the hardest part," Buddha said with a smile, nodding at Wang Beihai. With a wave of his hand, a Buddhist light enveloped Wang Beihai, making him feel light and rejuvenated. "Concentrate, clear your mind of all distractions. Now, we will meditate and contemplate the Dharma." Buddha chanted the scriptures, and Wang Beihai felt his mind become serene, free from desires and attachments. In this state, Wang Beihai soon entered a meditative trance, sinking into a world of self-reflection. At the same time, a brilliant light emanated from his dantian, and the golden Shaoya flew to his back, transforming into his spine. After an unknown period, Shaoya had completely become the skeleton of Wang Beihai. At the moment the skeleton was fully formed, Wang Beihai felt a jolt in his heart. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him. Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly, but Buddha's voice echoed in his mind. "Don't lose focus." Wang Beihai adjusted his concentration and resumed chanting the scriptures. Gradually, fine scales began to grow on Wang Beihai's body. As they matured, he looked like a dragon sitting there. "Awaken," Buddha said gently, seeing that Wang Beihai had completed his transformation. Wang Beihai opened his eyes, their depths as clear as a mirror, indicating a spiritual elevation. "Phew!" Wang Beihai exhaled deeply, then looked at his hands in disbelief. They were now covered in dragon scales. "What's going on? Am I going to stay like this forever?" Wang Beihai panicked, looking at his hand that no longer resembled a human's. "Hee, don't worry. This is just the final step of rebirth. Simply put, the true dragon bone now supports your body, and the scales are dragon scales. You now possess the bloodline of the dragon race." Buddha explained calmly. Despite the explanation, Wang Beihai remained worried. Buddha quickly saw through Wang Beihai's concerns and smiled, saying, "Rest assured. The dragon scales on your body are just a process. Once your body fully integrates with the true dragon, you can control these features, manifesting them only when needed." Hearing this, Wang Beihai finally sighed in relief and patted his chest, feeling the enhanced strength. His lips curled into a happy smile. "Now that you've undergone rebirth, there's only one final step left, which is to crown you. From now on, you will be the dragon-subduing Arhat of our Thunder Monastery, cultivating the path of compassion, possessing the body of a true dragon, eradicating injustice in the world, and purging evil from the human realm. I hope you will remain true to your heart, be benevolent, and not stray from the right path." With that, Buddha waved his hand, and a dragon mark appeared between Wang Beihai's eyebrows. Instantly, the sky above the underworld was filled with lightning and thunder, and countless dragon silhouettes appeared in the void. Hashtag Chapter 501. The Gathering of 10,000 Buddhas. It seems he has succeeded. The Book of the Unspoken observed Wang Beihai on the screen. Wang Beihai's body was now covered with a thin layer of pale golden scales, and a faint golden dragon tattoo appeared on his back. Seems? Do you really need to say seems? The king of the underworld stood beside the book, glaring at it irritably. At this moment, he was well aware of the events in the underworld. Such a celestial phenomenon could only be the result of Wang Beihai's success. Otherwise, even if the entire underworld were overturned, no one else could have caused such a spectacle. Hee, I wasn't entirely sure, the Book of the Unspoken chuckled smugly. The king of the underworld immediately shot the book a stern look and then turned his gaze back to Wang Beihai on the screen, speaking with profound meaning. I didn't expect your vision to remain as sharp as ever. It seems even the dragon subduer has set his sights on Wang Beihai. The pain of rebirth is something ordinary people can hardly endure. As he spoke, a gleam of brilliance flashed in the king of the underworld's eyes, and he muttered to himself, Wang Beihai, I hope you grow quickly. With that, the king of the underworld ceased observing Wang Beihai and waved his hand, causing the scene before him to shift. The screen now displayed a massive eye, which gradually enlarged as the view zoomed in, revealing a canyon. Is this the Eye of Hell? The Book of the Unspoken's tone grew serious upon seeing the scene. Yes, this is the forbidden area of the underworld, the Eye of Hell. The king of the underworld confirmed, manipulating the image before him. The pupil-like object turned out to be a spatial passageway, within which lurked a subtle yet malevolent aura. It seems the seal of the underworld won't hold for much longer, the Book of the Unspoken said gravely. The king of the underworld furrowed his brows, coldly gazing at the black hole on the screen, pondering for a long time before speaking slowly. Indeed, our time is running out. Now that Li Bai from the immortal realm has gathered a wealth of information, all we can do is prepare thoroughly. I would give my life to prevent these malevolent beings from invading our world. Seeing the king of the underworld's earnest demeanor, the Book of the Unspoken silently flew to his side, and with a flash of light, a gentle white glow enveloped the king. Immediately, the king's furrowed brows relaxed. Thank you, the king of the underworld murmured, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, the Book of the Unspoken spoke. There is another person who is crucial in this battle against the demons. Hearing this, the king of the underworld widened his eyes and looked at the Book of the Unspoken. Back when the demons invaded, regardless of the demon, spirit, human, or god races, they all joined forces for the first time. If the human king was the focus back then, there were undoubtedly outstanding figures among the other races as well. At this, the king of the underworld narrowed his eyes. You mean the one called Wuxin? The Book of the Unspoken remained silent, which often signified affirmation. Seeing this, the king of the underworld shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. Wuxin is the essence of the demon race. Without the suppression of the yellow springs, his demonic nature will eventually erupt. His threat to this world is no less than that of the demons. I know Beizi once promised Wuxin, but I absolutely cannot agree to this. The Book of the Unspoken merely flickered slightly, remaining silent, for as the king of the underworld had said, Wuxin's identity was extremely special. Releasing him would undoubtedly be like setting off a time bomb. Without absolute certainty, even the Book of the Unspoken itself dared not to act rashly. Don't worry, I believe Beihai will find a way, the Book of the Unspoken said with a soft laugh. At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the entire underworld. In an instant, every corner of the underworld was bathed in golden light. This is the gathering of 10,000 Buddhas. The king of the underworld stared at the celestial phenomenon in the sky, his eyes widening. In his memory, this was the highest level of Buddhist magic from the great Thunderclap Monastery. Before he could finish his astonishment, golden Buddhist light enveloped the king of the underworld, causing his eyes to become devout and black smoke to rise from his body. Simultaneously, every living being and spirit in the underworld, like the king, gazed devoutly at the sky, their bodies emitting black smoke under the golden light. The golden light persisted for a long time before gradually dissipating. The king of the underworld was the first to awaken from his meditative state, feeling an unusual lightness in his body. To his astonishment, his body began to grow rapidly until it reached the size of an adult. The king of the underworld looked at his hands with excitement, then bowed to the sky, his eyes glistening with tears. Finally, after thousands of years, I have finally waited for this moment. The king of the underworld gazed at his hands with excitement. Previously, due to too much karma, his body had ceased to grow. Now, he had finally achieved the form he desired, all thanks to the heavenly Buddhist light. While the king of the underworld rejoiced, the entire underworld was immersed in a newfound joy. I have a complete body now? Nie Xiaoqian exclaimed in surprise, looking at her body. The urn of ashes in her hand had disappeared, clearly indicating that Nie Xiaoqian had successfully gained a physical form. Beside her, the zombie was also ecstatic. I have become a normal spirit. My handsome appearance has finally returned. The two looked at each other, confirming it was not a dream, and immediately knelt down devoutly towards the sky. At that moment, a golden light flashed on the previously barren mountaintop, and the lost Arhat temple reappeared. This time, the temple had regained its original appearance, though not grand. It was no longer in disrepair. "Look, the master has returned," the sharp-eyed zombie exclaimed upon seeing Wang Beihai emerge from the temple, pointing excitedly. Nie Xiaoqian immediately turned her gaze to the mountain, her eyes welling up with tears. "What's wrong with you two?" Wang Beihai asked upon seeing the two waiting below, effortlessly stepping before them. Nie Xiaoqian and the zombie gasped at the simple feat, clearly showing Wang Beihai's enhanced strength. "It's nothing, you're back, that's all," Nie Xiaoqian coughed lightly, then shyly lowered her head. At that moment, the zombie eagerly rushed to Wang Beihai's side, smiling. "Master, look, I've regained my human form. Was that golden light you're doing?" Hashtag chapter 502. I'm sticking with you. Golden light? What golden light? Wang Beihai scratched his head, looking puzzled at the walking corpse. All he remembered was being crowned, and then a moment of dizziness brought him back to the underworld. As for the golden light, he had no idea. Seeing Wang Beihai's confused expression, the walking corpse furrowed his brow but quickly confirmed that the golden light must have been caused by Wang Beihai. "Judging by the pure and bright aura you're emitting, if it wasn't you who caused the golden light, then there's something seriously wrong," the walking corpse thought to himself. At that moment, Wang Beihai glanced into the distance and then said to the two of them, "All right, I'm heading to the Eye of Hell next, and it's a very dangerous place. You two should leave. You don't need to guide me anymore." Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoqian and the walking corpse both stiffened. The walking corpse's expression was complex. Throughout their journey, he had gone from initial rejection to now deep respect. For him, Wang Beihai was undoubtedly the benefactor who had given him a new lease on life. The thought of leaving Wang Beihai now made his heart ache. Nie Xiaoqian, on the other hand, was even more conflicted. She twisted her clothes, still rejoicing over regaining her human form a moment ago. But Wang Beihai's dismissal felt like a bucket of cold water thrown over her. "What's wrong with you two? Why do you feel so strange now that I'm back? You're not happy to be let go?" Wang Beihai asked, puzzled, unaware of how loyal the two had become to him, with Nie Xiaoqian harboring a special affection. "Humph, you're so eager for us to leave. Are you that disgusted with us?" After a moment of silence, Nie Xiaoqian shouted at Wang Beihai, and then stormed into the woods. Wang Beihai watched Nie Xiaoqian's retreating figure, still confused, but decided to chase after her, only to be blocked by the walking corpse. "Forget it, master. Don't chase her. Don't worry, she'll be fine and won't go far." Hearing this, Wang Beihai stopped and looked at the walking corpse, puzzled. "Do you know what's going on?" "Of course. I was once known as a handsome man who could charm any beauty. I understand these little girls' thoughts better than anyone." The walking corpse smirked and then spoke to Wang Beihai earnestly. "Master, You're talented, powerful, and not bad-looking. But when it comes to matters of the heart, you're really quite dense." Seeing Wang Beihai still looking confused, the walking corpse shook his head and continued, "There's an old saying about mutual affection. It seems like it's one-sided in your case." Hearing this, Wang Beihai became even more puzzled. The walking corpse almost spat out an old blood, and then shook his head at Wang Beihai. It seems you're really dense. Can't you see that the girl has feelings for you?" At these words, Wang Beihai's eyes widened in shock, and then he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "What a curse!" In an instant, Wang Beihai's good mood turned gloomy. "I haven't even found Minner's soul yet, and now this? What am I supposed to do?" Wang Beihai patted his face, feeling utterly distressed. "Now you understand. Telling us to leave like that is practically showing your disdain for us." The walking corpse glanced at Wang Beihai, and then saw his chance to stay with Wang Beihai, quickly stepping forward to speak. Hearing this, Wang Beihai slapped his forehead again and looked at Nie Xiaoqian, who was pouting at the edge of the woods, feeling very troubled. "I'm just afraid that if you follow me to the eye of hell and something happens, I won't be able to save you." After thinking it over, Wang Beihai reluctantly said to the walking corpse, "Hey, that's not what you should say to me. You need to say it to the girl. I don't mind going or not, but saying it like that is a bit hurtful, isn't it?" The walking corpse said, pushing Wang Beihai forward, urging him to go and persuade her. Wang Beihai, however, stood rooted to the spot, hesitating for a long time without moving. The walking corpse sighed and then patted Wang Beihai's shoulder. "How about this? I'll help you persuade her. If I succeed, can I have another drop of that stuff?" Wang Beihai glared at the walking corpse, knowing he was taking advantage, but when he looked at Nie Xiaoqian, he reluctantly nodded. Seeing this, the walking corpse immediately extended his hand. "Give me the item first." Wang Beihai's eyes widened, wanting to kill the walking corpse for his shamelessness, but thinking of Nie Xiaoqian, he had no choice but to compromise. With a deep sigh, Wang Beihai took out another drop of blood lotus essence from his spiritual ring and tossed it to the walking corpse, pretending to be heartbroken. The walking corpse grabbed the bottle, opened it, sniffed it, and after confirming it was real, swallowed the drop in one gulp. "You!" Wang Beihai exclaimed, but the walking corpse let out a satisfied moan and then gave Wang Beihai a cheeky grin. "Hee, I was just afraid you'd change your mind." Seeing the walking corpse's behavior, Wang Beihai felt a headache coming on. With such a character, he really had no way to deal with him. Realizing this, Wang Beihai felt a surge of frustration and impatiently waved his hand. All right, you've enjoyed the benefit, now it's your turn." Hearing this, the walking corpse immediately smiled. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to persuade her perfectly." With that, the walking corpse laughed and quickly walked towards Nie Xiaoqian. Wang Beihai stood there, curious about the conversation between the walking corpse and Nie Xiaoqian. Just as he was about to extend his spiritual sense to eavesdrop, the walking corpse waved at Wang Beihai from a distance, signaling everything was okay. So fast? Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then, he saw Nie Xiaoqian actually following the walking corpse back towards him. All settled? When the two approached, Wang Beihai immediately pulled the walking corpse aside to inquire curiously. "Of course. When I, Master Bei, am on the job, there's no woman I can't handle." The walking corpse boasted, but suddenly Nie Xiaoqian punched him on the head, knocking him dizzy. "Get lost." Nie Xiaoqian glared at the walking corpse, who immediately scurried away. Then, Nie Xiaoqian stood before Wang Beihai, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. The look made Wang Beihai shiver. Just as he was about to look away, Nie Xiaoqian smiled and said to Wang Beihai, "That guy told me everything. I've decided that wherever you go, I'll follow. I'm sticking with you." Chapter 503, Crossing the Storm. "Wait, what did you say?" Upon hearing Nie Xiaoqian's words, Wang Beihai widened his eyes in surprise. "Yes, the zombie told me everything. You were concerned for my safety, that's why you didn't want me to go. I know you've always cared about me. When I was gravely injured by the Black Mountain Demon, It was you who used your precious demon core to save me. So, I've decided that no matter where you go, I'll follow you. Nie Xiaoqian blinked her big eyes, her gaze filled with a special kind of affection. Wang Beihai was taken aback and then looked at the zombie, who was winking and giving him a thumbs up. In that instant, Wang Beihai felt an overwhelming urge to crush the zombie. Hee, let's go, master. I've solved your problem. The zombie approached Wang Beihai, who was looking rather grim, and nudged him with his elbow. You solved a hammer. Wang Beihai glanced at Nie Xiaoqian, who was happily beside him, and then squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Hee. Although the method was different, the effect was significant. Seeing this, the zombie gave a cunning smile and, fearing Wang Beihai would get angry, quickly quickened his pace and walked ahead. Let's go too. At that moment, Nie Xiaoqian suddenly stepped forward and directly linked arms with Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai flinched and tried to pull away, but Nie Xiaoqian's strength was surprisingly strong. What, do you want to back out now? Feeling Wang Beihai's resistance, tears welled up in Nie Xiaoqian's eyes. Seeing this, Wang Beihai could only shake his head in resignation and inwardly cry out, Heaven and earth, what a curse! Who can save me? With a bitter smile, he looked at Nie Xiaoqian and said, Do as you please. I have to warn you, though, I may not be able to protect you at the Eye of Hell. I thought it was something big. Don't worry, I'm not some weak woman anymore. I don't need your protection. Seeing Wang Beihai agree, Nie Xiaoqian beamed with joy and, to prove her point, punched a nearby boulder. The stone shattered with a loud crack. Wang Beihai was startled. That punch had the power close to a saint realm. I didn't expect the energy of the demon core to be so strong, he mused, narrowing his eyes. Remembering the zombie's earlier words about the beasts in the Eye of Hell, a smile crept onto Wang Beihai's face as he licked his lips. It seems this trip to the Eye of Hell will be quite fruitful. With that thought, Wang Beihai led Nie Xiaoqian, quickly catching up with the zombie. The underworld, though a realm of its own, wasn't particularly vast. After 3 days of walking, the trio arrived near the Eye of Hell. Ahead lies the legendary Forbidden Zone, the Eye of Hell, the zombie said, stopping and sniffing the air, his body trembling. Such a chilling aura. Wang Beihai stepped forward, looking at the desolate canyon where the wind howled, whipping up debris and isolating the canyon from the outside world. Beyond the wind, he sensed dozens of powerful and malevolent presences. This must be it. The group moved a few steps closer to the storm. This storm looks troublesome, the zombie said, his face serious as he felt the razor-sharp winds and frowned. It is indeed tricky. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then kicked a nearby boulder towards the storm. The stone was shredded into pieces within a meter of the storm. Seeing this, Wang Beihai frowned and turned to Nie Xiaoqian and the zombie. This storm's power is too strong for your current bodies. Even I might not get through unscathed. Zombie, do you know of any other entrances? The zombie thought for a while, then shook his head. As far as I know, this area is surrounded by storms, and this is the weakest point. Wang Beihai looked at the raging storm again, hesitated, then suddenly had an idea. He waved his hand and put Nie Xiaoqian and the zombie into the Black Tower. Where are we? Nie Xiaoqian looked around curiously. Wang Beihai followed her in. No need to ask. To withstand the storm and reach the Eye of Hell, this is the only way. With a wave of his hand, Wang Beihai activated the Black Tower to fly forward. Soon, the tower shook, but Wang Beihai could feel it withstanding the storm's assault and slowly moving towards the world beyond. Master, I didn't know you had such a treasure, the zombie said, marveling at the tower's interior. Nie Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wang Beihai, her admiration growing. I don't know how far this storm extends. Until we're safe, we'll stay here. But remember, don't wander off. Wang Beihai closed his eyes, sensing the tower was still in the storm, then opened them to warn the two. I'll stay with you, nowhere else, Nie Xiaoqian said, linking arms with Wang Beihai, looking blissful. Meanwhile, the zombie had stealthily approached the entrance to the second floor. Hee, I wonder what treasures the master has up there. With a grin, the zombie headed upstairs. Just as Wang Beihai noticed the zombie's absence and started searching, a terrified scream came from the second floor. Wang Beihai and Nie Xiaoqian turned to see the zombie rolling down like a ball. "There's a monster, a monster." The zombie rushed to Wang Beihai, fear in his eyes. "Hee hee, told you not to wander off," Wang Beihai chuckled, not revealing that the monster was likely Qiongqi, thinking it a lesson for the zombie. Suddenly, the tower shook violently, then stabilized. Wang Beihai extended his spirit sense and soon smiled. "It seems we've arrived." Hashtag chapter 504, The Eye of Hell. We're here. At Wang Beihai's words, the zombie who had been half dead with fear instantly revived, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Wang Beihai. Beside him, Nie Xiaoqian also looked at Wang Beihai with curiosity. "Yes, we're here," Wang Beihai replied with a smile, then waved his hand, and the three of them instantly teleported out of the Black Tower. "Master, is this the Eye of Hell?" The zombie curiously surveyed their surroundings, his admiration for Wang Beihai now complete. "I never thought a nobody like me would have the chance to enter this legendary forbidden land. Thank you, Master. From now on, I will follow you loyally. You point east, and I will never go west." As he spoke, the zombie began to cry, his pitiful appearance leaving Wang Beihai somewhat dumbfounded. All right, I get it. You're touched," Wang Beihai said, shaking his head helplessly before starting to examine their surroundings. The space enclosed by the storm had a dark red hue to the light. Wang Beihai sniffed lightly and immediately frowned. "The smell of blood is so strong." Hearing this, Nie Xiaoqian instinctively sniffed and was almost overcome by the stench, nearly vomiting. "Why is there such a strong smell of decay here?" Nie Xiaoqian furrowed her brows, her eyes wide as she scanned the area. All she could see were barren rocks and deep cliffs. "It is strange," Wang Beihai muttered, narrowing his eyes. Suddenly, a purple aura appeared in his gaze, and when he looked around again, he was shocked. How is this possible? How was this done? Wang Beihai's expression grew increasingly grim. "What's wrong?" Nie Xiaoqian and the zombie asked anxiously. "You'd better prepare yourselves before you see," Wang Beihai said, hesitating for a moment before waving his hand forcefully, causing a massive cloud of dust to rise. With a grasp of his hand, the dust vanished instantly.
Ugh.
Nie Xiaoqian looked in the direction where the dust had risen and immediately crouched down, vomiting. In front of them, the small hill was actually a pile of mutilated corpses. How could there be so many bodies here? The zombie exclaimed in shock, then fell to the ground, his hands touching something hard. Picking it up, he found it to be a large bone. With a scream, the zombie threw the bone away, but Wang Beihai caught it, examining it closely before frowning. "This is human bone." At this revelation, Nie Xiaoqian and the zombie's mouths gaped open in shock. "Impossible, this is a forbidden area. Ordinary beings couldn't possibly come here." Nie Xiaoqian looked at Wang Beihai, puzzled. Wang Beihai himself was equally perplexed. "Move aside," he said after a long pause, stepping in front of the zombie and gesturing for him to step back. With another wave of his hand, numerous skeletons appeared before them. "We're standing on a mountain made of bones?" Nie Xiaoqian trembled, having killed many herself, but the horrifying sight before her left her completely unnerved. Where did these people come from? After a long moment of astonishment, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. "As you said, I just sensed around, but there's no way to get past the storm. So, how did they get in? Or are they native to this place?" Wang Beihai's words left Nie Xiaoqian and the zombie wide-eyed, unwilling to believe that such a place could have indigenous inhabitants. "Regardless, now that we're here, we must be cautious. This place is too eerie. As I said, I can't guarantee your safety if we encounter danger." With that, Wang Beihai began to walk toward the sea of corpses. Despite their fear, Nie Xiaoqian and the zombie, after some internal struggle, quickly followed. Unbeknownst to them, as they left, A black figure slowly wriggled out from beneath the bones, trailing closely behind. The three of them covered their noses and navigated through the sea of corpses, their feet moving swiftly but cautiously. After a long while, they still hadn't found an exit. Wang Beihai frowned, then stopped and released his spirit again. This time, he chose to view the situation from above, lifting his spirit into the sky. Soon, his expression turned astonished. "What is it?" Nie Xiaoqian asked, trying to ignore the stench. "It seems the eye of hell really is like an eye." Wang Beihai gave a wry smile, then looked at the two in front of him. "If we think of this structure as an eye, we're currently at the edge of the eyeball, and all around us is a ring of corpses. If we continue in this direction, we'll just return to where we started." The zombie was stunned, then seemed to realize something, his eyes filled with terror. He glanced at the mound of flesh before him and swallowed hard. "So, to leave here, we have to cross this mountain of corpses?" "It seems so," Wang Beihai said gravely, nodding. Nie Xiaoqian and the zombie almost collapsed. "Heaven and earth, what have I done to deserve this?" The zombie gazed helplessly at the mountain of corpses, full of regret, while Nie Xiaoqian's face was pale. Clearly, whether human or ghost, they were all repulsed by such a revolting sight. "There's no other way. Only by crossing this can we find something of value. If I'm right, these corpses are food for the powerful beasts inside. If you're scared, you can wait here." "Humph, scared? Never. You won't leave me behind." Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Nie Xiaoqian immediately glared at him, then mustered her courage, trying to appear calm. Seeing Nie Xiaoqian's determination, the zombie straightened his back and patted his chest. "She's right. If she, a girl, isn't afraid, then what am I afraid of?" With that, the zombie and Nie Xiaoqian began to climb the bloody mound of corpses. Seeing this, Wang Beihai covered his face. His intention had been to make the two reconsider, but instead, his words had sparked their competitive spirit. For a moment, Wang Beihai felt a bitter sense of having shot himself in the foot. "Come on, why aren't you moving?" During Wang Beihai's contemplation, Nie Xiaoqian and the zombie had already moved a distance ahead, the zombie waving at Wang Beihai. At that moment, Wang Beihai's ears twitched and a faint sound reached him. His pupils shrank, and he immediately shouted to the two, "Danger!" Before the words were fully out, a massive black shadow burst through the mound of corpses, lunging at the two. Chapter 505, The Playground of Monsters. The sudden turn of events startled Nie Xiaoqian and her companion, Wang Beihai, who stood below the monstrous creature, clearly seeing that it was an enormous black serpent. The serpent opened its massive mouth and lunged at Nie Xiaoqian and her companion. The walking corpse, seeing such a monstrous creature, immediately became paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Nie Xiaoqian's face turned pale, but her quick reflexes kicked in, and she pulled the corpse by the arm, jumping down to Wang Beihai just in time to avoid the serpent's attack. "Run!" Seeing the two escape, Wang Beihai shouted loudly, then quickly tapped the corpse's forehead to snap it out of its fear. As the three of them fled, the serpent let out a roar and fully emerged from the sea of corpses. With a glance, Wang Beihai realized the serpent was over 100 meters long, and its head had distinct protrusions. "This thing is about to become a dragon," he thought to himself, then urged Nie Xiaoqian and the corpse to pick up their pace. Suddenly, the serpent roared and its throat began to glow red. Wang Beihai, running ahead, sensed the serpent's anomaly and felt a sudden warning in his heart. "Qi Xiao!" Feeling danger, Wang Beihai immediately shouted, and a red light shot out. He grabbed Nie Xiaoqian and the corpse, leaping onto Qi Xiao. Without thinking further, Wang Beihai shouted, "Rise!" Qi Xiao immediately soared high with the three, just as the serpent roared and unleashed a massive jet of fire towards their previous location, turning everything into scorched earth. That was close, Wang Beihai thought, watching the terrifying flames below. The fire was not only extremely hot, but also highly corrosive. Even with his golden body, getting hit would be extremely painful, let alone Nie Xiaoqian and the corpse. "What kind of monsters are these?" the corpse exclaimed, cursing. At that moment, he deeply regretted insisting on coming to this cursed place. As they were still in shock, the serpent opened its mouth again, spewing another jet of fire towards Wang Beihai and the others. Wang Beihai quickly maneuvered Qi Xiao to dodge the deadly attack. Although they had avoided a fatal blow, with Nie Xiaoqian and the corpse on board, Qi Xiao's speed and agility were significantly reduced. If this continued, not only would escape be difficult, but even evasion would consume a lot of time. Realizing this, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and once again placed the two inside the Black Pagoda. Stay inside the tower and wait for me. I repeat, stay on the first floor and don't wander around. After hastily giving instructions, Wang Beihai returned to face the serpent. Seeing Wang Beihai reappear, the serpent's eyes turned cold, and it lunged at him with its mouth wide open. You want to bite me so badly? Let's see who's tougher, Wang Beihai thought, his eyes flashing with a cold light. His forehead's mark lit up, and a golden light enveloped him. He then threw a punch, sending a golden dragon silhouette along with the punch, striking the serpent's head. SSS. The serpent let out a painful hiss and was knocked to the ground by Wang Beihai's punch. When did I become this strong? Wang Beihai thought, looking at the serpent on the ground and then at his fist, greatly shocked. Little did he know that he had received the legacy of the dragon-subduing Arhat and inherited his golden body, making his cultivation and body far stronger than before. Roar. Just as Wang Beihai was secretly pleased, the serpent lifted its head and roared at him, then spewed several jets of fire towards him. The fire, with its terrifying heat, rained down on Wang Beihai like a dense storm. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, immediately channeling his spiritual energy, only to find it had turned golden, and its flow was faster and denser. Feeling this change, Wang Beihai smirked, laughing loudly as he dodged the fire attacks and approached the serpent. He then threw another powerful punch at the serpent's head. This punch was delivered with full force, shattering the serpent's teeth. With a loud crash, the serpent's massive body fell to the ground. Again, Wang Beihai shouted, enjoying the feeling of overwhelming strength. He descended from the sky, landing in front of the serpent, ready to deliver another punch. No, no, hero, spare me, spare me. The serpent suddenly pleaded, its eyes filled with fear, and it spoke human words. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's fist stopped mid-air, and he looked at the talking serpent in astonishment. You can speak human language? Wang Beihai asked, his eyes wide, but his fist still ready. We've cultivated for 1,000 years. Of course, we can speak human language, the serpent hissed, clearly trying to communicate. Why did you attack me? Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold as he glared at the serpent. It's just a habit here. It's a survival of the fittest world. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The serpent looked at Wang Beihai pitifully. At this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he summoned Qi Xiao, placing it against the serpent's neck. So, if I wasn't strong enough, I'd be dead? No, no, the serpent panicked, quickly explaining. I had no choice. Hero, you don't know, I haven't eaten in decades. I finally encountered something I could eat, but I couldn't defeat it. The serpent looked at Wang Beihai with an aggrieved expression. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned. Decades without food. What's going on? Don't even mention it. The serpent shook its head, its eyes revealing a pitiful look. With my current strength, I don't dare to compete with the big brothers in the inner regions, so I can only roam the edges. Occasionally, I come across a weak one who escapes, and I can barely eat. If I don't, I go hungry. You don't dare to go in? Wang Beihai's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the serpent. Absolutely. In the depths of this forbidden land, there are many real monsters. My strength is nothing in front of them. You're not thinking of going to the center of the forbidden land, are you? I advise you not to even think about it. The serpent looked at Wang Beihai with a look of extreme fear. To put it bluntly, that place is a playground for monsters. Chapter 506, The One. A playground for monsters? Upon hearing the giant serpent say this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then glanced at the serpent's terrified expression. Wang Beihai confirmed that the serpent was not lying. It seems there are indeed many formidable beings here. Wang Beihai murmured softly and then waved his hand, releasing Ye Shaoqian and the other from the Black Tower. Seeing Wang Beihai's incredible feat, the giant serpent was stunned. Its eyes darted around and soon, a gurgling sound came from its stomach. Wang Beihai immediately cast a cold gaze at the serpent, causing it to shudder and quickly retract its greedy gaze. Wow, boss, you really are amazing. You've already subdued this thing so quickly? The zombie opened its mouth wide in admiration of Wang Beihai, then walked up to the serpent and reached out to touch its body. Suddenly, the serpent opened its mouth wide, releasing a foul stench that directly assaulted the zombie, causing it to fall to the ground in fright, its face showing a look of horror. Humph! You insignificant shrimp, dare to touch me? The serpent snorted coldly. At that moment, Wang Beihai frowned and said, "What about the strength of the monsters in the depths of this forbidden land?" Hearing this, the serpent immediately harumphed and then said, "I don't know about the others, but I do know that beyond the sea of corpses and blood, there are 3 demon kings guarding the place. Their strength, by your human standards, is at the level of a god realm. I've challenged them many times, and each time I was beaten half to death." 3 demon kings. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and then looked at the serpent in front of him, starting to calculate in his mind. With the serpent's strength plus its tough scales, its combat power has definitely reached the god realm. Even such a being gets beaten up. It seems the strength of the beasts in this forbidden land is terrifyingly powerful. Wang Beihai said softly. The serpent, upon hearing this, revealed a cold smile and then said, "Heh, that's just the appetizer." As it spoke, the serpent raised its head and continued, "The 3 demon kings at most are just gatekeepers. In the deeper parts, there are even more terrifying existences. I remember once, I accidentally approached the center of the forbidden land. Before I could even see anything, that powerful aura made me tremble with fear. I didn't think twice and fled back as fast as I could. Now, I'm still glad I did that." The serpent's eyes showed a trace of fear at this point. It was not the normal kind of fear, but a shudder from the soul. It was evident that the experience had left an indelible mark on the serpent's heart. What kind of existence could make you so afraid? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes curiously and looked at the serpent. The serpent shook its head, its eyes filled with reverence. "I don't know, but my intuition tells me that such an existence is not one I can provoke. Although I encountered many powerful auras during my escape, none of them gave me this feeling." Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes ignited with a strong battle intent. Then, he looked at the serpent. "Compared to that aura, how do I fare?" As he spoke, Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and in an instant, a torrent of energy burst forth from his body. In the sky, a giant dragon's shadow appeared. Feeling Wang Beihai's aura, the serpent and the zombie immediately showed expressions of fear. At this moment, an invisible pressure came, making one feel an urge to bow down. "Wow, boss, you're actually this strong," the zombie exclaimed in awe. The serpent also narrowed its eyes, but soon, it shook its head. Seeing this, Wang Beihai frowned and retracted his aura, then looked at the serpent. "What's wrong? You are very strong. Your aura even surpasses all the beasts in the forbidden land, but compared to the one in the very center, it's still not enough. The pressure he gave me felt like being choked by the throat. Your pressure is not as strong as his." Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, "Is there a chance for a fight?" "A fight?" Upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, the serpent immediately showed a surprised expression. "You really want to go in? Don't waste words. Just tell me if there's a chance for a fight." Hearing this, the serpent narrowed its eyes, flicking its forked tongue as it thought for a moment before saying, "If it's a one-on-one fight, there might be a chance, but all the beasts in this forbidden land are under the command of that one. If a fight really breaks out, just those beasts alone would be enough to trouble you." "I see." Wang Beihai rubbed his chin, showing a look of realization, then with a thought, another figure appeared in front of everyone. The zombie and Ye Xiaoqian were stunned when they saw this person. They had never seen this person on their journey. With him added, "Is there a chance for a fight?" Wang Beihai smiled slightly and then nodded to Qiongqi. Qiongqi immediately understood, roared loudly, and then quickly expanded, soon returning to its true form. One of the four great ancient fiends, Qiongqi. Seeing Qiongqi's true form, the serpent was completely shocked. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Qiongqi, the zombie sat down on the ground, pointing at Qiongqi. "That's him, the monster from the second floor." At this moment, the zombie was already scared out of its wits. The serpent also looked at Qiongqi with an expression of horror. "Now, is there a chance for a fight?" Wang Beihai smiled slightly. The serpent hesitated for a long time before slowly shaking its head, still a bit short. Hearing this, Wang Beihai once again waved his hand, and then a dragon's roar sounded. A streak of silver light pierced through the air, and Wang Beihai reached out to grab it, directly taking hold of the dragon's heart. Instantly, his aura surged once more. "And now?" Wang Beihai laughed loudly and then swung the dragon's heart in his hand, causing the space in front of him to split open, and a white dragon's shadow flew out. A divine artifact. The serpent couldn't help but take a deep breath, its eyes filled with shock. The strength Wang Beihai displayed at this moment had exceeded its understanding. At this moment, the serpent felt a bit of relief in its heart. Fortunately, it hadn't completely angered Wang Beihai back then, or it wouldn't even know how it died. Thinking this, feeling Wang Beihai's current powerful aura, and looking at the evolved Qiongqi, the serpent couldn't help but narrow its eyes. With such strength, there might be a chance for a fight. "Kaka, fight what?" At that moment, a roar came from above them, and the serpent's pupils instantly contracted. Everyone looked up and saw that on the mountain of corpses stood a lion with wings on its back. Chapter 507. Big Brother. Is that thing a lion? The zombie looked at the lion on the mountain and couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. It wasn't surprising, after all. It was quite absurd that a lion would grow wings. "That's the flying lion, one of the three great demon kings guarding the forbidden area." The giant snake narrowed its eyes and spoke with some wariness. "Flying lion, the name is quite vivid." Wang Beihai chuckled. Just then, the lion let out a huge roar towards the crowd. Then, like the giant snake, opened and closed its mouth, speaking human language. "Hee hee, I didn't expect that today. Someone could actually break into this forbidden area. Little worm, after hiding for so many years, you finally showed up. TSK, now your size is enough for me to have a hearty meal." The lion sneered at the crowd, as if Wang Beihai and the others were already in its belly. "Imph, you're just a lion with a pair of wings. What's so great about that? Worry about my big brother getting angry and roasting you for a meal." At this moment, the giant snake, contrary to its usual demeanor, directly confronted the lion with a defiant roar. The lion immediately narrowed its eyes, revealing a hint of anger. "Your big brother? Who is your big brother?" Hearing this, the giant snake instantly glanced at Wang Beihai, then said, "This is my big brother. What, don't you like it? Little kitty, are you scared? Kowtow a few times to my big brother, maybe he'll spare you." Upon hearing the giant snake say this, Wang Beihai frowned but didn't say much, because he could clearly feel that at this moment, the lion's killing intent had locked onto him. "I'll settle accounts with you later, Qiongqi, keep an eye on him." Wang Beihai glared at the giant snake, then ordered Qiongqi to watch over it. Upon hearing this, the giant snake glanced at Qiongqi, who was glaring at it, and its head immediately drooped down, completely suppressing the thought of escaping. "So, you're his big brother, huh?" At this moment, the lion on the mountain suddenly leaped down like a meteor, directly landing in front of Wang Beihai, causing the ground to tremble with the impact. Seeing the lion's snarling face, Wang Beihai did not show fear, but instead revealed an extremely arrogant expression. "Yes, what about it, little kitty?" Wang Beihai widened one eye and looked at the lion, his arrogant demeanor causing the lion to go berserk. Roar! The lion roared at Wang Beihai, then without hesitation, swung a claw towards him. The claw cut through the air, producing a sizzling sound, and even the surrounding transparent air was rubbed to the point of emitting black smoke. Not bad strength. Feeling the strong claw wind, Wang Beihai immediately narrowed his eyes. Then with a flash of golden light on his body, he reached out and blocked the lion's attack. The collision immediately caused the surroundings to shake, and the strong energy fluctuation directly sent the skinny zombie flying. Such terrifying strength. The giant snake shrank to the side, watching the confrontation between the lion and Wang Beihai, greatly surprised. It never expected that Wang Beihai could stand still and easily block the lion's powerful attack. The lion was also greatly shocked by Wang Beihai's actions. "What are you?" The lion roared, then with a flap of its wings, immediately distanced itself from Wang Beihai. "I'm the one here to deal with you, little kitty." Wang Beihai revealed a cold smile, then rubbed his fists and looked at the lion. With just a glance, the lion felt a tingling sensation all over its body. "I can't win." 1,000 years of cultivation gave the lion a good sense, and at this moment, its intuition told it that it couldn't win against this person. "How could it be? How could I lose to a weak human like you?" The lion roared, and its body began to swell, soon exceeding the size of the giant snake, and around the lion's head, many protrusions appeared. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked closely. Those were actually lion heads. In an instant, a name popped up in Wang Beihai's mind. Flying Nine-Headed Lion. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. In the inherited memories, that was an extremely rare ferocious beast from ancient times. Although its reputation was not as great as Chongqi or Taodai, it was truly powerful. I didn't expect to see such a rare species here. It seems the forbidden area of the underworld indeed has some tricks. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, his interest in the terrifying existence deep in the forbidden area mentioned by the giant snake growing even stronger. "Roar, human, now that you know my origin, you should choose to submit to me." At this moment, the flying nine-headed lion opened its bloodthirsty mouth and looked at Wang Beihai, who looked like an ant in front of it. "Hee, submit to you?" Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, then revealed a disdainful smile, pointing to Chongqi beside him. "Why don't you take a look at who he is first?" Hearing this, the nine-headed lion looked down and saw Chongqi standing there quietly, looking at it with disdain. "This appearance, you are Chongqi, boss." After examining for a while, the nine-headed lion immediately widened its eyes, and tears immediately rolled down from the corners of its eyes, its body slowly returning to its original form. "Nine-headed little kitty, long time no see." Chongqi looked at the nine-headed lion with a cold smile, the look and tone like that of an elder looking at a junior. However, instead of getting angry, the nine-headed lion directly threw itself into Chongqi's arms, crying excitedly. "Boss, after so many years, I finally see you again. You don't know how much hardship I went through looking for you. Look, I've even lost weight." Seeing the nine-headed lion's coquettish appearance, everyone widened their eyes, and even Wang Beihai stood there in a daze. "Get lost with your figure. You're still saying you've lost weight." Chongqi gave the nine-headed lion a disdainful look and promptly kicked it away. Yet, the nine-headed lion showed no anger, scampering back to Chongqi's side. "I ask you, what other ferocious beasts are inside? And why did you come here? This is the underworld, without a special passage. How did you get in?" Chongqi looked at the nine-headed lion and then asked, "Boss, this is a long story. Back then, I was looking for you, but I accidentally encountered Ling Xian's army. At that time, Ling Xian was fighting with Qi Yu. I accidentally got involved in the battle. You know, Ling Xian and Qi Yu are both what kind of freaks. I was hit by their attack and directly knocked into this underworld. Is that possible?" Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Hearing the nine-headed lion's words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice. If he had known that this method could get in, he wouldn't have had to struggle with that three-headed dog. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai felt a sense of grievance in his heart. At this moment, the nine-headed lion continued, "As for this forbidden area, I was summoned here by a special energy. As far as I know, besides the Ice Armor Horn Dragon, Thunder Bat Dragon, And me guarding the outer area, there are also powerful existences like the nine-headed snake and the devouring skybird inside. Oh. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect there to really be these ferocious beasts in the forbidden area. Then who is the one in the center of the forbidden area? Hearing this, the nine-headed lion immediately revealed a fearful expression. Chapter 508. The Target. What kind of existence is that one, to make you so frightened? Seeing the expression on the nine-headed lion, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, You humans, how can we beasts of our level even mention the name of that one? The nine-headed lion said, as if recalling some unpleasant experience, its eyes instantly filled with fear. At that moment, Wang Beihai frowned and then signaled to Qiongqi, who immediately understood and said to the nine-headed lion, It's okay, with Big Brother here, no one can harm you. Big Brother. Hearing this, the nine-headed lion's mood calmed slightly, but it hesitated and showed a conflicted expression. What? Don't you believe in Big Brother's strength? Qiongqi said, then snorted coldly, and a cloud of smoke rose from its body. After the smoke dispersed, Qiongqi had transformed into a human form. Transforming into a human form. Big Brother, you can already transform? Seeing Qiongqi turn into a human form, the nine-headed lion widened its eyes, both surprised and excited. As an ancient ferocious beast, the nine-headed lion naturally knew how difficult it was to transform. At this moment, Qiongqi's status in its heart rose another level. See, I didn't lie to you. Now that I'm here, what are you afraid of? Qiongqi walked over and patted the nine-headed lion's head. Hearing this, the nine-headed lion's eyes steadied, and it finally spoke. That one in the depths is all-powerful. It is said that he once swept through the entire immortal realm alone, and it was only with the intervention of the great Sun Buddha that he was subdued and imprisoned in the underworld. We beasts were all brought here by his means to serve him. Hearing this, Wang Beihai stroked his chin and frowned, then looked at the nine-headed lion and asked, Are you talking about a monkey? Yes. The nine-headed lion nodded subconsciously, then realized it had said the wrong thing and quickly spat a few times, glaring at Wang Beihai. You humans are something else, calling him a monkey. That one is the famous handsome monkey king, said to be born from the essence of heaven and earth, with a lifespan equal to that of the universe. His abilities and divine powers are astonishing. If not for the special shackles from the great Sun Buddha restricting his limbs, this underworld would be turned upside down by him. The nine-headed lion said, its eyes full of reverence. From your description, I think I know who it is. The leader of all demons, indeed has such power. After hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. From the nine-headed lion's description, Wang Beihai was almost certain that the one imprisoned in this forbidden land was the Sun Wukong he had seen on TV. Even if not by that name, it was closely related to the character described by that name. In an instant, Wang Beihai's emotions were both excited and complex. Why is it that since I came to the underworld, the people I've seen before keep appearing around me? It feels like all the mythological characters from the movies I've watched are actually real. Wang Beihai pondered, frowning. How about it, Big Brother? Now you know, that one inside is not to be trifled with. Why don't we take this opportunity to escape beyond the storm and leave this forbidden land? I don't want to stay here any longer. The nine-headed lion pleaded desperately. At this moment, Qiongqi also looked at Wang Beihai, who was still frowning, seemingly deep in thought. Well, are you going in? Seeing Wang Beihai still in a daze, Nie Shaoqian, who had been watching for a long time, stepped forward with concern. Yes, of course we are. After a long contemplation, Wang Beihai suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with a fierce fighting spirit. This is too interesting, really too interesting. Wang Beihai's lips curled up, and not to mention the demon cores within the ferocious beasts, just the handsome monkey king mentioned by the nine-headed lion had a huge attraction. I've always seen him on TV, and this time, I can finally see him face to face. At this moment, Wang Beihai's eyes were full of excitement. Seeing this, the nine-headed lion immediately felt something was wrong. I've said so much, How can you not listen, human? I admit your strength is formidable, but the deeper you go, the higher the level and the stronger the power of these beasts. Even if you are a supreme being, it won't help here. If you want to go in, go by yourself. I don't want to suffer with you. Hearing the nine-headed lion's words, Wang Beihai couldn't help but sneer, then looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I've made up my mind to go to the center of the Forbidden Land. If you want to go, you can follow me. If you don't want to, stay outside. If I don't return after 10 days, you can leave on your own." After saying that, Wang Beihai turned around and was about to head towards the inner part of the Forbidden Land. Wait. At that moment, a voice sounded, and then Nie Xiaoqian rushed to Wang Beihai's side, grabbing his arm. I said, "I'll go wherever you go. I don't believe that monkey can have much divine power." Nie Xiaoqian puffed out her chest proudly, then looked firmly at Wang Beihai. With Nie Xiaoqian taking the lead, the corpse also came to Wang Beihai's side. Based on my experience, I've always been lucky as long as I follow you. So, I'm going to the Forbidden Land with you. The corpse smiled at Wang Beihai, clearly showing full trust in him. I think you're all crazy. The nine-headed lion looked at Nie Xiaoqian and the corpse in astonishment. In its perception, their strength was below average, but it couldn't understand why these people trusted the man in front of them so much. Haha, this is a rare opportunity. I certainly can't miss it. I haven't had a good fight since I transformed. I'm going too. At that moment, Qiongqi, standing beside the nine-headed lion, laughed and also walked to Wang Beihai's side. Big brother, this is not a joke. The Monkey King's power is extremely terrifying. Seeing Qiongqi step forward, the nine-headed lion immediately showed a worried expression. Since you're all going, I'm going too. Before the nine-headed lion could react, the giant snake beside it also slithered over to Wang Beihai's side. You little worm, how dare you? This time, the nine-headed lion was completely dumbfounded. The snake's cowardice was no secret, but now, even the timid snake had chosen the most dangerous path. Hey, little kitty, are you coming or not? If not, we're leaving. While the nine-headed lion was still in shock, Wang Beihai and the others had already jumped onto the giant snake's back. Qiongqi disdainfully glanced at the nine-headed lion and then turned around. Whatever, let's die together. The nine-headed lion gritted its teeth and spread its wings to fly in front of everyone. Let's go, you crazy bunch. I'll take you there. With that, the nine-headed lion flapped its wings and flew forward. The giant snake, seeing this, also slithered its massive body, carrying Wang Beihai and the others swiftly towards the center of the Forbidden Land. Chapter 509, Thunder Dragon Bat. Wang Beihai and his group raced forward, guided swiftly by the nine-headed lion through a sea of corpses and blood. At the end of the Crimson Path, Wang Beihai saw a stretch of black marshland, where white objects occasionally surfaced. As they approached, he realized these white objects were actually piles of bones. Be careful, this is the Dark Marsh. One misstep, and even a deity would struggle to escape. The marsh is highly corrosive. Once you fall in, it's almost certain death, warned the nine-headed lion from the sky, slowing down their pace. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed ahead. The nine-headed lion halted immediately, turning to look at the group with a hint of unease in its eyes. What's wrong? Wang Beihai, noticing the anomaly ahead, asked swiftly. Trouble, the nine-headed lion murmured, narrowing its eyes. The distant lightning then zipped towards them. Old lion, why take the dark marsh when there's a clear path? A haughty voice emerged from the lightning, which then dissipated to reveal a massive dragon with bat-like wings hovering in the air. Judging by the energy it exuded, it was even stronger than the nine-headed lion. Thunder Dragon Bat, the nine-headed lion muttered, eyeing the dragon warily. The dragon, true to its name, resembled a bat and was surrounded by blue lightning, appearing quite intimidating at first glance. I can go wherever I please. Your meddling is excessive, the nine-headed lion retorted coldly, glancing at Wang Beihai and the others hidden nearby, fearing they might be exposed. Heh, it's only been a few days, and you've grown so arrogant, old lion? The bat dragon sneered, transforming into a bolt of lightning and appearing before the nine-headed lion in an instant. Before the lion could react, it was kicked to the ground. "Damn it, your speed!" the nine-headed lion exclaimed, both shocked and enraged. "Heh, old lion, you're past your prime. Even a simple strike like this is beyond your defense. Perhaps it's time you become my meal," the bat dragon taunted, its eyes full of contempt. "You bastard!" the nine-headed lion glared, secretly marveling at the bat dragon's growth and strength. "If this continues, I won't be a match for him soon." With that thought, the nine-headed lion glanced at the hidden group, then roared fiercely, its body swelling and reverting to its true form. It flapped its wings forcefully, pushing the bat dragon back, and took the opportunity to stand up, roaring at the bat dragon in the sky. "Bat dragon, we've always kept to our own territories. Don't push me too far." The bat dragon laughed loudly at the nine-headed lion's anger. "Ha ha ha, old lion. Are you really that angry? I was just messing with you," it said, its eyes glinting with cunning. "If it weren't a joke, you'd already be in my belly. I advise you to be careful," the bat dragon concluded, flapping its wings and transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot off into the distance. "Phew," the nine-headed lion sighed in relief, then looked at the hidden group. "Come out, he's gone." Following the lion's words, Wang Beihai and the others emerged from beneath the giant snake, which slowly opened its eyes and returned to its original color. "Are you all right?" Wang Beihai asked the nine-headed lion, showing concern. "I'm fine. That was the thunder dragon bat. Among the three of us, he's the most talented but also the most ill-tempered. If he had found you, there would have been a fight for sure," the nine-headed lion explained. Wang Beihai nodded, realizing the nine-headed lion was indeed a friend worth deep trust. He then took out a jade bottle from his spatial ring and tossed it to the lion. The nine-headed lion, puzzled, examined the bottle and asked, "What is this?" Seeing the bottle, the corpse's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the lion, grinning. "Heh, it's just a trinket. If you don't want it, give it to me." "Get lost," Qiongqi interjected, kicking the corpse in the butt and looking at the nine-headed lion. "Take it. Whatever the master gives is valuable." Trusting Qiongqi, the nine-headed lion swallowed the bottle. It shattered with a crunch, and a cool energy flowed into its body, invigorating its organs. The lion's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with gratitude towards Wang Beihai. It could feel a surge of life force repairing its ancient wounds. After savoring the effect, the nine-headed lion opened its eyes and bowed deeply to Wang Beihai. It finally understood why Qiongqi was so willingly devoted to him. The giant snake, being a beast, felt the change in the nine-headed lion's aura most keenly. It could sense the lion's strength had increased. "What was in that bottle?" the snake wondered, narrowing its eyes, when Wang Beihai appeared before it. "Brother," the snake greeted instinctively, "will you submit to me?" Wang Beihai asked coldly, his meaning clear. "Of course, I submit willingly," the snake replied without hesitation. In truth, it had no other choice. It had followed Wang Beihai into the forbidden area, hoping he could defeat the entity within. Now aligned with him, its path was clear. "Good, you're wise." Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, tossing another jade bottle to the snake. The snake's eyes gleamed with excitement as it swallowed the bottle. Soon, it looked at Wang Beihai with gratitude and lowered its head. "All right, our first target has appeared," Wang Beihai concluded, clasping his hands together. "Brother, where are we going?" the snake asked eagerly, having tasted the benefits. Wang Beihai signaled to Qiongqi, who understood and smirked, patting the nine-headed lion. "Let's go. Time to settle the score." Hashtag Chapter 510. Seeking Vengeance. "Take me to seek revenge?" The nine-headed lion looked puzzled at Qiongqi. "Yes." Qiongqi's mouth curled into a cold smile, then he turned his gaze towards the direction where the bat dragon had left. "It seems there was an insolent creature who bullied my little brother just now." Hearing this, the nine-headed lion was first shocked, then his eyes filled with tears. Seeing Qiongqi's posture, Even a fool could tell that Xiongqi was preparing to seek revenge for him on the lightning bat dragon. Boss. The nine-headed lion looked gratefully at Xiongqi, who merely grinned, showing his white teeth. No need to thank me. Thank the master instead. However, since someone dared to bully my little brother, as the big brother, I naturally have to help you get your dignity back. Hearing this, the nine-headed lion looked complexly at Wang Beihai. From the moment he gave the medicine earlier, the nine-headed lion had no more resentment towards Wang Beihai. Now, with Xiongqi's affirmation, after some thought, the nine-headed lion let go of his arrogance and bowed his head to Wang Beihai again. Get up, we are all brothers. Now that a brother has been wronged, we naturally have to seek justice. Saying this, Wang Beihai closed his eyes and released his soul. Then, with a thought, his extensive perception condensed into a straight line that extended rapidly. Soon, he sensed a trace of lightning. Found it. Wang Beihai opened his eyes. Hearing this, the nine-headed lion showed another surprised expression. After all, the lightning bat dragon's speed was extremely fast, and in this short time, it had already flown far away. Yet Wang Beihai could find its trail so quickly. This skill was truly astonishing. Thinking of this, the nine-headed lion's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Let's go. At that moment, Wang Beihai pointed to the distance, and an almost transparent passage instantly appeared in front of everyone. Follow this light. That guy is not far away. Hearing this, the giant snake immediately straightened its body, its mouth flicking its tongue, and its eyes filled with anticipation. Let's move out. Wang Beihai jumped onto the giant snake's back and, with a wave of his hand, the group set off towards the lightning bat dragon's location. Meanwhile, the lightning bat dragon was still flying at high speed, reminiscing about how it had humiliated the nine-headed lion earlier, feeling very pleased. No, I can't enjoy this alone. I need to find old Jialong and let him enjoy it too. Maybe we can team up and kill that old lion. His meat may be tough, but he has 1,000 years of cultivation, so it's still worth something. Thinking this, the bat dragon's smile gradually became sinister and greedy. Just as it was thinking about how to deal with the nine-headed lion, the bat dragon suddenly sensed something and stopped, turning around to look behind it. Something's wrong. There's a strange aura. The bat dragon narrowed its eyes. Although the sensed aura was weak, with its excellent perception, it was certain that several auras were rapidly approaching from behind. Could it be that old lion has found help and is chasing after me? Thinking this, the bat dragon sneered. Looks like today is going to be a feast. The bat dragon said, sticking out its tongue to lick its lips, then deliberately sped up. After flying a certain distance, a glacier appeared in front of it. We're here. The bat dragon smirked and let out a roar. Soon, a roar echoed from within the glacier. Then, the glacier under the bat dragon began to tremble, and a huge crack appeared. From the crack, a massive figure slowly emerged. Bat dragon, what brings you to my territory? A heavy voice sounded. The bat dragon immediately laughed and landed on the ice mountain. Old Jialong, don't say it like that. This time, I've brought you something delicious. Delicious? You would bring me something delicious? The voice said, slowly revealing its true form. It was another double-winged dragon, but this one was covered in ice armor, looking even more terrifying than the lightning bat dragon. Of course, we'll just wait here. The prey will appear soon. The lightning bat dragon sneered. In its perception, those auras were indeed heading towards it. Himph, I'll believe you this once. If you dare to trick me, I'll kill you. The ice armor horned dragon snorted, white steam coming out of its nostrils. The bat dragon was a bit displeased but didn't say anything more. As the two were discussing, Wang Beihai and his group had already arrived near them. Wait. At that moment, the nine-headed lion waved his hand, signaling them to stop. What's wrong? Xiongqi immediately asked. This is bad. Up ahead is the extreme cold glacier, the habitat of another demon king. If I'm not mistaken, the lightning bat dragon must have gone to find the ice armor horn dragon. The nine-headed lion's expression was grave. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The ice armor horn dragon? Is it very powerful? Among the three of us, he is the strongest. If they really join forces, this will be really troublesome. The nine-headed lion narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming serious. Just a couple of bugs. Let's just take care of them. At that moment, Xiongqi got angry. He rubbed his fists and walked forward, his eyes flashing with a cold light. That's right. As Xiongqi said, let's take care of them. Seeing this, Wang Beihai laughed and immediately drove the giant snake forward. The nine-headed lion, knowing there was no stopping them, had no choice but to follow. Soon, Wang Beihai's group entered the glacier area. Seeing the cracks in the ice on the ground, the nine-headed lion became more certain that the lightning bat dragon and the ice armor horn dragon had joined forces. As the nine-headed lion cautiously looked around, suddenly, the surrounding ice mountains began to shake, and many sharp ice shards flew rapidly towards Wang Beihai's group from all directions. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Before he could act, the giant snake opened its mouth, and countless flames shot out, turning the ice shards into steam. Kaka, it's really you, old lion. At that moment, a low voice sounded, and two massive figures appeared in front of everyone. TSK, I didn't expect it, old lion. You actually colluded with outsiders and helped them invade the Forbidden Land. Today, I'll kill you here, and I believe the one in the Forbidden Land won't blame me. The lightning bat dragon sneered at the nine-headed lion, then scanned Wang Beihai's group, revealing a greedy expression. Mere little bugs dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Hearing this, Xiongqi stepped forward, clenched his fist, and his body quickly transformed from human form to his true form. Before the two beasts could react, Xiongqi turned into a red light and rushed to the lightning bat dragon, slapping it and sending it flying. Chapter 511, Battle of the Twin Dragons. You bastard, what have you done? Seeing Xiongqi unceremoniously strike out and easily send the thunder bat dragon flying, the ice-armored horned dragon instantly widened its eyes, its gaze filled with both fury and a hint of surprise. Nothing much, just that it's been too long since I last came out. I didn't expect the world to produce creatures like you who are so full of themselves. It's like saying where there are no tigers, monkeys become kings. Today, I, the Northern Lord, will teach you how to be a proper beast. Xiongqi glanced indifferently at the ice-armored horned dragon, and in an instant, the dragon's pupils contracted, feeling an invisible pressure emanating from Xiongqi. This is not just simple strength suppression. Soon, the ice-armored dragon furrowed its brows, realizing that the pressure coming from Xiongqi had already surpassed mere strength suppression. It was a deeper, soul-stirring terror, a suppression from the bloodline. Feeling this terrifying pressure, the ice-armored horned dragon didn't dare to move, standing still and cautiously watching Xiongqi. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the bat dragon, roaring furiously, appeared in the air. It was so enraged that it didn't sense the pressure emanating from Xiongqi at all. Bat dragon, wait! Seeing the thunder bat dragon ready to strike, the ice armor dragon's heart skipped a beat and it quickly called out to stop it, but the bat dragon's attack had already been unleashed. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning descended from all directions towards Xiongqi, filling the air with the roar of thunder. The torrential lightning, reflected by the glaciers, appeared particularly dazzling. Yet, facing the bat dragon's powerful attack, Xiongqi showed disdain and didn't even consider dodging. With your level, you dare to bully my underlings? Xiongqi snorted coldly, and the next second, the lightning struck its body. Instantly, the lightning centered on Xiongqi burst into a blinding flash of light, followed by a series of rumbling explosions. Boss! Seeing such a formidable attack, even the nine-headed lion, who had absolute confidence in Xiongqi's strength, couldn't help but feel some concern at this moment. Is this the power of a demon king? The boulder, observing the flashing thunder from the side, couldn't help but wonder if he could withstand such terrifying lightning. Ha ha ha, ignorant fool, you dare to strike me? Watch me obliterate you until not even dust remains. The thunder bat dragon, looking down at Xiongqi from the sky, was full of pride as all the lightning struck its target. And the ice-armored horned dragon, seeing this fierce attack, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hopefully I'm wrong. The ice-armored dragon exhaled deeply, silently praying. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, only Wang Beihai remained calm. Master, won't Xiongqi be all right? The corpse walker approached Wang Beihai, looking at the sky filled with flashing lights, his words full of worry. Heh, this intensity won't harm him. Wang Beihai's lips curled into a smirk, then he shouted loudly towards the sky. If you don't act now, I'll have to intervene. Hearing this, the Thunderbat dragon, still basking in its triumph, immediately turned around to look at the tiny Wang Beihai on the ground and burst into laughter. You puny ant, how dare you spout such nonsense? Humph, after I deal with this guy, I'll come for you. Before the bat dragon's words had finished, suddenly, a burst of intense energy erupted from the center of the lightning, and then the torrential lightning rapidly converged towards the center. How is this possible? At this moment, the Thunderbat dragon's face showed an expression of surprise, which gradually turned into panic as it looked at the center of the lightning. This wretched creature, it's absorbing my thunder power. What? Upon hearing this, the ice armor dragon immediately turned its gaze towards the center of the lightning. Indeed, it could clearly see that Xiongqi was not only unharmed, but was also enjoying absorbing all the thunder power emitted by the bat dragon. Impossible. This can't be possible. At this moment, the once proud bat dragon had become furious. It opened its mouth wide, and a massive blue energy sphere instantly appeared in its mouth. At the same time, the ice armor dragon, looking at Xiongqi's figure in the lightning, felt a familiar sensation surge up. Soon, the ice armor dragon's pupils constricted, and it quickly shouted to the bat dragon in the sky, "Don't." But it was too late. The Thunderbat dragon, now blinded by rage, completely disregarded the ice armor dragon's warning and spat the energy sphere towards Xiongqi. This time, the center of the lightning erupted with an even more dazzling light, but soon, the light was completely absorbed by Xiongqi. Then, Xiongqi revealed a sinister smile, opened its mouth wide, and all the surrounding lightning fell into it. Phew! Xiongqi exhaled, smoke coming from its mouth. Then its gaze fell on the Thunderbat dragon. It's been a long time since I've eaten so full. As a token of gratitude, I'll make sure you die comfortably. As it spoke, Xiongqi began to emit blue electric sparks, and a pair of menacing horns grew on its head. With a shake of its body, a pair of jet black wings suddenly spread out behind it. Seeing Xiongqi's appearance, the ice armor dragon instantly confirmed its suspicion. You are Xiongqi, the ice-armored dragon exclaimed, and the bat dragon beside it froze in place upon hearing this. Heh, it seems Grandpa Xiongqi hasn't gone out of style yet. Xiongqi smirked, its body flickering with lightning, looking quite terrifying. Himph, so what if you're Xiongqi? It's been so many years. This world is no longer yours to dominate. You're old, and even if the King of Heaven came, you'd still die here today. Suddenly, the Thunderbat dragon in the sky roared loudly, then turned its gaze towards the ice armored dragon beside it, whose expression was grim. Old armored dragon, what are you hesitating for? Today, we've reached this point. If we don't join forces to kill it, we'll only end up dead. Upon hearing this, the ice armored dragon immediately understood the bat dragon's intentions. It hardened its gaze, let out a roar, and instantly, the surrounding ice mountains began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, countless ice crystals flew towards Xiongqi, while the bat dragon also let out a loud shout and sent another dazzling bolt of lightning towards Xiongqi. Facing the combined attack of the ice armor dragon and the bat dragon, Xiongqi showed a disdainful smile. Then, with a mighty roar, the surrounding ice crystals and lightning were instantly shattered by the sound. Seeing this, the bat dragon narrowed its eyes and with a flap of its wings, turned into a bolt of lightning and flew off into the distance. From the sky came the bat dragon's roar. Old armored dragon, hold on. I'm going to find reinforcements. As it spoke, the bat dragon's figure had already flown far away. This bastard. The ice-armored dragon realized it had been used by the bat dragon and immediately scowled. At that moment, Wang Beihai's lips curled up. Wanna leave? Not so easy. As soon as the words left his mouth, a black hole appeared in front of Wang Beihai, and he stepped directly into it. In no time, the black hole appeared in front of the bat dragon. Chapter 512. So powerful. Who would have thought that was the legendary Qiongqi, one of the ancient Forshungso? That kind of legendary beast is indeed terrifying. Only a fool would stay there waiting for death. Sorry, old Jialong, you'll have to endure this. I'll miss you in the future. As the thunder dragon bat flew at high speed, it secretly rejoiced in its heart. However, before it could get far, it suddenly saw a huge black hole appear in front of it. Then, a slender figure slowly emerged from the black hole. Sorry, this path is blocked. Wang Beihai lifted the corner of his mouth into a smile and stood in front of the bat dragon, his eyes filled with coldness. Hee, you dare to block me with your tiny ant-like strength? Watch me crush you to death. The bat dragon showed a disdainful smile, then flapped its wings violently. Instantly, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder. Countless bolts of lightning appeared and struck towards Wang Beihai. Hee. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's face showed a cold smile. He slowly raised his hands, and a huge black hole appeared above his head. At first, I was a bit skeptical about the recovery of my spatial power, but now I can confirm it. My spatial power is back. Sorry, compared to Qiongqi, I'm the worst draw. As Wang Beihai spoke, the lightning in the sky had already fallen. However, soon, the thunder dragon bat opened its mouth wide. Its lightning was all absorbed by the black hole above Wang Beihai's head. Compared to Qiongqi, it was even more powerful. Impossible, besides Qiongqi, there won't be a second being that can absorb all my lightning. You're just an ordinary human. How could you possibly do it? As it spoke, the bat dragon prepared another attack. Before Wang Beihai could say anything, the bat dragon threw out another energy ball. Hee, I can't absorb this energy, but that doesn't mean I can't use it. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, then reached out and directed the black hole to absorb the energy ball. With a wave of his hand, the black hole instantly appeared in front of the bat dragon. Your attack, back to you. Wang Beihai said indifferently, and in an instant, countless blue lights flashed from the black hole. Before the bat dragon could react, the ferocious lightning poured out of the black hole like a flood, all landing on the thunder dragon bat. In an instant, the thunder dragon bat felt a blank in its mind, and the burning and numbness brought by the lightning surged into its heart. If not for its innate resistance to lightning, the bat dragon would have died under its own attack. What are you? The thunder dragon bat was now completely charred, looking extremely wretched. Smoke was rising from its body, and many scales were flipped over by the lightning, with the flesh underneath burned red by the high temperature. This is the power of advanced spatial loss. An ordinary person couldn't control it so easily, let alone here in the eye of hell. To use it so skillfully here, you definitely aren't human. Who exactly are you? Seeing the shocked expression on the bat dragon, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and spread his hands. Immediately, a dragon-shaped mark appeared between Wang Beihai's eyebrows, followed by a golden light radiating from his body. Wherever the golden light reached, evil retreated. The golden light soon landed on the bat dragon, and immediately, the bat dragon's body emitted a sizzling sound, and white smoke began to rise. This is the power of light. This aura, are you the descending dragon? The bat dragon's eyes showed shock, then it looked fearfully at Wang Beihai in front of it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The descending dragon has long since vanished from this world. How could it appear again? As it spoke, the bat dragon shook its head. Seeing this, Wang Beihai lifted the corner of his mouth slightly, retracted the golden light behind him, and completely concealed his aura as the descending dragon. You're right, I'm indeed not the descending dragon, at least not the one you're talking about. Upon hearing this, the bat dragon's eyes rolled, and it quickly said to Wang Beihai, you're just relying on your spatial laws. Without them, you're still just an ant that I can crush at will. If you have the guts, don't use that spatial power. Oh. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, looking interestedly at the bat dragon. After sizing it up, Wang Beihai suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I didn't expect it. You're just a mere beast, but you know quite a few tricks to manipulate people's hearts. As he spoke, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly widened, and an astonishing aura erupted. The bat dragon froze in place. Judging from the aura, Wang Beihai's cultivation was no weaker than its own, and even slightly stronger. While the bat dragon was lost in thought, Wang Beihai suddenly sneered, then summoned the red cloud sword and slashed down at the black hole in front of him. In the next second, a huge sword light instantly arrived in front of the bat dragon. The bat dragon was caught off guard and directly hit by the sword light. In an instant, a heart-piercing pain surged into its heart, and the bat dragon let out a painful howl. Then its body heavily crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. Cough, cough. The bat dragon coughed violently and struggled to climb out of the pit. As it lowered its head, it spat out a pool of black blood. You scoundrel, didn't you say you wouldn't use spatial power? The bat dragon glared viciously at Wang Beihai in the sky, and as it spread its wings, a hideous wound was exposed. That was your request, and I never agreed to it. Wang Beihai sneered, then put away the red cloud sword. Upon hearing this, the bat dragon's eyes widened, and it almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Despicable and shameless human. The bat dragon's chest heaved violently. From birth to now, it had never been so wretched. Hee, despicable? I didn't ambush you, nor did I use underhanded means. Where's the despicable and shameless part? As he spoke, Wang Beihai rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes at the bat dragon. All right, since you're afraid of my spatial power, I won't use it. This time, I'll make you lose with a heart full of admiration. Wang Beihai said, directly extending his right hand and gesturing for the bat dragon to proceed. Seeing this, the bat dragon's eyes immediately showed a triumphant smile. Then, it roared and its entire aura erupted. Obviously, Wang Beihai's attack had only had a small impact on it, far from being as serious as it appeared. Humph, it was indeed an act. Wang Beihai snorted coldly, then clenched his fists and punched directly at the bat dragon. Hashtag chapter 513. The power of Qiangqi. Seeing Wang Beihai approaching, the Fulong, bat dragon, immediately revealed a sinister smile. Haha, you fool, you've fallen for it. You don't know, but besides my lightning powers, my physical body is also one of my deadly weapons. With that, the Fulong shook its body, and the wounds on its body quickly faded. Then, it flapped its wings forcefully towards Wang Beihai, lifting its massive body into the air. With a powerful thrust, its sharp claws lunged at Wang Beihai. Facing the Fulong's aggressive attack, Wang Beihai did not dodge or evade. Instead, he concentrated all his strength in his right hand and smashed it down against the Fulong's enormous claws with a powerful punch. The collision of the two vastly different entities caused an earth-shaking tremor. The shockwaves from the impact spread outwards, and even the distant walking corpses and others could feel the immense energy. What formidable strength, what terrifying combat. The walking corpses and others, feeling the residual waves of the battle, couldn't help but show surprise in their eyes. Compared to Wang Beihai's battlefield, Qiangqi's side was much simpler. Qiangqi and the Bingjialong, Ice Armor Dragon, were purely engaging in a physical clash. Qiangqi's physical prowess was naturally unmatched, while the Bingjialong relied on its hard ice armor, managing to hold its own against Qiangqi for a while. Who would have thought? This Bingjialong is truly formidable, able to trade blows with a beast like Qiangqi. The giant snake flicked its tongue, watching the two in their brutal fight, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Humph, ignorant. At that moment, the nearby nine-headed lion snorted coldly and disdainfully glanced at the giant snake. Isn't it? Hearing this, the walking corpse watching the battle also became interested. Of course not. The nine-headed lion shook its head and continued. As far as I know, my eldest brother's physical body has been incredibly strong for many years. Now that he has successfully transformed, if he wants to, the Bingjialong won't last 10 rounds. Is that true? Upon hearing the nine-headed lion's words, the giant snake and the walking corpse widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, judging from the previous battle, Qiongqi didn't seem capable of defeating the Bingjialong in 10 rounds. Naturally. You must know that a beast transforming or not makes a world of difference. While the group was talking, Qiongqi suddenly revealed a cold smile. The Bingjialong, which had been handling the situation smoothly, also began to look grave. What's going on? The Bingjialong furrowed its brow. At that moment, it felt Qiongqi's strength suddenly surge, and his attacks grew increasingly powerful. Gradually, a crack appeared on the ice crystal armor of the Bingjialong. Although the crack was tiny, for the Bingjialong, this minuscule fracture signified something obvious. Roar. The Bingjialong let out a furious roar, and cracks began to appear in the ice beneath its feet, spreading towards Qiongqi. Qiongqi curiously looked at the cracks on the ground. Suddenly, feeling his footing give way, he fell into the crevice. Then, the Bingjialong roared again, its massive body agilely diving into the ice layer. Driven by the Bingjialong, countless sharp ice spikes protruded from the surrounding cracks. Blizzard, entomb. The Bingjialong clearly wasn't planning to give up its attack. Instead, it took advantage of Qiongqi's fall to launch countless attacks towards him. However, despite the Bingjialong's relentless, indiscriminate attacks, Qiongqi remained calm. As the Bingjialong's attack rhythm accelerated, countless ice crystals fell from the sky, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Soon, a blizzard fiercely swept towards the crevice where Qiongqi was, quickly filling it up. Eldest brother. Seeing this scene, the nine-headed lion couldn't help but worry. After finishing everything, the Bingjialong immediately spread its wings and flapped them, wanting to leave the dangerous area. It could clearly feel that Qiongqi's presence was still under the ice, and it hadn't weakened at all. On the contrary, Qiongqi seemed even angrier due to its actions. Realizing this, the Bingjialong dared not stay any longer. However, just as it flapped its wings to leave, a black figure appeared behind it. The Bingjialong's pupils contracted. It was Qiongqi, now filled with rage. You're quite impressive. There aren't many who can last this long against me, but unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak, Qiongqi said, not giving the Bingjialong a chance to speak. Its entire body glowed with blue electricity, quickly condensing into a blue sphere filled with destructive energy. Seeing this, the Bingjialong's pupils contracted, and it immediately showed a terrified expression. Staring at the destructive light sphere, it let out a desperate roar and frantically burrowed into the ice layer. Thinking of leaving now? It's too late. Qiongqi revealed a bloodthirsty smile, gently tossing the sphere towards the direction the Bingjialong was fleeing. The sphere moved slowly, but no matter how fast the Bingjialong burrowed, it always felt like the sphere was stuck to it, impossible to shake off. Soon, the Bingjialong reached the last layer of the ice layer. Below it was even harder ground. So, it stopped burrowing and, gritting its teeth, looked up. The dark space was devoid of any light. Finally, have I escaped? The Bingjialong sighed in relief, but the next second, a blue light broke the darkness, appearing in front of the Bingjialong at an incredible speed. This time, the Bingjialong was completely dumbfounded. It stared blankly at the sphere in front of it, muttering, "Fu Long, I curse your ancestors." Before the words were finished, the blue sphere exploded in front of it, and the entire underground was instantly filled with blue light. Under the powerful electric light, the Bingjialong didn't even have time to let out a cry before being swallowed by the light. At that moment, on the ice layer above, Qiongqi revealed a cold smile and shouted to the giant snake, "You lot, if you don't want to die, get out of there quickly." The giant snake, hearing this, did not dare to doubt it for a moment. It immediately carried the walking corpse and Ye Shaoqin away from the spot. As soon as they left, the ice layer they stood on shattered, and cracks appeared on the ice. Then, the hard ice surface collapsed. Chapter 514. The Bet. This is too perverse. The giant snake stared at the shattered ice surface, where every area within sight had collapsed, and even the surrounding areas farther away were covered with cracks. The power of that small sphere was so immense. The zombie widened its eyes and gazed into the distance, its jaw almost dropping. Is this the capable assistant of Beihai? Nie Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, but after the initial thrill, a hint of disappointment flickered. When will I ever become this strong, to be of help to him? As Nie Xiaoqian pondered, the nine-headed lion proudly raised its tail. See, that's my big brother, impressive, right? The nine-headed lion had never expected that Xiongqi had only used one move to instantly defeat one of the three great demon kings, the Ice Armor Horn Dragon. It was known that the Ice Armor Dragon's strength was even greater than its own. This demonstrated that Xiongqi's power had reached an extremely terrifying level. I wonder how the master is doing. As everyone's thoughts varied, Xiongqi slowly reverted to human form and descended from the sky to stand beside them. Hearing this, everyone looked up towards Wang Beihai's direction. At that moment, Wang Beihai's battle with the Thunder Bat Dragon had reached a critical stage. The sky was filled with the constant collision of two figures, large and small, with violent energy swirling around them, forming a special light sphere that trapped the two inside. Any intrusion at this moment would surely be incinerated by this terrifying energy. The old dragon is gone? Feeling the disappearance of the Ice Armor Dragon's presence, the Bat Dragon immediately frowned, quickly distancing itself from Wang Beihai with an electric shock, and then glanced back at the place it had left, greatly surprised. Is it because Xiongqi is too powerful, or is the old dragon too weak? Even with a difference in strength, it shouldn't be this drastic. The Bat Dragon pondered numerous possibilities. At that moment, Wang Beihai let out a loud shout, and then slammed a powerful fist towards the Bat Dragon. Instantly, a giant fist shadow appeared in the air. The Thunder Bat Dragon was greatly alarmed, turning to see the shadow, and without further thought, quickly shielded itself with its wings. In the next second, the fist shadow landed on its wings, and the Bat Dragon let out a muffled groan. Clearly, it had underestimated the power of Wang Beihai's punch. With a crisp crack, the Bat Dragon immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and its massive body was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground. Damn it! You dare to ambush me? The Bat Dragon, withstanding the intense pain, climbed out of the crater, glaring at Wang Beihai with a ferocious expression. Wang Beihai merely snorted and spread his hands. You were the one who lost focus. Don't blame me. You. The Thunder Bat Dragon was nearly driven to spit blood by Wang Beihai's words. After the anger subsided, the Bat Dragon frowned, looking at Wang Beihai with much more caution. What's going on? His attack just now was much stronger than before. Could it be that he wasn't using his full strength earlier? What a joke. The Bat Dragon was secretly shocked, then looked at Wang Beihai, who remained calm and composed. With a snap of its teeth, the Bat Dragon opened its mouth and several basketball-sized lightning spheres shot towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smirked and activated his Azura golden body, allowing the lightning spheres to hit him. What? Seeing this, the Thunder Bat Dragon widened its eyes. Watching Wang Beihai, who was glowing with golden light, it was shocked beyond words. Heh, are you trying to tickle me? Wang Beihai patted himself, and not only was he unharmed by the lightning spheres, but not even a thread of his clothing was damaged. Impossible. The lightning I used just now was comparable to the divine lightning of the nine heavens. You couldn't have withstood it. The Bat Dragon glared resentfully at Wang Beihai, who remained as composed as ever. Heh, comparable to the divine lightning of the nine heavens? Wang Beihai sneered. Even before his Azura indestructible body was fully realized, he could withstand the true nine wings divine lightning. Now that he had inherited the golden body of the dragon subduing Arhat, such divine lightning was of no concern to him, let alone the mere sparks of the Bat Dragon's life essence. Hey, how long are you two going to keep this up? Master, if you can't win, let me try. During their stalemate, the Bat Dragon heard an extremely arrogant voice from behind. Turning around, it saw Xiongqi and the others watching them, with Xiongqi holding a steaming spherical object. From the energy and aura emanating from this small sphere, the bat dragon quickly recognized it as the demon core of the ice armor dragon. The old dragon is indeed dead. Seeing this, the bat dragon's face immediately darkened. Dealing with Wang Beihai was already so difficult, let alone the watchful eyes of Qiongqi and the others. Thinking of this, the bat dragon's eyes darted, then looked at Wang Beihai and shouted, "Hey, let's make it clear. We've been one-on-one all along, and it stays that way. No one should break the rules." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was first taken aback, then burst out laughing. "Haha, interesting, but I'll humor you. Do you want to fight me, or him?" Wang Beihai laughed for a while, then pointed to Qiongqi beside him. Seeing this, the bat dragon immediately sneered and said, "Only a fool would choose Qiongqi. I'll still choose you. I don't believe that as a mere human, you can be that strong." After hearing what the bat dragon said, Qiongqi and the others immediately gave sympathetic looks and then moved to the side. This is my strongest move. Today, you forced me to use it. Even if you die, you should be proud." The bat dragon roared, and its body began to rapidly shrink, soon emitting a blue light. Through the blue light, one could clearly see that the bat dragon's body was slowly transforming into human form. Transformation? How is that possible? Seeing the thunder bat dragon's actions, the nine-headed lion exclaimed in surprise. Qiongqi, however, snorted disdainfully. "This isn't transformation. It's just a forced elevation through some secret technique, achieving a semblance of transformation." As the blue light gradually dissipated, the bat dragon had already transformed into human form, though its scales and the wings on its back remained unchanged, making it look rather eerie. "Haha, human, now I feel full of energy. Are you ready to die?" Hashtag chapter 515, One Move. Is that guy, like, an idiot or something? The walking corpse looked puzzled at the nine-headed lion beside him. The nine-headed lion, watching the arrogant thunder bat dragon standing off to the side, couldn't help but cover its largest face with a claw. Maybe he got his head stuck in a door when he was a kid. Upon hearing this, the bat dragon, who was standing far away, immediately showed an expression of dissatisfaction. He then turned and glared coldly at the nine-headed lion, saying viciously, "Old lion, just you wait. You'll soon see how laughable your decision is right now, and all of you will become my food." As he spoke, the bat dragon let out a long howl that was extremely sharp. The surrounding giant snakes, hearing it, couldn't help but cover their ears. Chill ran through Qiongqi's eyes as he shouted loudly to Wang Beihai, "Master, that guy's howling so miserably. If you don't help him out of his misery soon, I'll look down on you." At this, Wang Beihai's mouth immediately curled into a smile. He glanced at the almost frenzied thunder bat dragon and then shifted his gaze to the demon core in Qiongqi's hand. "The howl is indeed quite miserable." Wang Beihai rubbed his chin and then, with a twinkle in his eye, raised 3 fingers towards Qiongqi, saying, "How about this? I won't bully you. Let's make a bet, 3 moves. If I can't take down this guy within 3 moves, I'll give you my blood lotus essence. If I defeat him within 3 moves, you give me the demon core in your hand. How about it?" Hearing Wang Beihai's words, everyone showed expressions of shock. "Are you kidding? 3 moves?" The nine-headed lion showed a disdainful expression. The thunder bat dragon's strength was slightly higher than his own, and with the enhancement of the secret technique, the bat dragon's power was now infinitely close to the level of a transformed being. No matter how imaginative the nine-headed lion was, he couldn't imagine how Wang Beihai, a human, could defeat the bat dragon in 3 moves. Thinking of this, the nine-headed lion shook his head. The giant snakes present were also incredulous, while only the walking corpse and Ye Xiaoqian's eyes were filled with trust in Wang Beihai. Hey, you guys are way too arrogant, ignoring me like that." At this moment, the thunder bat dragon, who had been left out in the cold, became furious. Clearly, these people didn't take him seriously at all. With this thought, the thunder bat dragon's chest swelled with anger, and he let out a long howl. His speed suddenly surged, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Wang Beihai. Due to the speed, The bat dragon's afterimage hadn't dispersed yet, making it look like there were two bat dragons. This speed, it's terrifying. The giant snake stared blankly at the bat dragon's afterimage, greatly surprised. Die, Beihai. The bat dragon, seeing Wang Beihai's vacant expression, thought he hadn't reacted yet. With this thought, the bat dragon's face immediately showed a sinister smile as he delivered a powerful kick towards Wang Beihai's head. In an instant, the kick was as fast as lightning, passing through Wang Beihai's head. Yes, it passed through. The bat dragon, upon striking, unexpectedly found no sense of contact. Looking closely, the Wang Beihai he had kicked began to slowly disperse, while another Wang Beihai stood not far away, smiling at him. This is impossible. In an instant, the bat dragon's understanding was once again shattered. Wang Beihai's appearance clearly imitated his speed, but the bat dragon was confident that in the underworld, if he claimed second in speed, no one would dare claim first. Yet now, there was such a person, and even a human, who had replicated his speed. Impossible. You must have used some secret technique. Now I'm going to see how long you can last. The bat dragon snorted coldly, his speed surging again. This time, his afterimages numbered 4 or 5, making it difficult even for Qiongqi to track his movements. Boss, the bat dragon's speed in the underworld is unparalleled. This time, your master might be in trouble. Seeing the terrifying scene in the air, the 9-headed lion stepped forward to kindly remind Qiongqi. However, Qiongqi merely nodded calmly. Yeah, the speed is good. Even I might not be able to catch up. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong person. As he spoke, Qiongqi's mouth curled into a cold smile. Just as the 9-headed lion was puzzled, Wang Beihai, who had been motionless, suddenly sharpened his gaze and exploded with speed. In an instant, dozens of afterimages appeared, clearly faster than the bat dragons. Thus, Qiongqi and the others stared intently at the energy circle, where countless afterimages flashed, giving a dizzying effect. After a while, the bat dragon, somewhat exhausted, stopped chasing and stood panting heavily, glaring at Wang Beihai with not only confusion but also endless resentment. How about it? Have you thought it through? This deal isn't bad, is it? At this moment, Wang Beihai still didn't pay attention to the bat dragon. Instead, he took out a jade bottle from his spiritual ring, weighing it in his hand while looking at Qiongqi from afar. Brother, that thing in his hand is really good. I don't think the value of this demon core is any less than what's in that small bottle. Seeing Wang Beihai take out the jade bottle again, the 9-headed lion's eyes were glued to it. He had previously felt the infinite benefits of the blood lotus essence, and now seeing it again, his desire naturally surfaced. I see. Seeing the 9-headed lion's excited expression, Qiongqi rubbed his chin and then looked at the demon core in his hand, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Just as Qiongqi was still thinking, the thunder bat dragon reached the peak of his fury. He roared and glared viciously at Wang Beihai. You stinking Beihai! You dare to ignore me time and again. If I don't kill you today, I'm not a dragon. With that, the bat dragon flapped his wings, and in an instant, lightning and thunder filled the surroundings. Countless tiny thunders, manipulated by the bat dragon, formed an electric prison, trapping Wang Beihai inside. Then, the bat dragon's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding lightning turned into various divine weapons, stabbing down towards Wang Beihai. After a frenzy of attacks, the bat dragon also felt exhausted and stopped the assault, looking triumphantly at the electric prison. The prison was now filled with thick smoke, making it impossible to see inside. Ha ha ha, now you know my power, human ant. Remember, there are some people you can't afford to provoke. The bat dragon laughed triumphantly, but before his smile could fully bloom, a familiar voice emerged from the smoke. Disperse! Wang Beihai shouted, and the smoke in the prison dispersed, revealing him unscathed. Have you thought it through? Wang Beihai turned his gaze back to Qiongqi. At this moment, Qiongqi smiled and extended one finger towards Wang Beihai, saying, 3 moves are too many. 1 move. If you can kill that guy in 1 move, I'll give you this demon core. How about it? Hearing this, those around them couldn't help but gasp. The nine-headed lion even exclaimed that it was impossible. One move? He's at least a demon king. Do you think he's a cabbage, to be chopped with one stroke? The nine-headed lion was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, while the bat dragon, the object of ridicule, was so angry that his face twisted. Bastards, what kind of joke is this? The bat dragon roared and prepared to attack again. At this moment, Wang Beihai showed an excited smile. It's settled, just one move. With that, Wang Beihai let out a loud roar, and his aura instantly surged. Then, he saw Wang Beihai forming hand seals with both hands. In an instant, a colossal handprint slowly emerged in the sky. Wang Beihai shouted, and the handprint, carrying the energy of destruction, descended forcefully upon the bat dragon. Chapter 5:16. The game begins. Haotian Great Handprint. Wang Beihai roared, and instantly the heavens and earth changed color. Strong winds arose, and in the sky, a massive and solid handprint flew rapidly towards the Thunder Dragon Bat. The Thunder Dragon Bat, feeling the immense power within the handprint, was quickly filled with a sense of impending death. No, this move will kill me. A tremor ran through the Thunder Dragon Bat's heart, and soon, a deep fear began to well up in its eyes. Run. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon Bat finally realized Wang Beihai's might. With the thought, blue light erupted from its body, transforming into lightning, and it fled rapidly into the distance at a speed that was almost imperceptible. Now you think of running too late. Wang Beihai, enveloped in golden light, floated in the air like a deity, calmly watching the bat dragon that had already flown far away, occasionally raising a smile at the corner of his mouth. If you run, my prize will be gone. Sorry about that. As Wang Beihai spoke, a colossal black hole suddenly appeared before him, swallowing the Haotian Great Handprint. Then, it abruptly reappeared in front of the Thunder Dragon Bat's path of escape. The fleeing Thunder Dragon Bat suddenly felt a tightness in its heart. Looking up, it saw a massive black hole had appeared in front of it. Before it could react, a huge hand emerged from the black hole, the sudden change leaving no breathing room for the Thunder Dragon Bat. In the next second, the enormous handprint struck the Thunder Dragon Bat directly. With a scream, the Thunder Dragon Bat's tough body was instantly crushed by the powerful blow. Collect. Wang Beihai, keeping his eyes on the Thunder Dragon Bat's location, saw its body disintegrate. He immediately shouted, and the handprint in the sky dispersed. Then, with a wave of his hand, a blue glowing demon core flew into his grasp. Is it over just like that? As the aftermath of the attack dissipated and the energy spheres around them shattered, the giant serpent carrying everyone entered the battlefield. Seeing Wang Beihai holding the demon core with a smile on his face, they were astonished. It's over. Facing this outcome, Xiongqi could already foresee it. With a reluctant smile at the corner of his mouth, he snorted coldly and threw the demon core directly at Wang Beihai. You win. We'll compete again next time. Xiongqi snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Wang Beihai took the demon core and gave Xiongqi an okay gesture. Such good fortune, next time for sure. As he spoke, Wang Beihai wiped the two demon cores with his clothes, revealing a brilliant smile. Seeing Wang Beihai's harmless appearance now, the nine-headed lion and the giant serpent exchanged glances, then shuddered simultaneously, feeling a surge of fear. Just a short while ago, the two beasts had relentlessly attacked Wang Beihai. Thinking of this, the giant serpent and the nine-headed lion trembled, feeling both fear and relief. Luckily, we didn't continue the fight, or one of those demon cores in his hand would surely be mine. The giant serpent flicked its tongue and exchanged a glance with the nine-headed lion, who seemed to share the same thought. With this in mind, the giant serpent lowered its head to look at the walking corpse and Ye Shaoqian sitting on its back. Its previously cold attitude suddenly changed by 180 degrees. The walking corpse, seeing the obsequious look on the giant serpent, knew its intentions but didn't expose it. Instead, it enjoyed the unwarranted sense of superiority. Just as everyone's thoughts were scattered, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past. Wang Beihai and Qiongqi both shivered, then their gazes turned towards the depths of the forbidden area. The giant serpent and the nine-headed lion, already beasts themselves, seemed to sense something and also turned their gazes in the same direction. This aura, it's that one. The nine-headed lion narrowed its eyes. At this moment, its body uncontrollably trembled slightly, and fear began to emerge in its eyes. Is that the monkey in the forbidden area? Wang Beihai and Qiongqi exchanged a glance and smiled. The terrifying pressure didn't make them afraid. Instead, both of them showed intense fighting spirit. As the pressure intensified, the previously calm surroundings began to blow with a strong wind, which lifted the sand and stones from the ground and flew towards them wildly. Wang Beihai and Qiongqi both snorted coldly, stomping the air with a single step. Instantly, an invisible energy appeared before them, blocking the attack of the sand and stones. Roar! At that moment, a loud roar came from the distance, and the entire hell's eye seemed to tremble slightly. Quick look! What is that? At this moment, the walking corpse looked up and saw a huge eye appearing in the sky. Everyone looked up and was startled by the eye. At this moment, Wang Beihai smiled slightly, tapping his foot and quickly flying under the eye. Looking at the ferocious eye in the sky, he revealed a cold smile. Why, afraid to show yourself? Wang Beihai looked calmly at the eye in the sky, his words full of disdain. Hee hee, human, you're quite impressive. At that moment, the eye suddenly widened, and a low voice echoed around. Being able to kill my gatekeeper with a single move, you're quite strong. So, what brings you here? Nothing much, just heard there are many beasts here. Thought I'd come and see if I could collect more demon cores to aid my cultivation. Wang Beihai smiled, speaking fearlessly, which scared the nine-headed lion and the giant serpent quite a bit. Don't worry, his real body isn't here. What we see is just a phantom. Qiongqi seemed to have noticed the fear of the nine-headed lion and the giant serpent, flying to their side and saying a few words, which made them feel better. Hee hee, quite the guts. At that moment, the voice in the sky sounded again. Then the eye turned to look at Qiongqi. Never thought, little Qiongqi, you're here too, haha, just in time. I've been bored for 1,000 years, now you're here, at least I can have some fun. As he spoke, the sky above the forbidden area suddenly lit up. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked up to see a huge crystal appearing above the forbidden area. On the crystal, an image slowly emerged, and upon closer inspection, it was their group. Well, even know how to broadcast? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, his curiosity about the existence in the depths of the forbidden area growing even more. I'll give you a chance. From now on, the closer you get to the forbidden area, the more attacks you'll face from my guards. If you're not afraid, defeat them, and I'll be waiting for you in the depths of the forbidden area. If you really have the ability, come and fight. With that, the eye in the sky slowly faded, and the terrifying aura dissipated. The nine-headed lion and the giant serpent immediately relaxed, feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted off their shoulders. In contrast, Qiongqi and Wang Beihai looked excitedly towards the depths of the forbidden area. They exchanged a glance, both showing intense fighting spirit. Let's go. Let's fight our way to the depths of the forbidden area. See who kills more? Qiongqi laughed loudly, and Wang Beihai also raised a cold smile, then waved his hand and shouted, Let's go. Hashtag chapter 517, Tang Shi. As the bet between the two began, the group's pace quickened significantly. Qiongqi and Wang Beihai, like they had been injected with adrenaline, pushed forward relentlessly. Along the way, they encountered numerous beasts that tried to block their path. However, under the burning battle intent of the two, these beasts had no chance to fight back. Even before they could unleash their full power, they were slain by Wang Beihai and Qiongqi. The entire path was filled with a thick, bloody scent, and many towering beasts lay on the ground, either incapacitated or dead. I say, these two are really ruthless, Xingshi muttered, swallowing hard as he watched the two bloodthirsty figures. He looked at the others, his voice tinged with fear. Do you think they might get carried away and kill us too? Hearing this, the nine-headed lion and the giant serpent both shuddered, while Nie Xiaoqian remained calm. Dying by Beihai's hand might be a kind of bliss, she said, revealing a dreamy expression. The others shot her hostile glances. At that moment, Wang Beihai and Xiong Qi had already moved far ahead. They casually dealt with the beasts in front of them, then exchanged a glance, both of them smiling faintly. Hee hee, I've defeated 18 beasts already. Master, I've counted for you. You've only defeated 16. Admit defeat. Xiong Qi laughed loudly, proudly raising his head at Wang Beihai. Admit defeat? Not a chance. I distinctly remember defeating 18. Wang Beihai retorted, raising an eyebrow, clearly not intending to concede. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, and in the next second, a colossal figure burst out from the earth, charging straight at them. He's mine. Wang Beihai acted swiftly, sidestepping to the beast's upper side, fearing Xiong Qi might claim it. With a wave of his hand, a black and white light sliced through the sky, heading straight for the beast. In an instant, the light pierced through the beast's mouth and its head, causing it to emit a shrill scream before collapsing heavily to the ground. Master, that's not fair. That beast was clearly targeting me. Losing isn't shameful, but stealing my prey is, Xiong Qi complained, looking displeased as he stared at the massive creature on the ground. He frowned at Wang Beihai. Haha, I saved you. Be grateful. Wang Beihai laughed, then waved his hand, retrieving the spear. He glanced at Xiong Qi and said, now we're even. Emph, one more to go, Xiong Qi grumbled, his voice cold. Just then, a faint yet powerful aura emerged ahead. Here comes more prey, Xiong Qi exclaimed excitedly, dashing towards the aura. This guy, always so impatient, Wang Beihai muttered, covering his face with his hand, then leaping into the air, transforming into a streak of light heading towards the aura. Before Wang Beihai could travel far, a loud explosion sounded ahead, and a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby rock, shattering it. As the dust settled, Wang Beihai's expression turned to surprise. The one blasted out was Xiong Qi, who looked extremely disheveled, his body charred black. What happened to you? Suddenly out of energy? Wang Beihai teased, looking at Xiong Qi's battered state. Get lost, Xiong Qi snapped, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned cold, and his body transformed into its beast form. Damn it, it's a blessing in disguise to meet this old enemy, he growled, flapping his wings and soaring upward. Old enemy? Wang Beihai frowned, looking in the direction Xiong Qi had flown. Ahead, a massive, pitch-black serpent was battling Xiong Qi. The serpent continuously spewed flames, looking terrifying. This is Teng Shi. Wang Beihai's pupils constricted, recognizing the serpent. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the formidable power within Teng Shi. Judging by this beast's aura, it seems to have the upper hand over Xiong Qi. Today might be tough for him. Sure enough, as Wang Beihai spoke, Teng Shi in midair twisted its body, delivering a powerful tail swipe that struck Xiong Qi, sending him flying. A bolt of lightning then hit Teng Shi, causing it to roar in anger, its eyes flashing with ferocity. It opened its mouth wide, shooting a massive flame towards Xiong Qi. Damn it! Wang Beihai shouted, flinging his hand out. A colossal bell instantly enveloped Xiong Qi, and the flame struck the bell without causing any damage. Teng Shi hissed, turning its gaze towards Wang Beihai, its eyes filled with venom. Roar! Xiong Qi let out an indignant roar, trying to stand up and charge again, but Wang Beihai stopped him. We have other things to do. Now's not the time to waste. I'll handle him. Don't worry, I won't steal your kill, Wang Beihai said, summoning the dragon's heart lance. With a battle cry, his fighting spirit erupted, and he leaped forward, charging at Teng Shi. Teng Shi, seeing this, showed disdain, then twisted its massive body, opening its mouth wide and spewing scorching flames at Wang Beihai. However, to Tang Xi's surprise, Wang Beihai charged through the flames, reaching its side in an instant. He merged with his lance, and a flash of white light streaked through the air. Wang Beihai shot into Tang Xi's mouth like an arrow. Screech! Tang Xi let out a pained cry. Its eyes turned red, its body began to swell, and luminous spots appeared on its black scales. The next second, with a loud bang, Tang Xi's body exploded from the middle, filling the sky with blood mist. Wang Beihai emerged, holding the lance, his handsome figure leaving Qiongqi in awe. Let's go. Looks like this time, we're even, Wang Beihai said, smiling at Qiongqi as he approached. Qiongqi nodded, not saying anything more. The two took a brief rest, then reunited with the others, continuing their journey deeper. Chapter 518. Crimson Inferno. The terrain here seems quite different from what we imagined, Wang Beihai remarked, furrowing his brow as they traversed further into the unknown. Indeed, Qiongqi agreed, surveying their surroundings. Initially, they had assumed that the Eye of Hell, aside from the central canyon, would be relatively flat. However, guided by the giant serpent and the nine-headed lion, they realized their assumption was incorrect. Shortly after emerging from the ice fields, they noticed the terrain gradually sloping downward. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced the descent became, and the stronger the blood-curdling stench in the air. What kind of place is this? How many lives have been lost to create such a potent stench? Nie Xiaoqian's delicate brows knitted together as she covered her nose. Even Qiongqi frowned at the overwhelming odor. Hey, haven't you all felt it? Xingshi suddenly halted before the group, his eyes wide with terror. Felt what? Wang Beihai looked at Xingshi, puzzled. Haven't you realized? We've been going in circles. Xingshi's shout made Wang Beihai and the others freeze. A quick glance around confirmed their surroundings were identical to their initial entry. How could this be? When did it start? Wang Beihai pondered, unable to deduce how they fell into this loop. I remember now. It must be the work of the nine-headed snake. The nine-headed lion suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence. Nine-headed snake? What kind of beast is that? Wang Beihai's curiosity piqued, envisioning the mythical creature from TV shows. The nine-headed lion snorted at Wang Beihai's gaze. Don't look at me like that. I have no relation to that nine-headed snake. Clearing his throat, the lion continued. The nine-headed snake is a general-level beast, far stronger than us gatekeepers. Legend has it that when the forbidden area first formed, the nine-headed snake single-handedly turned countless beasts into its prey. Oh! Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. So, its cultivation must be very high? Not necessarily, the lion shook his head. Its cultivation is about the same as ours, perhaps even less. But its innate abilities are formidable. Each head possesses a unique power, and it excels in illusion magic, often trapping stronger beasts in its illusions before killing them without a trace. Qiongqi narrowed his eyes. No wonder we didn't realize when we entered this endless loop. It's an illusion-mastering beast. Master, what should we do now? Qiongqi turned to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai pondered, examining their surroundings. Xingshi, how did you discover we were trapped? Xingshi smirked. You underestimate me. I have a knack for sensing spatial anomalies. Wang Beihai waved him off. Cut the act. Speak plainly. Xingshi chuckled awkwardly. All right, I've been leaving marks along the way. I noticed the marks kept repeating. He pointed to a nearby rock with a fresh mark. How long have you noticed this? Wang Beihai asked, impressed. Xingshi scratched his head. Several times already. Wang Beihai glared. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xingshi shrugged sheepishly. I was afraid of being wrong. Wang Beihai sighed. You're such a liability. He then instructed Xingshi, go on ahead alone. Me? Alone? Xingshi pointed at himself, taken aback. Yes, you, Wang Beihai replied, giving him a shove. As Xingshi reluctantly advanced, he suddenly vanished from sight. The group was stunned until he reappeared from another direction. Nie Xiaoqian approached Wang Beihai, her eyes filled with concern. Any insights? Wang Beihai shook his head. Continue. With a deep breath, Xingshi moved forward again. This time, Wang Beihai closed his eyes, reopening them with a hint of purple aura. As Xingshi vanished once more, Wang Beihai detected a ripple in the space ahead. With the purple aura enhancing his vision, Wang Beihai placed his hand where Xingshi had disappeared. The aura surged, and soon, a new path materialized. Let's go. Wang Beihai led the way, stepping into a world transformed. A crimson landscape thick with the stench of blood, resembling a hellish inferno. Hashtag Chapter 519. Crisis in the Illusion. What a terrifying place. As Wang Beihai gazed at the crimson world around them, he couldn't help but exclaim. Nie Xiaoqian, the only female in the group, reacted even more strongly. As soon as she stepped into this world, she let out a dry heave and then, her face pale, she hurried to Wang Beihai's side, gripping his sleeve tightly. Impossible. This can't be the right path, Nine-Headed Lion and Giant Snake said in unison as everyone was taken aback. I remember this path. It wasn't like this ahead, Giant Snake said confidently, flicking its tongue. Nine-Headed Lion, looking puzzled, stepped forward with a solemn expression. Although the Hell's Eye is notorious for its bloodiness and cruelty, it's not twisted to this extent. There's no such place in the Hell's Eye. No doubt, this is another trick by that nine-headed snake? At this, Qiongqi and Wang Beihai exchanged glances, while the usually talkative corpse remained silent. It seems we must force that nine-headed snake out if we want to leave here today, Qiongqi said, clenching his fists. Before he finished, he dashed forward, launching himself at a blood-stained cliff. With a mighty shout, he punched the cliff with all his might, causing a thunderous boom that made the entire space tremble. However, the tremor quickly subsided, indicating that Qiongqi's full-force punch had little effect. Damn it, I don't believe I can't break this illusion, Qiongqi snorted, readying to strike again. But Wang Beihai stopped him. What is it, master? With brute force, I might just shatter this space if I try harder, Qiongqi said, twisting his neck. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and slowly replied, Wait, we don't know what's in front of us, so let's not use too much force and risk harming ourselves. Realizing the wisdom in this, Qiongqi nodded in agreement and asked, So, what now? No immediate solution. Let me think. You all must be tired. Take a rest here, Wang Beihai said, sitting down cross-legged and closing his eyes to ponder. The others followed suit, finding spots to rest. Nie Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment before sitting close to Wang Beihai, and Corpse joined her. Gradually, a red mist began to envelop the illusion, causing Wang Beihai and the others to become disoriented. Wang Beihai felt a smooth arm wrap around his neck, followed by warm lips pressing against his. He opened his eyes to see Nie Xiaoqian embracing him, her eyes glazed with confusion. The mist is toxic, Wang Beihai thought, his brow furrowing. He gently tapped Nie Xiaoqian's forehead, making her moan and collapse. Then, he looked around to see Nine-Headed Lion and Giant Snake already locked in a fierce battle, their eyes bloodshot. Wang Beihai leaped in front of them, tapping their foreheads, causing them to fall and their murderous auras to subside. Interesting move, he mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as he pondered Nine-Headed Snake's tactics. Where's the corpse? Wang Beihai suddenly looked around but found no trace of him. I'm here, Corpse called out, waving as he ran towards Wang Beihai. But just as he was a few meters away, both he and Wang Beihai revealed triumphant smiles. Corpse suddenly pulled out a dagger and lunged at Wang Beihai, who had already seen through the ruse. He dodged and struck back with a silver lightning bolt that pierced Corpse's chest. Why? Corpse staggered, sitting down, bewildered. No reason, Wang Beihai smirked, his eyes now tinged with a hint of purple. How is it? The taste of my dragon's gall. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Corpse doesn't bleed. He pointed at the blood seeping from the wound. Ha ha ha, after all these years, I didn't expect to be bested by you on the first try. Corpse laughed, transforming rapidly into a white giant snake with 9 heads. So it really is nine-headed snake, Wang Beihai chuckled. Earlier, he had noticed corpses' late arrival and, by observing their habits, quickly determined who was real and who was fake. Tell me, where did you take corpse? Wang Beihai demanded coldly, sensing he could crush this nine-headed monster with a mere thought. Ha! Do you really think your companion is still alive? The middle head of nine-headed snake sneered. In that case, I'm sorry, but you can die, Wang Beihai said coldly, appearing before nine-headed snake and smashing one of its heads with a punch. Chapter 520, Breaking the Illusion. Bang! With a loud crash, the nine-headed snake let out a terrifying scream, and one of its heads instantly exploded, filling the entire space with a rain of blood. I'll ask you one last time, where did that zombie go? Wang Beihai looked indifferently at the nine-headed snake before him. He could faintly sense the presence of the zombie, though it was very weak. Wang Beihai was certain that the zombie was not dead. Damn human! You dare to cut off my head! The nine-headed snake glared fiercely at Wang Beihai with its other eyes, clearly very angry, and completely ignored Wang Beihai's question. At that moment, the nine-headed snake suddenly let out a sharp hiss, and then, where its head had been blasted, it began to wriggle, and soon a new head slowly grew out of the wound. How disgusting! Xiongqi frowned at the sight. If not for the need to maintain calm and avoid being lost in the red mist, Xiongqi would have rushed forward to kill the revolting nine-headed snake. Wang Beihai, seeing this, also narrowed his eyes. Before long, the head he had blasted had fully regenerated on the nine-headed snake. It seems just blasting it isn't enough. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with cold light. At that moment, the nine-headed snake suddenly let out a hiss, and Wang Beihai felt the space around him shift. When he came to his senses again, he was back in the Wulong village. Another illusion. Wang Beihai frowned, and just as he was about to break the illusion, a sweet voice called out from behind him. Hey, Beizi, why are you still standing here? Come inside and eat your favorite noodles. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart trembled. He turned around and saw Yangli, who was wearing an apron and holding a poker, her slightly disheveled hair making her look even more virtuous. You stinky Beizi, what are you staring at? Come inside with me. Seeing Wang Beihai in a daze, Yangli immediately stepped forward and grabbed his ear. The familiar pain, the familiar tone, the familiar scene. Although Wang Beihai knew it was an illusion, he couldn't bear to break this beautiful dream. Isn't this the life I want? Wang Beihai murmured to himself, and countless thoughts surged into his mind. At that moment, Wang Beihai felt a numbness in his hand. Looking down, he saw two bloody wounds on his hand, as if bitten by a snake. Oh, you really are clumsy. Just as Wang Beihai frowned, another familiar voice came, and he looked up to see Ling Ruoying pouting and glaring at him angrily. I told you not to run around, look, now you've hurt yourself, Ling Ruoying said, running over and grabbing Wang Beihai's arm, her heart aching at the sight of the wounds on his arm. Ruoying, Wang Beihai whispered softly. The girl in front of him made Wang Beihai sink into deep thought. She was the first girl who had given her life for him, and the one who made Wang Beihai understand the greatness of love. As Wang Beihai was lost in thought, suddenly, his arm hurt again. Looking down, the figure of Ling Ruoying had disappeared, replaced by a huge python coiled around his arm. In an instant, a deadly pain surged through him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his arm exerting force, and he shattered the python into pieces. However, the next moment, the scene changed again. This time, Wang Beihai felt something sticky on his hand. Looking down, he saw Xiao Min, covered in blood, lying in his arms. Seeing the terrifying blood, Wang Beihai's body trembled uncontrollably. Min, how are you? How are you? Wang Beihai tightly held Xiao Min, unaware that she was actually the nine-headed snake in disguise. As Wang Beihai held her tightly, the nine-headed snake revealed its true form, its eyes flashing with ferocity, its teeth gleaming with cold light as it bit into Wang Beihai's neck. Ah! Instantly, Wang Beihai let out a painful cry, and an indescribable pain surged through him. Half of Wang Beihai's body turned red, the other half blue, and at that moment, he felt his spiritual energy in chaos, uncontrolled energy rushing wildly within him. The pain of ice and fire almost made Wang Beihai lose consciousness. As Wang Beihai rolled in pain, the figure of the nine-headed snake slowly appeared before him. It had a sinister smile on its face, its eyes filled with disdain. "He's such a weakling, it's no wonder. When that one issued a warning at the beginning, I was a bit cautious, but now it seems completely unnecessary. How could someone with such weak willpower escape my illusion?" The nine-headed snake moved closer to Wang Beihai and directly pressed its tail on him. "Hmph, so-called expert, now you're still under my control. Today, whether it's Qiongqi or any other traitor, you will all die by my hand. By then, my status in the forbidden area will surpass even that of the nine-headed bird. Don't worry, I'll torture you slowly until you die in agony." The nine-headed snake sneered, as if Wang Beihai and his companions were already its prey. At that moment, an extremely discordant voice came from the side. "Hey, big snake over there, have you finished your narcissistic rant?" Hearing this, the nine-headed snake's eyes widened in shock. It looked down and saw that Wang Beihai, who had been in agony just moments ago, was gone. It turned to the source of the voice and saw Wang Beihai standing far away with a cold smile on his face. "Impossible. You were clearly bitten so many times. There's no way you could be unharmed." The nine-headed snake's eyes showed disbelief. Wang Beihai merely sneered and then shot a ray of purple light into the nine-headed snake's eyes. Taken by surprise, the nine-headed snake felt a sharp pain in its head as the purple light entered its eyes. The next moment, all the illusions dissipated, and the red mist disappeared as well. "Impossible. You can't be here. You can't break my illusion." The nine-headed snake glared resentfully at Wang Beihai, attempting several times to retreat into an illusion but finding itself unable to do so, as a sharp pain shot through its mind with each attempt to cast the illusion. "Stop wasting your energy. Your illusions are useless against me now. I didn't want to expose it because I wanted to see the people I miss, but you shouldn't have used my closest ones to hurt me. This blow is your punishment." As he spoke, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the nine-headed snake found that a lotus flower had appeared beneath it. The lotus slowly bloomed, and a burst of green light shot up into the sky. The nine-headed snake didn't even have time to scream before it was pierced through by the green light. Chapter 521. The Invisible Enemy. With a flash of green light, a thunderous crash echoed as the colossal body of the nine-headed serpent collapsed. As the serpent fell, the surrounding scene also returned to normal. Those who had been disoriented from inhaling the red mist began to regain their senses one by one. "What happened to me?" Nie Xiaoqian squinted her eyes and shook her head, vaguely recalling the scene of embracing Wang Beihai earlier. Her cheeks instantly flushed red with embarrassment. At that moment, a cry for help echoed, and following the sound, they found the walking corpse hanging precariously over the edge of a cliff, the branch it was suspended from swaying dangerously, on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, Wang Beihai reached out and effortlessly lifted it down. Then, he approached the corpse of the nine-headed serpent, examining the serpent's body riddled with blood holes, and raised an eyebrow. This time, it seems to be truly dead. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he summoned the red mist, swung it fiercely, and severed all 9 serpent heads. With the death of the nine-headed serpent, a large demon core appeared before Wang Beihai. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and stored the demon core in his spiritual ring. "All right, the crisis is over. Let's continue. The monsters ahead will definitely be much stronger than the ones we've encountered so far. Everyone, stay alert." With that, Wang Beihai walked forward on his own. Anyone with clear eyes could see that Wang Beihai's mood was not good. "Hey, do you know what's wrong with him?" Normally, getting such a large demon core would surely make him ecstatic, but I don't see him very excited. The walking corpse staggered to the giant serpent's body and touched it. "How would I know?" The giant serpent shook its head irritably and then followed after twisting its body. The walking corpse frowned and turned his gaze to Nie Xiaoqian, who was still immersed in the joy of the moment. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Beihai's heart was a mix of emotions. Although he knew it was a hallucination created by the nine-headed serpent, facing those few women who were most important in his life, Wang Beihai couldn't help but feel a stir. Ruoying Minner, Li Jie. You all take care and wait for me to return. Thinking this, Wang Beihai stopped and looked up at the sky. The sky above was blood-red, resembling a giant eye. On the large screen in the air, their journey continued to play out. Suddenly, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and saw a massive black shadow pass overhead. The shadow moved incredibly fast and disappeared from his perception in an instant. What's that? Wang Beihai squinted and secretly activated the Chaos Primordial Art. Instantly, every movement around him was enveloped by his divine sense. After a thorough investigation, apart from the small mountain of bones, nothing else was found. Wang Beihai frowned and stopped. What's wrong? Xiongqi, puzzled, walked up. Shoo! Wang Beihai signaled Xiongqi to be quiet and quickly scanned the surroundings. His eyes were now covered with a layer of purple mist, but after a while, he still found nothing. Strange. Wang Beihai muttered, frowning. What's strange? Xiongqi asked, confused. Don't you feel like there's always a pair of eyes watching us? Wang Beihai's usually calm face was filled with solemnity. Hearing this, Xiongqi was taken aback and then stroked his chin, deep in thought. I do have that feeling. Xiongqi recalled the journey and felt a sense of unease. But throughout our journey, there hasn't been anything unusual, and you've already checked, so there shouldn't be any problems around here. Xiongqi looked at Wang Beihai. If Wang Beihai couldn't find the issue, it was even less likely for them, the weaker creatures. That's what's strange to me. Wang Beihai frowned. Logically, nothing should be able to evade my investigation. And the enemy seems to be very cautious, never making a move along the way. Such an enemy hidden in the shadows is the most terrifying. As Wang Beihai and Xiongqi discussed, a sudden whooshing sound came. They looked up to see a massive boulder appearing out of thin air, hurtling straight towards them. Be careful! Wang Beihai shouted and pointed at the boulder, sending a beam of white light that pierced through it. Then, Xiongqi leaped up and rapidly swung his fists, shattering the boulder into countless fragments that rained down around them. Seeing the debris on the ground, everyone's faces showed a hint of panic. Although the attack wasn't very destructive, the suddenness of it sent chills down their spines. However, the hidden enemy clearly didn't intend to give Wang Beihai and his group any respite. Before they could react, more boulders fell from the sky, accompanied by specks of black flames like raindrops. The nine-headed lion roared and immediately emitted flames from its head, shattering the boulders, but soon its attack was swallowed by the black flames. Wang Beihai and Xiongqi exchanged glances and leaped up, using their powerful arms to lift the boulders. The black flames landed on the boulders and, as if alive, began to devour them. Soon, the flames spread to their hands. Throw the stones away. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately shouted and tossed the stone aside. Watching the flames on the ground, Wang Beihai was shocked. These were clearly the underworld flames he had encountered in the divine tomb. Though only a fraction of the original power, it was still formidable. Realizing this, Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, and he waved his hand. Run! With that, Wang Beihai led the group forward. At that moment, a pair of giant wings slowly spread above their heads. Chapter 522, The Nine-Headed Phoenix. Wang Beihai led the group in a brisk run, soon arriving at a relatively open cliffside where everyone was catching their breath. The nine-headed lion's eyes also revealed fear. It's him, he's here. The nine-headed lion muttered timidly, and Xiongqi immediately stepped forward, asking, Who is it? What are you talking about? It's the nine-headed phoenix. That old fellow is here. The nine-headed lion's eyes darted around. At the moment he saw the black flames, he was certain that it was the nine-headed phoenix. The nine-headed phoenix. Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, recalling fragments of the nine-headed phoenix in his mind. Legend has it that the nine-headed phoenix is not a creature of this world, but comes from a peculiar dimension, a place isolated from the world called the Nine Nether. The history of the Nine Nether is said to be as ancient as the heavens and earth, and the beings that emerge from there are extraordinarily powerful. The nine-headed phoenix is one of them, rumored to be as renowned as Cheongchi. As he spoke, Wang Beihai frowned. It seems we've run into a tough opponent. He must have been watching us from above all along, which is why I couldn't sense his presence. With that, Wang Beihai looked up, seeing a massive shadow appear under the blood-red sky. The shadow flapped its wings, and soon countless tiny black dots fell from the sky, which upon closer inspection were innumerable nether flames. Danger! Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately narrowed his eyes. With nowhere to hide, he quickly waved his hand, summoning the Black Pagoda, which flashed with golden light, and the group was absorbed into it. I wonder if this Black Pagoda can withstand the attack of the nether flames. Wang Beihai glanced at the people inside the pagoda, then extended his consciousness outside. He sensed that numerous nether flames had surrounded the pagoda, but a mysterious force prevented them from approaching the pagoda at all. This pagoda is indeed miraculous. Even such terrifying nether flames can do nothing to it. Surprised, Wang Beihai was about to speak when a sudden gust of wind swept by, and a massive shadow appeared in his perception. That's the nine-headed phoenix. Wang Beihai was startled. In his perception, a giant bird with a body of dark green landed in front of the pagoda. The nine-headed phoenix examined the pagoda, then abruptly pecked it with its hard beak. Instantly, an ear-piercing sound echoed, and the people inside felt a violent tremor. Crack, crack, crack. What is this thing? So hard. Seeing its attack ineffective, the nine-headed phoenix rolled its eyes, stopped the assault, and circled the pagoda, then flapped its wings and took off, lifting the pagoda and flying into the sky. I don't believe you won't die from this height. With that, the nine-headed phoenix dropped the pagoda from high above. Seeing this, Wang Beihai no longer hid, instructing everyone to stay inside the pagoda, then flashed out of the pagoda, shrinking it and holding it in his hand. Crack, crack, crack. So you're the human named Bei. Why not continue being a turtle? The nine-headed phoenix opened its mouth wide, glaring menacingly at Wang Beihai. Don't misunderstand. I just didn't want to be thrown around by a stupid bird. Wang Beihai said indifferently, then waved his hand, putting away the pagoda. Crack, crack, human Bei. You're about to die and still so stubborn. Hearing Wang Beihai's words, the nine-headed phoenix became furious, let out a long cry, and a massive gust of wind rushed towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and a giant black hole appeared in front of him, swallowing the wind. Then, he waved again, and the black hole appeared in front of the nine-headed phoenix, spewing the wind directly at it. The fierce wind hit the nine-headed phoenix's face, which shook its head and dissipated the force, showing no apparent effect. Crack, crack. No wonder you're so confident, with such advanced spatial laws. The nine-headed phoenix shook its neck and then flapped its wings violently, sending countless nether flames towards Wang Beihai. This time, Wang Beihai used the black hole to swallow the flames, which then flew back to the nine-headed phoenix. The phoenix let out a screech, then opened its mouth and swallowed all the nether flames. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was astonished, thinking, the creatures of the nine nether are indeed formidable. Even I have no sure way to deal with these nether flames, and this thing just swallows them. Thinking this, Wang Beihai looked at the nine-headed phoenix, which was also sizing him up with a probing gaze. Crack, crack. It seems your spatial laws are indeed cheating. From now on, I'll fight you hand to hand. Let's see how many times you can withstand. With that, the nine-headed phoenix transformed its body into an arrow, diving straight at Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai smirked. Want to compare physical strength? I'll just do the opposite of what you wish. With that, Wang Beihai waved his hands, enlarging the black hole in front of him. The nine-headed phoenix's massive body rushed into the black hole. Then Wang Beihai waved his hand again, and the phoenix emerged from the other side of the black hole, crashing heavily into a giant boulder. The boulder shattered under the impact. Crack, crack, you're cheating. The nine-headed phoenix shook off the debris, glaring angrily at Wang Beihai, clearly underestimating the power of his spatial laws. I never agreed to a direct confrontation. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, which infuriated the nine-headed phoenix even more. You've attacked enough times, it's my turn now. At the moment of the nine-headed phoenix's anger, Wang Beihai snorted coldly, then stretched out his hand, transforming into a white dragon and flying straight at the phoenix. A divine weapon. The nine-headed phoenix immediately recognized the spear in Wang Beihai's hand. Facing such might, it did not retreat but advanced, opening its mouth and shooting a red light that collided fiercely with Wang Beihai, causing both to retreat. What is that? Wang Beihai steadied himself and looked at the red light not far away. It was a red feather, floating in the air and radiating energy, clearly a divine weapon. Crack, crack. Don't think you're the only one with divine weapons. The nine-headed phoenix laughed loudly, then flapped its wings, causing the feather to instantly multiply into thousands of clones, which, upon its command, flew towards Wang Beihai with scorching flames. Chapter 523, Battle with Jiuyo. What kind of flame is that? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he watched the feathers falling from the sky. Before they even approached, Wang Beihai could feel an intense heat, as if everything around him was about to melt, even the air sizzling with its presence. Kakaka, this is a true feather from the phoenix, one of the four divine beasts of ancient times. The fire of the phoenix is not something ordinary people can withstand. The Jiuyo bird looked gleefully at Wang Beihai below, thinking, this phoenix fire can ignore the laws of nature and reduce everything to ashes. This time, I'd like to see how you dodge it. Unaware of this, Wang Beihai, facing such intense flames, instinctively used spatial laws, summoning a massive black hole in front of him to swallow all the terrifying flames. However, this time, Wang Beihai was completely mistaken. As the black hole opened, the fiery feathers approached the black hole. But the method that had worked 100 times before suddenly failed. In Wang Beihai's astonished gaze, the flames began to burn the black hole he had summoned. In an instant, a scorching heat seeped through the black hole and into Wang Beihai's space. Immediately, Wang Beihai was shocked and quickly closed the black hole. His brow furrowed as he felt a burning sensation in his abdomen, the intense heat quickly rising and spreading through his body. How? This flame, it's terrifying. Wang Beihai shook his head. His eyes were now bloodshot, and white smoke involuntarily rose from his head. No, I'll be burned to death at this rate. Wang Beihai frantically circulated his spiritual energy, finally managing to suppress the burning sensation within him. Then, looking at the red feathers floating in the sky, he frowned. Himph, if I can't contain you, I'll just evade you. After a moment's thought, as the red feathers with flames approached, Wang Beihai coldly snorted, summoning the black hole again. This time, instead of trying to absorb the feathers, he dived into the black hole himself. With the black hole closing instantly, Wang Beihai's figure completely disappeared from the Jiuyo bird's sight. This time, it was the Jiuyo bird's turn to widen its eyes. With a flap of its wings, it sent stones flying around. After searching, it still couldn't see Wang Beihai, nor could it sense his presence. Damn it! Where did that guy go? After searching for a while without finding Wang Beihai, the Jiuyo bird, enraged, opened its mouth and roared furiously at the sky. At that moment, the Jiuyo bird seemed to see something, its pupils contracting. Then, in its terrified expression, a black hole appeared in front of it. Before it could react, a beam of white light shot out from the black hole, and a long dragon instantly pierced through the Jiuyo bird's eye. Screech. The Jiuyo bird let out a painful and shrill cry, the intense pain almost making it lose its mind. In the next second, it flapped its wings, trying to fly into the sky. But Wang Beihai wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. The black hole flashed again, and the next moment, Wang Beihai, holding the dragon's heart, dropped from above the Jiyo bird. In an instant, the spear was like a thunderbolt, and a flash of lightning passed through the confined space. Then, with a loud bang, the Jiyo bird was heavily smashed to the ground. In an instant, feathers flew in the sky, and the Jiyo bird was deeply embedded in the ground, its eye bleeding profusely. Its appearance was extremely wretched. Who would have thought that the mighty ruler of Jiyo would be reduced to this state by a human? Kakaka, damn human, how dare you scheme against me? The Jiyo bird's throat emitted an angry roar, then its mouth opened, revealing a black vortex that resembled the black hole Wang Beihai had used. With the appearance of the vortex, countless hellfire flames shot into the sky, turning into a giant firebird that flew straight towards Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't dare to be careless. Just as he was about to use the black hole, the black firebird reached him. What a fast speed! Seeing the firebird, Wang Beihai's eyes immediately sharpened. Compared to the slow flames before, the firebird was terrifyingly fast. Without thinking, Wang Beihai immediately struck out with a mighty palm strike. In an instant, the giant palm print collided with the firebird, and a piercing sound echoed throughout the space, making the ground tremble. Using the push from the mighty palm strike, Wang Beihai quickly distanced himself from the firebird. Then, steadying himself, he looked at the firebird, which made him gasp. The firebird's chest had been directly hit by the mighty palm strike, creating a large hole that was visibly healing. What kind of perverted skill is this? Wang Beihai sighed deeply, feeling bitter. Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, the Jiyo bird enjoyed it immensely. Kakaka, I've been in this forbidden area for many years. If I didn't have a trick or two, how could I have reached this position? This move is my life's ultimate skill. You'll be devoured by my black fire, you insignificant ant. The Jiyo bird laughed loudly, then slowly crawled out of the deep pit on the ground, its eyes coldly staring at Wang Beihai in the sky. With a thought, the firebird instantly turned into countless crows that surrounded Wang Beihai, enveloping him in a dark mass. Kakaka, human, tremble. I can already feel your fear. The Jiyo bird gloated at the crows, thinking Wang Beihai was already the crow's prey. Unbeknownst to it, as soon as the crows surrounded Wang Beihai, he quickly hid in the black tower. Although it was a bit cowardly, it was indeed the best plan at that moment. How is it? Seeing Wang Beihai return to the tower, Qiongqi and the others immediately surrounded him. Not too good. Wang Beihai shook his head. If it were anything else, it would be fine, but this guy's hellfire is too terrifying, and he also has a divine artifact that can directly affect my domain. Wang Beihai frowned, feeling very annoyed by the Jiyo bird's methods. At that moment, Wang Beihai's brow suddenly twitched, and he immediately spread his consciousness. In his perception, a massive figure appeared in the sky, twice the size of the Jiyo bird. Chapter 524. The Devourer. What on earth is that thing? Wang Beihai looked up and saw, not far from him, a giant bird soaring in the sky, its body even larger than that of the nine-tailed bird. The bird opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow everything below, its immense wings filling the sky above the canyon, leaving no gaps. It resembles the legendary rock to some extent. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, marveling at the size of the giant bird. At that moment, the nine-tailed bird below seemed to take offense and issued a challenging roar towards the bird in the sky. Devourer, you old fogey, they are clearly my prey. What are you doing here? Do you want to start a fight with me? Hearing this, the giant bird in the sky closed its mouth, and the terrifying suction force disappeared. The Devourer? Wang Beihai stared at the giant bird in shock, his heart filled with awe. Legend has it that the Devourer's body contains the vast universe. An adult Devourer can swallow the heavens with a single breath. It seems that this one is merely a juvenile. Otherwise, I would have been in its mouth by now. Wang Beihai silently congratulated himself, but the shock in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. What exactly is this Hell's Eye? Why are so many ancient ferocious beasts gathered here? Now that even the nine-tailed bird and the Devourer have appeared, What kind of terrifying existence is the one in the center? Previously, Wang Beihai had already formed a rough guess about the identity of the one in the center of the forbidden area. But after encountering the nine-tailed bird and the devourer, his thoughts wavered. If it really was that being, even with the addition of Qiongqi, they might not be a match for it. With this thought, a spark of excitement flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes, and a surge of battle intent surged through his heart. As Wang Beihai pondered, the devourer in the sky emitted a red glow, and its form rapidly shrank within the light. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's heart tightened. Transforming. Wang Beihai widened his eyes. He knew all too well what such an ancient beast transforming meant. After Qiongqi transformed, its combat power rivaled that of a peak deity. Although he had encountered many powerful beasts on his journey, this was the first time he had seen one truly transform. Soon, the red light faded, and a young man with delicate skin, looking only about 10 years old, emerged from the light. Hee, Ninetails, the Monkey King said you're too slow, and if you keep fighting, you'll only lose. That's why he sent me to replace you, so you don't end up dead and cause trouble for us from the Ninetails clan. The devourer smirked at the nine-tailed bird, his childish face filled with sinister smiles. Bullshit, I was just about to kill him. Hearing this, the nine-tailed bird immediately snorted coldly and started cursing. It was evident that although the nine-tailed bird was angry, it dared not confront the devourer head-on. So, you're questioning the Monkey King's words? The devourer's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the temperature around them dropped sharply. Even from a distance, Wang Beihai could clearly feel the murderous intent emanating from the devourer. Seeing the devourer's expression and feeling its imposing aura, the nine-tailed bird, despite its grievances, could only shrink its head timidly. That's more like it. Satisfied, the devourer nodded and then turned to look at the place where Wang Beihai stood. Their eyes met, and Wang Beihai felt a dizziness in his head. What a powerful spiritual force! Wang Beihai was secretly astonished. The devourer also showed a look of surprise and then smiled, appearing before Wang Beihai in an instant. Human, your strength is quite impressive. The Monkey King said that if you are willing to submit, you can become one of his left and right guardians like me. Then you can walk sideways in this forbidden area. The devourer sneered at Wang Beihai, who snorted and responded with his eyes. To this, the devourer was not surprised, but instead laughed loudly and waved at the nine-tailed bird. Ninetails, you can go back first. Leave this to me. Hearing this, the nine-tailed bird's eyes flashed with reluctance, but remained rooted in place. At that moment, the devourer slowly turned around, his eyes flashing with a red light. Seeing this, the nine-tailed bird immediately showed a look of fear and then flapped its wings, quickly flying away. What a strong aura! Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, secretly marveling. At that moment, the devourer turned his gaze back to Wang Beihai. Your choices are limited. Either submit now and manage this hell's eye together, or we fight now, and may the heavens decide our fate. The devourer's words carried no emotion, but were full of menace. Hearing this, Wang Beihai rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment before turning his gaze to the devourer. Before we fight, I have a question. At this, the devourer immediately became interested. It seems you've chosen to fight. In all these years, you're the first to choose that option. Not bad. I like your courage. Out of respect for your bravery, ask away. What's your question? Wang Beihai sized up the devourer and then directly asked, who's stronger, you or the Monkey King? At this question, the devourer immediately burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha, do you even have any common sense? If I were stronger than the Monkey King, he wouldn't be the one standing here, but me. After a slight pause, the devourer's eyes rolled, and he said, however, it depends on the situation. Human, let me tell you something. The dead don't need to know too much. With that, the devourer's aura suddenly changed, and black flames erupted from his body. The flames were identical to the previous netherfire, and even more powerful. Seeing Wang Beihai's shocked expression, the devourer laughed loudly and immediately stretched out his hands towards Wang Beihai. Come on, don't waste time. Let's fight. Chapter 525. Old Acquaintances. Watching the flames that enveloped Tianke, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the black tower suddenly shook, and a small child's figure slowly emerged. Upon seeing the child, Wang Beihai was taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. Taodai, why are you out here? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. Taodai gave Wang Beihai a mysterious smile, and then turned his gaze towards Tianke, speaking slowly. Tian, old fellow, do you remember me? Hearing this, Tianke narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Taodai, but perhaps due to the passage of time, after a moment, Tianke shook his head. Who knows who you are, just a brat. Taoye's appearance instantly disrupted Tianke's rare surge of battle fervor. Irritated, he turned to Wang Beihai. I say, you really are something. We were fighting, and you let a kid come out to take the hit for you? Wang Beihai also frowned. As the spirit of the Black Tower, Taodai was rarely seen even within the tower. His sudden appearance now must have been for a reason. As he pondered, Taodai waved his hand, and Xiongqi also appeared before them. If you don't remember me, you should at least remember him. Taodai said calmly. Xiongqi's lips curled into a smile, and his body quickly transformed back into its beast form. Seeing Xiongqi's appearance, Tianke's eyes widened, a flicker of fear flashing within. Xiongqi, you despicable creature. Soon, the fear in Tianke's eyes was replaced by anger, his gaze towards Xiongqi filled with murderous intent. Hee Tian, long time no see. Seems you've managed to survive the ancient tribulations and are barely holding on. Xiongqi smirked, his words tinged with mockery. Humph, you have the nerve to say that? Tianke snorted coldly and roared, if it weren't for you disrupting my cultivation and stealing my fortune, why would I need to hide in this forbidden area of the underworld to avoid the heavenly tribulations? Look at you now, able to take human form. But what good is my high cultivation if I can't leave this forbidden area without the tribulations finding me? It's all your fault. Tianke ground his teeth, his body trembling. At that moment, Tianke suddenly remembered something, turning his gaze towards Taodai and narrowing his eyes. Since Xiongqi is here, then you must be that old fellow Taodai. With that, Tianke acted, hurling a ball of nether fire directly at Taodai. Be careful. Wang Beihai immediately shouted a warning, but the next second, Taodai opened his mouth wide and swallowed the nether fire in an instant. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Taodai patted his stomach and then looked disdainfully at Tianke. Have you gone senile? Don't you remember where you learned your devour ability from? Taodai said, opening his mouth wide again, and instantly, a massive black hole appeared, filled with an aura of dread. Emph, you did teach me the devour technique, but didn't you also steal my demon core back then? Tianke's eyes were filled with resentment, looking at the two beasts who had once harmed him, his heart seething with anger. Hee, this world is inherently about the strong preying on the weak. I merely took your demon core without killing you, which was already the greatest mercy. In fact, you should thank me for helping you avoid the tribulations earlier. Listening to their conversation, Wang Beihai finally realized they had a grudge. He stretched and thought, it's been all me fighting so far. Today, with their old enemies meeting, I'll just enjoy the show. With that, Wang Beihai found a comfortable spot to sit down, watching the three with great interest. Enough talk. How do you want to fight? At that moment, Tianke spoke up. Taodai and Xiongqi both smirked contemptuously. Then Taodai stepped forward, pointing a finger at Tianke. 1,000 years ago, you weren't a match for us. Even though we were reborn from the tribulations, you still won't be my match now. Seeing Taoye's arrogant demeanor, Tianke finally couldn't hold back. He snorted coldly, and the flames on his body burned even more fiercely. Then, with a powerful stomp, Tianke instantly appeared before Taodai, his flaming fist crashing down towards him. Taodai, however, paid it no mind. His body flickered and disappeared from sight, the speed so fast even Wang Beihai, sitting nearby, couldn't catch it. This guy didn't expect him to have such skills. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, watching Tao Ye's flickering form, inwardly praising him. Humph, after all these years, I thought you'd have gotten stronger, but all you've learned is to run away. After several chases, Tianke hadn't even touched a single hair of Tao Ye's. In desperation, Tianke stopped and taunted. Sure enough, hearing Tianke's words, Tao Tai stopped as well, a cold smile curling his lips. Tian, you old fox, you've always been cunning since 1,000 years ago, and you still are. You think you can provoke me with your taunts? Fine, I'll oblige you. With that, Tao Tai roared and his body flashed, instantly appearing before Tianke. Before Tianke could react, Tao Ye's small fist struck his face. Though the fist was small, the power was terrifying. Tianke's face was deformed by the punch, his eyeballs bulging as if about to pop out. Tianke groaned in pain and was sent flying by Tao Ye's punch, crashing heavily into a nearby boulder. Bastard! Tianke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the next second, his mouth opened wide. The flames he had swallowed earlier surged out, heading straight for Tao Tai. Humph, trying to play with fire against Grandpa? You're really showing off in front of the master, courting humiliation? Tao Tai snorted coldly, his mouth opening wide, and instantly, a terrifying suction force erupted, sucking the flames into his stomach like flowing water. However, during the moment Tao Ye's mouth was open, Tianke revealed a triumphant smile. His body relaxed, and he was pulled towards Tao Tai by the suction force. Tao Ye's eyes narrowed, immediately seeing through Tianke's scheme. He quickly closed his mouth, and the suction force disappeared, but Tianke had already used it to close in on Tao Tai. Chapter 526, Cruel Methods. Humph, I am no longer the same as I was before. The devouring sky bird roared, extending an arm and sweeping it forcefully. The arm instantly inflated, transforming into a massive wing. This time, let's see how you dodge. The devouring sky bird sneered with a twisted expression, then flapped its enormous wings to strike at the Tao Tai. Tao Tai narrowed its eyes, realizing there was no time to dodge, so it crossed its arms in front of its body. If one looked closely, they could see fine, hard scales emerging on Tao Ye's arms. With a loud bang, Tao Ye's slender body was sent flying by the powerful blow. The devouring sky bird had put all its strength into that strike. Tao Ye's body kept retreating in the air, smashing through dozens of giant rocks before finally coming to a stop. Damn it, I'm just a spiritual body now. If I had my real body back, how could I not withstand such an attack? Tao Tai crawled out from the rubble, dusting off the dirt on its body. Though it didn't bleed due to being a spiritual body, its disheveled appearance showed that it had taken considerable damage from the blow. Heh, I see. The devouring sky bird smirked as it looked at Tao Tai from afar, then waved its wings to revert to human form. Tao Tai, who would have thought that the once mighty you would end up like this? Now that you're just a spiritual body, what can you possibly use to fight me? The devouring sky bird gloated. Wang Beihai, standing nearby, furrowed his brows, recalling the golden light he encountered when inheriting the dragon-subduing Arhat's legacy. Both Nie Shaoqian and the walking corpse had regained their physical forms under that light. Logically, the same should apply to Tao Tai, but here it still remained a spiritual body. Could it be that the Black Pagoda has a shielding effect on that golden light? Wang Beihai pondered, deep in thought. Tao Tai, meanwhile, looked grimly at the devouring sky bird. Imph, you shameless old man. If I still had my body, you'd be in my belly by now. Tao Tai clenched its fists in frustration. At that moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed by. In the next second, the devouring sky bird's pupils constricted as blood spurted from its chest. The devouring sky bird screamed and staggered back a few steps, looking down to see a ghastly wound on its chest. Xiongqi, what are you doing? Tao Tai immediately shouted at Xiongqi, who licked the blood off its claws with a bloodthirsty smile and said, Tao Tai, old man, since you're just a spiritual body, don't push yourself. Just sit back and watch Grandpa here perform. With that, Xiongqi turned its gaze towards the devouring sky bird. How does it feel, devouring sky? The pain of that claw, familiar. The devouring sky bird's eyes instantly turned cold as it touched the wound on its chest. This pain, I've never forgotten it in thousands of years. As it spoke, its body began to swell, and in the next moment, it had reverted to its beast form. Xiongqi, also in beast form, looked small in comparison to the enormous devouring sky bird. With a piercing cry, the devouring sky bird unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent surrounding rocks flying towards Xiongqi. Wang Beihai, standing beside Xiongqi, widened his eyes and quickly dodged to the side. Close call. Wang Beihai patted his chest, then turned his gaze back to Xiongqi. Facing the incoming rocks, Xiongqi roared, and the hard rocks were shattered into tiny pieces by the sound wave, which harmlessly bounced off Xiongqi's tough scales. Xiongqi's eyes gleamed with excitement. In the next instant, a pair of enormous wings unfolded behind it. With a flap, Xiongqi took to the sky. Though not fast, it was incredibly agile, easily dodging the devouring sky bird's attacks with a few quick movements. Soon, Xiongqi appeared below the devouring sky bird. The latter's eyes filled with fear, but before it could react, Xiongqi extended its sharp claws and lunged at the devouring sky bird's abdomen. The devouring sky bird's body stiffened. Seeing the claws about to tear through its body, it hastily turned and used its hard feathers to block the attack. A piercing sound echoed through the air as Xiongqi's claws sparked against the devouring sky bird's back. The devouring sky bird winced in pain, its huge body spinning in the air. The spinning created a powerful vortex that flung Xiongqi away. Not far from being sent flying, Xiongqi's eyes flashed with a cold light. It opened its mouth wide, and a blue energy surged towards the devouring sky bird. The devouring sky bird quickly blocked with its wings, but the energy exploded, scorching its wings black and causing a numbing sensation. This is the power of lightning? The devouring sky bird was shocked and immediately became vigilant. However, Xiongqi wouldn't give it a chance to catch its breath, spewing another group of blue energy. The devouring sky bird's eyes sharpened, and it opened its mouth wide, creating a vortex that sucked in everything around it, including the blue energy. At that moment, Xiongqi revealed a sinister smile. In the next second, it mimicked the devouring sky bird's previous move, relaxing its body and using the terrifying suction force to quickly fly towards the devouring sky bird. "You bastard!" The devouring sky bird cursed inwardly, then quickly closed its mouth and spread its wings to block Xiongqi's attack. "Heh, don't think it's over yet," Xiongqi sneered, then extended its claws to firmly grasp the devouring sky bird's wings. With a savage smile, it let out a long howl, and its body began to emit blue electric arcs. Feeling the change in Xiongqi's body, a strong sense of crisis instantly gripped the devouring sky bird. "What are you doing?" The devouring sky bird looked fearfully at Xiongqi, then frantically flapped its wings to try and shake Xiongqi off. But Xiongqi's claws were like a powerful hook, firmly gripping the devouring sky bird's wings, refusing to let go no matter how much it struggled. "Feel it, the fear from 1,000 years ago," Xiongqi snarled. The devouring sky bird's eyes filled with terror. In the next second, a blue light shot skyward, and a massive current was released from Xiongqi's body. Instantly, the devouring sky bird was enveloped in the blue electric light, and a mournful cry echoed throughout the forbidden zone. Chapter 527. The Demon God. Blue light, accompanied by a shrill wail, reverberated throughout the entire canyon. Deep within the gorge, many beasts were awed by the terrifying cry, each looking up at the blue light in the sky with eyes full of fear, as if the forbidden land were about to be destroyed. The nine-tailed bird, who was initially displeased about the sky-devouring bird's appearance stealing its glory, now felt a sense of relief upon hearing the echoing screams in the canyon. "Fortunately, I didn't continue back then. I never expected that human to be so powerful. Even the old sky-devouring bird got thrashed so badly." The nine-tailed bird spoke, revealing a trace of fear in its eyes. "Forget it. I'd better hide in my nest and cultivate. The outside world is far more terrifying than imagined." With that, the nine-tailed bird immediately flapped its wings and swiftly departed in the opposite direction of the previous battle. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Forbidden Land, there was a small northern pond at the center. The water in the pond was blood-red, giving off an eerie feeling. In the middle of the pond stood a circular platform, just large enough for one person to sit on. At this moment, a monkey was seated cross-legged on the platform. The monkey wore a battle robe, now tattered, and upon closer inspection, its limbs were shackled by several red glowing chains that extended into the surrounding walls, as if they had grown from them. Heh, Tao Tai and Xiong-Chi, never thought these two would come here too. And it seems they are with that human youngster. Interesting. When did these old fellows get so close to the human race? The monkey snorted coldly, a hint of disdain on its lips, its voice slightly hoarse. Then, its eyes suddenly opened, and two flames shot out from its pupils. The flames were so terrifying that they instantly melted the stone before it into slag. As the monkey opened its eyes, red lightning surged through the chains, striking the monkey's body. If Wang Beihai were present, he would recognize that the lightning was one of the supreme divine thunders, with devastating power. Yet, the monkey merely trembled slightly before gritting its teeth and letting out a long howl to the sky. With the monkey's howl, the entire canyon trembled, overshadowing the sky-devouring bird's cries and even forcing Xiong-Chi's lightning to retreat. The beasts hiding around fell to their knees, trembling with fear in their eyes. What kind of existence is this, that just its roar holds such might? Hearing the monkey's howl, Wang Beihai froze in place, his body involuntarily shaking, his eyes filled with disbelief and excitement. Ka, the one in the Forbidden Land is enraged. As the lightning dispersed, the sky-devouring bird had turned into a roasted chicken, its body smoking as it plummeted from the sky. Just before losing consciousness, it managed to utter those words. Then its massive form crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xiong-Chi reverted to its human form and landed on the ground, glancing at the barely conscious sky-devouring bird before looking up at the sky. Do you feel it? Xiong-Chi gazed at the sky, its eyes brimming with excitement. Tao Tai, hearing this, also revealed the same look. Feel what? Wang Beihai approached, looking in the direction the two were staring, then frowned, puzzled. You wouldn't understand. It's a kind of tacit understanding among us beasts. Tao Tai glanced at Wang Beihai before smiling, its body trembling slightly with excitement. After so many years, we've finally sensed it, the aura of the legendary demon god. As Wang Beihai was still bewildered, Xiong-Chi slowly spoke. Demon god? Who? The one they mentioned in the Forbidden Land? Wang Beihai widened his eyes. Since entering this Forbidden Land, he had seen many beasts, but never had he seen Xiong-Chi and Tao Tai so excited. Moreover, he could clearly sense a faint trace of fear beneath their excitement. Though Xiong-Chi and Tao Tai were trying their best to suppress it, Wang Beihai's keen perception still caught it. In ancient times, when the world was just born and chaos began, 5-colored divine stones emerged. Most were used by Nuwa to mend the sky, but one was left behind, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, giving birth to a stone monkey. Xiong-Chi squinted its eyes, recounting to Wang Beihai, who was taken aback. That stone monkey wouldn't be Sun Wukong, would it? As he pondered, Xiong-Chi continued, this stone monkey was born of heaven and earth, already in perfect form. Not only was it indestructible, but it also possessed various innate divine abilities. Later generations like to call it Sun Wukong, but unlike the stories, this monkey never caused chaos in heaven or went to the west to fetch scriptures. Xiong-Chi looked at Wang Beihai, its words laden with meaning. I know your human race likes to write stories, but sometimes what's written in books isn't necessarily false. The monkey was invincible, transcending the 3 realms and the 5 elements. In ancient times, it once shook the entire celestial realm by itself. In the battle against the demons, it wielded its divine weapon, killing countless foes. If the strongest human in that battle was the king, then the strongest in the demon race was the monkey. Since then, the monkey has been revered as the god of all demons. Later, rumors said that to fight against the heavenly tribulation, the monkey, alone with its staff, fought its way to the heavens, aiming to bring down the tribulation. Finally, due to its actions, it angered a true god, who then sealed the monkey. As Cheongchi spoke, it looked into the distance, its voice trembling with excitement. For thousands of years, our demon race has been searching for the demon god, never expecting it to be trapped here. I, Cheongchi, have roamed the demon race for many years, and the only regret in my heart is that I never had the chance to see the demon god. Now that I've encountered it, I certainly can't miss this opportunity. Naturally. Hearing this, Tao Tai smiled, then licked its lips. After all, it's the legendary demon god. Not having a fight would leave a bit of dissatisfaction in the heart. Seeing Cheongchi and Tao Tai's expressions, Wang Beihai covered his face, then narrowed his eyes, a bold idea springing to mind. Chapter 528, Internal Strife. Hee, hearing you talk about it, I'm quite interested in that demon god now. Wang Beihai chuckled, his eyes burning with intense combat fervor. Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, Cheongchi and Tao Tai immediately frowned. Hey master, you're at least a human. This is a matter among us Yaoju. You shouldn't meddle. After all, it's rare to see a demon god. You should give us a chance, Cheongchi said disdainfully, clearly knowing what Wang Beihai was thinking. Tao Tai chimed in, exactly. What's the point of a human getting involved? Battling the demon god is our Yaoju's duty. You just find a place to sit and watch. Hearing their words, Wang Beihai's face darkened instantly. Who says only demons can fight the demon god? He glared coldly at the two in front of him, feeling quite displeased. For a moment, the three stared at each other, the atmosphere somewhat strained. Ahem. At that moment, the black tower flickered, and Nye Xiaoqian and the others appeared before Wang Beihai and the others. Seeing the peculiar atmosphere among the three, Nye Xiaoqian couldn't help but clear her throat. What are you all doing? Nye Xiaoqian stepped forward, patting Wang Beihai's shoulder, then her eyes inadvertently caught sight of the nearby Tianxiu, causing her to let out a loud scream. This scream diverted the attention of Wang Beihai and the others. At the same time, the walking corpse quickly stepped forward, gaping in astonishment at the enormous Tianxiu. What kind of beast is this? It's so enormous. This is the second in command in the Forbidden Land, only ranking below that one, Tianxiu. At that moment, the nine-headed lion and the giant snake also approached, their eyes filled with astonishment upon seeing the Tianxiu on the ground. As expected of our leader, you've even managed to subdue Tianxiu. The nine-headed lion turned proudly, ready to praise Cheongchi, but his gaze froze on Tao Tai beside Cheongchi. Tao Tai. The nine-headed lion trembled, stepping back several paces. During ancient times, he had been bullied by Tao Tai quite a bit. Hearing this, Tao Tai squinted, examining the nine-headed lion for a long while before smiling faintly. So it's you, lion. With that, Tao Tai turned to Wang Beihai. Before anything else, you know what the demon god means to us beasts. Now that we've encountered one, this opportunity naturally belongs to us too. You may be our master, but that doesn't mean you can always change our minds. Some things we must do. Wang Beihai chuckled coldly, then said, You have your pursuits, but don't I have my beliefs? This battle, I've decided to join. Their conversation pushed the issue back to the forefront, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Wait, I don't get it. You three are on the same side. Why the competition? And who exactly is this demon god? Seeing their demeanor, Nye Xiaoqian furrowed her brows, pouting in a huff. Demon god? Leader, is the one inside truly a demon god? The nine-headed lion's eyes widened. For these ancient beasts, the demon god was like a deity. Of course. So, the arduous task of fighting the demon god falls to me, Cheongchi said, puffing out his chest. Seeing Cheongchi's attitude, Wang Beihai and Tao Tai both showed expressions of displeasure. The three looked at each other, a hint of gunpowder in their eyes. Enough. I don't get it. It's just about finding someone to fight. Why the animosity? Seeing the tension, Nie Xiaoqian shouted, causing Wang Beihai to look at her in surprise. Throughout their journey, Nie Xiaoqian had been the least noticeable, yet now she was furious. I just can't stand seeing friends draw swords against each other. Nie Xiaoqian, realizing her outburst, blushed slightly, twisting her clothes nervously. Hearing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but laugh. It's our fault for being blinded by momentary combat fervor. He patted his head, then looked at Taodai and Xiongqi, saying, we're still some distance from the center. Along the way, we don't know how many beasts we'll encounter. Fighting among ourselves here isn't a good idea. Taodai and Xiongqi both narrowed their eyes, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Wang Beihai nodded as well, then continued. How about this? Let's have a simple contest. The one who wins will represent us in challenging the legendary demon god. What do you think? That sounds good, Taodai said, narrowing his eyes and turning to Xiongqi, who was already rubbing his fists, eager to start. Wait, Taodai suddenly thought of something, frowning. What's wrong? Xiongqi asked, displeased. This isn't fair. I'm currently just a spirit form. How could I possibly compete with you two? Xiongqi snorted, then sneered. That's your problem. Do you plan to tell the demon god you're a spirit and ask for a rematch? Taodai crossed his arms, pouting in annoyance. You two jerks, go ahead and compete. I'm out. With that, he glared at Wang Beihai before turning into a red light and entering the Black Tower. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's lips curved slightly. Tao Ye's move played right into his hands. Heh, master, seems you're quite cunning too, Xiongqi said with a cold smile. But don't get too happy. Fighting the demon god is my lifelong dream. I won't hold back this time. Wang Beihai just smiled, extending a hand towards Xiongqi. Enough talk. Since the divine tomb, we haven't had a proper match. Come, let's see how much you've improved. Hee, don't worry, you'll be satisfied. Just remember, with so many witnesses, no one can back out if they lose. Xiongqi said, his eyes flashing with blue lightning. The next moment, he darted forward, appearing before Wang Beihai in an instant. Chapter 529. The rematch. Impressive speed. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes as he watched Xiongqi flash before him. A wave of surprise washed over him as he recalled their first encounter. Back then, Xiongqi's strength was vastly different from what it was now. Heh, you only care about speed? Xiongqi sneered. Then a blue-green electric glow began to emanate from his arm. After a brief charge, he swung a powerful punch towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai squinted, opting not to counterattack, but instead raised his hands to block the incoming strike. The impact was like a massive iron ball crashing into him, causing his arm to go numb and forcing his body back, dragging his feet across the ground and leaving a long trench. Disperse! Wang Beihai suddenly shouted, halting his retreat and fixing his gaze on Xiongqi, his eyes now burning with battle fervor. Not bad. You've grown much stronger than before, Wang Beihai remarked with a smile, then added, watch out, I'm getting serious now. With that, a low growl escaped his throat. A faint golden light began to emanate from his body, which then receded into him. An illusion of a golden dragon appeared behind him, roaring at Xiongqi before merging back into Wang Beihai, who now bore a golden mark on his forehead. Wow, this is incredible. His mere presence is making it hard to breathe. The giant snake hissed, instinctively taking a few steps back. Even the nine-headed lion beside it couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Is this even human? I can sense a killing aura comparable to a beast from him, the lion muttered. Heh, uneducated fools. The walking corpse chimed in, stepping forward and raising its head proudly. This is my big brother. You tell me, isn't he amazing? The snake merely narrowed its eyes, while the lion looked unconvinced, directing its gaze towards Xiongqi. Don't get too cocky. My big brother might not lose to that Beihai. In a flash, Wang Beihai moved faster than Xiongqi had earlier, surprising everyone. He appeared before Xiongqi, grabbing his arm. Sorry about this. Wang Beihai sneered, then with a powerful throw, sent Xiongqi flying. The impact left Xiongqi disoriented in the air. Just as he tried to stabilize himself, Wang Beihai reappeared. Xiongqi quickly spread his wings to halt his momentum and threw a punch at Wang Beihai. However, Wang Beihai seemed to anticipate the move. He sidestepped and appeared behind Xiongqi, delivering a swift kick to his back. Xiongqi grunted and was sent flying again. You bastard! Xiongqi gritted his teeth as Wang Beihai reappeared once more. You've had enough, Xiongqi roared, curling into a ball in mid-air. Wang Beihai's punch struck, producing a metallic clang. This time, Xiongqi caught Wang Beihai's fist. Heh, finally caught you, Xiongqi grinned, his body now crackling with blue electricity. The sky darkened, and a fierce wind howled around them. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Xiongqi to catch him like this. The sight of the blue electricity made him uneasy. A thunderbolt descended from the sky, engulfing both Xiongqi and Wang Beihai in blinding blue light. Beihai, big brother. The onlookers below watched with concern as the blue light persisted for several breaths. When it finally faded, two figures shot out, each landing on opposite sides, staring each other down. Fortunately, neither Wang Beihai nor Xiongqi seemed to have sustained significant injuries. The onlookers sighed in relief. I didn't expect you to withstand my lightning, Xiongqi remarked, narrowing his eyes. His previous lightning had been much stronger than what he used against the devouring bird. Yet Wang Beihai appeared unscathed, save for his disheveled hair, his breath still steady. Wang Beihai didn't respond but smirked. His body had endured all kinds of lightning. With the golden dragon Arhat's body, he could even bathe in the nine heavens' divine lightning if he wished. Hey, who won that round? The walking corpse asked, curious about the standoff. I don't know about that, but my big brother's lightning is extremely potent. He definitely had the upper hand, the lion retorted. The walking corpse disagreed, crossing its arms and raising its head. Nonsense. With all those eyes, you can't see that my big brother is fine? They glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Then, Wang Beihai extended his hand, creating a small black hole. Xiongqi recognized it from their time in the spirit realm. Ready for more? Wang Beihai smiled, enlarging the black hole slightly. Xiongqi narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before retracting his wings and descending to the ground near the lion and the others. Enough, I can't win. You've won. If you want to take on the demon god, go ahead. Xiongqi waved his hand dismissively. Wang Beihai smirked and followed suit, landing beside him. Chapter 530. The Art of Devouring Heaven. Why stop fighting? Boss, why is that? Seeing Xiongqi suddenly concede defeat, the nine-headed lion immediately ran to his side, puzzled. Get out of the way, I can't win. How do I fight? Xiongqi roared in anger, startling the nine-headed lion. What bad luck. Xiongqi understood that Wang Beihai hadn't truly given his all in their confrontation. If Wang Beihai had gone all out, he would have been even more humiliated. Thinking of this, Xiongqi's anger grew. He clenched his fists unwillingly, then, without paying attention to the reactions of the others, he leaped and ran towards the depths of the forbidden area. Soon, a blue light flashed in the distance, followed by a shrill scream from that direction. Big brother. Seeing this, the nine-headed lion was deeply worried. After calling out, he left the others and quickly followed Xiongqi. Boss is mighty. At that moment, the corpse ran to Wang Beihai's side, first flattering him, then looked towards the direction where Xiongqi had left, expressing some concern. Boss, are you at ease with them leaving like that? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai also glanced in the direction where Xiongqi had gone, then smiled and said, It's fine. Some emotions need to be vented. It's also helping us clear the obstacles on our path. With that, Wang Beihai nodded to Nie Xiaoqian and the others, then leaped onto the back of the giant snake. Let's go. I'm tired from fighting all the way in. Hearing this, Nie Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled. She immediately took out a silk handkerchief from her bosom and began to wipe the sweat from Wang Beihai's face. The giant snake, seeing this, was about to move forward when the zombie called out to them again. Chapter 531. The Giant Bear and the Minotaur. Boss, what happened to you? Beihai, are you alright? Wang Beihai had just regained consciousness when he saw Xingshi and Nie Shaoqian looking at him with worried expressions. I'm fine, he said, waving his hand. Seeing their concern, he felt a warmth in his heart and smiled reassuringly. You scared us to death. You suddenly stood there motionless, and we thought you had lost your soul, Nie Shaoqian scolded, giving Wang Beihai a glare. Clearly, among them, she was the most worried. Sorry to worry you, Wang Beihai said, not getting angry at her scolding but instead smiling softly and patting her head gently. Nie Shaoqian was stunned by this unusual behavior from Wang Beihai. She stood there in a daze until he had already walked away, still basking in the joy of being patted on the head by Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai stood at the edge of the cliff, glancing at the dissipating figure of the devouring bird, and couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought, as enemies, you would still give me such a great gift? His eyes were complex as he looked ahead, thinking about the devouring bird's last request before dying, feeling a mix of emotions. Is this world really just about the survival of the fittest? Thus, Wang Beihai stood there, deep in thought for a long time, while Xingshi and the others watched from behind him. For some reason, they all quietly refrained from disturbing him. Time seemed to stand still until a shrill scream from afar broke the silence. A familiar voice. The scream pulled Wang Beihai out of his thoughts, and he frowned. The voice was very familiar. At that moment, the giant snake rushed forward, then closed its eyes to listen. Soon, it opened its eyes with a serious expression. That's the nine-headed lion's voice. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The sound clearly indicated a powerful enemy and serious injury. Although the nine-headed lion's strength was inferior to Wang Beihai's and Qiongqi's, he was still a powerful being, especially since Qiongqi was by his side. Such a sound must mean they encountered a formidable opponent. Looks like they've met a strong enemy. Wang Beihai frowned, releasing his divine sense and indeed sensing several powerful presences. He then turned to Xingshi and the others. I'll go first, you follow later. With that, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and a black hole instantly appeared in front of him. He stepped into it hurriedly. Emerging from the black hole, the scene before him made Wang Beihai gasp. Not far ahead, a massive white bear, clad in armor, roared with its mouth wide open, and the nine-headed lion was beneath it. The lion had already lost 3 of its heads, and its abdomen had a gruesome claw mark. At that moment, 2 figures collided in the sky and then separated. Wang Beihai looked up to see Qiongqi and another beast fighting. What surprised Wang Beihai was that Qiongqi's body was covered in bruises, and one of its wings was badly damaged. What kind of beast can injure Qiongqi like this? Wang Beihai frowned, looking up to see a giant minotaur standing in front of Qiongqi, holding a massive axe and glowing red eyes. Just looking at it gave a sense of immovability. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, quickly recalling his inherited memories, but found no information on these 2 beasts. While pondering, the bear roared victoriously again and brought its massive paw down towards the nine-headed lion's head. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't have time to think and instantly appeared in front of the bear using the black hole. He pointed a finger, sending a red light towards the bear's eyes. The bear sensed the danger, retracted its paw, and closed its eyes. A layer of golden armor instantly appeared on its face. The red light hit the armor, sparking, and was then deflected. Wang Beihai was surprised and quickly waved his hand, pulling the heavily injured nine-headed lion into the black hole. Emerging again, they were 100 meters away. The bear roared angrily at Wang Beihai and then charged towards him with its massive body. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened. Without thinking, he quickly took out a vial of blood lotus essence and fed it to the nine-headed lion, then waved his hand to store it in the black tower. By the time he finished, the bear was already in front of him. Seeing the massive paw coming towards him, Wang Beihai retreated explosively and then struck with a great heaven seal, colliding with the paw. In an instant, the shockwave from the collision shattered the surrounding rocks, and both the bear and Wang Beihai were pushed back. The bear steadied itself, its eyes filled with fury as it looked at Wang Beihai, who was also secretly amazed at the bear's strength. For the first time in a long while, this bear was the first to easily withstand his great heaven seal. Realizing this, Wang Beihai no longer held back, gripping the red cloud sword and changing his aura instantly. A sword shadow appeared in the void. One sword to cut the world. Wang Beihai swung his hand forcefully, and the giant sword shadow in the sky slashed down. The surrounding space trembled violently under the might of this sword, and the sky seemed to split apart as if this sword truly cut through the heavens and earth. Seeing this might, the bear roared and then shrank its body. The golden armor on its body spread to cover its entire body, looking like a giant golden egg from afar. Seeing the commotion, Qiongqi and the Minotaur stopped their fight, both shocked by the scene before them. Boom! With a loud noise, the sword shadow slammed onto the giant golden egg. In an instant, the surrounding space emitted a burst of heat, and the space began to warp. What a terrifying attack! The Minotaur couldn't help but exclaim. What a monstrous defense! Qiongqi also marveled. Under the watchful eyes of Qiongqi and the Minotaur, the two forces erupted in a brilliant light. Then the sword shattered, and the bear was sent flying, its golden armor exploding into fragments in midair. Wang Beihai was also blown away by the tremendous energy, crashing heavily into a nearby boulder. Chapter 532, The Domain. What kind of power is this? Qiongqi narrowed his eyes and, along with the Minotaur, watched in shock the place where the collision had just occurred. The powerful aftershocks had leveled everything around, reducing even the soil and rocks to nothingness. What on earth happened here? As the two were marveling, the giant snake arrived with the Walking Dead and others. Upon seeing the scene, the Walking Dead immediately opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Where's Beihai? Is he all right? Nie Shaoqian looked around but couldn't find Wang Beihai. Her face immediately showed concern, and she quickly turned her gaze to Qiongqi above, her tone filled with anxiety. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Qiongqi said, looking towards a crack in the rocks nearby. Sure enough, a loud bang followed, and a slender figure suddenly flew out from the crack. Nie Shaoqian focused her gaze and saw it was Wang Beihai. However, Wang Beihai's appearance was quite disheveled at the moment, with his clothes reduced to rags, revealing the milky white skin beneath. At just one glance, Nie Shaoqian blushed, her mind repeatedly echoing, so white. Wang Beihai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then looked coldly towards the distance, where he could clearly sense the powerful presence of the giant bear. Indeed, with a tremor of the earth, a massive white figure suddenly rose from the ground and landed heavily in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, looking at the colossal creature before him. The bear no longer wore the golden armor, but judging from its steady breath, the previous attack had not caused much damage. At this thought, Wang Beihai frowned, secretly astonished. Could it be that the golden armor blocked my full force attack? Hemph, you filthy human! You dare to destroy my treasure! While Wang Beihai was pondering, the bear suddenly opened its mouth, angrily shouting at him. Do you know how much suffering and injury I endured to forge this golden armor? Today, you shattered it. You scoundrel, I will make you pay with your life. As the bear spoke, it opened its mouth wide, emitting a terrifying roar, then furiously pounded its chest. Its already massive body began to swell even further, towering like a small mountain in front of Wang Beihai. Seeing the bear's state, the Minotaur, who was confronting Qiongqi, snorted hot air from its nostrils, then bent its body, transforming into a giant black bull. After bellowing at Qiongqi, it kicked off with its hooves, charging straight at him. Facing the Minotaur's attack, Qiongqi clenched his fists, and his bones crackled. With the sound of cracking bones, Qiongqi revealed his true form, blue sparks flashing. His cold eyes glared, and with a swift claw strike, he caught the Minotaur's horn. Then, with a powerful swing, Qiongqi threw the massive Minotaur to the side, roared, and several cyan blue light spheres instantly hit the Minotaur. On the other side, The bear continuously swung its massive, boulder-sized paws at Wang Beihai, the speed and power of each strike terrifyingly intense. Each blow left a huge imprint where it landed. Facing such power, Wang Beihai dared not slacken. His footwork shifted unpredictably, his body floating and dodging, making the bear's strikes all miss their mark. "You nimble little flea, let's see how long you can dodge. Behold my gravity domain, mountain press." Seeing its attacks continuously miss, the bear became utterly enraged. Its eyes turned red, and with a mighty stomp, the earth trembled. An indescribable gravity instantly pressed down. The giant snake, the walking dead, and others were immediately crushed to the ground by the unintended gravity. Even Wang Beihai, who had been deftly dodging, felt an inexplicable heaviness upon the gravity's descent, as if a mountain had been pressed onto him. A domain, and a gravity one at that. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling the tremendous pressure, then arduously raised his hand, creating a massive black hole in front of him. With a forceful push, he leaped into the black hole, narrowly dodging the bear's incoming strike. Then, using the black hole's power, Wang Beihai reappeared near the walking dead and others, whisking them away to a distance with a wave of his hand. Emerging from the black hole, the walking dead and Nie Xiaoqian immediately spat out blood, and even the giant snake showed a pained expression. What a terrifying domain! If we had been any later, we might have been crushed into pancakes. The walking dead patted his chest, looking fearfully towards the bear's surroundings. "Stay here. This battle is beyond your involvement." Wang Beihai turned to look at everyone, then dived back into his black hole. Reappearing 100 meters away, Wang Beihai felt the terrifying gravity press upon him once more. This time, Wang Beihai closed his eyes, and a dragon's roar erupted from his throat. A faint golden light enveloped him, and with its appearance, the pressure on him lessened. "Hee, little flea, prepare to die." At that moment, a laugh suddenly came from behind Wang Beihai, and the bear's massive body descended from the sky, crashing down towards him. "Beihai!" Seeing this scene, Nie Xiaoqian cried out in worry. The bear, hearing the cry, turned to look at Nie Xiaoqian and the others. Upon seeing Nie Xiaoqian's appearance, the massive bear showed a lewd expression. "Hee, what a beauty! After I deal with this little flea, I'll come to entertain you properly." As the bear spoke, it drooled, and Nie Xiaoqian's face turned cold. Just then, the bear's expression changed abruptly, leaping back from the ground. Where it had been about to land, Wang Beihai stood, enveloped in golden light, his eyes cold, holding a black and white spear. "Bastard! You dare to poke the bears, but with this thing." The bear rubbed its buttocks, angrily shouting at Wang Beihai. While in the sky, the battle reached a critical juncture. The Minotaur, under Qiongqi's fierce assault, kept retreating, its robust body emitting black smoke, clearly suffering from Qiongqi's lightning. At that moment, the Minotaur halted, then roared towards the bear. "These two are tough nuts. Use your ultimate move." The bear's eyes turned cold, and a massive burst of energy erupted from within it. The Minotaur also opened its mouth, releasing an umbrella. Seeing this, Wang Beihai exchanged a glance with Qiongqi, ready to give their all when suddenly, the entire space shuddered, and a distant voice drifted from the depths of the forbidden area. Chapter 533. The Sound? What is that sound? The sound originated from the depths of the Forbidden Land. Though not loud, it was extremely prolonged. Upon hearing it, the zombie immediately hid behind Nie Xiaoqian, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes. "Look at how scared you are. You really have a small heart," Nie Xiaoqian said, rolling her eyes at the zombie. To her, the sound, though eerie, was nothing more than that. There was no reason to be afraid. "You wouldn't understand," the zombie retorted, trembling and glaring at Nie Xiaoqian. "This sound is like a slumbering beast just waking up. Just hearing it, one can tell how powerful the beast that produced it is." As soon as the zombie finished speaking, the giant snake beside them also showed fear and immediately lay down on the ground. Nie Xiaoqian frowned slightly, looking up to see the Minotaur and the giant bear also prostrating themselves, their faces full of reverence. Even Xiongqi was trembling, struggling to resist the power of the sound. The only one not affected was Wang Beihai. "Are you the legendary demon god?" Wang Beihai closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying pressure, then suddenly opened them, revealing excitement. He then shouted towards the source of the sound, his voice echoing. Eventually, the previous sound disappeared, and the surroundings fell into silence once more. Everyone looked at each other, especially the bear and the minotaur, who both gave Wang Beihai a thumbs up. "Hee, demon god is just a mere title," Wang Beihai said modestly. Just as everyone was astonished, the sound came from the depths of the forbidden land again. This time, though lacking the previous pressure, hearing it made the bear and the minotaur show fearful expressions and prostrate themselves once more. Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately showed a joyful expression and said directly, "I have long heard of the demon god's fame. Legend says the demon god can go anywhere and do anything. Just hearing your voice today, I know you must be a formidable opponent. I wonder if the demon god would grace me with a demonstration of your divine powers." At this moment, Wang Beihai's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, completely disregarding the gazes of those around him. For a moment, the surroundings fell into silence again. A few minutes later, a wild laugh came from the depths of the forbidden land, lasting for a long time before the demon god slowly asked, "Are you so curious about me?" "Of course. I wonder if the demon god has another name, like Sun Wukong." Hearing this, a startled sound came from the depths of the forbidden land, quickly turning into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I never expected that Wu Jia's Beihai would really write me into a book." With that, the demon god suddenly stopped laughing and said slowly, "Little bull, little bear, since they want to see me so much, let them come." Hearing this, the bear's face immediately showed surprise, and after exchanging a glance with the minotaur, who also showed a puzzled expression, the bear couldn't help but advise, "Boss, this person is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to let them in?" "Himph, do I need to say it a second time?" The demon god snorted coldly, showing a hint of anger. Feeling the demon god's displeasure, the minotaur immediately nudged the bear and kept giving it hints with his eyes. The bear, seeing this, could only shrug and stand aside with the minotaur, making way for Wang Beihai and the others. "Thanks," Wang Beihai said, waving his hand and leading the group forward. As they passed by the bear and the minotaur suddenly said, "Human Beihai, don't blame me for not warning you. Although you are strong, you are completely out of your league compared to the demon god. Give up on defeating the demon god." Hearing this, Wang Beihai stopped and turned around with a smile. "Thank you for the warning. But whether I'm strong or not, I'll know after fighting. It's rare to meet this monkey. Not fighting would leave a regret in my heart. Even if I die in battle, I must fight." With that, Wang Beihai turned around and walked towards the deepest part without looking back, leaving the minotaur and the bear standing there, puzzled. As they continued deeper, the surroundings became increasingly hot, with a strong scent of blood in the scorching air. "It's so hot." A few steps further, everyone was already drenched in sweat, especially Nie Xiaoqian, whose body was naturally cold. Her clothes were soaked through, becoming semi-transparent, revealing glimpses of her undergarments. "The heat here is strange, but luckily, there haven't been any beasts blocking the way. Otherwise, it would be even harder," Wang Beihai said, stopping to look at the sweaty group. He then closed his eyes, extending his consciousness further, but soon, a terrifying aura appeared in his perception. Wang Beihai immediately withdrew his consciousness, then narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, putting everyone into the Black Tower. "Stay in the tower. Going any further, I'm afraid your bodies won't be able to withstand it." This time, no one objected, not even Nie Xiaoqian, who was too weak to argue and just sat on the ground. Going further might lead to a collapse. After speaking, Wang Beihai returned to reality from the Black Tower, followed by Qiongqi. The two exchanged glances, and Wang Beihai asked, "Can you still hold on?" "Isn't that a stupid question? You going solo against the demon god is one thing, but not letting me see it with my own eyes is a bit much, isn't it?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately smirked. That's true. But I sensed earlier that it's close to 100 degrees in there, with a strong smell of smoke. It might be dangerous for me too, let alone taking care of others. Upon hearing this, Cheonchi's face immediately darkened. Who are you looking down on? It's just a harsh environment. I've been through worse. You better not need me to take care of you. Cheonchi gave Wang Beihai an annoyed look and then rushed into the darkness ahead. Seeing this, Wang Beihai naturally didn't want to be outdone and quickly followed. Darting into the darkness. At that moment, in the center of the Forbidden Land, a black smoke suddenly emerged from the red pond beneath the monkey, causing the surface to start boiling on its own. Beast, return, the monkey said, stamping its foot, causing the black smoke to retreat back into the pond. Soon, the water surface returned to calm. A few minutes later, footsteps approached, and the monkey looked up to see Wang Beihai and Cheonchi arriving. Chapter 534. The Monkey. You're here, the monkey said with a sinister smile, as he watched the two figures emerge from the darkness. Wang Beihai and Cheonchi immediately leaped out of the smoky darkness upon hearing the voice. The moment they saw the monkey, both were stunned. Wang Beihai was astonished because, although the monkey's appearance deviated slightly from the description in Journey to the West, it was almost exactly as he had imagined. Cheonchi, on the other hand, was shocked by the monkey's current state, which was far beyond his expectations. How could this be? Cheonchi shook his head, unable to believe his eyes as he stared at the monkey bound by chains, his body trembling uncontrollably and tears welling up in his eyes. How could you, the god of the demon race and the leader of all demons, end up like this? This must be a lie. It has to be. As he spoke, Cheonchi slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, clearly overwhelmed by the monkey's current condition. Yes, how did you end up like this? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled as he looked at the monkey in the center of the forbidden area. Despite the differences from the one he saw on TV as a child, even he couldn't bear to see his former idol treated so poorly. The monkey merely smiled slightly, showing no significant emotional response, and calmly looked at Wang Beihai. Boundless righteousness, indestructible golden body, the legacy of the dragon subduing, and the divine soul. You, Beihai, do have some arrogant capital. How old are you, Beihai? The monkey's eyes half closed as he spoke, each word shocking Wang Beihai into a wide-eyed stupor. How could you know my secrets? Is the fiery golden eye real? Seeing Wang Beihai's stunned expression, the monkey chuckled, clearly expecting this reaction. You don't need to know if I have it or not. I just know, and I asked you earlier, how old are you? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, looking at the monkey in confusion, stuttering, 25. Hee ha ha. The monkey burst into laughter, a mix of sorrow and grievance in his voice. 25? You're only 25? What a joke. Watching the monkey's almost deranged state, Wang Beihai was once again dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom what the monkey was thinking. 5,000 years, a full 5,000 years. The Great One, you made me wait 5,000 years for a mere 25-year-old brat. You really know how to play, don't you? The monkey's emotions grew more intense as he spoke, eventually lifting his head and letting out a long howl. Behind him, a giant golden ape phantom appeared, its face contorted and nearly solid. Just that roar caused the surrounding space to tremble, and many distant beasts were so frightened they lost control of their bowels. So strong, just a roar has such power. This monkey, I can't defeat. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, amazed. He had been close to the roar and felt its might. The mere presence was far stronger than he was now, let alone actual combat. Kid, the monkey suddenly turned to Wang Beihai and shouted. Wang Beihai immediately turned to face the monkey. At that moment, the monkey slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, their gazes met, and Wang Beihai felt a burning pain in his eyes, as if he were staring directly at the sun. Goodness, what kind of eyes are those? Wang Beihai exclaimed, quickly channeling his spiritual and mental energies to protect his eyes. Only then did the burning pain subside. What? You've always been curious about my fiery golden eyes, haven't you? Now that you've seen them, why are you dodging? The monkey sneered, then coldly looked at Wang Beihai and said slowly, with your current level, you can't even defeat a single hair of mine. Hearing this, Wang Beihai couldn't take it. His eyes glowed with a purple aura, and the previous burning sensation vanished, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Once his eyes felt completely comfortable, Wang Beihai opened them again. This time, he didn't dodge but directly faced the monkey's gaze. Under the enhancement of the purple mist, the monkey's eyes no longer posed a threat to Wang Beihai, and for the first time, he saw the monkey's eyes clearly. They were like blazing suns, flickering with golden red flames. Soon, Wang Beihai felt a wave of heat from behind. Turning around, he gasped as he saw the stone wall behind him glowing red from the intense heat. Gulp. Wang Beihai swallowed hard, silently thankful he hadn't attacked immediately. Just the temperature of those eyes would have been enough to make him suffer. But while thankful, his fighting spirit only grew stronger. With that thought, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and red flare instantly appeared in his grasp. A low grunt later, golden light enveloped his body. Hey, monkey, you said I can't even defeat one of your clones, right? How about we test that? Before the monkey could respond, Wang Beihai dashed to the chains binding the monkey. With a cold snort, he swung his sword fiercely at the red chains. The monkey's eyes widened in surprise as the sharp blade struck the chains, producing a deafening clang and causing the entire space to shake violently. A few minutes later, the surroundings calmed down. Wang Beihai looked at the chain he had struck and found a slight scratch on its surface. He shook his head wryly. His full-strength attack had barely left a mark. However, that small scratch, in the monkey's eyes, stirred a storm in his heart. The chains had been burned by the monkey's true samadhi fire for 5,000 years without a single mark, yet Wang Beihai's strike had left a scratch. The monkey narrowed his eyes and said, "It's useless. Even I can't break these chains. Like I said, if you really want to fight, do it with one of my hairs." With that, the monkey shook his head, and a single hair floated down. With a gentle blow, the hair transformed into a monkey wielding an iron rod, standing before Wang Beihai. Chapter 535, Duel with the Doppelganger. You really think just one doppelganger is enough to fight me? You're underestimating me a bit too much. Wang Beihai looked at the monkey's doppelganger before him, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. Humph, whether it's a doppelganger or not, just fight. If you don't go, I'll take the first move. As Wang Beihai was fuming, Qiongqi, standing beside him, shouted loudly and charged directly at the doppelganger. Hey you, we agreed I would fight first. How can you be so dishonorable? Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately shouted, but Qiongqi was already locked in battle with the monkey's doppelganger. Wang Beihai could only shake his head and then turned his gaze to Qiongqi. At that moment, Qiongqi swiftly sidestepped and appeared in front of the monkey's doppelganger, delivering a powerful slap that sent the doppelganger flying. Qiongqi couldn't help but show a disdainful expression. So this is the power of a doppelganger of the demon god. This level of strength, even 10 of them wouldn't be a challenge. Demon god, why don't you come yourself? As Qiongqi spoke, he glanced at the demon god, who was restrained, but the monkey only sneered with a mocking look. Be careful. Just as Qiongqi was gloating, Wang Beihai noticed that the doppelganger, previously knocked back by Qiongqi, was now wielding its iron cudgel and fiercely striking down at Qiongqi. Qiongqi didn't have time to react and was hit hard by the cudgel, causing a series of cracks to echo from within his body. With a muffled groan, Qiongqi fell to the ground. Damn it, you dare to ambush me. Enduring the excruciating pain, Qiongqi struggled to his feet, roared, and then shook his body, revealing his true form. Roar. Qiongqi let out a furious roar, and the next moment transformed into a blue light, appearing before the doppelganger. Die! Qiongqi shouted, his sharp claws slashing down at the doppelganger. Just as the claws were about to hit, the doppelganger suddenly burst into monkey fur, causing Qiongqi's attack to miss. Before Qiongqi could react, the monkey fur transformed back into the doppelganger, who then swung its cudgel once more, striking Qiongqi. This time, The force was even greater, sending Qiongqi flying far away and crashing heavily into a rock wall. Yet, the doppelganger wasn't satisfied. Holding the cudgel, it leaped forward and appeared before Qiongqi, striking down once more. This time, Qiongqi was prepared. He extended his arms and firmly grasped the cudgel, then roared, and his body was enveloped in bright blue electric arcs. The next moment, a massive explosion of blue lightning erupted. The doppelganger didn't have time to react, and the powerful thunder enveloped it. However, just as Qiongqi thought he had finally defeated the doppelganger, it simply brushed off its singed fur, showing no other apparent damage. Seeing this, both Qiongqi and Wang Beihai were shocked. Qiongqi's attack was his strongest, yet the doppelganger remained intact. This level of physical resilience was truly terrifying. In their shock, the doppelganger swung its cudgel again, hitting Qiongqi and causing another series of cracks. Qiongqi winced in pain. At this sight, Wang Beihai swiftly moved to Qiongqi's side, grabbing him to prevent any further retaliation. "What are you doing?" Qiongqi looked at Wang Beihai, puzzled. "Enough, you've already lost. If you keep fighting, your bones will be shattered." Wang Beihai frowned as he looked at Qiongqi. In the brief contact, he sensed that Qiongqi had at least a dozen broken bones. In his shock, Wang Beihai immediately took out a drop of blood lotus essence from his spatial ring and fed it to Qiongqi. Soon, Qiongqi's complexion improved significantly. Upon seeing the blood lotus essence, the monkey's true form's eyes lit up. "You scoundrel, what did you just feed him? It has such powerful vitality." Of course, it's a good thing." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned, then smiled, intentionally looking at the monkey. "Do you have more of that?" The monkey pressed on, and seeing Wang Beihai's silent smile, he quickly understood. Then the monkey rolled his eyes and turned his gaze back to Wang Beihai. "Beihai, how about this? All this fighting is so boring. If you lose to my doppelganger, you give me a drop of that good stuff. If you win, I'll teach you my divine technique. What do you say?" Listening to the monkey's proposal, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Even someone as formidable as the monkey was interested in the blood lotus essence, elevating its value in Wang Beihai's mind. After pondering for a long time, Wang Beihai smiled and said to the monkey, "Deal." Upon hearing this, the monkey burst into laughter, then blew a breath at his doppelganger. The doppelganger shuddered and then launched a fierce attack at Wang Beihai. It seemed the monkey was very eager for the blood lotus essence, and the doppelganger's attacks became much more intense than before. The iron cudgel spun rapidly in the air, releasing streaks of light that struck directly at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, dodged to the side, and heard several loud crashes as the cudgel's light shattered the surrounding stone pillars. What terrifying power! Startled, Wang Beihai barely had time to react before the doppelganger was upon him. Wang Beihai frowned, looking at the descending cudgel, and pointed his finger. A burst of white light shot out, and a black and white spear instantly appeared in his hand. Wang Beihai met the doppelganger's cudgel with the spear tip, sparking a clash of forces that sent both him and the doppelganger stumbling back. Regaining his footing, Wang Beihai smirked, gripping the spear tightly. With a cold gaze, he stomped his foot and shot forward like an arrow, charging at the monkey's doppelganger. Chapter 536, I Want to Fight 10. In an instant, Wang Beihai moved like a startled swan, his spear thrusting forth like a dragon, transforming into a white dragon in midair. The dragon opened its mouth wide and flew straight towards the monkey's clone. "Interesting. Seems like you do have a few tricks up your sleeve," the monkey said with a smile, watching Wang Beihai's incredible attack. Then, it blew out another breath. But that's not enough. With that, the monkey's clone's eyes turned red, and it began to wildly swing its staff. As the staff moved faster and faster, a fierce wind began to swirl around the clone, transforming into the shape of a giant tiger, roaring incessantly at the white dragon in the sky. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes turned cold, and with a mighty sweep of his claw, the dragon struck at the black tiger. The tiger, unwilling to back down, roared and extended its claws to meet the dragon's. For a moment, the two remained locked in stalemate. neither able to move an inch. Let's see how long you can keep swinging that iron staff. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, frowning as he stared at the center of the black tiger, where the monkey's clone was moving faster and faster, almost frenzied. This is really not a solution. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then waved his hand, creating a black hole. He and the dragon plunged into it, and in the next second, the black hole appeared right in front of the monkey's clone. Immediately, Wang Beihai emerged from the black hole with his spear, thrusting it directly at the monkey's clone. The clone looked surprised and hurriedly tried to block with its staff, but Wang Beihai was too fast, piercing the clone before it could react. The clone let out a muffled grunt and turned back into monkey hairs, drifting back to the monkey's side. Space law, and at the highest level, the monkey said incredulously, looking at Wang Beihai. Remembering that Wang Beihai was only 25 years old, the monkey's astonishment deepened. Never thought you, Beihai, had this move. Fine, may the best win, and I'll teach you a divine technique. With that, the monkey blew out a breath, which landed on Wang Beihai. In an instant, Wang Beihai stiffened and stood motionless for 10 minutes. Then, his eyes suddenly flashed with clarity. Thank you, senior, Wang Beihai said, coming to his senses and bowing excitedly to the monkey. Kid, I've got plenty of divine techniques, nothing to mention. The monkey shook its head and blew out another breath, summoning another clone in front of Wang Beihai. Come on, I've got plenty of techniques and monkey hairs. Just now, I was careless. Let's try again. Hearing this, Wang Beihai glanced at the new clone but didn't see any difference. He laughed loudly and swung his spear. Let's go then. With that, Wang Beihai charged at the clone with his spear. Unexpectedly, the clone stood still until the spear was about to hit. Then, it darted aside with extreme agility, narrowly avoiding the spear, and grabbed it from behind. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt a tremendous force on the spear. You want to take my weapon? Wang Beihai exclaimed, understanding the clone's intent, and yanked the spear back, sweeping it to knock the clone away. However, this time, the clone didn't turn back into monkey hairs. It stomped its foot, creating a long furrow in the ground to steady itself, then leaped, its body becoming elusive. What kind of footwork is this? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, closely watching the clone. But in the next second, the clone vanished into thin air. Wang Beihai rubbed his eyes and cautiously looked around. Just then, a whooshing sound came from behind, and Wang Beihai turned to see the clone attacking. The clone threw a heavy punch at Wang Beihai, who was caught off guard and hit in the chest. Fortunately, his golden body protected him, and he only staggered a few steps without injury. He patted his chest and looked warily at the clone in front of him. Sure enough, the clone's figure became elusive again. This time, I won't fall for your tricks, Wang Beihai snorted, then shouted, transform. In an instant, dozens of Wang Beihais appeared around him. So fast to learn? The monkey was enjoying the spectacle when suddenly so many Wang Beihais appeared, making it widen its eyes. This brat so quickly mastered my clone technique. Seems there's some reason I chose him. The monkey narrowed its eyes, and just then, its clone appeared in front of one of the Wang Beihais, striking down. That Wang Beihai turned into smoke and disappeared. In the next second, the dozens of Wang Beihais swarmed and beat the monkey's clone back into monkey hairs. Hee hee, thank you, senior, Wang Beihai said, waving his hand to disperse the other Wang Beihais, then smiling cheekily at the monkey, earning a glare from it. Using my technique to beat me, what kind of skill is that? The monkey snorted, glaring darkly at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai just grinned smugly and stretched out his hand to the monkey. Hand it over. The monkey was infuriated, glaring at Wang Beihai before reluctantly blowing out another breath, making Wang Beihai's expression even happier. So, senior, do we bet again? Wang Beihai looked smug, feeling this was a sure win-win deal. After all, the essence of the blood lotus would continuously regenerate as long as the lotus remained, but divine techniques required luck, and some might never find one in their lifetime. With such a terrifying existence as the monkey here, Wang Beihai wouldn't miss this opportunity. Bet, why not? The monkey snorted and continued. But I have a condition. What condition? Wang Beihai asked curiously, seeing the monkey's serious expression. I can teach you as many techniques as you want, but no matter if I win or lose, you have to give me a portion of that thing. There's no such thing as a losing deal in this world. Puffed. Wang Beihai laughed at the monkey's serious face, then quickly composed himself, pretending to be in deep thought before reluctantly nodding. Since you put it that way, fine. I can give you a portion regardless of the outcome. The monkey immediately smiled and blew out another breath, summoning another clone. But this time, Wang Beihai waved his hand and extended 2 fingers. One is too few. I want to fight 10. Chapter 537. Dharma Body. Human Beihai, do you know what you're saying? Hearing Wang Beihai's words, the monkey was initially stunned. Then a smile of interest appeared on his lips as he looked at Wang Beihai and asked, Of course I know. Wang Beihai smirked, then brandished his spear, and an overwhelming battle intent erupted from his body. Seeing this, the monkey's face gradually showed a smile of eagerness for battle. He took a deep breath and then blew it out forcefully, causing a sudden whirlwind and flying sand around them. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked forward. The clone the monkey had summoned earlier had disappeared. In the midst of the wind, a figure glowing with red light slowly emerged. At first glance, it was identical to the monkey's true form on the platform. Wang Beihai widened his eyes in disbelief at the figure approaching. You were bound. How could you possibly get out? Wang Beihai looked puzzled at the monkey before him. It was not difficult to sense from the aura that this monkey was not a clone but a genuine divine beast. He bound? The monkey chuckled coldly and then waved his hand, causing the surrounding sand and wind to disappear. When everything returned to calm, Wang Beihai looked behind the monkey and was immediately stunned. In the middle of the red pond, the monkey was still immobile, bound by chains. Seeing Wang Beihai's gaze upon him, the monkey looked up and gave Wang Beihai a triumphant smile. For a moment, Wang Beihai was a bit confused by the 2 identical figures before him. Impossible. This aura, this pressure, he can't be your clone. Wang Beihai pointed at the monkey in front of him and shouted loudly at the monkey on the platform. I never said he was my clone. He's much more advanced than a clone. He's my Dharma body, a manifestation of more than half of my power. You think you're so good at fighting, let's see how you can beat this simplified version of me. With that, the monkey looked up and said to the Dharma body, Go. Yes, sir. The Dharma body scratched its head, smiled, and then flashed forward, appearing in front of Wang Beihai in an instant, aiming a punch directly at his head. Facing such an opponent, Wang Beihai naturally dared not be careless. At the moment the fist approached, Wang Beihai quickly turned around, narrowly dodging the monkey's punch. The monkey's punch missed, and the immense energy in his fist burst out, shattering the stone behind Wang Beihai. Seeing the ordinary punch had such power, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and began to grow wary. This Dharma body is indeed extraordinary. Both speed and strength are far beyond what the previous clone could compare to. Wang Beihai thought to himself, and then swung his spear, immediately creating a black and white shadow in front. As the shadow flew out, the monkey's Dharma body sneered and punched the shadow, causing it to crumble instantly. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was greatly surprised and quickly withdrew his spear. He then swung his hand again, and a red light flew out, slashing at the monkey's Dharma body. Although it didn't cause any damage to the monkey, it successfully blocked the monkey's attack. Wang Beihai seized the moment to pull back his spear, his eyes sharp, and he rushed to the monkey's Dharma body. With a wave of his hand, the red light transformed into a long sword and flew into Wang Beihai's grasp. As soon as he held the red mist sword, a green light flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes, and his aura changed. His figure became elusive, and soon the sound of clashing metal rang out. The sharp blade struck the monkey's tough Dharma body, sparking off a series of sparks. Such a hard body. After a series of slashes, Wang Beihai frowned in astonishment. The monkey's Dharma body was extremely tough. Even under Wang Beihai's slashes, it only broke the skin. Among all the opponents he had encountered, this monkey was undoubtedly the most perverse and powerful. The Dharma body is already so strong. How much more powerful must the true form be? Wang Beihai marveled inwardly and glanced at the monkey on the platform, who was watching him with a leisurely gaze. Instantly, Wang Beihai's anger surged. He shouted, and his speed increased dramatically. After a series of maneuvers, a green lotus bloomed, and countless sword lights flashed. In the blink of an eye, the monkey's Dharma body was slashed hundreds of times. After the maneuver, Wang Beihai retreated a few steps and looked at the monkey surrounded by sword lights, his eyes full of anticipation. Suddenly, Wang Beihai's pupils constricted. He felt an extremely terrifying aura brewing within his green lotus sword formation. Before he could react, that terrifying aura erupted. The dazzling sword lights instantly dispersed. Amidst the wind, the monkey held a uniquely shaped staff exuding ancient breath. Clearly, the terrifying aura came from this staff. Golden Cudgel. The three words involuntarily popped out of Wang Beihai's mouth upon seeing the staff. What golden cudgel? The monkey was slightly taken aback, then laughed and said, "This is the pillar that supported the heavens in ancient times, the pillar of heaven, not that so-called golden cudgel of yours." After speaking, the monkey's Dharma body suddenly showed a smile eager for battle and charged at Wang Beihai with the staff. The Dharma body's speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Wang Beihai, swinging the staff down. Before the staff even reached him, the powerful energy waves subtly suppressed Wang Beihai. Startled, he dared not confront it head-on. With a shout, a black hole instantly appeared behind him, and Wang Beihai fell into it. Just as the black hole closed, the monkey's Dharma body struck down with the pillar of heaven, causing the entire space to shake violently. The surrounding stones were all shattered under the power of the pillar of heaven. At that moment, Wang Beihai flew out from the other side of the black hole. As soon as he landed, he felt a sweetness in his throat and staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Are you all right?" Xiongqi immediately flew to Wang Beihai's side, supporting him with a hand. His eyes were filled with both worry and a hint of surprise. Wang Beihai's black hole had always been invincible, but this time, he was injured. "I'm fine." Wang Beihai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked equally shocked at the monkey. Just now, he had entered the black hole's space, but unexpectedly, the power of the pillar of heaven was so great that even the residual shockwave had injured him. If he had fully taken that strike, he would likely be either dead or crippled. With this thought, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and began to emit a faint golden light. Chapter 538, Pillar of the Heavens. "Can you handle this, Beizi? This Dharma body only has half of my strength, and it hasn't even gone all out yet," the monkey said triumphantly, watching Wang Beihai's disheveled appearance. "If you can't take it, just say so and don't push yourself. My pillar of the heavens is much stronger than that so-called golden cudgel you mentioned. Don't end up hurting yourself. It's better to admit defeat now and give me that miraculous thing. That way, you won't lose the item and get injured in the process, which wouldn't be worth it." Seeing the monkey's smug expression, Wang Beihai frowned and snorted coldly. "This is just the beginning. I haven't even shown my true abilities yet." With that, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and a golden dragon materialized behind him. The dragon roared and transformed into a golden light, merging into Wang Beihai's body. "Oh, impressive. It seems Zhang Long really passed on all his heritage to you. You've mastered his indestructible golden body to this extent. It seems the king really didn't misjudge you," the monkey said, narrowing his eyes and looking at Wang Beihai, whose veins were glowing brightly. A smile of anticipation appeared on the monkey's lips. With a wave of his hand, the Dharma body roared, its eyes flashing red. In the next moment, the monkey's Dharma body split into dozens of clones, each holding a pillar of the heavens. "Attack!" the monkey shouted, and the clones surrounded Wang Beihai, charging at him. Wang Beihai stood still, scanning the approaching clones before sitting cross-legged and chanting complex Buddhist mantras. Instantly, a huge golden bell appeared, enveloping Wang Beihai. Just as the bell materialized, the monkey's clones attacked, their massive clubs striking the bell. The powerful force caused the bell to vibrate, and the sound of the bell ringing echoed. The attacks of the monkey's clones were all blocked by the bell. "What?" the monkey exclaimed, shocked by the sight. "Humph! If my clones can't harm you, then let me show you the true pillar of the heavens." The monkey shouted, and his clones retreated. The monkey's dharma body leaped into the air, and its staff grew larger. With a mighty roar, the staff came crashing down. The golden bell emitted a piercing chime, and cracks began to appear. Sitting on the ground, Wang Beihai was shocked to see the cracks. He quickly raised his hands, and a golden dragon shadow reappeared, supporting the monkey's devastating blow. However, the monkey's dharma body's eyes hardened, and with another burst of strength, it sent both the bell and Wang Beihai crashing into the ground. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling pressure from all sides. He also sensed a deeply sinister presence underground. "What is that?" he wondered, feeling an unpleasant familiarity with the aura but unable to recall where he had encountered it. As Wang Beihai pondered, a red energy surged towards him, causing the bell to shudder violently before shattering. "Forget it. I'll deal with the situation above first," Wang Beihai thought, gritting his teeth and diving into a black hole. Emerging in front of the monkey's dharma body, which was still focused on the ground, Wang Beihai took advantage of the moment. "Now it's my turn," he said, a smile on his lips. A sharp spear materialized in his hand, its tip gleaming with a cold light as it thrust towards the monkey's dharma body. A beam of black and white light shot out, and two dragons, one black and one white, propelled the monkey's dharma body away with a roar. The two dragons roared again and pierced through the monkey's dharma body. "How's that?" Wang Beihai clenched his fists, eagerly watching the distant monkey's dharma body. He believed that even if his attack didn't kill it, it would at least severely injure it, rendering it incapable of fighting. However, as the dust settled, Wang Beihai found nothing in front of him. Another whooshing sound came from behind, and he quickly thrust his spear backward, blocking the attack with a reverse strike. Looking up, he saw the monkey's dharma body holding the pillar of the heavens, its eyes burning with fury. A fist-sized hole in its chest was bleeding profusely, clearly showing the effectiveness of his previous attack. Despite the injury, it wasn't fatal. The monkey's dharma body snarled at Wang Beihai, increasing its strength, causing the spear in Wang Beihai's hand to creak. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. This situation clearly indicated that his dragon's courage couldn't withstand the pillar of the heavens. He was astonished. What level of weapon is the pillar of the heavens? Even a divine artifact like dragon's courage can't withstand it. Thinking this, Wang Beihai dodged the monkey's attack, then put away his spear and clapped his hands together, sending a mighty palm strike towards the monkey's dharma body. The sky darkened, and a colossal palm shadow pressed down on the monkey's dharma body. "Transform!" the monkey's dharma body shouted, its entire form enlarging rapidly until it was the size of a small mountain. "This dharma body has divine abilities?" Wang Beihai exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, the enlarged dharma body pounded its chest, and its staff grew even larger. The monkey roared and swung the staff at the giant palm print, causing the two attacks to clash in midair. The terrifying energy made the surroundings tremble. Meanwhile, the red pool at the monkey's feet began to boil, but the monkey was entirely focused on the sky, unaware of the changes in the water. In the next instant, the two attacks exploded, filling the space with powerful energy. "Absorb!" the monkey suddenly shouted, retracting its dharma body and swallowing the surrounding energy. "Are you trying to tear this place apart?" the monkey said unhappily, looking at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai scratched his head, shrugged, and then looked at the pool beneath the monkey, narrowing his eyes. "Why is that pool like this?" Hearing this, the monkey widened its eyes, a sense of unease washing over it. Chapter 539. Beneath the Pond. The pond. Monkey's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned his gaze towards the water. The pond was churning incessantly, as if something was about to rise from its depths. What could be lurking beneath this pond? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Ever since he had felt that extremely sinister and cold aura underground earlier, an intense unease had filled his heart. Now, with the changes in the pond, Wang Beihai was increasingly certain that there must be something unknown at the heart of this forbidden land. Hearing this, Monkey merely furrowed his brows deeply. In the next instant, he let out a roar, and a colossal phantom of a golden ape appeared behind him. Monkey's eyes glowed red, and the pillar of heaven transformed into a golden light that shot into the crimson pond. Instantly, the entire space shuddered violently. A terrifying roar emanated from beneath the pond, its sound eerily sinister, filled with coldness, malevolence, and sorrow. Just a hint of it made Wang Beihai shiver with cold. A deeply uncomfortable sensation surged from his heart. What on earth is that thing? At that moment, Xiongqi stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the depths of the pond. His gaze was filled with fear, and his body trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong with you? Can you sense what's down there? Wang Beihai looked curiously at Xiongqi. Yes, Xiongqi nodded, his face pale, but he remained silent, instead glancing at Monkey who was concentrating on his efforts. A thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes. Immortal demon, are you willing to endure this suffering here just to suppress what lies beneath? After a long silence, Xiongqi looked at Monkey with admiration and voiced his question. To Xiongqi's surprise, Monkey ignored him, merely snorting coldly before continuing to focus on the activity beneath the pond. Observing the two, Wang Beihai began to form some guesses. Recalling the ancient battle against the demonic beings he had heard about from the heavenly book, his eyes sharpened as he looked at Xiongqi. Could the thing below be the legendary demonic beings? Upon hearing the words, demonic beings, Xiongqi's body stiffened and his trembling intensified, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. The fear in his eyes deepened significantly. Indeed, it seems the influence of the demonic beings is profound. Wang Beihai frowned and then looked at Monkey on the stone platform. Monkey's eyes were tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was shocked. Even someone as powerful as Monkey found it taxing to deal with whatever lurked beneath the pond. Just as Wang Beihai was lost in thought, another piercing roar echoed, causing the entire space to shake violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Beihai, quickly give me what we had bet on earlier. At that moment, Monkey suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Wang Beihai with urgency. Wang Beihai hesitated for a moment, then seeing Monkey's strained appearance, quickly took out a drop of blood lotus essence from his spatial ring and flicked it towards Monkey. Upon seeing the blood lotus essence, Monkey's face lit up with a smile. He opened his mouth and swallowed the essence. In the next instant, a vibrant green light burst from his body, accompanied by a surge of immense vitality that spread throughout his being. Phew! Monkey exhaled deeply, then lightly spat out a cloud of black gas. His eyes snapped open, and his spirit seemed to have recovered significantly compared to before. Haha, refreshing. This stuff is indeed beneficial to me. Monkey laughed heartily, then his expression turned serious. He clenched his fists, and a massive surge of mental energy erupted from his body, solid as a physical force, plunging into the pond. Soon, a flash of golden light appeared beneath the pond, and the previously turbulent water began to calm down. Eventually, with a final resentful roar from the depths, the pond settled completely. Phew! Seeing this, Monkey let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. His eyes revealed a hint of solemnity. Thanks, Beihai. After adjusting his mood, Monkey slowly stood up and, with a light movement, appeared beside Wang Beihai. Seeing Monkey suddenly before him, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he took a step back. Looking at the stone platform, Monkey's figure was nowhere to be seen, causing Wang Beihai to reveal a shocked expression. Weren't you bound by those chains? How? Seeing Wang Beihai's astonished and puzzled expression, Monkey burst into laughter. At that moment, Xiongqi walked over, first respectfully bowing to Monkey, then looking at Wang Beihai. Isn't it obvious? The immortal demon willingly chose to be bound here. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's expression turned astonished. For 1,000 years, you've stayed here like this? Hee hee, 1,000 years, for me, is just a fleeting moment, nothing worth mentioning. Monkey's gaze shifted to the depths of the pond. Compared to letting that thing wreak havoc on the world, I'd be willing to stay here for 10,000 years. Upon hearing Monkey's words, Wang Beihai's respect deepened, and he bowed deeply to Monkey. Hey, what are you doing, Beihai? Monkey waved his hand, lifting Wang Beihai up. Your noble spirit truly impresses me. I misunderstood you before. Hearing this, Monkey laughed heartily and gently patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Beihai, people aren't saints, and before knowing the truth, who could have guessed this? Speaking of which, I have to thank you for that miraculous thing. If not for it healing some of my internal injuries, dealing with what's beneath the pond would have been much more difficult. With that, Monkey's eyes sparkled as he looked at Wang Beihai again. Speaking of which, do you have any more of that? I can trade you for some divine abilities. Wang Beihai smiled. Although blood lotus essence was produced slowly, for someone like him who possessed the blood lotus, it was practically worthless. With that thought, Wang Beihai waved his hand and took out a full bottle of blood lotus essence from his spatial ring, handing it to Monkey. Upon receiving the bottle and sensing the amount of blood lotus essence within, Monkey was stunned, looking at Wang Beihai in shock. Hee hee, it's just a small token of my gratitude. Wang Beihai grinned, fearing Monkey might refuse, and added, You don't need to feel embarrassed. Just like you said, you can teach me a few divine abilities. As he spoke, Wang Beihai glanced at the red chains and continued, Actually, there's one more thing I'm unsure about. These chains seem breakable. Why did you bind yourself here, immortal demon? Monkey smiled faintly. Chapter 540. Secrets about the demonic beings. Hee hee. The monkey's face showed a hint of arrogance as he looked at Wang Beihai and said, Do you really think there's anyone in this world capable of restraining me? If I don't want to be bound, even a legendary deity would have to pay a considerable price to confine me here, let alone just the underworld. Seeing the arrogant expression on the monkey's face, Wang Beihai was greatly surprised. So, it was you who did this to yourself? Wang Beihai frowned, looking somewhat puzzled at the monkey. In his view, the monkey was naturally lively. If he had confined himself in one place for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, he would have gone mad. Yet, the monkey in front of him remained lucid. It's hard to imagine how you endured it. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai shook his head. Hee hee, there's nothing hard to understand. No matter where you are, or what environment you're in, you have to learn to adapt. The environment doesn't determine the level of one's cultivation. Remember, Beihai, the only thing that can restrain you is yourself. As the monkey spoke, he put his hands behind his back, turning around with a hint of melancholy in his silhouette. Wang Beihai stared blankly at the monkey's figure. Hearing these words, the monkey's image in Wang Beihai's heart was raised even higher. Just as Wang Beihai was lost in thought, the monkey let out a long sigh and said gloomily, It was my overconfidence back then. I thought that with my supreme divine powers, I could roam the heavens and earth freely, until I met that guy, the king. The king. At this, Wang Beihai widened his eyes in shock. Ever since he received the legacy, the name of the king seemed to be attached to Wang Beihai's ears. No matter where he went, he could hear his name. Yes, there's no need to be surprised. There are many talents in the world that astonish people, but none like that guy, the king. He is absolutely unparalleled throughout history. The monkey said, squinting at Wang Beihai, You are very much like him, but that doesn't mean you are him. I believe he chose to leave at that time and let you appear now for his own arrangements. Your talent has surpassed him, but that doesn't mean your achievements can match his. Hearing these cryptic words from the monkey, Wang Beihai frowned. As he journeyed on, he increasingly felt that there was a big hand manipulating him from behind, though it wasn't the king but something even more powerful. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened and he said, I don't want to be anyone else, nor do I want to be chosen by anyone. I know that the reason I choose to cultivate now is to protect those I want to protect. Whether it's the king or the demonic beings, I just want my own life. If their actions cross my bottom line, I will fight to the death to defend my dignity. Seeing Wang Beihai's serious expression, the monkey couldn't help but laugh, then patted Wang Beihai's shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. You have this awareness, which is already good. Do you know why I chose to confine myself here?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai immediately became interested and curiously looked at the monkey. Back then, the demonic beings launched a massive invasion. As the leader of the Yaoju, I was so arrogant that I dismissed the human race's request for cooperation. Later, someone challenged me to a duel. I, full of pride, accepted and ended up losing by a single move. And that person was the king. The king actually won? Hearing this from the monkey, Wang Beihai still found it somewhat incredible. After all, whether in novels, TV shows, or reality, the monkey was at the top level of strength. Of course, later, the king sacrificed himself to send all the demonic beings back to the rift in time and space. But at that time, there was a royal demonic being with a huge grudge, and his corpse couldn't be sent back to the other world. In a hurry, I agreed with the king to stay here and guard this corpse. To keep myself from running around, I used my divine powers to create chains to restrain myself. Since it's a corpse, there shouldn't be anything to be afraid of, right? Wang Beihai looked at the monkey with some confusion. The monkey sneered and then looked at Wang Beihai with a serious expression. If it were that simple, why would the king need to burn himself to send these corpses back? As he spoke, the monkey waved his hand, and a red glow instantly enveloped Wang Beihai's eyes. Wang Beihai looked down and saw a huge body lurking under the red water. The body was neither human nor dragon, with a hideous face and an evil soul. Wang Beihai could vaguely see that the thing's chest was slowly rising and falling. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was shocked. This thing is still alive? Hee, now you understand. The monkey smiled slightly, then withdrew the red glow from Wang Beihai's eyes and said earnestly, "Back then, although the demonic beings were powerful, with the combined strength of our great masters, we had nothing to fear. But later we discovered that these demonic beings seemed to have a maternal body in the other world." As he spoke, the monkey narrowed his eyes. And later, we found out that as long as the maternal body was still there, energy would continue to supply the demonic beings. Even more so, given enough time, that energy could even resurrect the dead royal demonic beings. And this is the true horror of the demonic beings. Resurrection? Wang Beihai was shocked to the extreme upon hearing this. No wonder so many great masters fell in the divine tomb. If that's the case, don't we have no advantage at all? Wang Beihai continued to ask, but the monkey waved his hand. Not necessarily. Only royal demonic beings and above can be resurrected, and the energy of the maternal body is also limited. Hearing this, Wang Beihai nodded with squinted eyes. If they could be resurrected infinitely, there would be no point in fighting. They might as well surrender. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai turned his gaze back to the red water, deep in thought. Then, how did this one resurrect? The monkey scratched his head, then put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth, his brow slowly furrowing. Logically speaking, all the rifts were sealed by the king that day, and to ensure this corpse wouldn't cause trouble, I brought it to a farther part of the underworld. The maternal body's energy couldn't reach here, so it wouldn't resurrect. But recently, I felt that this demonic being is recovering its breath at an astonishing speed. As he spoke, the monkey's eyes turned cold. The only possibility for this situation is that the seal somewhere has been broken. Hashtag chapter 541. The world within. The seal broke? How is that possible? Wang Beihai looked at the monkey in astonishment. Wasn't that seal laid by the king burning his life? How could it possibly break? Heh, you're usually quite smart. But why do you act so foolish in crucial moments? The monkey gave a cold laugh, then blew out a breath, and a stone table instantly appeared in front of them. Don't just stand there, sit down. This story is a bit long, so let's sit and chat. After saying that, Wang Beihai winked at Xiongqi, indicating for him to sit as well. Xiongqi, Feeling honored, trembled with excitement and sat down, unsure of his hands and feet. To sit with the legendary demon god was undoubtedly the most glorious moment of his life. At that moment, the monkey blew out another breath, and several clones appeared around them, each holding pastries and fruits, which they placed on the table in turn. Come, eat. To be honest, it's been too long since anyone visited. Seeing those carnivorous beasts every day is driving me crazy. Saying this, the monkey picked up a large peach from the table and took a bite. Instantly, a unique fragrance spread. What kind of peach is this? So fragrant. Wang Beihai couldn't help but show an intoxicated expression, then picked up a peach and took a bite. The moment he bit into it, his eyes widened in shock. The peach was not only tender and juicy, sweet and delicious, but also, upon entering his mouth, the flesh instantly turned into a pure energy that merged into his body. With this special energy merging in, Wang Beihai immediately felt refreshed, and even his cultivation seemed to improve slightly. What kind of peach is this? Wang Beihai immediately asked. Oh, just a peach of immortality, the monkey said casually, looking quite nonchalant, as if the peach of immortality was nothing special to him. A peach of immortality. Hearing this, Wang Beihai looked at the peach in his hand and was so excited he couldn't speak. This is the peach of immortality, the legendary one? Wang Beihai widened his eyes and looked at the monkey, who couldn't help but smile. I have plenty of them. If you want more, just help yourself. They're homegrown, so feel free to eat as much as you like. Homegrown? Aren't these things only found in myths and legends? Just as the monkey was basking in pride, Wang Beihai asked with a puzzled expression. Heh, myths and legends? Compared to us, they're far behind. The monkey laughed loudly, then blew out another breath. Instantly, Wang Beihai felt his vision blur, and when he came to, he was in a colorful world. Around him was an endless ocean, and he was standing on the peak of a small island. Looking around, the island was filled with countless trees, each bearing exotic fruits, including the peach of immortality he had just eaten. Hey, how is it? Isn't my water curtain cave on Flower Fruit Mountain much more magnificent than the one in legends? While Wang Beihai was still marveling, the monkey suddenly appeared behind him, patted his back, and said with a smile, This is Flower Fruit Mountain? Wang Beihai exclaimed, immediately recalling the Flower Fruit Mountain he had seen in the Divine Tomb. Indeed, there were some similarities, but compared to the one in front of him, the one in the Divine Tomb seemed somewhat inferior. Come, follow me. At that moment, the monkey patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, indicating for him to follow. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and followed the monkey down from the peak, soon arriving at a massive waterfall. The waterfall was covered with vines, and from time to time, various monkeys could be seen jumping into the waterfall and disappearing. Keep up. The monkey laughed, then somersaulted into the waterfall. Seeing this, Wang Beihai followed suit and jumped into the waterfall. What he saw behind the waterfall made his mouth drop open in astonishment. The area behind the waterfall was shrouded in mist, with spiritual energy forming hot springs, spiritual mountains, and herbal gardens. Compared to the outside, it was like heaven and earth. Before Wang Beihai could fully recover, he was surrounded by a group of little monkeys who curiously looked at him. The leader let out a shout, and the monkeys swarmed up, lifting Wang Beihai and heading deep into the cave. All right, put him down. In a daze, Wang Beihai was carried to the depths of the spiritual herbs, and the monkey's voice came from around him. The little monkeys scattered immediately. Then, the monkey waved his hand, and a vine-woven chair appeared beneath Wang Beihai. Sit. The monkey clapped his hands happily, and the little monkeys watching the fun dispersed. Where is this? Wang Beihai looked around curiously. This world was clearly not the one he was familiar with. Welcome to my world, Beihai. The monkey smirked, revealing an excited smile. Your world? What do you mean? Wang Beihai was taken aback. The monkey, hearing this, also paused, then looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. It's the world within, the one inside your body. You already have one, don't you? The world within? Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, remembering the world he had created within himself. His eyes filled with astonishment. You mean this? Wang Beihai pointed to his dantian, which then emitted a faint light, exuding a strong vitality. Good Beihai, you really do have a world within, and with such abundant life force. If you can develop it well in the future, the achievements you can reach will be immeasurable, at least much greater than mine. The monkey squinted at Wang Beihai's dantian, his eyes filled with amazement. Greater than you? How is that possible? Wang Beihai widened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. As the two were talking, in the spirit realm, the dark abyss forest suddenly began to shake violently. With the intensification of the shaking, a terrifying fissure in the depths of the dark abyss forest started to emit blinding light. With the light spreading, all living beings around the dark abyss forest withered and died. Chapter 542. The Aura Revealed. The next day, in the spirit realm, at the Green Mountain Sect. After the previous battle at Tianju Mountain, the Green Mountain Sect had now become the largest sect in the spirit realm. Although it still relied on the Green Mountains, the scale of the sect had expanded tenfold. The entire region was now dotted with the traces of the Green Mountain Sect, and the number of sect disciples was countless. At this moment, Zhao Danyang stood at the entrance of the newly built hall of the Green Mountain Sect, looking down at the thousands of disciples in the square below, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Hee hee, old Basie, what are you thinking about? You look so happy. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Zhao Danyang turned around to see Lin Qingyang descending from the sky with a smile, followed by a group of experts in green robes. Oh, I thought who it was. So it's Qingyang, the young master of the Lin family. What wind blew you here? Zhao Danyang smiled slightly, but Lin Qingyang frowned and walked straight up to him, giving his shoulder a hard pat before sneering, Keep calling me that, and I won't mind changing the sect master of the Green Mountain Sect. Seeing Lin Qingyang's sinister smile, Zhao Danyang shivered and quickly laughed. What are you saying? After all, we're still fellow disciples of the same sect. Zhao Danyang said this with an awkward smile and continued. But speaking of which, Qingyang, what brings you back to the sect? Judging from your entourage, it doesn't seem like you're just here to visit. Hearing this, Lin Qingyang immediately restrained his smile and his eyes turned serious. Let's discuss this in the hall. Without waiting for Zhao Danyang's reaction, Lin Qingyang directly pulled him into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, several figures flew in from the square of the Green Mountain Sect. Wen Qing of the Sunu Sect is here to pay a visit. Jian Wuchen of the Tianjian Sect is here to pay a visit. Wu Huan of the Wu Sect is here to pay a visit. As each of them announced their identities, the disciples on the square were all stunned. These were some of the top sects in the spirit realm, and the visitors were the pinnacle figures within their sects, people who were rarely seen. Now they were all gathered here, which was truly astonishing. Something big must have happened. Definitely something big. I wonder what could attract these big shots. No matter what it is, the fact that they've come to our Green Mountain Sect means our status. In an instant, the disciples of the Green Mountain Sect were in a buzz of discussion, while Zhao Danyang looked puzzled at the door, staring at the group of big shots with wide eyes, turning to Lin Qingyang beside him with a confused expression. Don't think too much. I called them all. At that moment, Lin Qingyang said calmly, and then gestured for everyone to take a seat in the hall. As soon as they sat down, Lin Qingyang's eyes sharpened and his face turned solemn. I believe everyone has felt it, right? Upon hearing this, everyone present, except Zhao Danyang, who was still confused, showed grave expressions. I did feel it before, but it wasn't very strong and was quickly covered up. But then I heard about a big explosion in the dark abyss forest, after which the aura disappeared completely. Until now, I can feel that eerie, chilling aura here again. Jian Wuchen narrowed his eyes, his face full of gloom, while the others also looked serious. Hey, what's going on? It feels like I'm the only one here who doesn't know what's happening. At that moment, Zhao Danyang became anxious and said urgently to the group, Be quiet and listen. At that moment, Lin Qingyang waved his hand, signaling Zhao Danyang to stay quiet, then turned his gaze to Wen Qing, whose face was pale. "Long time no see, Saintess," Lin Qingyang said calmly, and Wen Qing, after a slight start, quickly regained her composure and nodded slightly in response. Seeing this, Lin Qingyang continued, "As far as I know, the direction from which the aura came is the Dark Abyss Forest. And there, it used to be the residence of the One family. I believe the Saintess knows more about this matter than we do." After Lin Qingyang finished, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Wen Qing. Wen Qing sighed deeply and looked at everyone, her beautiful eyes shimmering. A long time ago, Wen Lan became a slave to those evil things. Over the years, Wen Lan has been absorbing evil energy from those things through transactions, thereby strengthening her family. The price, however, was to help those evil things break the seal. As she spoke, Wen Qing took a deep breath. Although she was now the saintess of the Sunu sect, her identity as a member of the One family was like a stubborn stain, forever etched in her heart. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Lin Qingyang nodded thoughtfully and gave Wen Qing an encouraging look. Seeing Lin Qingyang's look, Wen Qing continued, "Over the years, Wen Lan has been hiding in the Dark Abyss Forest, constantly attacking the Forbidden Gate with the power of darkness, and under the influence of that evil force, she has been slaughtering the mortals of the human realm. Wang Beihai was once on the assassination list." At the mention of Wang Beihai's name, everyone was startled. Remembering that figure that had cut through everything, they immediately showed expressions of admiration. And then? What about the explosion in the Dark Abyss Forest? What about the aura that leaked from the seal? After a moment of thought, Lin Qingyang continued to ask. Hearing this, Wen Qing's face showed a peculiar expression. Recalling everything she had experienced on the day of the explosion, Wen Qing's heart was filled with many waves. After a moment's silence, Wen Qing sighed and continued, "Actually, that explosion was caused by Wang Beihai. As for the seal, although Wen Lan hid some things from me, I still know a bit." As she spoke, Wen Qing's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. "As far as I know, if it weren't for Wang Beihai causing the explosion, the seal would probably have been broken long ago, and the evil creatures inside would have escaped, slaughtering all the living beings in the spirit realm. At that time, the world would surely fall into endless darkness and strife again." Upon hearing this, everyone present showed astonished expressions. Chapter 543, Strategy. "Wait, what exactly is this evil thing you're talking about?" Hearing Wen Qing's words, Zhao Danyang's eyes revealed deep fear. In terms of status, Zhao Danyang might be on par with everyone else now, but when it comes to knowledge, he is merely a slightly luckier villager. For the things mentioned by the others, Zhao Danyang was completely unaware. Seeing Zhao Danyang's ignorant expression, the surrounding crowd first paused, then Lin Qingyang smiled and said, "This thing might be unfamiliar to some, as so many years have passed, and it no longer exists in today's world." With that, Lin Qingyang leaned close to Zhao Danyang's ear and whispered, "It has a name, called the demon." Upon hearing this name, Zhao Danyang's eyes widened, filled with deep fear. How could it be? Does such a thing really exist? Zhao Danyang's body trembled slightly. For some reason, despite never having seen a demon, just hearing the name instilled an instinctive fear deep within him. It does exist. Seeing Zhao Danyang's fearful expression, Lin Qingyang gently patted his shoulder and said with a solemn face, "We all don't want to believe it, nor do we want to mention that terrifying name, but the fact is what it is. Even if we don't want to face it, we still have to." After a moment of silence, Lin Qingyang continued, "It seems that the crucial seal has indeed cracked. Judging from the scene, it's likely that demons have already crossed over from the other world into the spirit realm." Hearing this, everyone's expressions grew serious. Jian Wuchen directly frowned, his eyebrows showing a hint of killing intent. "Humph. No matter whether those evil beings have arrived or not, anyone disturbing our normal order will be split in two by my sword." Lin Qingyang nodded upon hearing Jian Wuchen's words and said, "Indeed, but we need to plan carefully. After all, none of us have encountered such beings before. If they do appear, we should have a strategy." "Well said." Zhao Danyang immediately raised his hand in agreement upon hearing Lin Qingyang's words. Then, looking at Lin Qingyang, Jian Wuchen spoke, Now that the Yin family is gone, your Lin family has become the #1 family in the spirit realm. Although your Qing Mountain sect may lack some heritage, in terms of scale and reputation, it can be considered the #1 sect. With the seal's breach, you should take the lead. This matter concerns the stability of the spirit realm in the future, and our other sects will fully support you. What do you all think? Jin Wuchen looked around at the representatives of other sects, seemingly consulting but with a rather firm tone. Of course, we will do our best. Yes, now that it's come to this critical juncture, we must put aside our differences and unite against the external threat. The surrounding people were all cunning. Seeing Jin Wuchen's demeanor, they understood that he was speaking for Qing Mountain sect. However, since the fall of the Yin family and Yin Wushuang's demise, Jin Wuchen had taken the title of the #1 person in the spirit realm. Although they had doubts about Qing Mountain sect, with Jin Wuchen's backing, they dared not object. Well, since you all agree, I hope we can cooperate actively to fend off this impending crisis. Jin Wuchen nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Lin Qingyang. Among us, you are the most adept at strategy. Tell us, what do you plan to do? Lin Qingyang nodded and said, we only have a sense of what's happening now, and we don't know the exact situation. What we need most now is to investigate the true state of that place. With that, Lin Qingyang looked at Wenqing, Saintus, although I know it's not appropriate to bring it up, you once belonged to the One family and are more familiar with the Dark Abyss Forest than we are. This time, I would like to trouble you to lead the investigation. As for the personnel, we'll select from the disciples of Qing Mountain sect. Then, Lin Qingyang turned to Zhao Danyang beside him. Recently, a group of Qing Mountain sect disciples are scheduled to go out on a trial, so they can investigate along the way. Zhao Danyang nodded slightly, not objecting to Lin Qingyang's arrangement. After some thought, Wenqing also agreed to Lin Qingyang's plan. After initially arranging some matters, Lin Qingyang clasped his fists towards Jin Wuchen and said, since we've never known what's happening there or how dangerous it might be, to deal with any emergencies, please accompany us, Senior Jin. If anything happens, we'll have someone to rely on. Naturally, Jin Wuchen nodded and agreed. Seeing Jin Wuchen agree, Lin Qingyang felt a bit more at ease. Then, he clapped his hands, and several disciples of Qing Mountain sect appeared at the entrance of the hall, led by Lin Xiao. Since practicing the technique given by Wang Beihai, Lin Xiao's cultivation had soared. Wang Beihai had left not long ago, and Lin Xiao had broken through to the Nirvana stage, stepping into the Saint realm. His cultivation speed was even faster than Wang Beihai's in his prime. Such talent delighted Zhao Danyang immensely, and thus, Lin Xiao naturally became the top disciple of Qing Mountain sect. This mission was specially arranged for him by Lin Qingyang. Master. After greeting the representatives of various sects, Lin Xiao came to Lin Qingyang's side and respectfully clasped his fists. Well, the purpose of this trip, I've already told you before. This time, you are the leader of the Qing Mountain sect disciples, so you should cooperate well with Senior Jin Wuchen and take care of your fellow disciples. This time, you have a heavy responsibility. Lin Qingyang patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, his eyes showing determination. Don't worry, Master. I will not let the sect and your expectations down. With Senior Wang Beihai not here, I will definitely shoulder the responsibility of our Qing Mountain sect. With that, Lin Xiao looked out towards the hall, a faint shadow appearing before his eyes. Senior Wang Beihai, I will strive to catch up to your footsteps. Chapter 544, A Formidable Opponent. Under Lin Qingyang's arrangements, all the sects received their orders and departed. Watching them leave, Lin Qingyang and Zhao Danyang approached the former thatched cottage and gazed at the distant horizon. After a long silence, both sighed deeply. What are you thinking about? Zhao Danyang glanced at Lin Qingyang and asked indifferently. The same as you, Lin Qingyang replied with a smile, then continued, do you think he's doing well now? When will he return? Hearing this, Zhao Danyang was momentarily stunned, then his eyes glazed over. Given Beizi's monstrous talents, he must have surpassed the divine realm by now. Perhaps he's even become a supreme being. After all, he's the first person to single-handedly change the structure of the spiritual realm in so many years. As for when he'll return, who knows? Such things are left to fate. With that, Zhao Danyang sighed, and Lin Qingyang followed suit. I hope he returns soon. I have a feeling that the world is about to change. If a confrontation with the demonic beasts arises, besides him, I can't think of anyone else who could stand against them. The two turned their gazes to the distance, their eyes filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the nether realm, Wang Beihai suddenly sneezed and looked puzzled. Cold, huh? The monkey seized the opportunity to tease. No. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and looked at the red pond behind the monkey. Master, are you planning to guard here forever? Curious, Wang Beihai gazed at the monkey. Since learning about the secrets of the demonic beasts, he had grown deeply respectful towards the monkey. His tone when asking questions now carried a hint of regret. Of course, as long as the demonic beast remains unvanquished, I will guard here. I have a feeling that if another invasion occurs, this demonic beast I'm suppressing will be the key to breaking the barrier. The monkey narrowed his eyes, his gaze resolute. Wang Beihai and Xiongqi looked at the monkey with admiration. If not for the need to guard this awakening demonic beast, with the monkey's abilities, he would undoubtedly be invincible in the world. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai turned his gaze back to the red pond, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards the demonic beasts. At that moment, the demonic beast at the bottom of the pond suddenly twitched. The monkey, sensing something, looked at the pond with a grave expression. After a detailed inspection, he frowned. What's going on? I clearly felt something moving. Could it be my imagination? After pondering for a while without finding an answer, the monkey shrugged and looked at Wang Beihai. Now that you know the truth of the matter, you must understand that demonic beasts are extremely dangerous in any world. Beihai, since the king chose you, you must grow quickly. The seals in various places are trembling. I have a feeling that in the near future, the demonic beast will emerge. At that time, it will be difficult for us old folks to withstand them. The monkey spoke earnestly, revealing a hint of weariness in his words. Clearly, after 1,000 years, the monkey had lost some of his former playfulness. Wang Beihai looked at the monkey with concern and narrowed his eyes. Master, since you know this creature is the key, why not destroy it completely? With your powers, I believe you can do it. The monkey shook his head in resignation. That's impossible. As I mentioned earlier, these demonic beasts are closely connected to their mother body. As long as there's energy from the mother body, they are indestructible. Do you think I'm here for fun? The monkey's expression was one of helplessness, and Wang Beihai stroked his chin, deep in thought. The two stood in silence. Suddenly, Wang Beihai slapped his head and looked excited. What is it? The monkey asked, puzzled. Master, you said the demonic beast is constantly connected to its mother body by a mysterious force. Ordinary injuries can heal, and even death can be reversed, right? Wang Beihai asked slowly. The monkey thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, what about it? If that's the case, could we consider this? If we keep causing fatal injuries to the demonic beast, the mother body will have to supply energy continuously. If we exhaust the mother body's energy, could we then kill the demonic beast? At this, the monkey's eyes widened in disbelief. He had guarded here for thousands of years and hadn't thought of such a method. Then, the monkey clapped his hands and smiled brightly. That's right. If we keep injuring the demonic beast, the mother body's energy will surely deplete. Then, killing the demonic beast will be a success. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and chains instantly flew into the pond. Soon, the area shook, and the stone platform where the monkey stood slowly disappeared as the water level rose. Rise! The monkey shouted, and chains emerged from the water, dragging a massive demonic beast out. This time, Wang Beihai clearly saw the demonic beast's face. Not only was its appearance terrifying, but its skin was a dark purple-black. As the demonic beast's body was pulled from the pond, an icy chill swept through the forbidden area. The surrounding beasts cried out in fear, and even Xiongqi, standing nearby, trembled with dread. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. How could I have never thought of this? Beihai, wait and see if this method works. With that, The monkey's eyes blazed with golden flames. He glared, and two streams of fire landed before Wang Beihai, instantly engulfing the demonic beast. However, the monkey's actions didn't stop there. He roared and shot into the sky, bringing down his pillar of heaven onto the demonic beast. Instantly, the ground shook, and the demonic beast's body was smashed into the earth. With a loud explosion, the ground trembled, and small stones turned to dust. Xiongqi's eyes widened, watching the monkey's terrifying strike. Wang Beihai leaped to the edge of the pit and looked in. The demonic beast's body was now deformed from the blow. Wow, such a powerful strike. Yet the body is only deformed. That's some tough flesh, Wang Beihai marveled. Normal beasts would have been obliterated by such a blow. As Wang Beihai marveled, the demonic beast's body began to emit a dark purple-black glow, and the deformed body rapidly recovered. Chapter 545, Awakening. What's going on here? Seeing the demonic creature lying in the pit, its body gradually recovering despite not yet opening its eyes, Xiongqi and Wang Beihai took a few steps back, their expressions filled with shock as they looked at the monkey beside them. This is why I said it can't be killed. Compared to Wang Beihai and Xiongqi, the monkey seemed much calmer. It glanced at the demonic creature in the pit, slightly frowned, but soon relaxed again. This speed seems faster than before. The monkey squinted, muttering to itself, then looked up at Wang Beihai. I wonder if the method you mentioned earlier will work. But for now, this thing won't wake up for a while. Even if it does, my chains will keep it from escaping. Since we're idle anyway, why don't we take turns attacking? It'll relieve some frustration, and I can also see how strong your cultivation has become. As the monkey spoke, it reached out and the red chains once again bound the demonic creature in midair. Don't hold back, go all out. Hearing this, Wang Beihai smirked and rubbed his fists. Then I won't be polite. With that, Wang Beihai channeled all his spiritual energy into his fists and shouted, delivering a powerful punch towards the demonic creature. Instantly, a giant golden fist shadow broke through the air, slamming heavily onto the creature's body, causing a wave of heat to sweep through the entire space. Accompanied by the tremendous force, the demonic creature's body twisted again, its previously healed parts once more injured by Wang Beihai. But soon, the purple-black energy reappeared, repairing the damaged areas. Not bad strength, but it's still not enough. The monkey sat to the side, taking a bite of a peach it had just taken out, then squinted and began to give pointers. Can I try this time? Xiongqi, itching to try, stopped Wang Beihai from attacking again. With a roar, his body began to glow with blue electricity. Following a long howl, several terrifyingly charged electric spheres instantly hit the demonic creature's body. In an instant, blue light flashed, and powerful thunder continued to ravage the creature's body. But soon, Xiongqi found that his thunder was being repelled, with only a small portion penetrating the demonic creature's tough scales, causing almost no real damage. This thing's skin is too thick. Xiongqi widened his eyes in disbelief at the demonic creature before him. It's not the demon's skin that's too thick, it's your attacks that are too weak. At that moment, the monkey waved its hand dismissively. Hearing this, Xiongqi was taken aback, his face turning sour as he lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. Wang Beihai, noticing Xiongqi's mood, stepped forward and patted his shoulder. It's okay, just keep practicing where you're lacking. Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Xiongqi felt much better. But then, the monkey snorted coldly, you're a formidable beast from ancient times, and this level of skill is truly not up to par. Xiongqi's body stiffened. Then he looked up at the monkey, his eyes filled with a hint of anger, which quickly dissipated. He then leaped towards the monkey, kneeling before it. The demon god speaks truly. I am unworthy, and I beg the demon god to guide me. Hearing this, the monkey's eyes showed hesitation. Xiongqi's sudden move had put it in a difficult position. Demon god, please take him in. He could be a help in the future if the demonic creatures truly come. Seeing the situation, Wang Beihai also began to persuade. Sure enough, under Wang Beihai's persuasion, the monkey finally nodded. All right, I'll reluctantly accept you. But I'll be clear, my training is very tough. If you can't endure it, it's better to leave now. And you'll probably have to stay here for quite a while. Hearing this, Xiongqi's eyes lit up with excitement, and he kowtowed to the monkey again. Demon God, please rest assured. As long as you're willing to teach me, I don't mind staying here forever. Xiongqi said excitedly, but the monkey waved its hand dismissively. Pfft. Forever? I wouldn't want to stay in this cursed place. You stay if you want, don't drag me into it. It's so annoying. Hearing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but laugh. Just as the group was immersed in their merriment, suddenly, a surge of purple-black energy erupted from the demonic creature's body, much stronger than before. What's happening? Wang Beihai exclaimed in surprise, just as the chained demonic creature abruptly opened its eyes. Those blood-red eyes were like those of a demon from hell, and even Wang Beihai, with his strong will, was momentarily stunned. In the next second, a huge shadow lunged towards Wang Beihai. At that moment, Wang Beihai felt a gust of wind beside him, and when he came to his senses, the monkey was already in midair. You beast, with me here, you won't be resurrected. The monkey snorted coldly, raising its hand to block the shadow, then its eyes narrowed, and it pressed a finger onto the demonic creature's forehead. Go to sleep, the monkey shouted, and a complex rune instantly imprinted on the demonic creature's forehead. Screech. The rune emitted dazzling light, and the demonic creature let out a piercing shriek. Then its head tilted, its eyes closed, and it fell back into a deep sleep. Phew. Seeing this, the monkey let out a long sigh, then slowly descended from the air. Why did this thing suddenly revive? Wang Beihai widened his eyes, looking at the monkey in disbelief. To him, this situation was too strange. The monkey also frowned. I don't know either, but I can feel that this creature's special aura is getting stronger. If that's the case, there's only one explanation. The seal in one of these worlds must have been broken. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's face turned ashen. Just as the group was in shock, suddenly, the demonic creature, which had been asleep, abruptly opened its blood-red eyes and, with a wide mouth, shot a black beam of light towards the monkey. Be careful, Wang Beihai shouted, and the monkey was startled, turning to block. Unexpectedly, the beam split into two, and while the monkey blocked one, the other struck it directly. Chapter 546, Terrifying Abilities. A burst of purple-black light pierced into the monkey's body, causing it to let out a piercing howl of agony before collapsing to the ground and rolling in pain. Senior Demon God, what's wrong with you? Wang Beihai watched the monkey writhing on the ground, feeling both worried and shocked. What exactly is that light? Even a being like the Demon God is in such agony. Wang Beihai was secretly astonished. Seeing the monkey's condition, he was extremely anxious. Just then, a chilling roar came from behind Wang Beihai. His heart tightened, and he turned to see the demonic creature opening its mouth wide and lunging at him. Be careful. Before Wang Beihai could react, the monkey suddenly stood up, pulling Wang Beihai to the side. Then, with a clenched fist, it delivered a powerful punch to the demon's face. Wang Beihai witnessed the demon's face being deformed by the punch, and its massive body was once again sent flying. Senior Demon God, are you all right? Wang Beihai snapped back to reality to see the monkey staggering, panting heavily, with a faint purple-black glow in its eyes, looking somewhat terrifying. I'm fine. After about 10 seconds, the glow in the monkey's eyes gradually faded, and then its body went limp, almost collapsing. Wang Beihai immediately stepped forward to support it. As soon as he touched the monkey's body, a chillingly evil aura surged into Wang Beihai's palm. Wang Beihai shuddered, and the monkey immediately placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't move, don't panic. Calm your mind, circulate your spiritual energy, and expel that aura from your body. Under the monkey's guidance, Wang Beihai quickly regained clarity. Following the monkey's instructions, he firmly guarded his spiritual core. Under the influence of the righteous energy within him, A mass of purple-black energy was soon expelled from his body. Seeing this, the monkey's eyes widened, and two streams of fiery red flames shot out, attaching themselves to the purple-black energy. Squeal. With the flames engulfing it, the purple-black energy let out a shrill cry. This thing is alive? Seeing the energy's grotesque form, Wang Beihai felt a surge of fear. This is the terrifying aspect of the demons. Once this special energy enters the body, those with weak wills will lose their minds and be controlled by this fearsome energy. Fortunately, both of us have strong wills. As they spoke, another roar came from the distance. The demon had indeed revived and began to struggle violently, trying to break free from the monkey's chains. The monkey, of course, would not let that happen. It leaped into the air, performing several hand seals. Instantly, a massive golden array rose from the ground, trapping the demon within. This is the 5 elements exorcism array. Wang Beihai marveled at the array before him. Though simple in structure, the array's runes were incredibly complex. To fully activate its power required constant practice. Realizing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, looking at the monkey with even greater admiration. Ordinary people could not achieve such proficiency without thousands of repetitions. Wang Beihai knew he himself could not reach such a level. Seeing Wang Beihai's gaze, the monkey couldn't help but smile. Having guarded this place for so long, I needed something to pass the time. With that, the monkey turned back to the demon trapped in the array. As it altered the seals, the array alternated between fierce winds, raging fires, golden light, and snowstorms. The demon suffered immensely through each elemental shift. However, the monkey frowned. This level isn't enough to kill the demon, and I can sense that this time, it has awakened with even greater strength. Then, the monkey turned to Wang Beihai. For now, we can only attack with all our might until it's destroyed. Don't hold back, give it everything you've got. With that, the monkey gestured for Qiongqi to join the attack. Then, the monkey snorted coldly, and dozens of clones appeared around it, each using a different divine ability. Instantly, a torrent of colorful energy rained down upon the demon in the array. The demon inside the array let out a piercing scream, clearly feeling the effects of the monkey's attack. Seeing this, Wang Beihai no longer held back. He waved his hand, and the red cloud sword instantly appeared in his grasp. Then, with a deep breath, he unleashed a sky-shattering slash towards the demon. The massive sword aura flew into the array, causing the entire space to tremble. Not enough. The monkey narrowed its eyes, observing the demon's condition in the array, then roared. Hearing this, Qiongqi opened its mouth, releasing bursts of blue lightning. Not enough, keep going. The monkey gritted its teeth, summoning the pillar of heaven, which grew larger and smashed down on the demon. Wang Beihai, naturally, was not to be outdone. He put away the red cloud sword and summoned the dragon's heart spear. Then, with a sharp gaze, he lightly flicked the spearhead, causing a gust of wind to swirl around him. As Wang Beihai moved, a black and a white dragon slowly materialized in the sky. 13 lethal spears. Wang Beihai's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he hurled the dragon's heart spear towards the demon. Instantly, the 2 dragons in the sky sped towards the demon. Not done yet. Wang Beihai shouted, then stretched out his hand, delivering a powerful heaven-shattering palm strike directly onto the end of the spear. With this impact, the spear's speed surged, and wherever it passed, the air crackled, giving the impression of tearing the heavens apart. In the blink of an eye, the spear reached the demon's eyes. A cold light expanded in the demon's eyes, and the next second, the spear accurately pierced its eye, propelled by immense force, exiting through the other eye. The demon let out a wail and collapsed. Heh, you're quite skilled, Beihai. The monkey gave Wang Beihai a thumbs up, then, not to be outdone, raised the pillar of heaven and slammed it down on the demon's head. This strike caused the demon's head to cave in, and after a series of painful howls, it fell to the ground, on the verge of death. Chapter 547, Buddha's Light. What a tough guy. Seeing the demon fall, Wang Beihai collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Clearly, the recent attack had taken a significant toll on him. This guy, he's really damn tough. Wang Beihai took a moment to catch his breath before glancing at the monkey beside him. Though the monkey didn't look as exhausted as Wang Beihai, the unevenness of his breathing indicated he had expended considerable effort as well. Quick, take advantage of this moment to finish him off. The monkey squinted his eyes at the demon on the ground, noticing the dark purple energy slowly spreading over its body. Wang Beihai also saw this and knew that if the energy continued to spread, the demon would soon recover. Determined, Wang Beihai spread his hands, and instantly, a golden dragon appeared behind him. He then sat cross-legged, chanting sutras non-stop. As the sutras flowed from Wang Beihai's mouth, the surrounding space was soon enveloped in golden light. Under the golden light, the dark purple energy on the demon's body emitted a shrill scream, and the rate of its healing slowed visibly. This Mahabuddha's light actually works. Seeing the dark purple energy recede under the golden light, the monkey widened his eyes in surprise. After observing for a while, he suddenly slapped his head. Look at my brain. How could I forget? Buddha's light naturally suppresses such evil things. After so many years, how could I not have thought of it? The monkey sat down, mimicking Wang Beihai's posture, and began chanting sutras. Soon, his tattered armor was bathed in a golden glow, and his originally red cape turned white. A white halo rose behind him, and a faint golden mark appeared between his eyebrows. As the golden light emanated from the monkey, the demon's special energy emitted increasingly shrill cries and quickly retreated back into the demon's body. Feeling the monkey's transformation, Wang Beihai opened his eyes and looked towards him, utterly astonished by the sight. Senior demon god, what? Wang Beihai stared in disbelief at the monkey, now glowing with golden light, whose Buddha's light seemed even brighter than his own. The monkey opened one eye and looked at Wang Beihai playfully. Hee, don't think you're the only one who's a Buddha. Don't you remember, I was once also enshrined as the fighting Buddha? With that, the monkey laughed heartily, and a giant golden monkey apparition appeared behind him. The apparition stretched out a hand, and the fallen pillar of heaven soared into the sky, rapidly growing to an immense size amid everyone's astonished gazes. Is that a primordial spiritual artifact surpassing divine weapons? Wang Beihai gazed at the enormous staff in the sky, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Beihai, watch closely. This is a strike that rivals a god. The monkey smiled at Wang Beihai and shouted, pressing his hand down. Instantly, the giant apparition grasped the pillar of heaven and slammed it down on the demon's head. With a single strike, deprived of its mystical energy, the demon let out a wail and was crushed into a pile of muck. As its body shattered, several black lights shot out from within, breaking through the space-time barrier and disappearing into the void. So strong. Wang Beihai gaped at the demon's gruesome state, swallowing hard. Looking at the surrounding pulverized stones, he knew he didn't have the strength to withstand such a strike. Unfortunately, that thing escaped. The monkey squinted at the direction the black lights fled, his expression grave. With a wave of his hand, the apparition behind him dissipated, and the golden light retracted into his body. His face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. Senior demon god, what's wrong with you? Wang Beihai and Xiongqi rushed forward, their eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. The monkey waved his hand, but the next moment, his eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face turning ashen. How could this be? Wang Beihai furrowed his brow and immediately placed his hand on the monkey's back. Don't move, senior demon god. Let me check. He infused his spiritual energy into the monkey's body, and soon his expression grew serious. Withdrawing his hand, Wang Beihai looked at the monkey meaningfully. Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, the monkey shrugged indifferently and said, Beihai, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to beat around the bush. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Beihai spoke. Senior demon god, The injuries in your body are more severe than I imagined. Based on my experience, these hidden wounds have been in you for at least 1,000 years. The attack from the demon and the powerful divine ability you used have weakened you, triggering these hidden wounds. Heh, I knew it. The monkey chuckled bitterly. After that battle, I did sustain significant injuries. It's thanks to my strong physique. Those demons are indeed formidable. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and slowly walked to the demon's corpse. Looking at the mutilated body, now incapable of resurrection, the monkey laughed loudly for the first time. The laughter was tinged with bitterness and relief, lasting for 3 minutes before he stopped, then patted Wang Xiaofa's shoulder. Beihai, how did you think to use the suppression of Buddha's light to limit the demon's regenerative abilities? Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned. Looking at the monkey's expectant expression, he shrugged, not answering. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Beihai was also feeling quite fortunate. I just wanted to try it out. Never expected the demon would really be afraid of the Buddha's light. As Wang Beihai pondered, a sudden chill passed by, and he looked at the monkey in front of him. The monkey's eyes flashed with a black light, quickly disappearing. But even that brief moment left an impression on Wang Beihai. Senior Demon God, are you okay? Seeing the monkey standing still, Wang Beihai tentatively asked. The monkey snapped back to reality and shook his head. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes darted around and he said to the monkey, Senior Demon God, now that the demon here is destroyed, there's no need for you to stay in this place. Why not travel with us? It'll be a mutual support, and I can also serve as your guide. What do you think? Chapter 548, Treating Hidden Injuries. Travel together? Monkey looked at Wang Beihai in surprise. Having been in this place for far too long, he had almost forgotten what the outside world was like. Faced with Wang Beihai's sudden invitation, Monkey was momentarily at a loss. Yes, let's go together. The outside world has changed greatly now. I'm sure you, the divine beast, would also want to see the outside world, right? Wang Beihai smiled faintly. His invitation to Monkey was genuine, but he was also concerned about Monkey's condition. Besides, according to Monkey's words, this world would soon undergo a mutation. By then, who could resist a powerhouse beyond the divine realm? With these thoughts, Wang Beihai continued, I've witnessed the power of the EMO. This EMO's sudden resurrection is definitely not a coincidence. If the EMO really emerges from somewhere, I don't have absolute confidence in stopping its schemes with my current abilities. With you, the divine beast, by my side, I feel more assured. As he spoke, Wang Beihai glanced at Monkey with the corner of his eye. Sure enough, after hearing Wang Beihai's words, Monkey began to stroke his chin and think seriously. After pondering for a long time, Monkey still hesitated. I do want to see the outside world, but I've been trapped here for so many years. I'm afraid I won't get used to it once I go out. You don't need to worry about that. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile. Monkey's words clearly indicated his agreement. Just follow us, divine beast. Trust me, in a few days, you'll fully adapt to the changes in this world. Oh, really? Monkey scratched the back of his head, then his face showed anticipation. To be honest, after 1,000 years in the eye of hell, it was impossible not to want to see the outside world. Absolutely true. Leave it to me. Seeing Monkey agree, Wang Beihai was overjoyed and immediately patted his chest, giving Monkey a guarantee. Seeing this, Monkey's eyes rolled, and he laughed heartily. All right, it's settled then. When we get outside, you have to help me get used to it, Monkey said, patting Wang Beihai's chest. Don't worry, that's a must. Wang Beihai laughed loudly and then continued, but there's one more thing we need to do now. What is it? Monkey looked at Wang Beihai curiously. Wang Beihai revealed a mysterious smile and waved his hand. With a flash of silver light, a handful of silver needles appeared in his palm. What is this? What are you going to do? Monkey looked at Wang Beihai in confusion. Your current physical condition is very poor, divine beast. I can't let you travel with us like this. Now, I'll help you treat your hidden injuries. You'll treat my hidden injuries? Monkey looked at Wang Beihai in surprise. Do you know medicine? Of course. Forgot to mention, my medical skills are a bit higher than my cultivation. Wang Beihai revealed a proud smile. Seeing this, Monkey immediately gave Wang Beihai a thumbs up and looked at him seriously. Although you say that, are you really capable? It was clear that Monkey still had doubts about Wang Beihai's medical skills. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai smiled and said, whether I'm capable or not, we'll know after the treatment. Saying this, Wang Beihai gestured for Monkey to sit down. Although Monkey was skeptical, he still sat cross-legged without hesitation. Suddenly, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and the silver needles in his hand shot out, piercing into Monkey's acupoints. Instantly, Monkey frowned, feeling warm currents seep into his body from where the needles pierced. Instead of dissipating, these warm currents followed the spiritual energy in his meridians, continuously washing his internal organs. For a moment, the hidden injuries that were still slightly painful became less so under the warmth of the currents. Amazing medical skills. Feeling the changes in his body, Monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement. Only now did he realize how high Wang Beihai's medical skills were. Don't speak. Focus your mind. Now, I'm going to start cleaning your wounds. It might be a bit painful, so you have to endure it. Wang Beihai closed his eyes and placed his palm on Monkey's back. Then, a soft green light emanated from his dantian, quickly enveloping both him and Monkey. Such strong vitality. Monkey closed his eyes. Though he couldn't see the green light, he could feel the rich vitality around him. The feeling was like basking in warm sunlight. Good Beihai, such vitality. Could it be that he has comprehended the law of life? How many hidden cards does this Beihai still have? Monkey speculated inwardly. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly exerted force with his hand, and several slender steel needles appeared in his hand. Then, with a sharp glance, Wang Beihai's steel needles pierced into different parts of Monkey's body. As the steel needles entered, Monkey immediately felt intense pain from his different hidden injuries, far beyond his expectations, causing his body to shudder violently. Endure it. Wang Beihai softly encouraged Monkey, who clenched his teeth. Soon, beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Damn, why is it so painful? Monkey cursed inwardly. Even the thunder punishment back then wasn't this painful. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Wang Beihai slightly opened his eyes, exhaled, and was also sweating profusely, even more so than Monkey. It's done. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, retracted his hand from Monkey's back, and wiped his sweat. Several long steel needles were now stuck in Monkey's body, and a wisp of black gas flowed out from Monkey's body through the needles, converging at the tips and turning into black blood drops. The black blood dripped to the ground, instantly emitting a sizzling sound. Wang Beihai glanced, noticing that the spot where the blood dripped had been corroded into a large hole. Seeing this scene, Wang Beihai was even more impressed with Monkey. Such severe hidden injuries, if it were someone else, wouldn't last a day, let alone 1,000 years. In this way, Wang Beihai stood behind Monkey, occasionally sending a surge of righteousness into Monkey's body. Under Wang Beihai's treatment, Monkey's complexion gradually became more natural, and beneath him, a large pit had been corroded by the black blood. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed, and the black smoke on the steel needles began to decrease. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately took a step forward, grabbed Monkey's back from midair, and instantly, dozens of silver lights flew out from his body, turning into silver needles and falling into Wang Beihai's hand. The last step, divine beast, endure it. Wang Beihai whispered to Monkey, then gave him a heavy slap on the back. Instantly, several steel needles flew out simultaneously, and Monkey leaned forward, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Okay, you can try your body now. Wang Beihai smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Monkey's eyes suddenly opened, and the difference from before was like night and day. Hashtag chapter 549. Aiding you to ascend to divinity. Huff. The monkey's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he exhaled a breath of turbid air, then retracted the dominating aura that had been radiating from his body, relaxing his entire being. Refreshing. The monkey glanced at his hands before letting out a long howl that reverberated throughout the forbidden land, causing all the surrounding beasts to bow down in reverence, their eyes filled with piety. 5,000 years, a full 5,000 years, this feeling of ease has finally returned. The monkey's excitement was evident as he smiled and turned his gaze towards Wang Beihai, bowing solemnly to him. Thank you. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately shook his head. You were able to recover entirely on your own, your divine beastness. I merely helped to clear some hidden injuries. If not for your powerful physique, an ordinary person wouldn't have survived this long. With that, Wang Beihai produced a pill and handed it to the monkey. This is a great restoration pill I personally refined. For ordinary people, its potency might be too strong, but for you, it's an excellent medicine to restore your body. Combined with blood lotus essence, it will heal the hidden sores in your body after some time. As he spoke, a hint of regret flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes. Alas, these sores have lingered in your body for too long, severely affecting your cultivation. Otherwise, with your abilities, you might have truly broken through that barrier and achieved divinity. Hearing this, the monkey was first taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, interesting, very interesting. The monkey looked at Wang Beihai with a smile. You, Beihai, are truly interesting, so considerate of others, yet have you considered yourself? In my view, the one most likely to become a true god in this world is you. Me. Wang Beihai was stunned, then pointed at his own nose, asking skeptically, Your divine beastness, are you joking? Heh, joking? The monkey raised an eyebrow and pointed directly at Wang Beihai. I don't have time for jokes. Universal Qi, primordial technique, spatial laws, life laws, golden body of the Arhat, great sun Buddha light. Any one of these could dominate a realm, yet you possess them all. And how old are you? Throughout history, though talents have emerged in each generation, none can compare to you. At least, among those I know, no one can match you. Not even the former king. With that, the monkey narrowed his eyes, revealing a look of anticipation. Speaking of which, I'm quite eager to see how far you can go. Decided. I'll stay by your side until the Yimo affair concludes. I won't let you die easily, Beihai. I want to see how far you can reach. Wang Beihai stood frozen, his heart racing as he looked at the monkey's serious expression. Achieve divinity, can I really? Wang Beihai hesitated, but at that moment, the monkey stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. Destiny is decreed by heaven, but deeds are determined by man. The path ahead is our choice. If there are obstacles, we clear them. In the coming time, I'll impart all my innate divine abilities to you. The monkey's words, though casually spoken, stirred a great wave in Wang Beihai's heart. Even the nearby Qiongqi looked at Wang Beihai with envy. Thank you, your divine beastness. After a long pause, Wang Beihai was about to kneel in gratitude, but the monkey pointed a finger, holding him up with an invisible force. Don't rush to thank me. I said I'd teach you my divine abilities, but whether you learn them or not is up to you. I'm a bit lazy, so I'll only teach them once. If your comprehension isn't enough, it means you're not meant for these abilities. Don't blame me. The monkey said this while shrinking the pillar of heaven into a toothpick. Understood. I won't disappoint your expectations. Wang Beihai nodded, his eyes filled with excitement. After all, these were the legendary divine abilities of ancient times. Even if he could only learn half, it would significantly boost his power. Thinking this, Wang Beihai clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Breaking through shackles, achieving divinity. It's not impossible. As he thought, the center of the forbidden land began to shake. The chains that had previously restrained the Yimo suddenly glowed red, and the previously red pond water began to churn. What's happening? The Yimo is gone, and the restrictions I set up have disappeared. The eye of hell will soon collapse. The monkey narrowed his eyes, observing the walls around them, which were now covered with fine runes. Collapse? Wang Beihai's eyes widened, Then he thought of the beasts in the Forbidden Land, growing anxious. If this place disappears, what will happen to the beasts outside? These beasts are ferocious by nature. Releasing them would wreak havoc on the underworld. Seeing Wang Beihai's worried expression, the monkey laughed. You're good in every way, just too compassionate. Don't you have a treasure? Just collect these beasts into your tower. They can help you when necessary. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was shocked again. How did you know I have a tower? Heh, I've existed since the creation of the world. Besides, the aura of the Taodai is so strong. I was there when the former king forged this black tower. The scent is all too familiar. Upon hearing the monkey's words, Wang Beihai understood, then extended his hand, causing the black tower to grow. Nie Shaoqian and the others soon emerged from the tower, their faces expressing astonishment at the sight before them. Divine Beast. Seeing the monkey, the nine-headed lion and the giant serpent immediately bowed in greeting. Divine Beast? This monkey? Seeing their reverence, the corpse immediately widened his eyes, pointing at the monkey. In the next instant, the monkey smiled, and a snap was heard as the corpse's finger was bent. Only when the monkey turned away did the corpse let out a painful cry, clutching his finger and crouching down, his eyes no longer showing contempt but a deep fear. At that moment, the tremors around them intensified. The monkey frowned and said to Wang Beihai, "Time is running out, hurry." Chapter 550, Collapse of the Forbidden Zone. Wang Beihai nodded, injecting his spiritual energy into the black tower. Instantly, the tower glowed and expanded once more. At that moment, he furrowed his brows, glancing at the shaking stone walls around him. The black tower is here, but how am I supposed to gather all these beasts in such a short time? That's easy, the monkey said with a smirk, raising his hands and winking at Wang Beihai. Watch closely, Beihai. I'll show you this technique right now. With a sharp glance, the monkey's hands emitted a golden light, and beneath his feet, a massive teleportation array appeared. Wang Beihai watched in awe, both admiring and astonished at the complexity of the array the monkey could conjure so effortlessly. Such a sophisticated array created with a mere wave of the hand, impressive, Wang Beihai thought. At that moment, a golden light flashed in the monkey's eyes. Stars shift, heavens invert, command, the monkey shouted, and the array beneath his feet emitted a blinding light. Dozens of fierce beasts materialized within the array. Wow, so many, the zombie exclaimed, startled, and quickly hid behind the giant snake. Nie Shaoqian, with her mouth agape and eyes sparkling, was frozen in shock. The beasts looked at each other, bewildered, clearly confused by the sudden turn of events. Roar. Amidst the chaos, a mighty roar instantly subdued the beasts. Following the roar, a colossal golden ape silhouette appeared among the beasts. Upon seeing it, all the beasts bowed down, not daring to breathe heavily. Wang Beihai looked closely to see the monkey floating in the sky, radiating immense power from his small frame. In that moment, the monkey seemed like the ruler of the world, exuding an aura of dominance. Listen up, little ones. The eye of hell is about to collapse. If you don't want to die, get into that black tower. You have 1 minute. Those who don't make it in, I'll personally send them off, the monkey said coldly, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. Hearing this, the beasts scrambled into the black tower, many using secret techniques to shrink their massive bodies to the extreme to save time. Under the monkey's intimidation, within a minute, all the beasts that had appeared earlier had entered the black tower. Seeing this, Wang Beihai couldn't help but give the monkey a thumbs up, full of admiration. You all go in too, Wang Beihai said, turning his gaze to the zombies and others. However, they hesitated, looking at the black tower. Why are you still standing there? Get in quickly, Wang Beihai urged, feeling the space around them shaking more violently. Only then did the zombies and others reluctantly run towards the black tower. Wait, the monkey said, seemingly understanding their concerns. With a wave of his hand, he transformed into a golden light and entered the black tower first. Soon, Screams echoed from within the tower, and in the stunned gazes of everyone, the monkey emerged, rubbing his hands. All right, the unruly ones inside have been dealt with. You can go in without worry. No one will dare touch you, the monkey said, waving his hand. With this assurance, the expressions of the zombies and others eased, and they hurried into the tower. Let's go too, the monkey said, glancing around, and with a flash of golden light, they reappeared outside the Eye of Hell, leaving Wang Beihai in awe of the powerful teleportation technique. What a formidable teleportation array, Wang Beihai thought, truly witnessing the power of the technique up close. Unlike his black hole, the monkey's teleportation technique was like a real array, capable of moving from the underworld to the spirit realm or the human world with just a thought, as long as there was enough spiritual energy. Amidst his amazement, a loud noise came from ahead. Wang Beihai looked up to see the wind wall collapsing, followed by the ground caving in, filling the air with dust. When the shaking stopped, Wang Beihai rushed forward, waving his hand to disperse the dust with a gust of wind. What is this? Wang Beihai exclaimed, gaping in shock at the massive crater before him, as if the space itself had been cut. There's no need to be surprised. The Eye of Hell was a space created by the King of Hell and me. Now that the space has collapsed, the ground disappearing is normal, the monkey said, patting Wang Beihai's shoulder and stretching with a hearty laugh. A long-awaited freedom. The air out here is indeed much better than inside, the monkey said, squinting at the sky with a smile. Yes, it's really good to be out, Wang Beihai said with a smile, releasing the zombies and others. Upon seeing the black crater, they too were astonished. Where to next? After some discussion, everyone looked at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his mind filled with the image of Xiao Min. We're going to the underworld to find someone, Wang Beihai said with a smile. Everyone was taken aback. Just as they were still processing, a solemn voice came from the sky. No need. Looking up, they saw a massive figure descending, with the Book of Heaven floating beside it. Long time no see, monkey, the Book of Heaven said, flying to the monkey, its tone calm but seemingly carrying a sense of reunion after a millennium. It has been a long time, the monkey said with a smile, turning to the tall figure of the King of Hell. I say, little King of Hell, how long do you plan to keep up this disguise? Isn't this big shell heavy for you? The King of Hell snorted, hot air puffing from his nostrils, and a small figure flew out from his massive body, landing steadily on the ground. A little girl. Hemph, you dead monkey, don't you give anyone any face? The King of Hell pouted, glaring at the monkey, who laughed and pinched her cheek. This scene left Wang Beihai and the others dumbfounded. You've done well, the Book of Heaven said, flying to Wang Beihai, its tone full of approval. Chapter 551. The Ominous News. You know what I've been doing in the underworld? Hearing this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his gaze complex as he looked at the celestial book in front of him. Naturally, it's the celestial book, after all. There's nothing in this world it doesn't know. Before the celestial book could speak, the monkey beside it let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Wang Beihai looked at the celestial book with a dazed expression. The celestial book remained silent for a moment before shaking its body to admit, yes, ever since you entered the underworld, I've been aware of all your movements. Even some of the incidents you encountered were orchestrated by me and the king of the underworld, like the Black Mountain Demon. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's body stiffened, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why? Wang Beihai's emotions were in turmoil. He hadn't expected the previous dangers to be orchestrated behind the scenes by the celestial book. Seeing Wang Beihai's state, the celestial book slowly glowed, remaining silent for a while before letting out a long sigh. Alas, if not for this, how could you have grown so quickly? As it spoke, a beam of light shot out from the book, and a screen appeared before everyone. The screen immediately flashed with scenes of the trials Wang Beihai and his companions had faced in the underworld.